There's a special plot in this novel where the female protagonist Erica imprisons the male protagonist Jerome, wanting to make him her mate. Jerome tries desperately to escape and even thrown into a cold cell by Erica. However, Eric's parents show up and try to defend her, but Jerome doesn't buy it at all, insisting that Erica is a devil. The intentflix adds so much tension to the story. Come and explore the charm of this novel with me. Chapter 1: Finding My Mate Erica. I glared at my beta, his body trembling like a sapling in a storm. My eyes blazed with fury as I bore into him, disbelief coursing through my veins at his audacious words. Who does he think he is? Attempting to dictate my actions in my own territory. I am the alpha of this pack, yet this foolish beta dares to challenge my authority. He questions my commands. If he tries this again, retribution will be swift and merciless. Were it not for my friendship with his mate, his head would already adorn my trophy wall. I refuse to hurt my friend by eliminating her partner. Dare to question my orders again, and I'll end you, regardless of your connection to my friend. I snarled. Remember your place in this hierarchy. My voice echoed through the pack house, sending the nearby pack members scurrying for cover. Their fear meant nothing to me in that moment. Every fiber of my being yearned to tear him apart. My wolf raged within, despising any challenge to our authority and bristling at my leniency towards this insubordination. Forgive me, Alpha. I'll see to it immediately, he mumbled, bowing his head submissively before scurrying away. I stormed off to my private chambers, my anger palpable for surround me. I collapsed onto my bed, puffing in frustration as I surveyed my room. Irritation etched into every line of my face. Years had passed in my relentless search for my mate. I had scoured every major pack, yet he remained elusive. Now IVE set my son the smaller, more isolated packs, but my beta, in his arrogance, seeks to thwart my plans. He'd rather see me remain here, ruling alone, than continue my quest. I knew the root of his objections. He had found his mate during one of our previous searches, and his gratitude had been effusive. Now, it seems, HES earned against me, content in his own happiness wild and eyeing me mine. He can't fathom the emptiness I've endured all these years without my other half. I had begun to doubt my mate's very existence, but witnessing my beta's joy rekindled my hope. My grandfather's story often comes to mind, finding his mate at 18, yet waiting over 2 years for her recognition. But at least she had been within our pack. My search spans far beyond our borders, driven by an unrelenting need to find my missing piece. He's the one who will be in charge of the pack whenever they aren't around, and his mate will help him out. Alpha, the chariot is ready. I heard Bruce, my beta, say, and I rolled my eyes. Go get your things ready, we will leave in an hour's time, I said before cutting off the mind link to get my clothes ready and other things I'll need for a day. I don't know if I'll be able to find my mate, but I still had a little hope in me. I had hoped that I'd be able to find my mate. I knew that I'd have no choice other than to choose one of the leaders of the neighboring pack to be my. I knew that if a pack doesn't have an alpha, it won't be successful. But my pack had been successful without an alpha. I thought all the pack members were okay with it, but some were rebelling. They all want to be my chosen mate, and they were ready to go to any length to get that done. They are challenging my powers. They thought I couldn't let alone anymore. They are doubting me instead of trying to believe in me. I would have done even worse to them if not for my parents not doing anything. My parents were still alive, and they would help with the pack's work when I was gone. They also weren't happy with the way the pack members were rebelling, but seeing that they were right gave them no other choice than to do the necessaries. My dad gave me the alpha position when I was 20 years old, and now I'm 24 years old. I don't like the idea of what the pack members wanted, but I knew that if I don't do what I can now, then things will be hard for me. My dad had told me that the male pack members had chosen a date for a duel to ensure peace among them all. A duel that is to determine who is the strongest among them. A duel that will determine my mate among them. And if I fail to follow the duel's procedure, then I'll lose my position as the alpha of this pack. It was said that whoever won the duel would be my mate and also the alpha of the pack. I knew that others from different packs would also be there to participate. I have received a lot of gifts from alphas who wanted to marry me. They are all after me because of what they will gain. They were all after me because they wanted to be the mate of a strong Luna, which I didn't want to be considered as. I hate the title Luna, and that is because the words only make someone weak. I knew that those who had alphas and Lunas in their packs had also been prosperous. But my case is different. I don't want to be under anyone. And so I tried all my possible best not to make myself weak. I trained hard day and night to become as strong as I am now. I trained hard not to become a weakened, submissive mate or Luna to any alpha. I knew that Lunas from other packs are always submissive and under an alpha. I don't want to end up like them. I don't want to be compelled to do something by someone else. I want my case to be different. I want my mate to respect me just like I respect him. I just wish my prayers would come true because I don't know what'll do if my mate turns out to be a hungry werewolf. I knew that the pack members would back off from what they wanted to do immediately when they saw that I now have a mate. And I feel happy about that even if I haven't found him. Here I am on my way to one of the smallest packs in the country. And the first pack that we pass by is the Blue Moon pack, which happens to be the weakest pack in the country. The pack was hardly heard of, but I had made my decisions. I knew that coming to a small and weak pack isn't a good thing, but since I had set my mind on finding my mate, I don't mind doing anything for that. I hope you didn't inform the alpha of our coming, I asked Samuel, who nodded his head, and I turned to look at him with a heavy glare. What do I tell you about answering my question with words? I yelled at him with anger in my tone. I'm sorry, Alpha. He apologized immediately, and I climbed down from the chariot. I felt an intoxicating smell hit my nose immediately as I walked into the pack. I could smell the hint of forest wooden cherries, which filled my lungs. Mate. I heard my wolf screamed happily. Chapter 2 Jerome. I stared at the lips of my fiancé, who was moving in rhythm with each other. I couldn't help but be awed by what I saw. I couldn't believe what my eyes saw as she danced in rhythm with her voice. She danced seductively, and I couldn't help but feel aroused by her dance. It's okay, you can stop now. You tried a lot more than the last time, I said to Mabel, who smiled at me before walking up to me to sit. I was singing for her while she danced. This had always been our lives since we were born into this pack. We have been dancing all our lives. Jerome Wolf, a 26-year-old Omega of the Blue Moon pack. I was born as an Omega, and my mother died after giving birth to me. I knew nobody out of my parents. My dad died years after my mom's death, and that was in a fight against rogues. A fight almost claimed my life, but luckily I was saved by my dad, who ended up losing his life to the rogues as he tried to save me, and in the end I ended up hitting my head on a stone, which made me lose my memory. I lost my memory due to an accident I had years ago. I couldn't help but feel bad about my parents, but not now. I don't feel bad anymore because I knew I wasn't at fault. I knew that it was the rogues who were responsible for all that had happened to me, and I feel great anger toward the rogues. I feel the need to kill them, but how am I going to do that? How will I be able to get revenge on my father when I can't even fight a single person? As an Omega, I have faced a lot of things, mostly being bullied by the pack members when I was a kid. I only had one friend who was there with me at all times. I had a friend who stayed by me and supported me. The friend is Vanessa. She had been through a lot because of me, and I didn't hesitate to accept us being married. I knew that it was a lame thing to think of, and I knew that the Alpha wouldn't accept that. But what happened made me happy. I was told by the Alpha that I could marry her and make her my chosen mate. I know that it won't be easy to do that, but I'm ready to try. I'm ready to help my friend out. Mabel is also an Omega, but her being an Omega made her mate reject her, and that left her heartbroken. She couldn't bring herself to talk, and she couldn't talk for weeks. She lost herself, but soon she regained herself, and we became really close. And soon we started our relationship secretly, but soon the Alpha knew about it, and he accepted to get us both married. saying that this is the only thing that he can do for my dad in his absence. I was glad for that because I was made to believe that my mate would reject me just like Vanessa's mate did to her. I don't want to be heartbroken like her, and I decided to move on with my life. Me being bullied isn't easy, but that stopped when I turned 18, when I started growing in a way that I hadn't before. I started having some physical changes in my body, and soon I was so muscular that none of the bullies dared move close to me. They stopped bullying me, and I'm glad for that. Being an omega isn't something nice and good. It isn't appreciable. And any time I think of committing suicide, I think of my parents, who died in a bid to protect me. I feel like the only thing that I can do to repay them is to keep on living. I feel like I have a huge responsibility on my shoulders, which I'm not aware of. Jerome, are you all right? I heard the voice of Mabel jolt me out of my thoughts. I'm fine. I'm just carried away, I said, and she offered me a genuine smile, which I couldn't help but be happy to see. I was glad that I was able to see her smile. She had the most beautiful smile I had ever seen, and I feel special for being able to see it for free. I hope you don't forget what we plan to do tonight, she asked, and I nodded my head at her. I haven't forgotten. All you have to do is be at the place at 7 p.m. the dot. I started with a dreamily smiling face. Don't worry about that. I'll be the one to be there before you even think of coming, she said as she squealed happily, her eyes shimmering with happiness. I couldn't help but feel happy that she was content with all that I had been doing. I knew that having to accept the rejection of one's mate isn't easy, but with a lot of time, I knew that the person would learn how to bottle things up. You'll have to go now. You don't have to worry. I'm about to get things ready for tonight. You will surely enjoy this more than those we had previously done, I added as I stared at her. I stood up after a while, and we both left my room, and immediately I headed towards the place we were to meet. I knew that the earlier I started with the things we would need, the better. As soon as I was close to where we were to meet, I smelt the intoxicating smell of vanilla and chocolate. I could feel my lungs being filled with the smell. I breathe in the fresh breath that fills my nose. I could feel my wolf yet ping with happiness as I did so. My body was overreacting as I did so. I felt a tingle of excitement rush through my body. I couldn't help but feel happy all of a sudden. A smile formed on my face as I stared around the place while trying to locate where the smell was coming from with the aim of following the smell. My face dropped with sadness as I heard the word, which I had dreaded hearing in my entire life. The word made escape from the mouth of my inner wolf, and I felt my body freeze immediately. But it wasn't long before I felt myself rise to the smell. Mine. I heard the voice of a beautifully young lady, and before I could think of anything, I felt my body become sweaty. Just get it over with and stop wasting my time. I still have a lot of preparations to make, I said as I swallowed hard while staring at the beautiful lady in front of me. She is the most beautiful lady I have ever seen, and I could notice the dangerous aura surrounding her. I knew with no doubt that she holds a high post in her pack. What should I get done with? She asked while staring at me confused, and I groaned angrily, knowing that it was all a sign of pretense. Just reject me and let me get out of here. Your presence is disgusting to me, I said as I stared at her angrily, and her mouth fell wide open at the compliment of my words. Chapter 3 Heartbroken Erica. I stared at my mate in shock, as I couldn't believe the gibberish he was saying. I was excited a moment ago to know you had found my mate, but now the happiness I felt earlier has vanished quickly before I could even stop it. I couldn't believe that I was married to an omega. I immediately set my eyes on him after I found out. I had always thought that my mate would be someone strong who would have a high rank in his pack, but what I found out shocked the hell out of me. I couldn't believe that I was mated to an omega, and not only that, but my mate had hated me before he found out who I was. He wanted me to reject him immediately, and by the look of things, I knew that something was off with him. He had the aura of an omega, but he doesn't have the features of one. He looks like those warriors from a pack, but that isn't my main I wanted to know the reason why he had hated me even before I got to know him. Who told you that I was going to reject you? If that's what you think, then you are wrong to think he'll reject you. I shouted at him angrily, and he flinched back with fear, and I felt bad for it. But remembering what he had said earlier made me more angry. I know if that's what you will end up rejecting me, just like my fiancé, who got rejected by her mate because she is an omega, he said with a cold face, and I felt my heart hurt. I couldn't believe what my friend just said. What did he mean by fiancé? I thought that everyone was to wait patiently for their mate, and it's in the law all packs. But why did he choose to want to marry another person instead of waiting patiently for his mate? What do you mean by fiancé? I asked confused, and he smiled at me for the first time since we met. I feel my heart skip immediately, and I can't help but wonder what would happen if he had smiled for more minutes. I have someone I'm willing to marry. I have someone who I planned on getting married to, he said, and I could feel pain in my heart. I couldn't believe my ears. I could feel a pang of jealousy shooting through my body. I felt angry and sad at the same time because I couldn't bring myself to think of my mate having someone who he is willing to marry. I couldn't believe that I had waited all these years for nothing. I had waited for years to find my mate and live peacefully with him. But all this got shattered immediately after I found him. Why do you want to marry her when you know your mate is out there? I asked him with cloudy eyes. Pain was evident in my eyes, and I couldn't help but feel mad at myself and the moon goddess. I couldn't understand why I had wasted all my life in the hope of finding a partner who would be loving and caring. I had chosen to marry her because I knew a day like this would come. A day when I'd be rejected like other omega. You should reject me now. I need to prepare for our date, he said as he stared at me with no emotion in his eyes. I glared angrily at him, and suddenly a smirk appeared on my face. I know what to do. I know how to deal with him. I'm glad that he hasn't married her, and that has only made me happy. I'm going to forcefully take him away with me to my pack. I'll make him pay for what he has done, and with him in my pack, no one would dare try to challenge me. I was heartbroken when I found out that he had someone he intended to marry, but I knew that the moon goddess never made a mistake pairing the both of us together. I knew that if he were to leave here and come to my house, he would forget about his fiancée. I knew that having to take him away from his mate forcefully isn't a good option, but having made up my mind on taking him to my pack, there would be nobody stopping me from achieving my aims. I have always been a strong-willed person, but seeing what was happening made my will strong. I have come this far to let him go scot-free. I won't ever allow that. Since you want to be rejected, I'll make that happen. And that won't be now. I'll do that in front of everyone. I'll do that in front of all the pack members. I started with a cold look on my face, and I saw him stagger back in shock. I don't know what to do anymore. I knew that doing this might not be accepted by my partner if I go as I have planned, but I'm ready to do anything. I'm ready to go to any extent to get that done. I walked away from the place angrily. I had followed the scent of my mate, and it led me into this bush where I had found my mate, who happens to be an omega, and I found out that he had someone he wanted to marry. All this kept repeating itself in my head as I walked forward. I walked destined with my heart racing. The news I heard from my friend is shocking. I had thought that he was joking in the first place, but seeing the serious look on his face, I believed that. I could feel my heart hurt while my inner wolf growled with sadness. I knew that it hasn't been an hour since I met my mate, but I have grown attached to him even though we fought the first time we met. Alpha, where have you been? I had been looking for you, Samuel said immediately after he sighted me, and I growled at him angrily. Shut your mouth and led me to the pack. I yelled at him angrily, with my emotions coming out like wildfire. Here I am in front of the members of the Blue Moon Pack. A lot had happened in the past few hours as the Alpha was happy to see us in the pack and was happy that I showed up unaware. I knew that he would have thrown a grand party for me, but I don't want that. It told him to assemble all the unmated males of the pack in a hall. I told him that I strongly believed my friend was here and that he should find somewhere for me to stay until tomorrow. I walked from row to row of the unmated males with an unimpressed look on my face, and immediately I saw my mate. whom I had forgotten to ask for his name. How will I be able to ask for his name when all we did earlier, when we met, was scream and shout at each other? Mate? I said immediately I got close to him, and I dragged him up to the podium of the hall immediately. The hall went silent immediately. They were all waiting patiently for me to say or do something. They were all ready to watch me reject him. His face was contorted into a frown immediately after I dragged him to the podium. I want to announce to you all that I have found my mate. You can all leave, I said, and soon the crowd dispersed. They weren't expecting me to accept him, but they were ready to watch me reject and disgrace him in front of the whole pack. But what they saw shocked them. I know that I'm getting close to fulfilling my wishes, and it won't be long before I get things done my way. It'll take him to my pack if he is willing or forceful. It'll make him mine. I have always gotten whatever I want, and now isn't an exemption. Chapter 4. Hey Jerome. I couldn't believe what happened at the PAX hall. I could feel myself getting nervous while knowing that within minutes I'll be rejected by my mate, and not only that but in front of the whole pack. I knew that having a friend might seem fun, but seeing how I'll be treated by my friend made it scary. I know that I'll be rejected because my mate won't want an Omega and her mate. And not only that, I found out she was an alpha. But seeing my position, I knew with no doubt that I'd get rejected by her. I had told Mabel about it, and she was around the place after knowing I'd get rejected. She was angry that my mate had been such a ruthless and shameless woman to want to reject her mate in front of the whole pack. She wasn't happy with the idea, but she knew that we had no choice. She was shocked when she found out that she didn't reject me. She knew that my mate was only doing that to torture me. I sighed heavily as I tried to wipe the thoughts out of my head. Here I am in the woods with the aim of setting up the things we will need for our date. I knew that I surely needed some time, and knowing that I'll soon be meeting my fiancé made me so excited. I knew that this was the perfect distraction I needed from the things going on around me. I had been the talk of the pack, but I tried hard to make things just like before, and Mabel doesn't seem to worry about it because she was only trying to find ways to cheer me up. I sat on the bench that I had set up for Mabel and me. I stared at the moon as it shone brightly, its light illuminating the woods and making the place I had set up more beautiful. I had put some light around the place, and the moonlight added to its beauty. I couldn't help but let my mind wander off to my mate. I feel a deep connection with her, which I doubt was the work of the mate bond. And the more I try to ignore the connection, the stronger it gets. But once I remember why I wanted to get rejected, it will be severed. I knew that I would get rejected by my mate soon, and wandering on would not only make me think of her but also make me imagine things I can do with my... I knew I had to focus on Mabel, who was the only woman I will allow to have access to my heart. I knew the complications of falling in love with my partner. I knew that I'd end up getting hurt at the end and somehow get myself rejected. Jerome, I heard a voice say, snapping me out of my thoughts, and I turned to look at the direction, and I saw Mabel looking great in her overall blue gown, which had petals knitted on its sleeves, giving it a good look. You look amazing. I complimented her dress immediately, and my eyes roamed all over her body trying to register everything she had on her. The dress she wore was befitting, and it shows off all her curves. I feel my eyes linger on her curves for a while before moving to her breasts. You aren't looking bad either, she said as she used her eyes to scan my body, and I let out a smile. I wore a brown shirt, which had all my ABS showing. I wore black jeans that had a zipper slit that was made of zipper, and it could be easily opened and closed. The jeans were made to be tiny at the tip. I knew I looked great, but seeing Mabel compliment the clothes I wore made me blush. I walked up to her and took her hands before leading her to sit on the bench. You really did a great job decorating this place. It looks great, and I hope it won't get spoiled by the wind like last time. She joked as she stared around the place with astonishment. How have you been? I started off awkwardly, not knowing what to say. I feel shy all of a sudden, which I haven't felt since we had always gone on dates. I knew that things happen at any time, and I knew that there is a first time for everything, everybody. I'm doing great, she replied, and suddenly I heard her stomach grumble. Feeling hungry. Care for some snacks? I asked after a while, but this time the nervousness I was feeling earlier was gone, and I offered her a smile. That will be great, she replied as she stared at the basket in front of us with a dreamily smiling face. Foodie, I joked as she smiled. Let's dig in, she said immediately as I poured the snacks into a bowl. I took some and was about to put it inside my mouth when I froze all of a sudden, and Mabel seemed to be aware that something was off. What's the problem? She asked worriedly as she stared at me, and I sighed heavily. I don't know, but the smell is familiar to that of my mate, I said, and I felt her face drop. And immediately I realized my mistake. I knew I was at fault for calling my friend mine, and that is because I have no idea of her name. It's not like that. The truth is that I don't know her name, and that is the only way I can refer to her, I said, and she puffed angrily while staring at me. You could have referred to her as the lunatic alpha, she said, and I nodded my head in understanding. I knew that she had every right to be angry, and I knew that it'd have to make her understand. What a lovely place. Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting something? I heard my mate's voice, and I turned to look at her angrily. I would have rejected my mate, but as an Omega, I have no right to reject my mate unless she rejects me herself. Are you here to reject him now? You should get this over with and stop pestering his life, Mabel said as she glared daggers at my friend, who chuckled. I'm here to get it done, she replied with a smirk on her face, and I knew with no doubt that what she wanted to do wouldn't sit well with me. Better, Mabel said through gritted teeth while breathing heavily. I'm here to take him with me, she said, and my eyes went round with shock. No, that ain't happening, Mabel said as she stood protectively at my front, and I also stood up while glaring angrily at her. She smiled at me, and with a click of her tongue, she left, but not before saying, nobody can stop me from doing that, and not even your petty alpha can do that. You should be ready around 5. She said and walked away. I woke up and saw that I was snuggling up to Mabel, who had wrapped her arms around me protectively. She doesn't want me to leave, just like I don't want to, and I doubt if he'll be able to escape from her at all. Mabel and I had tried escaping overnight, but it was all fruitless because she had figured out that we might try to escape. Mabel and I had decided to fight till we breathed our last. I knew that it might not work out, but I'm not ready to give up without putting up a fight. Jerome, get the hell out of your room now, it's time we leave. I heard the voice of my friend, and I woke up Mabel. We both walked out of my room with a straight face. I could feel my heart beating rapidly against its cage as I stared at my mate. She was the only one who came, and I knew that it would be easy for the both of us to fight her off since rogues get trained in our pack. This seems like a gang fight. Don't worry, I'll be the only one fighting you, and you shouldn't think you'll go easy on you both, she said, and we charged at her. She fought with the both of us, and within minutes we were on the floor with bruises all over our bodies. Anytime our skin makes contact with each other, you'll feel the spark that erupts from my skin each time, and it keeps intensifying every time we make skin contact. Take him away and lock him up in the chariot, she said and walked away. All I could feel at that moment was hate toward my mate. I couldn't believe that this would someday happen to me. I had always thought that I'd grow old and give birth to Mabel, but that dream shattered immediately when I met my mate. I felt angry, and all I could think of at that moment was to kill my friend. Chapter 5, Going Crazy. Erica, I couldn't help but feel happy that I was able to do as I had planned. I felt content as we walked out of the pack, and I could see my mate's fiancé, and I felt a pang in my heart of jealousy in my heart which I tried hard to ignore. I love you, Mabel, he said as she struggled hard to break free from the chain. Tears started dripping down his eyes, and I growled inwardly. I felt hurt that my mate was telling another lady he loves her in my presence. I knew that taking him forcefully to my pack is gonna gut my mind, and there is no turning back. I won't return him back to his pack. I knew that something was wrong with him the moment I saw him. It felt like he was my mate and was my mate. I was put in a tight spot because his behavior made me believe that he was my mate, while my wolf and his scent was saying a different thing. I don't understand why he would want to reject me even without knowing who I was. I knew that there must be something that prompted him into doing that. I hate you. I hate you so much. I hate the moon goddess for pairing me with someone as evil as you. You cared about nothing else other than yourself. You are nothing but a crazy bitch. He yelled at me with tears dripping down his eyes as he started punching the chariot, and I knew with no doubt that the chariot would collapse if I didn't do something. I punched his neck lightly and he fell to the ground motionless. I stared at his sleeping figure and I couldn't help but feel bad for what I had done to him. I knew I was wrong with the way I approached him, but remembering how he wanted me to reject him because of his fiancée made me angry. I had it in mind to kill them both with my bare hands, but I knew that it only caused more damage than the one that had happened. I closed my eyes and I fell asleep. Alpha, we are back home. I heard the voice of Samuel through the mind. Lincoln, I flung my eyes open, and there in front of me is my mate Jerome hovering over me with a smirk on his face. What the hell are you doing? I asked him as he towered over me with both hands placed on my neck. You won't want to try this. I warned, but he sounded deaf ears to what I said. I grabbed his hands and with just a snap, I dislocated it. I knew what to do to him, but I decided to let it slide because he was my mate. You shouldn't behave like that anymore. You are now in my pack, which will be your pack from now on. I'll ask your alpha to send your files over here, I said, and he rolled his eyes while gritting his teeth angrily. She'd evil. He spat and I walked out of the chariot with a frown on my face. I was happy that things might change out for good between the both of us since we are now in my pack. I was looking forward to seeing the both of us get used to each other. I know that there is just a slim chance of getting used to each other and am ready to try everything possible to make things work out between them. Welcome back, Alpha. I heard the voice of Samuel's mate and I waved at her before heading toward the room where I intended to put him. Lock him up in there. And make sure he is comfortable. You should make sure he doesn't escape, I said to the pack warriors who nodded their heads. I walked into my room and I fell on the bed while reminiscing on what had happened in the last 24 hours. I had thought that seeing my mate would be as easy as others, but it isn't. I had thought that my mate would follow me with joy, but it's different. Different thoughts were running through my head as I laid on the bed. I felt my eyes turn into that of an angry woman. Immediately I remembered what happened in my mate's pack. I can't believe that my mate would fight me because of another girl who he intended to marry. I knew that I would have reconsidered my decisions if it was then, but now I have made up my mind. I'll make him mine. There is nowhere he can go. I have waited for almost all my life for my mate, but what happened when I found her? Alpha. He is trying to escape. I heard the sound of one of the warriors who was guarding the place where roamed Jerome. I walked out of my room hurriedly and headed toward the room where he was kept. I opened the door immediately and I met him scattering everything on the floor. I know what to do to you. It seems like I'm lenient towards you, right? The place you are going next would make things hard for you. And you won't be taken out of there for a while, I said angrily while glaring daggers at him. Lock him up in the cold room, I said to the guards, and they all stared at me with shock. I saw Jerome jolted up, but he tried hard not to show his fear, but I had seen through him. Mom, don't you think it's dangerous? It will put his life in danger, one of the guards said. I don't care about what will happen to him. All I want is for him to be looked up in there, I said, and the guard bowed before going to carry out the order. It has been hours since Jerome had been thrown into the cold room and he has been shaking visibly. His lips were starting to turn pale. I watched as he curled up in a corner to warm himself, but just as he tried to move he fell down immediately. My heart stopped beating instantly as I watched the sight in front of me. I couldn't believe what had happened. I felt my body start overreacting and I felt worry for him. Go get the keys to the cold room, I yelled to the guard, who wasted no time in bolting away. Chapter 6. Meeting her parents. Jerome. I woke up with a pang in my head and heart. My heart felt heavy as I stared around the room I was in. All I could see was nothing but white ceilings. I stared at the ceilings for a while with a foggy head. My heart was racing like I just ran a race of 500 meters. I could hear my heart beating rapidly. I tried hard to contain my breathing, but I couldn't. I was able to contain my breathing after a while. I tried hard to remember what brought me here, and all I could remember was my mate. I could remember the hatred I harbored for my mate. She doesn't care about anything or anybody. She brought me to her pack forcefully, and when I tried to escape, she almost killed me. She told the guards to throw me in a cold room, which I thought she was bluffing about, but it's nothing like I had thought. The cold room is a place I can describe as a torture room. The room is so cold that I would have been dead if I was a werewolf. I knew that I would have been able to withstand, but if I was to be a high-rank werewolf, but I wasn't. I was an ordinary werewolf for an omega. In the weakest of the pack and dim a nobody. I felt tears build up in my eyes and I tried hard to stop it from falling, but to no avail. It was as if I was held up by somebody or someone. I could feel the pains of what my mate had did to me. I feel like I was paying for something I didn't do, even though I did nothing to her, nor do I have a connection with her before. I wallowed in pain and grief for the loss of my fiancé, who I greatly missed. I was hoping that my mate would be like that of Mabel, who rejected her immediately, but mine was different. It was as if she brought me here to torture me. How does she expect me to stay in a place and lock me up like some kind of prisoners? I have heard story about her, but I didn't know she was the one. I had overheard one of the guards who she told to guard me talk about her. Her name was Erica, and immediately I heard that my heart stopped beating instantly. It was as if my heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. I couldn't believe the moon goddess could be this angry against someone so cruel. I don't know how to explain her attitude. I have heard lots of story about her being cruel, and it's nothing compared to what I heard. The experience I had with her was different. I have heard of how she only cared about herself. I knew that I have to do something to be Whitey and end to this. I knew I have to do something to stop her from hurting me more. I knew I have to try escaping again, even if it would cost my life. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Immediately I remembered my experience in the cold room. It was as if I was being freezed like those fishes we eat. I could now understand the plights of the fishes. They would be nothing but dead in seconds if they weren't dead before. It was as if they were made to suffer. I could know why the fishes turned stiff after some while. I could feel my heart beating with the need to escape. I could hear whispers from my wolf. My wolf also wanted me to escape from my wicked mate. I started jerking around trying to break myself off from the chains which was tied to my hand. I knew that they must be on my hands, on my legs, because of my mate's order. I feel myself growing angry with them, mate, but I knew that there was nothing I could do about it. I knew that things had been decided, but still I'll not give up easily. I knew the implications of getting caught, but that doesn't bother me. I knew that my mate would probably be the end of me. I kept trying to wriggle free from the shackles on my hands and legs, even though it hurt. You should stay still if you don't want to get hurt. I heard a voice said, and I turned to look at the direction of the person, and it turned out to be a woman in the 60s who had a wild jacket on like those nurses in hospitals. That would be better, and I'll keep on doing it to get killed because it'll be free from the hands of my wicked mate. I said with a pause while breathing heavily. I hate to know it mated to someone like her. She is nothing but an evil incarnate, I added with a deep sigh at her from head to toe. She isn't like that. She isn't someone like that, she said. I rolled my eyes while staring at her. You don't know her at all. I have not spent some time with her, but I knew her more than you. She is nothing but a psycho who only wanted to get all she wants and wants everybody to do as she wishes. She is my daughter, and I know what she is capable of. She must be enraged with you for something you did. She might be cruel and all that, but she doesn't hurt innocent people without a reason, she said, and I stared at her with wide eyes. I couldn't believe what was happening. She is her mother, and I have no doubt that she was going to support her daughter. I knew that mothers would want to hide their daughters' evil deeds, and she was no different. I don't know what you have done, but I hope you guys would be able to resolve all the issues you have. She is dangerous than you might think. She is dangerous when she is angry. Anyways, I'm Caitlin Woods and you are, she said, in Jerome Wolf. You can't view her the way I do. You can't because you are her mother. If you are to ask of who she really is from anyone else, then you will hear you truth about them. You will not be able to change my view of her. She will always be the wicked and cruel alpha I knew. I sputtered angrily while staring at her. It's enough, Caitlin. You should leave him alone now. You can't change the way he look at her. Time will depend on how he look at her, I heard a deep baritone voice said. I could feel my body overreacting, wanting to submit to the person. I have not felt anything like that before. I have felt the need to submit to anyone, even though I'm an omega, but I have to do that voluntarily. I knew that they might feel like him, question their order, and I'd want that the man case was different. I turned to look at the person, and I saw a man who was 6 feet tall with beards covering his jaws. He had a cold look on his face despite him not being angry. From the expression on the man's face, he had a playful look, but the look on his face was different. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I knew with no doubt that the man must be a man of power. I then remembered that the man had called Eric as mother and he called her name. He must be her mate, and I was glad that he doesn't want to keep on talking me into accepting her for who they knew her to be. "Who are you?" I asked as I stared at him with a questioning look on my face. I knew that he must be her father for calling Caitlin her name. "I'm Eric as father." "My name is Stephen," he said, and I nodded my head at his reply. I suddenly felt cold all of a sudden. I started shivering, and soon it came to Caitlin's notice. "What is happening to him?" Stephen asked with a worried look on his face. "I don't know," she replies worriedly. I could feel my eyes getting cloudy. I could feel my whole body in pain. It was as if I was thrown back into the cold room again. And this time the experience is more worse than before. "I'll have to sedate you. Your body is not well and your cells are overreacting. You should be fine within hours, and I can't say it won't persist for hours, but you will not feel the pains like you would do when you are unconscious," she said, and I nodded, having no choice but to allow her to do that. "Just get it done," I yelled with veins popping out of my head. And before I could complete my word, I could feel something entered my body, and before I could say Jack, I fell into oblivion. Chapter 7, Angry Erica. I sat down at the training ground with a frown on my face. I couldn't believe what had happened. My body was overreacting to something I didn't know about. I feel worried about something or someone whose name I don't remember. I feel like I have offended someone, but I didn't know the person. I have not felt like this before in my entire life. I have never cared about or worried about someone or something like this before. It's like I have greatly offended the person. I could feel nervousness seeping through my body. "Alpha, I'm here," I heard Victoria's voice say, and I turned to look at her with a smile. I was glad she could make it here. I was hoping we could both have a duel. I want to blow out my steam, and I hope she does too. "I called you here because..." I was saying before I was cut off by Victoria. "You called me here because you want to have a duel with me." "Right. Just like old times when you are confused and don't know what to do," she said hastily as she stared at me with a knowing smirk. And I nodded my head. "It has been long since we last had a duel, and I must admit that I miss it," I said. And she smiled as she stared at me. "What are you waiting for?" she asked as she stared at me with a tingle of excitement. "Let's get started," she added, and I stood up with a smile. "Don't go easy on me because I won't," I said, and she rolled her eyes. "As if you can do anything to me," said Victoria as she charged at me with a smirk plastered on her face. I dodged her advances, and I punched her stomach. She dodged the punch, and she lunged her legs at me, which I dodged easily. I slid on the ground and did a sweeping kick, which she dodged by leaping up lightly. I took my stances again, and I stared at her menacingly with a dangerous glare on my face. She charged at me again, but this time with a fake punch, which I dodged, and before I knew it, she punched my stomach. "Look who is talking about not going easy on me, you just got your butt whipped by me," Victoria said with a taunting look on her face, and I smirked. "I'm afraid to judge, let's just get started," I said. And with that, I rushed toward her. I did a high flip while swinging my hands and legs to hit her face, but she managed to dodge it at the last minute. But my legs hit her nose a bit. "Enough of the chit-chat, Victoria," I said, and I dashed toward her while ducking left and right while punching her body. She dodged all my advances, but she didn't know what was coming her way. I gave her a punch in the face and did a bicycle kick, landing it on her face again. I stopped immediately, and I walked up to her worriedly. Her face had been cut, and blood was seeping out of it. I stared at her worriedly, not knowing what to do. I knew that the cut would heal soon, but I wasn't happy with what just happened. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to hurt you," I said, and she rolled her eyes while cleaning off the blood. I looked at the cut on her face, which is now healed, but I couldn't take it off my mind. I couldn't believe I did this to my best friend, and it's all because of my damn boyfriend, whom I have been thinking about. After the incident at the cold room, I told the guards to take him to my mother for him to get treated, but I haven't heard from my mother, and that's likely because I have blocked everyone out of the mind link. It's now healed, so you shouldn't think too much about it, Victoria said as she sat down on one of the stools in the training ground. The whole place is vacant because the time for practice is over and we are now in the evening. I knew that no one could come to this place right now, but still, I felt like someone might just walk in on us without announcing it, and I felt nervous. We need to talk, Victoria said, and I sighed heavily before nodding my head, urging her to continue. What have you done about your mate's issue? She asked with a questioning look on her face. Nothing. Do you think I have time to be forcing myself on him? He had made it clear that he loved his fiancée, Mabel, or whatever she is called. I only brought him here to see if he would have a change of heart. You don't have to worry about him. I planned on sending him off back to his pack after a week or so, I said as I stared at the sky. A sick smile was plastered on my face. All I could do was think of what would happen next. I have always wanted to accept my partner, and seeing him in the first place, I wanted to accept him, but seeing the way he behaved, I still wanted him to be part of my life. He forced me to be as I was to other people to him. I was willing to show him what I'm capable of doing, but he made me show it. I have never been hostile towards any of my close relatives unless needed, and seeing that he was ready to accept me made me enraged. I wanted to make him mine the moment I saw him because I was attracted to him. He wanted me to reject him at all costs because he was in love with another woman. It hurt me to realize that, and I knew that the only way to hurt him was by taking him away from Mabel. I knew that what I was doing was wrong, but I do not care about what people say. I myself knew that I wouldn't be able to release him because I had made it my priority to make him suffer and hurt like a... We both know that you aren't releasing him soon, and all I'll say to you is that you should be lenient toward him because you might end up killing your mate in the end, she said, and she left me sitting in the training center. I was sitting there wallowing in thoughts for minutes, but that was interrupted by Victoria, who ran toward me. Alpha, you need to come see this, I heard her say with a wavering voice. What is the problem? I asked with a creased eyebrow, and she sighed impatiently. It's Jerome, she said, and I felt my heart stop beating instantly. I could feel my heart beating rapidly and heavily after a while. I could hear the sound of my own heartbeat. I could feel my whole body get sweaty all of a sudden. I felt a gush of emotions wash through me, and I felt cold suddenly, but it was fine within a few seconds. I could feel the way the blood was being pumped in my heart. What happened to him? I asked as I stood up while staring at her with a worried look plastered on my face. He is, she was saying, but I cut her short. What happened to him? Is he all right? Tell me, Victoria, I demanded, and she sighed heavily while fidgeting with her fingers. He is sick, and your mom said she can't say if he will be able to survive it. She dropped the bombshell, and I stared at her with shock etched on my face. I couldn't believe what she just said. I knew that throwing him in the cold room is cruel and wicked, but I was so angry that I ordered him to be thrown in there, and not only that, I let him stay in there for too long. I didn't think of what that could do to his nervous system, but all I cared about at that time was making him pay for trying to escape. I ran toward the hospital where my mother was working. She was the one I took Jerome to. I rushed into the ward, where I met my nurse operating on him. Mom, is he going to be okay? I asked my mom, who didn't reply but only glared at me angrily. You are asking such a question when you are the one responsible for this. I don't believe this is the person I raised you up to be, my mom said, and I looked at her angrily. I couldn't believe she would say something like this. I couldn't believe she didn't trust me. She knew that I couldn't do a thing to him without a reason. Do you actually think that I'll keep quiet after what you just said? You don't know anything about what just happened, and you are judging me already, I shouted angrily as I stared at my mom. Chapter 8, Heartbroken Erica. I couldn't believe that my mom would say something like this. What she said sent me off the edge. How dare she try to accuse me of something I didn't do? She knew that I would not do such a thing, but she agreed to it because he is my mate. Does she know what he has done to me? She should know what had warranted my doing so. Don't talk to your mom like that, young lady, my dad said in a deep, baritone voice that carries authority. I felt myself wanting to submit to his voice, but I was able to override his tone. You should know what he did before questioning me. If it were you, what would you do? I know you would do worse than I did. How would you feel if my dad was telling someone that you loved her and not only that you were there? How would you feel if my dad had wanted to reject you the instant he met you because of the so-called girl he loved? What would you do? You can't understand a thing because you haven't experienced it. I yelled at her, and I stormed out of the room in anger. I almost pushed Victoria away, but she happened to see it coming. I walked into my room, and I closed the door with a loud bang behind me. I locked the door with tears dripping down my face. I closed my eyes, letting the tear drop down slowly. I could taste the salty liquid in my mouth, and I knew that it was my tears. My heart was in pain as this was happening. I could feel my eyes getting cloudy due to the tears that were blocking my view. I felt my throat become dry. Most people might think that I'm as strong as I portrayed myself. And I am. I am strong in many places, but with my family, I feel weak. I'm jovial with my parents and friends. And most especially, I can't bear to argue with my parents. And when I do, I go directly to my room. I will cry for hours, and I won't talk to anyone. I had been trying to get rid of this habit, but it isn't working. I don't want people to know that I cry would have a serious argument with my parents, especially the pack members. I knew that they would think I'm weak in all sorts of things, and am not ready to let them think lowly of me. I have always wished to have a lovely and caring partner, but that changed the moment I met him. All my anger and frustration were directed at him because he doesn't want me. I wanted him, and I knew that there was no way he was going to approve of me, but I knew there was nothing I could do. It has been hours now since I was in my room, and by the time I left my room, it was night time. I have made up my mind to apologize to my friend, to let him go since he doesn't want me. I knew that keeping him here was not going to do me any good. I knew that he wasn't happy here, and I'll let him go after he recovers from the effects of cold room. I'll let him go so peace can reign. I'll choose a worthy person who can rule alongside me. I'm not going to let the person into my life. I walked toward the room where he was kept, and I saw my mother seated on the chair. She stood up immediately when she saw me enter the room, and I looked away from her with guilt in my eyes. My eyes caught sight of Jerome, who was laying peacefully on the bed. I could tell that I had done him something bad, which I felt guilty of. I feel guilty for making him like this. I knew I was responsible, and it only increased the guilt I was feeling. My heart was thrown into a feast of sadness, knowing that I had made a terrible mistake. I'm ready to let bygones be bygones. I'll let him go, and I'll focus on the bright future. Sorry for what I said earlier. My mom apologized, and I rolled my eyes. I knew that this was going to happen after I told them what he did. I have always cried whenever I knew that nobody knew what I was going through. And when I did, I felt angry. My anger with my parents always comes with tears, which they don't know about. I hope you don't go to your room to cry like you always do. My dashed as I turned to look at him with a shocked look on my face. How do you know that? I asked with an embarrassed look on my face. I knew that was your habit whenever we had an argument. My dad replied, and my cheek turned red. Why aren't you saying anything? My dad asked, looking at my mom, who had become silent since the time we started our conversation. She was staring at me with a long look on her face, and I knew with no doubt that she wanted to say something to me. I knew what she wanted to say to me, and I'm not going to let her persuade me. She was going to tell me to go easy on him, not knowing what I had planned. You don't have to worry. I will let him leave the pack once he is back on his feet. You don't need to talk me into anything, I said, and I could hear her gasp. I knew that what I was going to do was going to cost me my happiness. But seeing him happy is enough. He'll not let my emotions get in my way anymore. How are you going to lead this pack? My dad asked as he stared at me, and I could feel his eyes bore holes in my body. It was as if he could read through me. The fighting challenge that the pack members want to organize would do the trick. And not only the pack members are eligible to fight in the duel, others from another pack can join, I said. And my mom stared at me in shock. No, you don't have to do that. My mom pleaded with moisture in her eyes. This was something she always does whenever she wants me to do something for her. But I'm not ready to fall for that. I'm not going to let her tears force me to do something I don't want to do. I have always cheerfully done everything she asked of me, but I'm not ready to do that now. I have made my decision. And moreover, he has a fiancé and will be getting married in a few months. I will only stop him from being happy if he is here in my pack. He would be better off without me, I said with a gloomy voice. It's a hard decision for me to make, but I'm ready to do that for his happiness. And there is no way I'm accepting him back. If he decides to stay here to be with me, they'll reject that I'll send him away to his so-called fiancé, whom he loves, I said, and they both looked at me with shock. I knew that they were not expecting my last word, but I have said my words, and there won't be any going back. I won't go back on my words. I'll see to it. Mom, Dad, it's already night time. You can both leave. They'll take it from here. Moreover, I'm the one responsible for this, and I have every right to right my wrongs, I said with a sad smile on my face. Good night, Erica, my dad said as he signaled for my mom to follow him. I looked around the room with a sad smile plastered on my face. I knew what I was doing wouldn't make me happy, but I'm going to do everything in my power to make my partner happy. I don't want to be the reason why my friend is sad. I carried a stool, and I sat on it. I want to watch him sleep, and I want to make sure he is okay. This is the only thing I can do for him now. The stool was close to his bed, and I felt my heart start beating rapidly as I stared at his face. I fell asleep after a while with my head on the bed. I woke up to the movement of things. I felt a movement in my hair. It was as if my hair were being ruffled by someone. And with that, I opened my eyes. I stood up suddenly, and soon, I stood up, and as I was raising my head, I felt my head hit something, and I heard a groan. All the incidents that happened came rushing into my head, and I looked around and noticed that I was still in the ward. I was laying peacefully and more comfortably earlier on Jerome's lap. My eyes were round with shock. Hi, everyone. The novel I'm going to introduce today has a gripping plot. Jerome is engaged to Mabel, but fate brings him together with Erica. Erica, unable to control her feelings, takes Jerome to her pack. Jerome, stricken with guilt, tries to resist Erica but can't deny the pull she has on him. Meanwhile, Mabel is desperate to reach Jerome, and Erica's parents are concerned about her obsession. How will Jerome resolve this tangled situation? Will Erica's love triumph? Let's uncover the story together. Chapter 9, Confused Jerome. The weight of Erica's parents' words hung heavy in the air, and I, the unnamed narrator, felt a crushing wave of guilt wash over me. As a member of our supernatural pack, I should have known better than to toy with the emotions of my mate. I had foolishly believed that Erica would react like others in our world, rejecting me outright when faced with the truth of my conflicted heart. My plan had backfired spectacularly. I had hoped for her rejection, but instead, I had inflicted deep wounds upon her loyal heart. The memory of professing my love to Mabel and then asking her to reject me now felt like a cruel joke. My wolf, usually so certain and dominant, whimpered with remorse within me. The love I once felt for Mabel still lingered, a ghost of emotion that refused to fade entirely. Yet as I lay there, listening to the concerned voices of Erica's parents, I questioned whether that love still held any true power over me. I realized that clinging to those past feelings would only lead to more pain and confusion for everyone involved. A pang of jealousy shot through me at the thought of Mabel moving on, giving other potential mates a chance. But I quickly admonished myself, recognizing the hypocrisy of such thoughts. After all, hadn't I done the same to Erica? My mind was a battlefield, torn between the urge to flee the pack and seek out Mabel, and the instinct to stay and honor the bond with my true mate. The revelation that Erica cried after arguments with her parents, especially the recent one caused by my actions, only intensified my guilt. My wolf howled mournfully within me, sensing the pain we had caused our mate. As I lay there, feigning unconsciousness but acutely aware of every word exchanged between Erica and her parents, I was overcome with remorse. The realization of how much suffering I had inflicted upon Erica, simply because I had wanted to reject her despite her peaceful intentions, filled me with self-loathing. My wolf and I were united in our shame, recognizing the damage we had done to the very person we were meant to protect and cherish. I knew that she was ready to let me go, even though she didn't want me to. I knew that leaving the pack would only do more damage to her. I now knew the reason behind her irrational behavior with me. I knew she brought me here when I fainted in the cold room, but I don't want to think of that. I had thought that her doing all that was to make sure I don't die so I can do things she wants me to do. I thought she was just as the people had portrayed her. I thought she was as arrogant toward people as she is toward me. I thought she was a rooted alpha who only wanted her wish to come true. I had to try standing up to tell them I was aware of all that was happening and that I was at fault for everything. I want to tell them that I tried to rectify my mistakes but couldn't. I don't like the idea of leaving her, even though I have always wanted to do so. I knew that if it was the moment I arrived here that I was asked to leave, then I'd do so immediately. But now that has changed. I don't want to be apart from her. I could hear her whispers even though they were inaudible when I was asleep. I knew she was keeping watch on me, just like she had said to her parents. It's morning now, and am now able to move my body. My eyes were sore, and I rubbed my fingers gently over them. I looked around and noticed that Erica was still sleeping peacefully with her head on the bed. I stood up, and I carefully placed her head on my lap. I stared at her sleeping figure, and I couldn't help but feel more attracted to her. I knew that my absence from Mabel would make things hard for the burning passion I had for her to keep increasing. I knew that the person in close to was the person my heart would get attracted to. I knew that it would be unfair if I let Mabel go and accepted Erica. I was confused about what to do. I knew that whatever I did would greatly affect one of them. I knew what Mabel and Erica can do whenever they are angry. I knew that Erica would keep on venting her anger on anything around her. I was so lost in thought that I don't know when I took my hand to her hair. I started stroking her hair without knowing. It felt silky, and I got carried away by it. I felt her trying to lift her head up, and before I knew it, she raised her head, and her head hit my stomach really hard. What the hell is this? I heard her yell as she stood up from the bed. I felt my hand drop from her hair. She looked at me with a hard glare on her face. I felt a cold chill of fear run down my spine. I was thinking straight when I took her head on my lap. And not only that, I started stroking her hair. I didn't think of the consequences of her catching me in the act. Good morning, I greeted timidly, knowing that she was happy with what I had done, and I knew she had every right to be. I knew what she was trying to do, get over me, which I don't want to happen. I don't want to be apart from her. And I knew that if I have to keep on pretending that I'm sick to be here, it'll keep on doing that. I'm confused about what to do. I don't know what to do or say. I felt my mouth get heavy trying to talk. I don't know if I should stay here or leave. What's good about the morning? Hun, who gave you the right to place my head on your lap? It seems like I'm lenient towards you. I know what to do to you. I will lock you up in the cold room again. And this time I won't let you go even if you are to die in there, she said coldly, with a mean look on her face. I knew she didn't mean what she said, but I have a feeling that she would do that again if she were to be made angry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to, but I thought you were Mabel because that's how she usually lays her head on my lap, I said, hoping that what I said would not let her think of anything. I knew she would be confused about why I'm stroking her hair, and I don't want her to think that I'm having feelings for her. I don't want her to think so. I don't want to have anything to do with her, nor do I want to leave her. I knew that she might get angry with what I just said, but I have no way to divert her attention. Do I look like Mabel to you? You should get well and leave this room. You aren't needed here. I'm sorry for what I've done to you while you've been here, but I want you to know that you can leave when your health has improved. I don't want you lingering on my porch. I don't want to hurt you anymore, and all I want from you is to distance yourself from me, she said, and before I could say anything, she left the room. I was left speechless, not knowing what to do. I knew she was the one that had always wanted to be with me, but I doubt if that is possible. I doubt if she would still want to be with me. I knew that what I had said and how all my behavior had portrayed me had made her want me to be someone else. I wasn't happy with the way she behaved, but I knew that she had made up her mind. And with the look of things, I knew that she wouldn't want to change her mind. Good morning. I greeted Eric as parents, who had just arrived. Morning. Son, how are you doing? Steve and Eric as father said something, and I smiled at him. I'm doing just fine. What is wrong with your daughter? She doesn't seem to be happy. What is the matter with her? I asked worriedly while staring at them. I don't want them to know I'm worried about her. I don't want them to know that I'm worried, because I don't want them to find out I heard everything they said yesterday. She is. Stephen was saying this when Eric as mother cut in. Nothing, she is just having mood swings, Caitlin said, cutting Stephen off. I knew for a fact that I had to act like I was still sick for a while to know what to do. I knew that I had to be sure of what I wanted to do before I could do anything. I knew that I would miss Mabel greatly, but I needed to know what to do. I need to know the best decision I can make. I knew that things wouldn't be as good as I wanted them to be. I knew that being confused wouldn't help matters, but there is nothing I can do to stop that. Chapter 10, Wanting My Mate Erica. My heart felt like it had been pierced by millions of sores that are laced with wolf stain. I couldn't bear to see my friend say to my face thinks I'm someone else. I felt sad knowing that my own mate doesn't recognize me but instead thinks that I'm somebody else, but not anybody but the person he said he loves. I don't know whose partner had the guts to tell them to their face that they loved someone else and that their partner looked like the person they loved. My heart wasn't in good shape, and I knew if I didn't take care of it, I might break down. I knew for a fact that my partner is in love with someone else, and it hurt me to know that, but that's the absolute truth that can't be changed. I knew that being an alpha, I might be able to hold it, but this is different. I wasn't able to hold it. I knew that I had no strength in me to withstand the fact that my partner thinks I'm not the person I am but another person. I feel hurt knowing that my mate loves someone else and also told me he hated me. I had thought that he was stroking my hair because he wanted to, but I wasn't happy after knowing that he thought I was someone else. I was heartbroken, but I knew there was nothing I could do about it. I knew that there was nothing I could do to make him love me. I knew that forcing myself on him wasn't appropriate and would make me look cheap, which I don't want. It might look like him begging him to accept me. I don't want things that would look like him forcing myself to make him love me. If he is destined to be mine, he will be, but I knew for a fact that he was destined to be Mabel-less. I knew that I might not be happy seeing him with another person, but I knew that him being happy is enough. Victoria, can we meet in the garden? I said through the mind link, and she laughed. It seems like I already knew you would be coming. And not only that I'm here with my mate. He just went to the office. He has some things to attend to. There are some junks here that we can eat, Victoria replied, and I cut the mind link. I was glad that things worked out for me. It was a gift from the moon goddess. I was glad that the things that we need are already there. It was as if we wanted to make preparations for a picnic. I knew that the both of them had planned the picnic and had probably gone through with everything before Samuel left. I felt jealous knowing that my mate wasn't in support of me being his mate, and I doubt if we will plan a picnic one day. I knew that my mate wouldn't want a date with me, let alone talk about planning a picnic for the both of us. Good morning, Alpha. Victoria greeted me immediately. She set her eyes on me, and I offered her a smile before replying to her greeting. Morning, Victoria, I replied. I knew we might be friends, but she has never once tried to call me by my name unless necessary. She had it in her blood to always respect those who were superior to her.
It is earlier. What's up with you and your mate?
I thought you always scheduled your dates and picnics at night. But why is today different? I asked as I stared at her with a clueless look on my face. It's because he's been busy lately. She replied. Why do you want to see me? She asked after a while of silence, and I huffed heavily while staring at her. I knew I had to say everything that has been bothering me to someone, but I doubt if that would be possible. I knew that I had no one in this pack that I trusted so much to relay my plights except Victoria, who is my best friend. She is the only one who won't make fun of me because she is a well-respected person, and she loves respecting people. She always makes sure that she doesn't make fun of others. It's my mate. I started, and she sighed while looking at me attentively. He isn't as I have thought he would be. He stroked my hair, and when I woke up he told me that I resembles the girl he loves. It hurt me to know he is in love with another person, but seeing the way he was always behaved I thought otherwise, but I knew that what I won't happen even in my wildest dream. I knew for a fact that none of my wish to be his would come to pass, I said in one breath, and she sighed heavily with her eyes shimmering with affections. I knew for a fact that she knew how I was feeling just by putting herself in my position. I'm glad I have someone like her who is caring. I'm glad that I have someone like her in my pack. I knew she would make a great female beta. I know that you are feeling hurt, but I'll advise you not to let your emotions cloud your judgment. I won't want you to make mistakes that you might regret late in the game. I want you to be as calm as possible when dealing with your friend, she said with a pause, and I smiled at her. You should act like you aren't concerned about him for now, and make sure you react less whenever he says something. He will know that what he said hurt you as time goes on, and that can only happen if you act less concerned. He will figure all this out himself, she said, and I nodded my head. I was trying all I have in me not to cry out here. I knew that if I do then I might be seen by one of the pack members. Thanks for your advice. I'll stick to it, I said, and she offered me a smile. Aren't you going to eat? Victoria asked as she ate the snack she threw into her mouth. I smiled at her and we both started eating. We ate in silence and we were almost done when we heard the sound of someone coming towards us. Good afternoon. Alpha, I heard a voice said. I knew instantly that it was that of Samuel. Good afternoon. Wait, is it afternoon already? I asked and he nodded. My eyes went round with shock. I couldn't believe what he had said. I looked at my wristwatch and it turned out that it's afternoon already. Yes, it is. We spent so much time talking and eating that we forget to check time, Victoria said, and I smiled at her. They'll have it to steal my mate from you. We need to do something, Samuel said as he stared at her with a naughty smile. I couldn't help but feel jealous of her. I knew she was happy with her mate and I wasn't. I now know the need for a mate. I don't know what or how it is to have a mate before, but now I do. I feel hurt to know that I couldn't do anything to stop that from happening. Aren't you supposed to be at the office? You said you will be quite busy today, Victoria asked, and he smiled at her. All this while I was busy watching them play, and I couldn't help but be wowed at their love display. I felt jealous of her every moment because I had always wanted this, but my mate doesn't want it to happen. I have a surprise for you, and that's what I had been preparing, Samuel said, and I couldn't but smile at that. We will leave now, Alpha, Samuel said, and they left me. I stared at the both of them as they walked away from the garden. I stared at them until they were out of sight, my eyes never leaving the spot I last saw them. I stared around the garden with a sad smile on my face. It was night already and I had my dinner. I tried sleeping, but I couldn't. All that was popping up in my head is thoughts about Jerome. I knew that I have to see him before I can be able to sleep. I knew that without seeing him I won't be able to take him off my mind. If it was before I would have tried fighting it off, but today I don't feel the need to do so. I walked up to his room and I crept the door open. I peeked through the door and I saw he was already asleep. I couldn't help but feel the need to admire him while he was asleep. I felt him turn to another side of the bed and I shut the door immediately, not wanting him to catch me staring at him. Chapter 11. Restless Mabel. I woke up with a pang of a headache, hoping to see Jerome beside me, but I couldn't. I felt my heart ache immediately. I couldn't believe he had been gone for days now. I felt the need to hate him. But I knew that I didn't have to do that because he wasn't responsible for that. Erica was. I felt the need to strangle her and bury her for letting me be apart from my mate. I felt the need to cry and kill him for what she had done. But I knew there was nothing I could do about it. I have been restless the past few days for Jerome, but there is nothing I can do. I have been trying to find ways to contact him, but I have found none. I tried hard and even tried telling the Alpha to contact him, but he didn't want to. I have made up my mind to keep bugging him to give in to my demands. I knew that he would have no choice but to do as I have said. I stood up from my bed and staggered into the bathroom to have my bath. I walked out of the bathroom shortly with my hair dripping with water. I made my way toward my closets, and I took out a pair of clothes, which I wore immediately after applying lotion to my body. I sighed heavily as I sat on the bed with the same headache. I knew the reason I was having the pangs of a headache, and that was because I'm worried about Jerome. I wasn't happy with the fact that he was taken away from me months before our marriage ceremony would take place. I couldn't help the sign that escaped my mind. I have missed him greatly in his absence. And then I knew that I didn't appreciate him when he was with me. I don't miss him like I do when he is in the pack. I then knew that the phrase "you don't understand someone's worth when they are with you, but only when you lose them will you know their worth" applied. Mabel. I heard a voice jolting me out of my thoughts, and I looked up to find my best friend staring at me with wide eyes. What's the matter? I stared at her angrily, asking why she was interrupting my thoughts. I have been calling you for hours now, but you aren't answering. Wait a minute. Don't tell me you are thinking of your fiancé again, she asked, and I rolled my eyes at her. Why won't I? I have missed him dearly, and I can't believe he has been gone for days, I said, and she rolled her eyes. Do you know if he is being treated fairly over there? Do you know if he has actually forgotten about you? My best friend had asked, and I stared at her angrily with my eyes blazing anger. Don't you dare say something like that. I know what he can do. He loves me more than anything and won't try to even hurt me. He would not try such a thing, I said angrily with an animalistic growl, and she rolled her eyes at me. I just say what's on my mind. And moreover, we can't say if it's true, she said again, and I charged at her angrily for saying such. I held her throat angrily, and she glared hard at me before removing my hand from her throat. Has it gotten up to this? I'm only advising you, but it seems like you don't need me as your friend, she said, and she made her way toward the door. I sighed heavily, knowing that what I had done wasn't right, and I knew that if it had been other people, a fight would have ensued between the two of us. I'm glad I have someone like her as my best friend because I don't know what would have happened if it were someone else. I'm glad I have someone who can remain calm even when she is angry. I'm sorry for that. It's just that I don't like the way you talk about my fiancé, I said apologetically, and she turned to face me with a quizzical look on her face. I won't try that again, but I'm only trying to look out for you. I don't want you to get hurt in the end, she said, and I smiled at her. Why don't you let us get what we intend to dog? I said, and she smiled at me. Her expression soon turned to that of a person who caught me doing something bad. Have you eaten? She asked all of a sudden, and I felt my heart stop beating instantly. I knew for a fact that I was in for lots of lecturing from her for not eating. No, I haven't, and I'm planning on doing that after we get back from the Alpha's house, I said with my head bowed, knowing that she wouldn't be happy hearing that. I will go get you something to eat, and don't you dare try to leave the room, she said, and she left the room. It was long before she appeared with a flask in her hands. Start eating right now, she said in a motherly tone, and I couldn't help but chuckle at her tone. We walked out of the house and made our way towards the Alpha's office. I knew that I had to do something to stop all this. I knew that I had to know how he had been doing. I need to know what he is doing over there. I knew that he would be hurt and that things wouldn't be as good for him as I thought. Good morning, Alpha, I said, and he sighed heavily before turning to look at me. Morning. How can I help you? He asked with a stern look on his face, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. But I knew things wouldn't be as smooth as I had planned. I came here because of Jerome. You are the one who approved Erica to take her to her pack, I said, and I saw a fierce look on his face. He looked like he wanted to murder me, and I couldn't help but shiver. All this while my best friend was silent, not knowing what to do. How dare you? Do you want to get killed? You dare call Alpha Erica by her name, you can get killed for what you just did, the Alpha said, and I scoffed with a look that said, what can she do? I knew I should be as afraid as others, but I feel no atom of fear in me. I don't see the need to respect the person who kidnapped my fiancé. I knew for a fact that she might not want to reject him, and that only added to my insecurities. I was able to protest what he had said, but I was cautioned by my best friend, who pinched me. I'm sorry on her behalf, my best friend started. I stared at her with shock, but she didn't give me a look at all. All she wants is to see her fiancé, and their wedding is taking place soon in the next few months. They aren't supposed to be apart from each other. She is worried about him, my best friend said again. I knew Sandra can be deceitful sometimes, but I wasn't expecting her to say such. I knew that she was only trying to make him see reasons why I needed to contact him, and I couldn't help but be happy about all this. I feel happy that I have someone who supports me, and I couldn't be more happy to have Sandra as my best friend. I knew that it was good, but what can I do or say about it? Our pack is one of the smallest in the country, and I won't want her to cause havoc because of him. I also don't want him to leave the pack, but there is nothing I can do about it. I'm helpless, the Alpha said, and I couldn't help but feel sad about all this. I can't know how hurt he would be feeling. I knew that it would hurt his ego to be controlled by someone superior. And not only that, but a girl. I can figure out what you can do. You can send a letter to him through a bird, and you will have to wait for his reply, the Alpha said, and I smiled at him. I knew that there was nothing else he could do for me other than help me with that. I knew that it wouldn't be easy to get his reply, but there is nothing I can do. I only pray that the message gets to him. I will send the letter to him through a bird. He will recognize the bird immediately, I said to the Alpha, and with that, I walked out of the Alpha's office with Sandra beside me. Chapter 12, Affections Jerome. Knowing that my mate peeked in on me while I was asleep, I couldn't help but be confused. I didn't know what to do. I felt my powers being drained from my body. I felt the need to know what she really wanted, but I knew that whatever I asked of her would make her angry. And moreover, I knew her intentions were now known to me. She wanted to accept me before, but I didn't want to accept her back because in love with someone else and am engaged to the person already. I knew I had to say I think that she is Mabel, and that was because I was out of choice. But I knew there was nothing to do or say to cover up what I did yesterday. I also don't know what prompted me to do what I did yesterday. Here I am in my room, pacing to and fro in the morning. I couldn't understand why she would come to take a peek at me even though she knew that I was going to be leaving soon. I also don't want to leave, but considering Mabel, I knew that I had to leave no matter what. I knew she would be heartbroken for not seeing me for so long, and so did I. I'm not happy that we are staying apart from each other since we are engaged. I knew that it was cruel of me to think of her, but what can I do? I know that I can never be with my mate, and I know that forcing myself on her isn't good. Moreover, I have someone and getting married too soon. I have someone that'll marry, and I knew it wouldn't be long for her to find someone else. I feel like all the things she told her parents were lies now. I feel like she only did that on purpose. She said that to make her parents stop scolding her for what she did. I have been believing that since I didn't know her reasons were different. I couldn't help but be awed at how my friend is deceitful. I knew that if she had wanted to accept me, she wouldn't have brought me here with force and wouldn't have hurt me. I felt my anger rise, and I couldn't help but vow to leave the pack soon. I felt the need to be far away from my mate. She would want to use me to get what she wants, and she would end up rejecting me at the end when people would think I was wrong. I felt my heart take as I stared out through the window. I wanted something to calm myself from all that is happening. I have a little hope inside me that she isn't lying but is telling the truth. I knew for a fact that no matter how hard I tried to believe that she wanted to accept me, seeing the ways she behaved around me, I knew she was ready to accept me. I tightened my fist in anger, as I couldn't help but think of the possibilities of her wanting to accept me. Will I agree to her request? Will I let her accept me as her mate? What would become of Mabel? I couldn't help the thoughts that were popping out of my head. I knew that even if she were to accept me, there was no way I was going to accept her back. I knew what I wanted was different from what I was doing. I want her to accept me after all the things Ivy said about her and the fact that she doesn't want to. I knew that she would be heartbroken in the end if she accepted me because I have a fee and key already and there is no going back. I couldn't control my thoughts. I couldn't understand why I was angry with her when I was doing what she was doing. I knew that I already have a boyfriend and that he would reject me for someone else. But I don't like the thought of it. What could be wrong with me? I thought with my hands placed on my chin. You are in love with her, and the only thing you can do is tell her. My wolf said, and I rolled my eyes. I was shocked by that, but I knew that it might be true, but I don't want to believe it. I was trying to calm myself down while taking deep breaths, and I was getting calmer each second. I sighed heavily and stared deeply into the sky. I couldn't help but admire the sky. I was still staring at the sky when I felt a bird fly past me. I couldn't help but feel like I knew the bird from somewhere. I feel my heart beating rapidly. I felt my mind go to the bird that Mabel and I had. They were birds that we bought, and I couldn't help but think it was the one. I knew that there was only one way to find out if it was the one or not, and that was by calling it. I looked around but couldn't find the bird. I know that if the bird is around, then it'll be able to see the outcome of my test. But nevertheless, I'm going to do that. I put my index fingers in my mouth, and I whistled. I stared around for a while and didn't see it. I felt my heart ache while a few lone tears escaped my eyes. I cleaned my eyes immediately, not wanting anybody to see it. I have walked to the bed in my room, and I sit on it dejectedly. I could swear that the birds resembled the one Mabel and I had, but I knew that it was the same one. I knew that there was no way the bird would be the one we had because our pack is not close to the dark stream pack. I knew for a fact that the bird cannot leave its cage unless it is let out of it. I stood up from the bed and made my way toward the bathroom, but I stopped on my track after hearing the chip of a bird behind me. I couldn't believe what I heard. I heard the voice of the bird, and not only that, but I turned to look at it, and my eyes widened with shock. Don't tell me that it's the same bird that I bought. I stared at the bird with a surprised look on my face. I knew that it might be the one, but I need to confirm it again. The bird was seated on the window frame. I whistled, and the bird flew toward me instantly. I stretched out my hand. It flew onto my hands. As it flew towards me, I saw a letter attached to its legs, and I knew with no doubt that it was Mabel's handiwork. I took the bird, and I placed it on the window side after collecting the letter from its claws, which it used in holding on to the letter. I felt my eyes widen with happiness. I couldn't contain my excitement after seeing who wrote the letter. I knew it was Mabel, but I wanted to be sure, and I'm glad it's her. I was happy that she didn't forget about me. I'm glad that she still remembers me even when I'm away from her, and I felt my heart beat rapidly at the thought. I knew that since she wrote to me, she would have been worried about me. She would have been trying to find ways to come here. I couldn't help but love her more after what she just did. I haven't opened the letter to read it, but I knew that whatever was inside would be about how I'm doing and all that sort of thing. I knew that she was worried about me. I knew that I didn't want to read the letter yet, and I decided to do that after having my morning bath. I dropped the letter close to the bird. Guide and protect this letter like your life depends on it, I said to the bird, and I walked into the bathroom. I brushed my teeth, then I have my bath. I walked out of the bathroom with a towel tied around my waist. I dried my body and put on my clothes before heading toward the place where I dropped the letter with the bird watching over it. I opened the letter, and the first line I read from the letter almost made me cry. I could feel the nervousness she was feeling while writing and the worries she had about me being here. I knew that all she wanted to know was if I was being treated badly here. I knew that if I told her all that I was facing here, she might come here and cause commotion. which might end up getting her into trouble. I smiled as I read the message, and I couldn't help but feel happy about the way she cared for me. Chapter 13, Jealousy Erica. I was walking past the corridor to Jerome's mess room when I heard him whistle. I froze on the spot, not knowing what to do, but soon I shrugged it off my mind and I walked away. I felt my mind bugging me to check it out, but I knew it wouldn't be a good option. I knew for a fact that I couldn't let him catch me. I knew that he might have ideas that I had been peeking at, and I don't want him to think of those. I knew he might think something was weird and unusual about me peeking at him. He will feel that I'm hiding something, and I don't want him to find anything out. I knew if he found out something was wrong, he would keep trying to find out from me. I knew that he would use the opportunity to get close to me to know what was wrong, and after getting what he needed, he would leave me alone. I don't want to get attached to him. I was on my way back to my room, and I passed the same route, which was the corridor that leads to his room. There are other ways, but I felt my mind bugging me to walk past his room. I was in front of his door, and I saw the door was slightly opened. I peeked in through the open spot, and I saw him stand up. I listened carefully with my ears on high alert, wanting to know what he wanted to do or what would prompt him into doing that. I could hear the flapping of wings, and I knew with no doubt that it was that of a bird because I could hear the chippings of the bird. I heard him whistle again, so I peeked in to see what was happening, and I saw the bird fly towards him. I saw something attached to the legs of the bird, and I knew with no doubt that it was a letter. I knew the letter was from his fiancée. I felt hurt knowing this, but I knew there was nothing I could do about it. I knew that he had the right to write letters to his fiancée, and that is because I forcefully took him away from his fiancée and pack. I walked away from his room and headed to mine. I wore a long face as I headed toward my room. I entered my room, and I lay on the bed thinking about how my life is. I have been leading a life so full of roses that I hardly feel hurt. I have always thought that things would go smoothly forever with me, but I guess they don't. I knew that I'd have to face the hard truth that I could not be with my mate. I was lost in thoughts when I heard a knock on my door. I couldn't help but wonder who was at the door. I hardly have anyone to knock on my door. I knew that no one would dare do that, and the only person who could do that was Victoria. "Come in, the door is not locked," I said, and I felt the door click open. I felt that the scent of the person was different, and I couldn't help but think that the person who opened the door was Victoria. I felt that something was wrong, but I couldn't pinpoint what it was. I shrugged it off my mind, and I motioned for him to come closer. "Come on, sit on the bed. It's not like this is the first time you've entered my room." I said, and I felt the person shiver slightly, and immediately I knew it was Victoria. "Victoria, come on, don't act like you," I was saying, but I heard a whiff of the person's smell, which turned out to be my friend's. I stood up abruptly, and I looked at the direction of the person, and just like I had predicted, it was my mate. I couldn't understand why he would come to my room. "What do you want?" I asked immediately, with a frown on my face. I couldn't believe that it was him. I had thought that it was Victoria. If I knew it was Victoria, then I wouldn't have let him in my room. "Good morning." He trailed off with a widened look. "Sorry, Alpha, Erica, he said, and I felt hurt. I knew that he was afraid of me, but not to this extent. I knew he hated me, but I don't. I wore a long face while staring at him. I knew that the only thing I could do to help him was to wear a long face since he didn't want anything to do with me. "What do you want?" I asked, not to give him a glance. I'm not happy with the way he called me, but there's nothing I can do about it. I knew that whatever I do, whatever you do, has an impact on both of us, and I have to do everything with caution. "I want to borrow some ink," he said, and I knew that he wanted to write back to her. I walked up to the mini table beside my bed, and I gave him the ink. "Here you go," I said after handing the ink to him. "Thank you, Alpha," he said, and I rolled my eyes as he walked away. I started to feel my heart thumping heavily as I watched him walk out of my room. I knew for a fact that I'm not comfortable with him wanting to write back to her, but I have no way to stop him. I knew that if I didn't give him, then he would feel something suspicious, and I don't want him to feel anything. I walked out of my room and walked toward his room. I met the door of his room slightly open. I peeked into his room, and I saw he had a huge smile on his face. The door is more open than before, and I saw that the bird was still in its cage, which I just found. I couldn't help but wonder what he was writing in the letter. I watched him put the feather that he used in writing on the table, and he walked toward the bathroom. I could see the stains he had on his clothes. I knew that he wanted to have his bath, and I knew that this is the opportunity I have been waiting for. I crept the door open silently and made my way toward the letters that were on the table. There were 2 on the table, one was spread out and the other washed. I opened the first one, and it read thus: Jerome, how have you been? I hope you aren't being treated badly by your mate. I'm worried about you, and I hope you will get this message. You can't give in to your friend's decisions. She has no right to take you away from me. She is nothing but a wicked alpha. I wish I could do something about it. I love you. I scoffed with a frown on my face after I finished reading the letter. I exhaled, closed the letter back up, and placed it in its former position. I listened carefully to make sure he was still in the bathroom, and I could still hear the running water. I read the one he just wrote, but before that, I noticed that he had wasted a lot of paper to write his letter. There were many rough sheets on the floor that are yet to be thrashed. I was reading the letter when I heard the sound of the water stopping. I knew he would be out in no time, and I don't want to be caught in his room. I read through the letter quickly, and I rushed out of the room. I couldn't believe what I read. I felt my heart thumping heavily against its cage, wanting to break free. What Jerome wrote inside the letter is nothing other than a love letter. All that he mentioned was their love, explaining it in many ways. He explained it in a way that I felt like it should be me. I feel like the letter should be sent to me, his mate. I felt jealous of her. I couldn't believe that he would actually write something like that. I felt jealous and couldn't control how I felt. I felt my gaze harden while staring out of the window. My heart was in a lot of pain, and my wolf was going wild in me. I feel jealous of Mabel. I would have been happy if I were Mabel, but I'm not. I feel angry at Mabel for being the one who was enjoying all the luxuries of being with my mate. I felt jealous of her, and I hoped that the person I'd choose as my mate would be as he is. I felt angry and jealous toward Mabel even though I knew there was nothing I could do. But reading the letter he wrote made me want to reconsider my decisions. Chapter 14. Rumors. Mabel. I woke up early today with a frown etched on my face. I had a frown on my face. I had thought that the bird would return yesterday, but it didn't. The bird didn't, and what baffled me is that it should have been delivered to him by now if he was to see the bird. I knew the bird would return today since it couldn't find him. I couldn't help but wonder where he is. What if he is in a cell or something? I felt my breath hitched as I think about it. My eyes were starting to become gloomy, and I couldn't help but worry about him. I had thought that I'll have a means of communication with him, but now that had changed since I can't get a reply from him. My eyes glazed over as I thought of various things that might have happened to him in the cell. I strongly believe that there is no way he would not see my letter, but considering the fact that he didn't reply, I was worried. I couldn't help but try to think of a way to go see him. I'm ready to do anything for him. I'm ready to go to any miles to find ways to contact him. I was still lost in thoughts when I heard the sound of wings flapping. I peered my eyes open, and I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the bird flew into my room. I knew immediately that it was the bird that I had sent to Jerome. My eyes widened in shock, and a smile formed on my face. Immediately my eyes caught sight with the letter attached to its legs. I frowned my eyes. Immediately I saw it was the same one I sent to him. I knew with no doubt that the bird returned without delivering the letter to him. I felt sad that he wasn't able to see the letter. I felt hurt that my fiancé was taken away from her. I felt the need to vent my anger on something, but before I could walk out of the room, I noticed that the letter I wrote isn't in the position it is in before. I walked up to the bird, which is now in its cage. I took the letter, which seems quite different from the one I wrote. I took the letter from the bird's claws and I opened the letter. I frowned my face with a look of disapproval on my face. The content in the letter was the same, slightly different because I could feel my hands grazing over something beneath the letter. I turned the letter to its back and there I found another letter. I was shocked to what I saw in the letter. I knew with no doubt that the letter was delivered to him successfully. I could feel a smile formed on my face and I couldn't help but try hard not to blush. I was happy that he can hear me and we can now contact each other. I was glad I went to the Alpha for help. And am glad that he helped out. I read the letter and I couldn't help but blush at the content. The content is mainly based on our emotions. It carries different meanings. I felt my heart beat rapidly as I read the letter. It was as if he was with me while I was reading it. I imagined him saying all this to me while I was reading the letter. I couldn't help but be wowed at how he was able to convey all the meaning into the letter. I felt something cold touch my face and I used my hand to touch my face and it turned out that I had been crying the whole time while I was busy reading the letter. I couldn't help but chuckle at the end of the letter. There he stated that he had wasted a lot of paper and won't want to go ask for another, so he write it at the back of the OK. I wrote. He asked me to put at least a new paper for him to write on whenever I send letter to him. After reading the letter I felt my mind was put to rest as I couldn't help but feel happy that he replied me, and most especially because he is alright and he isn't being treated badly. I couldn't understand why his mate would take him to her pack when she doesn't want to hurt him. I knew that if I keep on reminiscing on what to do then it'll be late for work. I knew for a fact that if I don't get up to have my bath then the Alpha would be angry with me. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Mabel Temptress. I'm a 23 years old Omega of the Blood Moon Pack. Omega are the weakest of a pack and they are made to do menial works in exchange for their stay in the pack. In my pack Omega are much and we have routine. I'm on work with my best friend today. My parents are still alive, but they hated the fact that I was an Omega so they cut off all ties with me, but I was not concerned. That is enough for now. As time goes on you will know more about me. I have my bath and I walked out of the bathroom with a towel tied on my waist. I dried my body with a towel. And I wore my clothes. I made my way out of my room and as I stepped my foot out of my room I sighted Sandra walking towards my room with no doubt that she's here to call me for out duty. We greeted each other and we head toward the kitchen to start our work. Mabel, what's up with you? You have been smiling since morning, Sandra said as we were cleaning the kitchen utensils. Sandra, guess what? I asked her as we walked out of the kitchen. And she looked at me with a raised eyebrow. You know I'm not that good at guessing, she replied, looking at me with curiosity written in her eyes. Fine then. Jerome had right back. He got the letter, I said, showing her the letter that he wrote. She couldn't help but smile at the end of the letter. AWNN. I feel jealous of you. I'm glad he is all right. Don't you want to tell the Alpha of this? She asked and I stared at her surprised lie. I couldn't believe what she just said. Did she think he'll show the Alpha the letter he wrote back to me? No, I can't do that. It's confidential and the fact that I show her as my best friend doesn't mean she would want to show it to the Alpha. I can't. Do you think you'll want to show the Alpha the letter he wrote back to me? I can't do that, I said, staring at her with a frown on my face. I don't mean that you should show him the letter. I meant that you should thank him and tell him that he is right back, she said, and I sighed heavily before nodding my head. Okay, fine. We are going after we are done with our work, I said to her. Hours later we are done with our chores and we both sat down to rest. We should go to the Alpha's office now, I said to Sandra after a while of resting, and we both stood up before heading towards the Alpha's office. We knocked on the door and we were ushered in by the Alpha. Good afternoon, Alpha, we both chorused. What do I owe your visits? He asked. I came here to thank you for your help. Jerome had replied to the letter I said. He smiled, but soon his face turned into a serious one. Lest I forget. How is he doing? The Alpha asked and I stared straight at him in confusion. He said he is all right, that he isn't being treated badly. I said it. He stared at me with wide eyes. No, he isn't. I heard the Alpha Eric as mate was thrown into the cold room. And I guess he doesn't want to make you get worried, that's why he kept it as a secret from you, the Alpha said, and I felt my head spinning. I couldn't believe what I heard. I felt my body went numb. I can't imagine how he felt. And I can't help but curse his wicked mate. No, this can't be true. I'm heading to her pack now, I said, and I stormed out of the Alpha's office. I was running when I felt a band grab me, and I knew that it was Sandra's hand. You should calm down. You can't just go to her pack like this. You might end up getting yourself killed. The lady in picture is a psychopath. And since she doesn't matter about her mate's life, then she won't hesitate to kill you. You need to calm down. Write to him and tell him about all this. You need to know the reason why he didn't state that in the letter Sandra said, and I knew she was right. Fine then. I'll do as you say, I said through gritted teeth, and I walked towards my room to write the letter to him. Chapter 15. Anger Jerome. I had found ways to skip seeing Erica the previous day. I didn't want to see her because she had been in my room when I was washing off the ink that had stained my body. I knew that she had read the letter I wrote to Mabel, and I don't know how to face her. I knew she wouldn't be happy reading the letter, but there was nothing I could do about it. I found out late, even before she could tell if I had caught her. I knew that she wouldn't be herself if she knew I had caught her peeping on me, but that isn't my main problem. I don't know how to face my friend after she read the letter I wrote to Mabel. I knew that all the things I mentioned were based on our emotions and affections. I knew she would be hurt by that, and I don't want to do anything that can warrant getting on her nerves. I don't want to hurt her in such a way that she would get angry and throw me into the cold room again. I don't want to experience the things I felt in the cold room. One would think that I'm scared, but that isn't the whole truth. I'm scared of what Erica would do to herself, angry and what she would do to me. I knew she could be dangerous if she gets angry, but I guess there is no way I'll be able to come clean. I was walking around the pack house, trying to get familiar with the pack. I had asked her to let me, and I was glad that she did. I don't know how to make her accept letting me get a tour of the pack. I had not returned the ink that I had used in writing to Mabel because I knew I would still need it. I felt a bit familiar with the pack as I took a tour. It was as if this was my home pack. The tour made me calm, and all I could think of was the refreshing breath. As I was walking around the pack, I felt the need to rush back to my room, and that is what I did. As I walked into my room, I saw the bird that I had used to send the letter to Mabel in the cage, and I knew with no doubt that it was her handiwork. I couldn't help but think of why she had sent the bird back. I was confused, and I planned on finding out what made her send a letter to me again. I had thought that we would talk from time to time, but I know that something is wrong. I walked up to the bed, which was now in its cage. I took the letter from the bird's claws with the new paper, which I can use to write back to her. I opened the letter, and as I opened it, I knew that she rushed herself while writing the letter. I read the first sentence, and I felt my heart stop beating instantly. It read thus: "Why do you have to lie to me? Why do you pretend that you are all right and that you aren't being treated badly, whereas you are? Do you know how it hurts to know that you aren't unwilling to be truthful to me? You didn't mention of the cold room to me, did you? I would not have come over there if not for the sake that Simra begged me. She made me understand that you might have your reasons, that whatever they are, it doesn't let you lie to me. It made me look like a fool. I won't know about it if the Alpha doesn't tell me." I was transfixed on the spot, not knowing what to do or say. I don't know what to do. I felt my body go numb. I couldn't move for a minute, and when I could move my body, all I felt was anger. My anger is directed toward Erica, and that is because she is the one who leaked it. I knew she was the one, and the only reason I think she was the one is because she read the letter I wrote. And the fact that she does things she doesn't want to do whenever she is angry made me know she was the one. I knew that there was no way I'd be able to forgive her for what she did out of jealousy. I peeked at her when I wanted to return the ink yesterday, but I stopped wanting to know I'd still need it. So I peeked into her room. I saw that she was crying while whimpering, and I knew with no doubt that it was because of the letter she read. I don't think that she would try something like this. I didn't believe this would let out the truth about me being thrown into the cold room. I knew she let it get out as a rumor. I couldn't help but think of what to do. I then knew that there was no way a man could accept her as his mate. She is nothing but a pure devil. I was glad that Sandra was able to calm Mabel, and I knew she would have been here and would have probably been killed by Erica. I knew that Erica did that since I did in the letter saying that I was thrown into the cold room. I stared at the letter in my hand with a broken heart. I don't want her to know because I don't want her to get hurt while trying to fight for me. But it seems like Erica knew more than this. She must have let the rumor spread. I knew the rumors would have started from this pack. But she let them out without doing anything about them. I knew she did that intentionally. I felt a knot tie in my stomach. And I cowled and helped but brew with so much anger. I felt the need to go to her room and yell at her. But I cautioned myself. I knew that the restraints I put on myself wouldn't be enough to keep me from yelling at her. I felt the need to vent my anger on her. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make her see reasons. I'm going to show her that the world doesn't revolve only around her. I don't want her to try intimidating me with her power in the pack. I knew she had the power and authority, but she lacked the sense. If she had, then she would have known that I don't want anything to be known to Mabel. But she didn't. I walked toward her room angrily and barged into her room, not caring if she was naked or not. I don't care about anything anymore, and all I want at the moment is to vent my anger on her. I knew it'd feel better after I was done with that. I shut the door behind me after I entered the room. My eyes were blazing with anger, and I knew for sure that there was no way she was going to escape my lecture. She would know by the time I'm done with her that I'm not someone who she can mess with. She might think she's rude, but I'm more than that. I'm arrogant, as people have always called me, but I never adhered to that. But today I will. I'll show her not to mess with the wrong person. I knew what to do with her. I'll use my words to fight against her. What in hell is the meaning of this? She asked angrily as soon as she saw me enter the room without knocking. How dare you, hon? How dare you let those outside the pack know that I was thrown into the dungeon? I know your reasons for this. I know that you did this because you are jealous of Mabel. I know you read the letter we wrote to each other, but that doesn't mean you should spread the rumors. I know you did this intentionally. I know you want her to come to this pack with anger. I know you want to kill her. You want to kill her for me to be your mate. I shouted angrily. How dare you? I said you thought that doing that would make me want to have you as my mate. I can't be a mate to someone evil like you. You are nothing but the pure devil. I hate you and I'll say that again. I love Mabel, and if anything happens to her you will have yourself to be blamed, I said, and I walked out of her room, slamming the door behind me angrily. Chapter 16. Her terrified I couldn't believe what was happening. My eyes were round with shock. I couldn't believe that he would yell at me someday, and I felt hurt that it was coming from my mate. I didn't see it coming, and there is no way I can avoid it now. I couldn't help but wonder who leaked that out. I knew for a fact that it was me or my parents. I knew what I could do at that moment was to investigate the matter, but I'm not ready to do that. I'm hurt, and all I want right now is to vent my anger on something or someone. I won't let him say that to me again. He will pay for what he just did, and on second thought, I knew if I did anything to him, it'd be blamed. I walked out of my room angrily and toward the corridor leading to his room, wanting to face him for what he had said. But I had a change of heart. I walked away from the front of his room immediately, and I headed toward the training center. The pack members were there, and when they saw me, they started whispering among themselves. I feel myself wanting to know what they were discussing, but my emotions didn't let me listen. I knew that I shouldn't let the pack members see me when I'm angry, but I don't care anymore. All I want is to blow some steam out to quench the emotions. I feel hurt, and it was the only thing that made me more angry at him. I can't take being yelled at by someone close to me, but he was. He had ruined my day, and I'm going to make sure he pays dearly for that. There is no way he is escaping from getting punished. I'll make sure that I deal with him after all this. I'll deal with him in a way that he won't think of. I knew that if I didn't want things to be like this again, I'd have to stay far away from him. I knew that wasn't an easy task, but I'm ready to get it done. I knew that it was going to be easy if I was going to stay away from him, but I was ready to try it. I knew that if I had to get my revenge on him, I'd have to stay away from him. If I'm close to him like I am now, then I wouldn't be able to do that. I knew I had started to develop feelings for him slowly, and that's the main reason for my anger. I'm in my private training ground, where there are various types of things I can use to train with. I had always wanted to have my privacy whenever I'm angry, and that's why I did this. Nobody is entitled to enter this place because I made the order. If anyone is to enter, then the person would have to be in here with my permission, and anyone who was caught without permission would be punished severely. I was punching the bag, which was in the room, angrily. I punched the bag angrily, and soon I was clouded by my anger. I kept on punching the bag vigorously, and within minutes I was starting to feel the weight of the bag on my hands. The content in the bag is different from the one in the pack training ground, and I don't use it unless necessary. I could feel my hands hurting, but I didn't stop. I knew that with no time the wound on my hand would heal. I felt pain, anger, and hurt all of a sudden, and it made me punch the bag with all the strength I had, and it fell to the ground. I felt my body relaxing, and I knew that within minutes it'd be back to where I was before. I wouldn't feel angry, nor would I have to feel hurt like before. I knew that if I did something without a clear head, things wouldn't go as I planned. I would ruin lots of things. I knew if I were to act on the anger and all the emotions I was feeling when he was taking it out on me, I would have beaten him to a pulp before he left the room. I sat on the bench, which was in the training room. I was reminiscing on all that he said, and I couldn't help but feel hurt. I knew that I was at fault for bringing her to my pack forcefully, but then I remembered that he also yelled at me that I was jealous of Mabel. I must admit that I'm jealous of her, but why would I want to kill her when she is innocent? I couldn't bring myself to think of him catching me reading the letter they wrote to each other. I knew that it was the only thing that he could think of, and mostly because of my behavior, it made him think that I was responsible. I knew that it'd have to clear my name of all this. I knew that if I had accepted, those who wanted to have a contest because of me should have gone on with everything they had planned. All this wouldn't have happened if I didn't wait for my mate. I knew for a fact that if I had been like him, who doesn't wait for his mate, then I would have been married to one of the alphas. I knew that what I had been trying to avoid about being mated to anybody was going to happen, and there is nothing I can do about it. I knew that having something like this bother me was good, but I have to do as is required. I have to make sure that I don't have any issues with him before he leaves. All I want for him is to be happy, and I thought he would be happy with me, but I guess I'm wrong. There would be no way he would fall for me like I had. All I have to do is be cautious and don't let anything said to me get me angry. I won't want to unleash my anger on someone. My eyes were filled with hurt, knowing that it would be noticed easily by the pack members. I'll make sure that nothing happens between the two of us before he leaves for his pack. I felt hate toward the person responsible for what had happened. I knew it would be one of the pack members who leaked that out, and I knew that was the reason why he was angry. I hated to know that he thought I wanted to kill Mabel and make him mine by doing all that. I don't do things like that to get what I want. I would rather confront him about my feelings for him, but I'm not interested since H is already engaged to someone else. The only way that I can accept him as mine is if he can break off the engagement she had with his fiancée. I'm not interested in being the reason why they would break off their engagement, but at the same time, I would be happy if that could happen. I knew what I wished for Calden happen, but I still wished for it. Hi everyone. I'm thrilled to introduce you to a novel with an intriguing plot. It depicts a female protagonist named Erica who is in a tight spot, just trying to find the person who leaked the news of her throwing her mate into the cold room. Amidst her efforts, she has to deal with Jerome, her mate. Jerome is convinced that Erica is out to kill his fiancé and is extremely hostile towards her. The tension between them is palpable. I'm burning with curiosity to see how Erica will handle this challenging situation. Let's explore this fascinating story together. Chapter 17, Finding the Culprit. Erica. I strode out of the training ground, an aura of danger and determination radiating from my every movement. The pack members, sensing my mood, bowed their heads as I passed. My face was a mask of cold fury, and those brave enough to meet my gaze quickly averted their eyes, shivering under the weight of my stare. The physical exertion had helped me blow off some steam, and I couldn't help but feel a grim satisfaction. No matter what challenges I faced, I knew I would always remain true to myself. My thoughts briefly flickered to the unnamed male who had caught my interest. I resolved not to force myself on him or attempt to sash his current relationship. If he were to come to me of his own accord, I'd welcome it, though I knew the chances were slim. The conflict within me was palpable. My wolf and I were united in our refusal to accept him as a mate. Yet a small part of me wondered what circumstances might change our minds. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, I refocused on my primary goal, finding the culprit responsible for the incident that had led to my humiliation. The memory of my friend's actions stung, but I knew their case was different from others who had crossed me. Our relationship was already strained, and I doubted they would ever trust me again. Normally, I would have ensured that anyone who humiliated me lived to regret it. But in this instance, I was wary of making the situation worse. As I walked, my mind raced with potential plans for uncovering the true perpetrator. The pack members around me seemed to sense my murderous intent, giving me a wide berth. I allowed myself a small, dangerous smile. Whoever was responsible would soon learn the consequences of their actions. They would pay dearly for putting me in this position, for damaging my relationships and my standing within the pack. My wolf growled in agreement, eager for retribution. I knew that he said he hated me, but I know for sure that he doesn't. I knew that he was saying all that because he wanted to hurt me. I knew there was no way the mate bound was only acting on me. I knew for sure that he also felt attracted to me, but the fact that he was engaged made him withdraw from me. I sighed heavily as I made my way towards Victoria and Samuel's offices. I knew they were in the office working on the paperwork I was supposed to do. I knew that I would have to return to my old self in order to start doing all the things I have always needed. I met both of them working their butts out with sweat on their bodies. They didn't know when I entered the room because they were both too engrossed in what they were doing to notice me. I cleared my throat, and they both looked up, and they bowed their heads immediately when they saw it was me. "Good morning, Alpha," they both said in unison. "Morning. I need your help," I said, and they both stared at each other before turning to look at me with a naughty smile on their faces. I knew instantly what they were thinking, and I stared at them with a surprised look on their faces. It has nothing to do with that. I knew they thought that I needed their help in helping me set up a place for our, but they don't know what I had been facing, and I'm glad they didn't. I knew they would be worried and would want to go to him, and I don't want that. I knew that he would strongly believe that I did that. I need you to help me find someone. I need you to help me find the person who leaked it out that my mate was thrown into the cold room, I said, and they both stared at me confused. Words have gotten out that my mate was thrown into the dungeon by me, I added, seeing the confusion in their eyes, and they both stared at each other with a shocked expression on their faces. They gawked at me for a few seconds before Victoria decided to break the silence. Who the hell would try to do that? Nobody in this pack should ever try to do that. And as far as I remember, none of the pack members knew about it, and only the warriors he told to guard his room knew about it, Victoria said, and I stared at her while nodding my head slowly. I couldn't help but smile at what she said. I knew that she was a great beta and would do anything in her power to get everything done. I doubt if I can remember the faces of the guards, I said, and she smiled again. I felt relieved seeing the smile on her face, and that was because I knew she had ways to recognize the guards. We should get going now. Victoria, we need to catch the person, Samuel was saying, but he stopped all of a sudden, like he just remembered something. What are your reasons for doing this? Samuel asked all of a sudden, and I stood transfixed, not knowing what to do or say. I wasn't expecting him to ask about it, but I knew that I'd have to answer him since he had asked about it. I wasn't willing to tell him, but I have no choice but to spill it to him. Jerome knew of this, and he yelled at me because of this. The rumors have spread out of this pack and have gotten to his birth family, and the worst part is that his fiancée has heard about it and has written to him asking about it. But now she does. He blamed me for it and said I let that happen because I want to kill his fiancée, I said, and I stared at Victoria, who had a scornful look on her face. I knew that she was angry and would try to tell him what I had just said, but I knew that there was no way I would let that happen. Let's forget about that and try finding who was responsible for spreading the rumors, I said, and I saw her hesitate for a moment. I knew that she was happy with the way he talked to me. I knew that she would be angry, which is why I didn't want to tell her earlier. I heard her say, I will make him hear from me after we are done catching the culprit. And I chuckled knowing how crazy she can be about me. I'm not ready to make her worsen the situation. We need to get going, we still have a lot of things to do, Samuel said. And I was glad that he had intervened because I knew that she wouldn't leave the spot she was in without anyone telling her. And I doubt if she will do as I have said. I knew she was someone who loved respecting those who are superior to her. But she didn't have anything to do with me. She treats me like I'm her sister. And I'm glad for that. Let's get going, she said through gritted teeth. And I smiled at her. You should gather all the pack warriors, Victoria said. And I stared at her with a raised eyebrow. They won't be here quickly if I do that. It will take long. But if you do, they will be here within seconds, Victoria explained, and I sighed before I mentally linked them. They were here within seconds, just like Victoria had predicted, and I stared at her, urging her to start with whatever she wanted to. I want her to catch the culprit as soon as she can because I can't bear to see my partner angry at me, and most especially to yell at me. I want to know which of you leaked it out that Alpha Erica threw her mate into the cold room, she asked calmly while staring at them with a cold look on her face. She released her oars, and they cowered back in submission. None of them were willing to talk, but immediately after I glared at them, one of them raised his hands. What do you have to say? I asked, and he stared at me with the corners of his eyes while bowing his head. I know who leaked it, he said after a while, and I stared at him angrily. I was hoping he would say what he wanted to say and then we would move on with our investigation. But instead he shortened his word. Who leaked it out? Victoria asked, beating me to it. I was going to ask him first, but Victoria did. The warrior in question sighed heavily while making eye contact with another. He did. I heard him talking to his mate about it, the warrior said, pointing their fingers at someone at their side. And I stared at the latter. You all can leave except him. He will be dealt with seriously for what he has done, I said, and within minutes they all scurried off. Thank you, guys, for your help. I really appreciate it, I said, and they smiled at me. Follow me, I said, and the warrior stood up. As the warrior was walking, he fell to the ground, and I stared around, wondering why he fell down. And my eyes caught sight of Victoria, who was grinning with a mischievous look on her face. I knew with no doubt that she was responsible. I didn't do anything to the warriors, even though I felt angry and wanted to vent my anger on him. I had to restrain myself from doing that because I knew how dangerous it would be to go to Jerome's room with him wounded. I knew he wouldn't be happy with it. I knew that even though we haven't spent time together. I walked toward his room with Victoria and her roommate trailing behind me. They both don't know what would happen next if I revealed to him that I'm not responsible, but I also knew that things might go wrong. I opened the door to his room, and I met my parents sitting on the couch that was in his room. I stared at them surprised like I couldn't understand what they were doing in his room. Chapter 18, The Truth, Jerome. I was in my room, boiling with anger, when I heard the sound of the door creeping open. I stared around the room with a frown on my face. I couldn't understand why anybody would come to my room. I knew that it must be Erica, and am ready to give her all facts on my mind. Am ready to say anything to make her angry. Am ready to say everything that can make her cry. I couldn't believe she was so cruel to think of something like this. I couldn't believe that this was the same woman who I had been living with under the same roof but in different rooms. I couldn't believe that this was the same woman I had thought I would stay with. I couldn't believe she would be this wicked to try out her trick on Mabel, and am glad that Sandra was there to help her. I can't think of what would have happened to her if she had come here. She would have been dead by now. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as I thought of her killing Mabel. I don't know what she was thinking when she wanted to plan all this. I knew that she was thinking that I was going to accept her as my mate. How can I accept someone like her as my mate? Someone who is ready to kill another person like her to be my mate. All I could think of was how many terrible things she had done. I have no doubt that she would kill anyone to get what she wants. I then remembered that she brought me here to her pack against my will. She had done that because she wanted me to stay away from my family and also wanted me to be with her. Who the hell is at the door? I yelled angrily after a while. The door was still left hanging open, and I couldn't help but wonder who was at the door. The door to the room was still like before. I walked toward the door with an angry look on my face. I knew that the person at the door was Erica because if she were the one, then she would have entered. I opened the door, and there were Erica's parents standing at the front of the door. Good afternoon. I greeted the grumpy ES, and they stared at each other before turning to look at me. We have been knocking on the door, but we didn't hear your reply, Cynthia said, and I rolled my eyes, not having the mind to chat with them. I was lost in thought. I replied simply, with a frown etched on my face, which they failed to acknowledge. About what? Cynthia asked, and as I was about to reply, her eyes widened with shock. Don't tell me you both had an argument again, Stephen asked, staring at me with a raised eyebrow. Yes, you are right. But she didn't have an argument with me, but I did. She has been getting on my nerves recently, I said angrily as I gritted my teeth. Mind if we come in? We have been stranded at the door for quite a while, Cynthia said, and I stared at her with a concealed, disdainful look. I couldn't help but think of what to do. Sorry. My manners, I said as I walked out of the way, and they both entered the room. I shut the door behind me and I walked in only to see they were now seated on the couch that was in the room. Mind discussing what the problem is between the both of you? Stephen asked in his deep baritone voice. I wanted to resist answering the question he asked because I knew that they must have heard about it. And moreover, it's not been long since I left her room. I knew that she might have gone to them crying her eyes out like a kid. I wanted to resist, but his authority and superiority made me reconsider that. I couldn't help but think of what he would do to me after hearing this. I knew that he would behave exactly the way his daughter would react. She wants to kill my fiancé, I started, and I was interrupted by Cynthia. She can't do such a thing. She isn't as wicked as you have portrayed her, she said, and I stared at her angrily. I couldn't believe that she would still side with her daughter, and I bet that would be possible if she heard all my parts of the story. Cynthia, let him complete his words, Stephen said, and I stared at Cynthia angrily. I couldn't help but feel like Stephen is going to support me. Continue, Stephen said, urging me. The look on Cynthia's face was priceless. Seemed he had supported me. I couldn't help but wonder if she was any different from her daughter. I had first thought that she would be a good mother figure to me, but I think I'm wrong. She had purposely let rumors spread that I was thrown into the cold room by her, and now the rumors have reached my old pack. And the worst part is that my fiancé is aware of that, and she knew that my fiancé would want to this pack and would want to have revenge. She wanted her to come to this pack and then she could kill my fiancé, and she would use the fact that she fought back in self-defense, and then she would want me to accept her, I said, rushing my words angrily. My eyes had turned red due to the anger I was feeling inside me, and all I wanted at that moment was to pounce on them and make them pay for their daughter's sins. Your theory is right, but... He was saying but was cut off by his friend. What are you saying? Stephen, can't you see he is bad-mouthing your daughter? But you sit there looking calm, Cynthia asked, and I saw him sigh heavily. You should calm your nerves. We aren't here to make things more fuzzy, but to solve any of their obstacles that's between them. But we only need to give them some advice. Stephen said as he stared at his partner lovingly, and I couldn't help but wish for that. I knew for a fact that it couldn't happen because there is no way I'm giving their daughter a chance. I was glad that he supported me, but I feel curious to hear the last part of his words. Your theory might be right, But there is no way my daughter would do such a thing. She can't harm innocent people, he said, and I scoffed angrily. How dare he say something like this? I was wishing and hoping that he would support me, but it turned out that he doesn't. I felt my heart ache, but I then remembered that he was her father and they were likely to behave the same. I had thought he would be different, but he isn't. You think you know things and can teach people things, then why don't you teach your daughter first and see if she will listen to you? Your daughter is nothing but a selfish bitch, I said angrily, and almost immediately the door of the room opened, and I saw 4 people enter the room. My gaze hardened immediately when I saw who it was. It was Erica, and not only she but 3 people were behind her. She walked boldly toward me, and I couldn't help but wonder if she was the same person I talked to in the room. Anger surged through my blood, and I couldn't help but want to get revenge on her. But I knew there was nothing I could do. All I can do for now is watch her. I feel angry that she doesn't feel remorseful after all that I have said to her. I knew for a fact that she was guilty of what I had accused her of. How dare you barge into my room like it's your property? I knew it was your pack and I live in this place. But that doesn't give you the right to barge in like you want and leave whenever you want, I said angrily, and she scoffed before turning to look at her parents. She greeted them, and I stared at her scornfully. I brought the man who was responsible for spreading the rumors, and here is his. I don't like the way you accused me earlier, like I was the one who leaked it out, she said, and I couldn't help but chuckle at her childishness. I can see you weren't brought up well by your parents. You should know that whatever happens in this pack technically makes you the one responsible. There is no way you can say you aren't responsible because all the things happening in the pack fall on you. You should have been taught this. I want you to leave my room this instant, I said, and I saw the lady beside Erica wanting to talk, but she was signaled to keep quiet by Erica because she knew I was right. They left the room, leaving me with Erica's parents, and I glared at them secretly with a frown on my face. I want you both out of my room this instant. You are not different from your daughter, I said to their ears, and they stared at me with shock. I'm not someone who disrespects those who are superior to me, but my anger has clouded my thoughts, and all I could think of was sending them out of my room. I feel myself wanting to do more, but I managed to suppress myself. It was as if I was not in control of my body. Get out this instant before I do something we'll both regret, I said, and Stephen ushered his wife out of the room. He stared at me with an understanding look on his face. Chapter 19, I Don't Care, Erica. I couldn't believe all that he said, and all I felt at that moment was anger. I was angry that all I wanted to do was punch him to death. I knew there was nothing I could do in front of my parents. I knew they wouldn't like the idea of me yelling back at him, and I don't want Victoria and her maid or the warrior who told his mate about it to see what I do or say to him. I knew that it might be rumored later, and I don't want such a thing to happen again. After making sure that the warriors were to be dealt with by Victoria and her mate and that my parents were out of his room, I walked towards the room, barging, and there I met him seated on the bed with a towel tied around his waist. I could see water dripping down his hair. I suddenly felt all the anger I had earlier vanish. I couldn't say a thing because I felt my feet go jelly. I had to remind myself why I was in his room. Who did you think you were? Someone with whom you can do away with everything. You don't seem to know what I'm capable of. You don't seem to know that I'm the leader of this pack. What you said can warrant your death wish for disrespecting an alpha. You are nothing but a piece of thrash, I shouted angrily, with fire blazing in my eyes. All I wanted at that moment was to punch him until he died, but I had to restrain myself. You think that the whole world revolves around you. I wanted to clear my name of being the person responsible for what had happened, but you still say I was the one responsible even after seeing all this evidence. You are nothing but an animal, I shouted angrily. What you don't understand is that I know you are responsible for this. You brought him here as an excuse. And how I know that you are responsible is that you went to find him and you returned here shortly. I wouldn't have been here if you hadn't bundled me here against my own wishes, he said, and I felt my heart ache. I knew he was right about my bringing him here without his consent, but I had thought that we would work things out between us. He turned his back to look out the window. I saw something on his back that looked like a tattoo. but a weird one. I wasn't interested in knowing what the tat was because I was angry, and all I could think of was my anger toward him. I thought that he was bluffing about being engaged to someone until I saw how dead serious he was about it. I had brought him to my pack without asking the alpha about his being engaged. I had thought that they were nothing serious until now. I don't care about all that anymore. You can leave my pack whenever you want. I won't force you to stay. You can even leave today, I said angrily, with anger visibly written in my tone, and I walked out of the room. I knew what I had said wasn't what I wanted, but there was nothing I could do about it. I feel hurt that my friend said something like this to me. He almost called me a monster. I'll do everything in my power to make sure that he leaves this country as soon as possible. I walked into my room with a frown on my face. I wasn't happy with the development, but there was nothing I could do about it. All I want is to exact my revenge on him, but I have made up my mind to stay away from him. I don't want anything to do with him. I sat on my bed with a sad and gloomy face. I buried my face in my lap while reminiscing on what had happened between us. I couldn't help but think of what would become of me. I don't know what would happen if he went to his fiancée. What would I do? I was hurt to know he had a fiancée, but seeing that he is ready to go to any length to keep her safe made me jealous. I could feel all the pain in my heart erupting, and a few lone tears escaped my eyes. My eyes were red, and all I could think of was telling us what to do. I knew I needed to find a way out of this mess, and I guess the only way that can happen is if I can go back to being my normal self. I knew it was the only way to save me some stress. I knew that having to go back to my old self would make me worry less about my mate being with someone else, and not only that, it is the only way that would make me more sane. I knew that if I started wallowing in what had happened, it'd go nowhere. It'll make no progress at all. I walked into the bathroom and took a cold shower before walking into my room. I woke up due to the sound of my alarm, and I sighed heavily while using my finger to rub my eyes gently. A frown was etched on my face as I sat. I shut the alarm off using my hand. I stretched my body and walked into the bathroom to have my bath. I walked out of the bathroom with a towel tied around my waist. I applied lotion to my body and wore my clothes. I walked out of my room with a cold look on my face. I walked towards the pack's dining hall, and I walked towards my seat. I ignored the greetings of the pack members. I watched as they served the food, and I was the first person to be served the food. I had always had my meal in my room since my mate arrived, but now I'm back to my old routine. I'll make sure that nothing goes wrong. I need to act like I have no mate since my mate doesn't want to be with me. I took the first spoon, and the other pack members followed suit before chatting with themselves. I leave the dining hall, and I am met by Victoria and Samuel, who are on their way to their office. "Good morning, Alpha," they both chorused. "Good morning," I replied without expression. I had a straight face, just like I always do. They both knew that I'm not in the mood for chatting, and they didn't say anything. They followed me quietly. "Samuel, bring me those files you told me I needed to see last week," I said to Samuel. "I'll bring them to your office," Samuel said with his head bowed slightly. Soon I reached my office, and they both went to theirs. I sat on the chair in my office, and I saw the heaps of files I needed to check. I knew that my absence from my office was what caused all this. I took one of the files from the table and started going through it. I read through all the letters and did the necessaries. I took another one, and I was going through it when I heard a knock on the door. I lifted my head from the file I was reading, and I saw it was Samuel. "Come in," I said, and he entered my office. "This is the file you requested for," he said, and I sighed heavily, looking from the files on the table to the ones in his hands. "Drop it on the table," I said, and he dropped the files on the table. I went back to reading the files in my hand, but I stopped after a while. I raised my head up, and I saw Samuel still in my office. "What is wrong?" "Spill it," I said to Samuel, and he sighed heavily while fidgeting with his fingers. "I want to ask a question," he said with nervousness on his face, and I knew whatever he wanted to ask wasn't going to sit well with me, but I'm curious to know what it is. You can go ahead, I said inside heavily. Alpha, what have you done about your mate's matter? I can give you some suggestions and see how it works out, he said, and I stared at him with confusion written in my eyes. I have decided to move on with my life. What suggestions do you want to give me? I asked. I knew that wanting to know about it might hurt my feelings, but I still wanted to hear it out. If you want to know if he has feelings for you or his girlfriend, you will have to make him jealous. His reactions would tell if he had feelings for you, he said, and I stared at him with shock on my face. Chapter 20, Guilt. Jerome. All I can feel now is sadness. All I can think of now is finding a way to apologize to Erica and her parents. I knew my words must have hurt both of them, but it wasn't intentional. I knew that there was no way they could both forgive me easily. I knew that having to know what I did isn't good because all I feel about that is guilt. I feel guilty about the way I talk to them. I knew that she couldn't try something like that, but my rage and anger had made me believe everything. I knew that there was no way I'd be able to ask for forgiveness and that I'd be forgiven, but I'm ready to try that out. I couldn't understand what was wrong with me when I said all those things to her. I feel the need to apologize for what I have done. I feel terrible, and I couldn't stop blaming myself. I knew my words would have hurt her so much, and I'm ready to make amends. I feel angry at Mabel for being the cause of this. I couldn't stop feeling guilty, just like every other day. I woke up with a migraine, which was because I couldn't get enough rest. I feel the need to apologize to Erica, but I doubt that would be possible. I feel like I was lost on an island. I tried hard to block away the images of me yelling at Erica and her parents. I feel guilty, and am ready to make amends. I'm going to go miles to make sure I am forgiven by Erica and her parents. But first I need to beg Erica's parents for what I said the previous day. I knew that I didn't know where I was in the pack, but I was willing to ask someone to guide me to the way to her parents' house. I knew it might be hard for them to forgive me, but I have a feeling that they would. But I don't know about Erica. I sighed heavily as I rubbed my eyes gently with my fingers. I stood up from the bed and let a yawn escape my mouth as I stretched my body. I made my way toward the bathroom, where I brushed my teeth. I removed my clothes, which I threw into the laundry basket, which was in the bathroom. I have my bath, and all I could think of while I was in the bathroom is Erica. I could feel the water hitting my back softly. I couldn't help but think of what she had done to me. I knew that she had given me most things that I lacked in my old pack. In my old pack, I was made to do menial jobs, which were required for omega, but I hated doing that. I have always forced myself to do that, and now in being treated like other pack members, I hardly wash my clothes myself here, and all I do is sleep and wake up. I knew that I was being truthful with Erica, and I regret it all. I knew that she was willing to let me out of her pack, but the truth is that I don't want to. I don't want to leave this pack because I have become attached to it. And not only that, I have an unknown connection with this pack that keeps urging me to stay in it. I would have left immediately some days ago when I fully recovered from the cold room effects. I walked out of the bathroom with a towel tied around my waist. I made my way towards my closet, which was filled with various clothes of medium size. I couldn't understand how they got my measurements, but I guess they did that while I was unconscious. I stared at my clothes, and I took out a pair of black jeans and a blue shirt. I dried my body with the towel tied around my waist, and I wore the clothes I had selected earlier. I sat on the bed waiting for the arrival of the lady who always brings my food. The lady arrived shortly, and I could smell a distant smell of baked beans from the plate in her hand. I knew with no doubt that's what she brought. "Good morning," she greeted, her head bowed. "Morning. What's up for breakfast?" I asked, and she sighed heavily before replying. "Bacons and eggs," she said, and I smiled at her before collecting the plate from her. I devoured the food angrily, and I handed the plate back to her. She gave me the water she had brought along, and I gulped it down. "Do you take Eric as food to her room?" I asked curiously because since the day we both started having arguments and me being in this pack, she would always take Eric as food to her room, but I doubt if that's what would happen. I had always wanted to know why she doesn't eat at the dining hall like before. No, I didn't. She went to the dining hall to eat, I heard her say, and I nodded. I couldn't help but feel something fishy going on. I knew with no doubt that my words had made her angry. I knew that she had to make some decisions, and I knew whatever they weren't going to sit well with me. I felt a shiver of nervousness run down my spine. I need a favor from you, I said to her, and she looked at me with curiosity. I will do it if it's in my power, she replied, and I offered her a smile. I want you to take me to your former Alpha's house. I need to see them for something important, I said, and I couldn't help but think of why I was telling her that. When are you leaving? She asked, and I stood up from the bed. We can leave right now, I said, and she smiled at me before leading the way. We walked out of the house, and the pack members mumbled their greetings to me, and all I did was nod at them. Soon we were at her parents' house, and I was left alone. I stared at the door of Eric's parents, complimenting them on what to do. I knew that I couldn't just go in there without knowing what to say. I knew that Cynthia was the one who was hurt the most by my behavior, but Stephen understood. I knocked gently on the door, and the door pulled open almost immediately. Finally, we have someone who visits us, Cynthia said sarcastically before opening the door. And she smiled, but it vanished immediately when she saw me. I had thought that she knew that I was at the door and that she wasn't angry at me anymore, but I was wrong because the smile vanished. I felt sad that I was the one who made her sad. What the hell are you looking for here? She asked angrily, and I sighed heavily, not knowing what to say. Who is at the door? I heard Stephen's voice say something, and before I could reply, Cynthia cut in. Nobody is at the door, she replied, and I couldn't help but feel sad that I had made a lovely woman angry. I knew she was still angry with me for the way I yelled at her yesterday. I'm sorry for yesterday. It wasn't my intention. I was carried away by my anger. I'm sorry for what I said and did. I'm willing to take any punishment of yours. I am going to bed your daughter next, and I hope she forgives me, I said with tear-filled eyes. The cold shoulders I was being given aren't helping me at all. It felt like I was being strangled by something or someone. It's okay. I understand, she said, hugging me, and I was caught off guard by that. I couldn't understand or bring myself to know that she had already forgiven me. Thanks so much. You don't know what this really means to me, I said, disengaging from the hug, and she smiled. You can come in, she said, and I walked into the house, admiring every decoration in the room. I was awed by what I saw, and I couldn't take my eyes off the house. Look who we have here, I heard a voice say, and I jumped up in shock. I looked in the direction of the voice, and it turned out to be Stephen. He stared at me with a frown. Good morning, I said, and he rolled his eyes. What do you want? I thought you said you don't want anything to do with us. He said it in a taunting manner, and I couldn't help but smile. Sorry about all that. I overreacted yesterday. I was frustrated by my anger. I said again, and he smiled. Come over here and give me a hug, he said, and I walked up to him and he hugged me tight. Chapter 21. Apologies, Jerome. I was directed to Erica's office by her parents. They had welcomed me with open hands, and I'm glad for that. I had thought that they would hold me responsible for what happened yesterday, but I'm glad they didn't. I don't know what I would have done if they had hated me for yesterday, and I'm glad they didn't. Here I am on my way to her office. Everybody I saw on my way greeted me with respect. I couldn't help but be happy about all this, but at the same time, nervous. And nervous about what Erica would say or do to me if she sees me. I could feel my hands shaking in anticipation. I knew that what she would do was yell at me as soon as I saw her. I knew she would want to vent her anger on me, and I'll be glad if she does. I will gladly take any punishment of hers. I'll do everything in my power to see her happy. And if it has to be that she hurts me to be happy after what I've done to her, then I'll gladly take that. I can do anything to see her smile. I will do everything in my power. I want to make sure I'm the reason for her smile. I doubted if she was going to let me get close to her after yesterday. I disgraced her in front of her parents and some pack members. I knew that she only wanted to prove her innocence, but I made things worse. I knocked on the door of her office, which was transparent. I couldn't help but gasp at the sight in front of me. There in front of me is my friend with another man. His mouth was close to his, and it looked like they were talking. The person I saw with her was no other than her beta. She had brought her bait along with her when she came to take me to her pack. Erica wasn't aware of my presence, but the man seems to be aware. And he seems to be doing all that to make me jealous. And I won't lie, I am. I opened the door, and I entered her office angrily. What the hell is going on here? I asked angrily, staring at the man with so much hatred in my heart. Can't you see we are busy? The man said, and Erica wanted to stand up to shout at me, but the man whispered something into her ear, making her giggle. I couldn't believe what was happening. I stood frozen at the doorpost, unable to do a thing. I had thought that she was lying when she said she doesn't care anymore and that I could do whatever I wanted. I had thought she was joking, but now it seemed she was not. I knew that there was no way I was going to let him have her. I'm not going to allow that. I'm not going to watch her be with another man. And then I'll realize the pain she was feeling while I was with Mabel. I now know her grief, and I couldn't help but feel sorry for her. What do you want? Erica asked this time, and it seems like she forced it out. I feel sad knowing I was the cause of it. I came here to apologize, I stated while trying to keep my calm. Then get that done, she said in a demanding tone, and I couldn't help but feel slightly hurt. I now know how it feels to be given the cold shoulder. I wasn't in my right state of mind yesterday and really sorry for what I said. I don't mean any of it, I stated truthfully with an apologetic look on my face, hoping that she would believe me, but she didn't. Okay. Since you are done with your apology, you can leave, she said, and I bowed my head sadly before walking out of the office. I saw her snuggle up to the man, and she brought his face closer to hers. It was like they wanted to kiss each other. I couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and with that, I rushed toward my room immediately, not waiting to look at the horrible sight. I have made up my mind to go to her room and stay there till she comes home, and there I'll express my feelings about it not sitting well with me while seeing other men with her. I walked into my room, and I sulked for hours, thinking of how to tell her everything on my mind. I don't know what to do or say. I knew that whatever I said might be wrong, and I was starting to get nervous about it. I knew that there was nobody in this pack that I trusted and that things might go south. I would have asked someone for help, but seeing that I'm alone in this pack makes it worse. I knew that if I waited for someone to guide me, it might be too late, and I don't want that. I don't want to lose her even if she were to resent me for changing my mind. So be it. I'm not ready to lie to her. I don't know how I developed this feeling of not seeing her with another man, but it erupted. The fact is that I had never seen her with a man before, and seeing how close they were today, I knew that things were just starting to bloom between the both of them. I knew that all this was supposed to be coming from me. I knew that I have a fiancé at my school before, but I'm ready to break off the engagement for her sake. I'm ready to do everything possible to make her mine. It was evening already, and Erica was now back from her office. I had seen her come toward her room, and there I stood with a huge smile on my face. I was praying and hoping that she wouldn't yell at me or do something that I might regret. All I can do is wish for the best to happen. I knew that this might be early for me, but then I realized that I might lose her if I don't say what is on my mind. She opened the door of her room, and immediately a smile was plastered on her face. She stared around her room in awe, and I couldn't help but be happy. My face was contorted into a frown, knowing that she might think this is from the man they were both with in the office. I had decorated the room with flowers and many sorts of things. The room was being illuminated by the light bulb that I had put in it, and it kept changing everything. Samuel, I know this is your handwork. Come out from where you are, I heard her say excitedly, and I felt my heart ache. I couldn't believe what I heard. I knew that something was going on between them, and with my guess, I knew that things wouldn't go as I had planned if I didn't say what was on my mind. I had planned all this hours ago, and I had fixed everything where it was supposed to be. I had promised to make today memorable for her, but it seems like it might get ruined by Erica. Samuel, is this the surprise you have for me? I heard her express excitement. I feel my heart beating fast, not knowing what to expect from her. I knew that things won't be as I thought because she had thought that I was someone else. Chapter 22, Surprised Erica. I was glad that the plan that I made out was working, and not only that it has made him want to confess his love. I knew that he was the one who decorated the room because I had been told by Samuel that anything can happen in the room and that if I feel anything strange I should mention his name and that it would make him want to say what was on his mind. I knew that Jerome was only playing to what Samuel wanted. He is going to say all that is in his mind and nobody is forcing him to. I feel happy that he is going to express his feelings to me, and not only that but because of a trick Samuel advised me to do. I wasn't willing to do so, but I knew that nothing is bad in trying. I don't want to seem desperate and I want to stay away from him, but seeing the way I was advised by Samuel I have no choice but to give in. I knew that whatever I was doing would be the last thing I will do to get him to come closer to me. I knew that having to pull the trick on him isn't good, but there was nothing I could do about that. I thought you said you will show me the surprise tonight, in the wood where you had wanted us to have our first date. I said, but it didn't hear any reply. I felt my heart seize immediately while thinking that I had made a big mistake, but I decided to continue. Samuel, what are you waiting for? I'm ready for your surprise, I said excitedly. I was happy that his plans worked. I had sniffed in the air immediately I entered the room and I couldn't help but feel excited about the whole thing. I knew that having this going as I had planned made me forget all that he had done. I had forgiven him, and immediately he came to my office, and seeing the way he reacted, Samuel knew that he would definitely do something to express his love for me. I was almost entering the room when I felt a weird smell hit my nose. I'm sorry, Erica. This isn't Samuel, I heard a voice said behind me, and I turned to look at the direction of the person, and it turned out to be Jerome. Jerome, what the hell are you doing? I asked with a fake hint of anger, and he shifted backwards with an hurt on his face. My heart fluttered immediately, and I couldn't help but smile at him. I just want to tell you what I feel about you, he said, and was about continuing when I cut in again, but this time with anger. You don't have to do all this. I know how you feel about me, I said with a pause while smiling widely. I know you hate me. Then why are you doing all this? I heard him said, jumped back with fear. I looked at him and I noticed that his hands were at his back. He has been hiding his hands since the time he entered the room. I feel like something is in his hands. I knew the way I was pushing him might not want him to say what was on his mind, but I'm ready to do that. Not that. The thing is that. I heard him say. That what is it? I asked with annoyance. I'm not support of the way he was talking, but I knew I had to use patience, but the patience I was having is starting to vanish. The thing is that I hate seeing you with him. I don't know your relationship, but it would break us apart. I don't like seeing you with other guys, and he isn't an exemption, he said, and I scoffed. You can't tell me what to do since you have a fiancée already and you stated it, that you love her. He didn't do anything or say anything to you about it. Why bothering me? I stated clearly. I was annoyed with the way he was talking. Doesn't he know that's what he had been doing to me? He had been sending letter and I'm aware about it, but I do nothing. I couldn't help but feel angry. Is this the way to say his love for me? He is nothing but an old fool. Is he trying to propose to me in the way those aged men do? He lack romance, and I couldn't help but wonder if this is the same man I'm to be with for my entire life. I know that this might sound weird to you, but I love you. I have been thinking of you lately, and I don't know what's happening to me. I can't get the image of you away from my head. I won't force my love on you. You can be with whoever you want, he said sadly, and turned to leave the room. His face was filled with sadness, and I felt my heart flutter. I couldn't believe that he would someday say this to me. I had thought that I cannot be with my mate, but it all seems wrong. I was surprised to see that the plan Samuel gave me worked. I had always thought that the plan would not work, but it did now. I'm glad for that. You don't have to leave now. At least you can wait to hear my reply. It would let you get over me, I said with smiles beaming from each corner of my face. There is this man I love, but I don't think he loves me back. I had fallen for him the moment I set my eyes on him. I said, and I looked at him. He had a sad smile plastered on his face as I said. I knew he wasn't happy with what I am saying, but he still waited to know who he was. He just returned to me and told me he loves me. I said, and I saw him heave a deep sigh with teary eyes. Won't you ask who he is? I asked while staring at him with a smirk. What's the point of me knowing? He replied, and I rolled my eyes. The person is you. I have fallen in love with you at first sight, but you didn't look my way, but now you do, and not only the way you proposed to me, I said with a bright smile, and he stared at me with a surprised look on his face. Chapter 23, Happy Erica. I was feeling happy that all I could think of for the next day was what had happened. I couldn't believe it. Especially because Samuel had helped me out. I feel like I owe him. I couldn't be more happy. And am willing to express how I feel right now. I knew that he would be happy seeing that my mate and my love for him are starting to grow. Jerome had prepared a place where we could have our first date. And it was memorable. I was glad things worked out this way. But I'm still worried. I'm worried about him going back to Mabel. But I knew that was not possible. But still, I feel insecure about the thoughts. Here I am in my room, sitting on my bed with many thoughts. I stood up from my bed and did my morning activities. I made my way out of my room after a while, and I headed towards Jerome's room. And there I found him awake doing push-ups. I doubt if he always works out that early in the morning because his body doesn't look like that of someone who works out daily. I knew that he had an incredible body, but if he kept working out daily, he would have a perfect figure. He would look intimidating to others, and they wouldn't ever try moving toward him. Sometimes I wondered if he was an omega because of his well-built body. He might have the aura of an omega, which I doubt he is. Good morning. I greeted him and sighed heavily before standing up from where he was doing the push-ups with sweat dripping down his body. I couldn't help but feel the need to ogle his body. Good morning. How was your night? He asked as he heaved heavily before turning to go. He was shirtless, and I saw something on his back that caught my attention. I have been seeing this since yesterday, but I always forgot about it. Fine. Jerome, how do you get the tattoo on your back? I questioned him, staring at him curiously, and I couldn't help but want to know how he got the tattoo. The tattoo symbolizes a pure breed of lichen. I knew that it might sound weird, and that's why I had asked him about it. It had been on my back since the day I was born, he said, and I sighed heavily, knowing that it might sound weird if I told him that he was lichen. He might not want to believe me, and with that, I kept my mouth shut. I knew that if I wanted to tell him anything like this or show him something, I would need to have concrete evidence. I knew that finding something like that right now isn't advisable, but remembering an alpha, I doubt if he'll be mated to an omega. I had always thought that my mate would be someone powerful, but when I saw that it was an omega, I knew that it was the moon goddess' handiwork, and all I could do was accept him as my mate. I knew the moon goddess had plans for me and my mate, and I'm glad for that. I'll be the one to unlock his powers, and that made me happy. Why are you asking? Though, he asked, looking at me with a raised eyebrow. I was speechless for a second, and I knew that if I didn't act or tread carefully, then I might get caught by him for what I was trying to dig up in his past. I like the tattoo, it's beautiful, and I'm curious to know where you got it done, I said, and he smiled before turning to look at me. It'll be in the bathroom. I want to have my bath, he said, and I looked at the time and noticed that it was time yet for us to be at the dining hall. He took his clothes and a towel before walking into his bathroom. I was left alone, and all I could do was start thinking of a way to find out who he really was. I knew that if I had to get that done, I'd have to do it overnight since I'm always busy. I knew that if I were to schedule it during the day, then it would alter my work as the alpha. I looked around the place and I saw that there were a lot of letters from his fiancée, and I couldn't help but feel the fear that gripped me. I felt a knot tie in my stomach and I feel sweaty all of a sudden. I knew that his fiancée might be the cause of our breakup again, and I don't want that to happen. I knew how dangerous it is. It'll be a laughingstock if he was to leave me. I knew that his fiancée is capable of doing things, and I read through the letter, and it all contained how she loved him. It was while I was reading the letter that I noticed that he hasn't been replying to any of the letter. I was glad for that and I was out at ease. I shrugged it off my mind and I focused on waiting for him. After a while, he returned shortly, fully dressed. His clothes were on his body, and he had a dreamily smiling face. "We are going to the dining hall together," I said, and he sighed heavily before nodding his head timidly. We walked towards the dining hall, and the pack members we met on our way greeted us, and soon I saw Samuel and Victoria walking up to me with a smile. I felt Jerome's body stiffen, and a cold look was on his face as he stared at Samuel. "You don't have to worry. That is Samuel, my brother and his mate," I whispered to his ear, and his body became relaxed. "So you lied to me, but your lie made me confess my feelings," he said, and I chuckled. We walked into the dining hall, and he sat beside me. We ate our food in silence, and then I left the dining hall with him. I had told a pack member to give him a tour of the pack since he would be staying in this one. I had always thought that was not necessary, but seeing that he is to stay in this pack, I had to let him have a tour around the pack house. Soon he would be made the alpha if this pack made me the Luna. I won't tolerate anybody calling me Luna because I'm not one. I would prefer to be called the female alpha instead. Here I am in my office, sorting out the pack work. My mind isn't on what I'm doing, but instead it keeps tossing to and fro, and that is because of the tattoo on his back. I tried hard to concentrate, and after a while was able to do so. I walked back home in the evening, and I walked into my room. I have a cold shower, and I walked toward Jerome's room. I saw him waiting for me at his doorstep while staring directly at my door. I didn't know he was there when I got to my doorstep. We ate, and after that everybody went their separate ways. Jerome and I had a nice time talking, and after that we both walked into our rooms. I also walked into my room, and I waited for a moment before walking out of the room. I walked toward the library, and I started searching for books about lichen. I carried all the books to my room, and I set them down on my table. I started reading the book. I read the book until the next morning, and it was then that I was able to finish a book. There is a sketch in the book that has a drawing of the tattoo that was on Jerome's body. Chapter 24 shocked Mabel. It has been days now since I had been sending letters to Jerome. I was now worried about him, hoping and praying that nothing would happen to him. I pray for him to be safe and sound. I was praying on a daily basis, but what I always got was the bird returning without the letter. I thought that he must have seen my messages and might not be in a place to reply. But then I remembered how hot-tempered his friend was. I knew that if anything is wrong then it has to be the handiwork of his mate. I knew that his roommate hated him, and I wish I could do something about it. But I couldn't. I have always been scared my whole life, but Jerome coming into my life has made things change. I knew for a fact that no matter what happened, he would always be mine. But nowadays I was starting to doubt that he would be mine someday. I thought that having a fiancé engaged should have helped calm my mind, but it didn't. I feel the need to see him, but I knew that there was no way that would happen. The last time I wrote to him about him being thrown into the cold room, his reply was that he didn't want me to get worried about him. I feel emotional knowing that he still cares about me, even though we are far from each other. I had the confidence that our love would make him survive. He told me that he had been treated by his friend, who had saved him from the cold room. I was confused because I didn't know what she was up to. I had thought that she would reject him just like she had promised, but what I wasn't expecting was that he would be taken to her pack forcefully by her mate. I was sitting on my bed, awake in my thoughts, with fear etched on my face. I was praying that he would survive wherever he was. I knew that his having survived the cold room was a miracle and that he was strong. I knew he was strong enough to withstand anything that was thrown at him by his mate. I had faith in our love, and I knew that our love would conquer those who wanted it to destroy us. I was still lost in thoughts when I heard the door of my room open with such force. I turned to look in the direction of the person, and it turned out to be Sandra, my best friend. "Mabel, you are still here." I heard Sandra's voice jolt me out of my thoughts. I stared at her confused, not knowing what to do or say. I stared at her with confusion written in my eyes. She rolled her eyes, and she clicked her tongue impatiently. "What the hell is going on?" I asked, and she sighed heavily while shaking her head with disgust. I cowed and understand who she had directed the disgusting face at. And with that, I looked around with a worried expression on my face. I knew whatever had made her like this would do more to me. I knew that whatever I was about to hear would be like a huge bomb to me. "I told you that you shouldn't trust Jerome, he is nothing but a liar," she was saying, but I used my hand to grab her mouth immediately with anger in my eyes. "How do you say a thing like that, hun? Jerome isn't like other men outside," I said, and she rolled her eyes before removing my hands from her mouth. "Haven't you heard about the rumors going around that your fiancé had fallen in love with his mate, and not only that they were planning on marking and mating themselves soon?" she asked, and I felt my head become foggy all of a sudden. I knew that there was no way he would fall for his mate after all she had done to him. I have faith in him that he can never cheat on me. Stop saying such things, they are just mere rumors about them. There is no way he would want to accept her. He can't love someone who has hurt him. He won't ever allow something like this to happen. He is faithful and would always be. He can't fall in love with her because she is nothing but a real devil," I said hastily, finding it hard to believe what she had just said. I knew that whatever she was saying might be right because his mate didn't reject him and their mate bond might have made that possible, but I'm not ready to admit that. I'm not ready to admit that my fiancé might have fallen in love with him. My mind was in a disarray, and all I could think of was the both of them together. And as I kept on thinking about it, an image of the both of them together holding hands popped up in my head. I knew that if I didn't stop thinking about it, I might break down. "I can't believe that you are saying this. Don't you know what he will become if he gets mated to her? He will be an alpha, of course. And why would he want to lose that golden opportunity because of you? I knew that if you were in his shoes, you wouldn't hesitate to accept him. This is power we are talking about. You think love can conquer his test of greed? That can happen because he is long gone," Sandra said with a dramatic pause while placing her hand on her waist dramatically. "The atmosphere in the room isn't something to write home about, and that's because all my emotions were channeled into my auras. I knew that what he had just said was right, and that made things hard for me. There is a chance he would see something like that and reject it. I knew that if it happened to be me, I would accept her. I knew that there was nothing people could do about greed. I knew that what Sandra was saying was right, and am ready to do something about it. But first I need to know if it's true." I knew that he would tell the truth about this situation because he wouldn't want to be in the middle of both of us. "I would advise you to move on with your life," Sandra concluded after staring at me with a sad smile on her face. "You don't have to worry about that. I need to confirm if this is true from him, and then he'll know what to do next," I said, and she rolled her eyes. "I pray something bad won't happen to you after hearing it from him yourself," Sandra said, and I looked at her with a glare on my face, which made her avert her eyes. I knew that all she wanted for me was the best, but she cowed and controlled my life like it was her own. I took out the ink and a blank sheet of paper. I wrote to him, "Jerome, are all the rumors true? If it's true, how can you do this to me? You have promised me a lot of things, but you went ahead and broke them. I have always been faithful to you, but what do? You backstab me. How can you fall in love with someone who you have always hated, someone who took you away from me forcefully? You fell in love with someone who doesn't care about you. You fell in love with the person who had you thrown in the cold room. The person who doesn't care if you live or die. I knew that this was your reason for not replying to my letters. You should reply to this one before I come to the pack and get myself killed by your mate." Tears were dripping down my face as I wrote the letter. I knew he had fallen in love with Erica, and that was because every rumor that I had been hearing from Erica's pack is always true. The last time I heard a rumor, it was about him being tortured in the cold room, and when I heard that, I asked him, and he told me the truth. He doesn't want me to be aware of that, and I knew this must also be the case now. I knew that he didn't want me to know about it. He had forgotten about all this. I knew that I would be a laughingstock in the pack because everyone would want to show their concern about me. I knew I would be the leader of the pack. I won't be able to move freely for a while in the pack. I knew that I would have restricted movement, and I don't want that. I knew that all the pack members were already aware of this. I knew that there was no way I could avoid this. I sent the letter to him through the bird, and I sat on the bed waiting patiently for his reply. I knew that he'd reply soon because of my last statement. I saw the bird fly in through the window, and I walked up to it. I removed a letter from its leg, and as I read through the letter, I felt my legs become weak. I couldn't help but let the tears I had been holding in me since morning fall. I feel my head pounding heavily. First it was my mate who rejected me, and now my fiancé, whom I had thought we would grow old together, has left me for his mate. Hello everyone. The novel I'm introducing today is packed with dramatic conflicts and contrast. Erica, as a powerful alpha, holds a high status and great power within the werewolf community. However, when it comes to her emotions, she becomes vulnerable and anxious. She has feelings for Jerome but fears her status and power might intimidate him. Jerome, on the other hand, knows he has to participate in the duel that will decide his and Erica's future. His inner world is filled with fear and anxiety, but to be with Erica, he has to face those powerful alphas. The contrast between strength and weakness, along with the emotional tug of, or between the two, is truly captivating. Are you already eager to uncover more? Then don't wait any longer, join me in exploring this exciting tale. Chapter 25, Unknown Affection. Jerome, the narrator, sat on his bed, his mind swirling with the events of the past few days. He marveled at the sudden outpouring of emotions he had experienced, realizing that Erica's intervention had been the catalyst for this self. In the past, he might have resented her meddling, but now he understood the wisdom behind her actions. He was grateful for Samuel's assistance, recognizing that without it, he might never have found the courage to express his true feelings. As he reflected, the narrator's gaze fell upon a framed photo of Mabel on his nightstand. With newfound clarity, he understood that his relationship with her had been built on a foundation of pity and fear. He had seen her heartbreak when her mate rejected her and, fearing a similar fate, had accepted her affections when she overcame her pain. But now, everything had changed. The realization of his true feelings for Erica filled him with hope and determination. He knew that pursuing a relationship with his mate would mean ending his engagement to Mabel, but he was prepared to face that challenge, and ready to do whatever it takes to make her mine. He whispered to himself, a smile spreading across his face as he imagined their future together. Determined to move forward, the narrator rose from his bed and walked to his closet. He had just finished a shower, and as he dressed, he couldn't help but notice his reflection in the full-length mirror. His eyes lingered on his biceps, and he made a mental note to start working out more regularly. The desire to improve himself, both physically and mentally, had taken root. As he buttoned his shirt, the narrator contemplated his potential future as the pack's alpha. He understood that true strength came not just from physical prowess, but from continuous self-improvement in all aspects of life. While he had no interest in power struggles, he recognized the importance of being able to defend himself and his loved ones. Gazing out the window at the moon, barely visible in the daytime sky, the narrator found himself pondering the moon goddess's decision to make Erica his mate. He knew better than to question her wisdom, understanding that there was a greater purpose to their pairing. With renewed resolve, he prepared himself to face the challenges ahead, ready to embrace his destiny alongside Erica. I knew that having to be with someone as strong as Erica would require someone who was strong to protect her, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure that I can protect my partner. I knew that if there is to be war, I won't have to depend on Erica, and I need to stand up for myself. I'm not the omega of the Blood Moon pack anymore, but instead the future alpha of the Brightwood pack. I have been peeking at the warriors while they were training, and I have been trying to improve myself. I would wake up as early as I could and run to the pack's training center to train myself. I would sneak out of the training center before anyone arrived or saw me, and after that I would do some push-ups. I knew that anything can happen at any time, and I needed to be ready. I have been doing this secretly. I knew that having to protect her was going to be easy because any force that can put her down will surely do that to me. But I'm not going to let that happen. I would train myself to be as good as she is, if not even. I couldn't understand why I was doing all this, but I knew that it must have been because of my unknown affections toward her. I knew it was because of the mate bond. All I want is to protect her at all costs and make sure no harm befalls her. I'm going to make my wish come true. There is no way I'm going to let anything happen to her. All that was on my mind was to train hard and then be more powerful than my mate to be able to protect her. I knew that my wish was something that could happen, but I'm not going to give up until my wish comes true. I was lost in thoughts that I didn't know when the bird Mabel and I used to communicate entered the room and flew toward its cage. I looked at the direction after a while after feeling something was weird. I saw the bird, and I heaved heavily. I knew that I would have to do this nonetheless. I knew that I would have to face her and tell her that I didn't feel anything for her anymore. I knew I needed to tell her my real feelings for her. I knew she would be hurt, but I knew that I'd have to do that to avoid any unnecessary drama from Erica and her. I knew that if Erica knew I was still writing to Mabel, she might get angry. I knew I might lose Erica if I kept on sending messages to her, and that's why I had always ignored her messages. I knew that if that was to happen, I would have to leave the past behind and focus on the present. I knew that people might think that I want to be Eric as mate because she is an alpha, and I would also be in power if I mated with her. But that isn't right. I'm ready to be hers anytime, anywhere, and under any conditions. I don't mind going against the whole world to be with her. I'm not trying to please anybody, but instead I want to please my friend. I want my mate TIBB to be proud of me, and I would do anything to make that happen. I took slow strides toward the bird. My feet were heavy to carry, and I felt nervous. I knew it was like she was going to do anything to me, but I still feel nervous. I knew things wouldn't go as I had planned, and I expected Mabel to freak out at the thought of me breaking off our engagement through a letter. I knew that I had to do that whenever I saw her. I knew that it was a good thing that we aren't married if we were. Then things wouldn't be as easy as this. I was glad for that and happy that the moon goddess had made that happen. I knew that it was just months away from our wedding ceremony, and if I was taken away forcefully from my pack, then I would get married to Mabel in the months to come. I sometimes feel like being taken away from my pack forcefully is a blessing because it has helped me realize that I feel nothing for Mabel except pity. I knew that if she heard that I only pitied her, she would be hurt and heartbroken. But I knew it would rather be now or later when she would be enraged. I knew if she was to be enraged after I told her that I'm willing to accept Erica later, things would be messy and she might end up hurting herself. I stood in front of the bird with shaky hands. I knew that whatever was in the letter wasn't going to be good, but I knew that I had to face it. I opened the letter to read it, and what I saw shocked me to my bone marrow, and I kept gazing at the letter. I knew that she would later know about this, but I was going to tell her. I wasn't happy with the fact that she knew this without my telling her. I feel bad about it, and I couldn't help but wonder what she might be going through. I wasn't expecting the news about me accepting my partner's invitation to travel around, but now it has. I knew there was nothing I could do other than face reality. I sighed heavily after reading the letter. I was heartbroken and angry at the same time. I was heartbroken because she heard what was happy through rumors and also angry because of the way she addressed my friend. I knew that this was because she was sad and heartbroken because of this. I could feel tears threatening to fall from my eyes, and I had to hold them in. I knew I was at fault, and there was nothing I could do about it. If I can turn back time and reply to all the messages she has sent to me, I will tell her everything that is going on here. I was trying to find a perfect date and time to reply to her messages, but now she seems to have known about it. I sighed heavily while shrugging it off. I wrote back to her, apologizing and telling her that all I felt was love but pity and that my mate didn't reject me. Chapter 26 Erica. I woke up with a groan as I nursed my neck. My hand was on my neck, and I rubbed it gently. I couldn't believe that I was done with the heaps of books about those who had the same tat Jerome had, and it turned out that they were lycanthropes. I had done a lot of research on the tattoo, and I strongly believe that he was a, and not only that but a rare breed of them, which was said to be extinct decades ago. I couldn't believe that he was one. I was excited and couldn't help but feel happy to deliver the news to him. I have read the book, and it all revolves around what lycanthropes are. Lycanthropes are different species of werewolf who are stronger and faster than werewolves. It was said that a low-ranking lycanthrope who is trained can take on an alpha. The highest rank of lycanthropes can take on 6 to 7 werewolf alphas if trained by a lycanthrope mage. A lycanthrope mage is one who has the ability to control the 4 elements: fire, ice, earth, and air. A lycanthrope mage can take on as many alphas as he can, but the mage lycanthrope has a weakness that can be their demise. The mage lycanthrope would die if stabbed with a silver blade laced with wolfsbane and garlic. Mage lycanthropes live for years. The last mage lycanthrope was killed thousands of years ago. The lycan was killed by one of its subordinates. The subordinate had been trying to find ways to eliminate him. And then, after years of research, the lycanthrope was killed. I knew that Jerome was a rare species of the lycanthropes, but his rank isn't as high as a mage lycanthrope. His rank is below the high-ranking lycanthropes, but he isn't to be joked with. He can take on at least 2 alphas at a time if he is skilled, but I doubt that can happen because he was made to believe that he was an omega. Lycanthropes aren't as skilled as people think, but if taught by a mage, they can be far more skilled than their rank. I knew that with the level of training he might have been taught in his pack, he could still manage to take on a warrior, but I knew if he were taught like warriors, then he would be able to fight alphas and be stronger than them. I was glad for this. And with that, I started my morning business. I walked out of the bathroom with a towel on my waist. I dried my body and put on my clothes after applying lotion to my body. I walked out of my room with a huge smile on my face. I walked into his room, and I saw him sit on a chair while writing something. I knew with no doubt that it was a letter, and I knew that he was going to send it to Mabel. I felt my heart ache immediately. I felt jealousy starting to build up in me. I felt my eyes start to get teary. I knew that I might cry out so that he would notice. I feel like all he has been saying to me is nothing but deceit. I couldn't help but wonder if he was just using me. The book I was holding fell from my hands, and he turned to look in my direction. He wanted to walk toward me, but a glare from me stopped him. "What's the matter, Erica?" he asked worriedly, and I couldn't help but smile sadly due to the fact that he was like that to me, and not only that he made no effort to stop that. He was acting like he wasn't aware of what was wrong with me. "Stop putting on this innocent face of yours. You are still writing back to Mabel. I knew that all you had been doing to me is nothing but deceiving me. I knew what you wanted was to find ways to make me believe you. And then you would run off to your fiancé," I said, holding back the tears in my eyes. I wanted to walk out of the room angrily, but what he said made me stop. "It's not like that. You should read the content first." She knew what was happening and she demanded an explanation, he said, and I stopped on my tracks immediately. I collected the letter he was writing, and the content surprised me. I couldn't believe that he had said all this in the letter. I felt the need to hug him at that moment. The letter he wrote back to her left me speechless. I had thought that he wasn't interested in me but in my power. I had thought that he would run to his fiancée. "I can't believe you can say something like this. You are so sweet. But it isn't proper with the way you broke off the engagement. You should write it in a way that she would feel emotional about it," I said. And he chuckled. "It's better to leave it like this because he can do anything whenever she gets emotional. And I won't want that. It's a good thing we aren't close to each other right now. And I doubt if she would be able to eat for a day. But it's for the best," he said, and I stared at him lovingly. "Let's forget all that is happening at this moment. We should focus on ourselves," I said without knowing when it escaped my mind. I was so excited about the whole thing that all I wanted was to reward him with something. I knew it might sound weird, but what he had written in the letter meant a lot to me. "I have a gift for you," I said, and he smiled at me. "Something like what's on the floor?" he asked, and I couldn't help but smile. "No, not that. Here is your gift," I said, and with that, I leaned toward him to kiss him. He was shocked at first, but later he returned the kiss. He was such a good kisser, and I couldn't help but feel sad that I lost his first kiss. I knew that his first kiss would be with Mabel. I broke off the kiss with a contented smile on my face, and with that, I ran off while blushing. My cheeks were red like tomatoes as I blushed heavily. Chapter 27 Council Meeting. There were 12 men sitting in a room. The room was a little cozy. There in the room are the 12 councils of werewolves. They are in charge of taking care of the pack's matters. They are in charge, and whatever they say must come to pass. And if anyone tries to disobey them, the person who tried to disobey them would be killed. The door of the room was locked heavily, and the cozy features of the room made it more lively. There were various things hanging on the wall, ranging from artificial to portraits, but among all of them, one would catch one's attention immediately. The portrait was that of the last legendary mage lycanthrope. The portrait was standing in all its glory, and not only that, there was a statue of the same man in the room. The portrait seems to be radiating energy, which circulated all over the room. There was a portrait of another man whose eyes were fierce and could send fear down the spine of anyone who stared into them. The portrait of the man was placed on the wall behind a throne. The portrait was of the lycanthrope who was killed decades ago by an unknown person. The throne in front of the portrait belongs to the last man who was in the portrait. The throne is now occupied by a member of the council. The person seated on the throne was looking down at the others who were also seated on thrones that were lower than his. The man is the leader of the councils of werewolves. The man's name is Alpha Otis. He is the alpha of one of the most powerful packs in the country. But his pack can't be compared to Alpha Eric as pack. People don't know why the leader of the council's pack is not as that of Eric as, but it is still a mystery to everyone, including Alpha Otis. Alpha Otis had taken over the place as leader of the werewolf council after the leader's death. He wasn't happy with the death of the former Alpha Z, but he was made the leader of the councils because he was the right-hand man of the council leader. I called you all here to talk about the rumors going around, Alpha Otis stated calmly, and his voice carried authority. His aura's worst was strong that it almost made them all crumble to their feet worshipping him. The room was in silence, and he glanced at each of their faces, wanting to know if they were keeping up with what he was saying. Alpha Erica had found her mate weeks ago, but there is something that isn't clear, and that is if her mate is going to accept her. Alpha Otis added with his eyes shimmering. He has a glimpse of happiness in his eyes. What do you think about her mate? He asked again while staring at each of them with curiosity written in his eyes. He had a glint of mischievousness in his eyes as he stared at the men who were seated below him. His throne was facing them, and he stared at each of them carefully. He was inspecting each of them with his eyes, not leaving any single detail behind. Her mate isn't serious because he had always wanted her to reject him, but now he wants to be with her. He must be after power, one of the alphas said, and they all nodded in understanding. Yes, he is right. Her mate isn't someone we can trust with Alpha Erica. You know she is an important alpha aside from us. An alpha who had been sitting down quietly said, and they all nodded their heads. I heard he broke off the engagement he had with his fiancée to be with Erica. Someone like him who doesn't think twice before breaking off his engagement is capable of doing more to her. His intentions are bad, and it's hard to decipher. An alpha said, and they all nodded their heads, knowing that what he had said earlier is true. This isn't like some kinds of meetings they had always had, but this was a different matter. They were all summoned by Alpha Otis to discuss what they would do about the matter. They knew that since she was the only female alpha in the country, she needed to be protected. If she were to be a male, all this meeting wouldn't have been conducted. They had it in their minds that she was a lady and that all ladies tend to do things irrationally when they are emotional, and they thought that she was no exception. They would have let it happen without their consent, but because of the way her boyfriend had behaved, they find it hard to let that get away. They knew that someone like her mate, who is an omega, would be after power, and not only that he would not be able to protect her. How do we know his true intentions? One of them asked, and they all turned to look at Alpha Otis with a questioning look on their faces. They knew that was right and that he had always hated her. All this was unknown to Erica. She doesn't know that the councils were aware of what she had always said. You know, he is nobody in his former pack and his intentions would be nothing but to get power and fame, Alpha Otis said, and they all nodded their heads in support of what he had said. What do you all suggest we do, since you all agreed that he is after the power she has? Alpha Otis said, and they all sighed heavily before one of them decided to speak up. He needs to be put to the test since no one knows his true intentions. One of them said, I would prefer if his mate would be strong instead of testing if his intentions are right. He won't be able to protect her if he isn't strong, Alpha Otis said, and they all nodded. Why don't you let there be a duel? A duel that would make whomever wins her chosen mate, and also the alpha of her pack, an Alpha said, and they nodded their heads in understanding. The duel would be between her pack members and her mate, Alpha Otis said so in a questioning manner while staring at them. He knew that some of the councils would want to partake in the duel, and that was what he wanted. He wasn't willing to let Eric as mate, who was an Omega, be with her. He couldn't bear to see that, and that was because he didn't want to see her get hurt. Alphas from other packs can partake in the duel, and you guys can partake as well. I want for her is to be safe, as well as her pack, I said, and they all nodded their heads happily. I knew that they were all happy about what I had said, and I knew that they all wanted to be mates with someone as good as her. And not only that, but because she's an incredible woman, who would want to be her mate? You should send all what we had said to all other packs, and most especially to Erica's pack. You should make sure that her mate gets to know about it. If he is only after her power, he would back down immediately, Alpha Otis said. We are done with today's meeting. You can all leave, he said, and they all bowed their heads slightly before waking out of the room, and same with Alpha Otis. After they were all gone, a man came inside the room and he smirked heavily while walking up to a portrait which was hanging on the wall. It's just a matter of time. All my plans would set in that would happen with the help of the councils, the man said as he laughed. The man was wearing all black with his mouth covered with same black clothes. There was nothing left uncovered except his hazel blue eyes. One would know he was a man because of the way he was dressed. He stared at the throne in front of him with a dreamy smile on his face. The throne would be mine, the man exclaimed with a smile on his face. He walked up to the statue which stood gallantly in the middle of the room. He ran his hands on the statue which glowed more brightly. The man walked out of the room, and after a while Alpha Otis came into the room while staring around the place with a frown on his face. He had forgotten to lock the door if he council meeting room, and he feel like Simone was inside the room earlier before him. He shrugged it off his mind and he walked out of the room, not forgetting to lock the door. Chapter 28. Mabel. I have been diagnosed with heart attack because of my weak gene, and I wasn't able to heal from it. I never let anyone know about it. Sandra isn't aware of it, and with Jerome. I had always wanted us to live peacefully together without our sickness. I knew I should have told him, but I didn't want to. I was planning on telling him soon, but that changed. I was shocked with the reply I read from the letter that was sent to me by Jerome. I knew that things weren't going to go as planned anymore. I was told not to do hard jobs, but I don't care about it anymore. The Alpha was aware of it and has set me free from doing any of the pack works, and Sandra was told to be assisting me. I knew that I should have been happy with the way I was being treated by the Alpha, but I wasn't. All I want is to have a peaceful life with Jerome, but it is now shattered, and it's all because of Jerome. He had made my old sickness resurface, but not only that, he had made them appear, and this time more worse than before. I have told you that this is what he would do at last, but you didn't heed to my warnings and advice. You should have known that he can't be full to you forever, but you didn't listen, and now you are sick because of the same reason I had warned you of, Sandra said as she helped me sit on the bed, and I sighed heavily while blaming myself for not listening to her. I felt bad that I had to turn to my best friend because of him. I had placed so much trust in him that I didn't see any reason or need to worry then, knowing that he can never fall in love with her, but now the things I dreaded so much had happened and I couldn't do a thing. I knew that I might not get the chance to change the past, but am ready to change the present. He had said that all he felt for me was nothing but pity. I knew that he felt pity for me before, and I had thought that I turned to love, but now he told me that he only pitied me, and that's why he did all that. He told me that he cannot find the peace and happiness he wanted from me, but instead from his mate. I knew that he was right in Jay. I felt like I had been pushing myself on him and am ready to change that. I was wallowing in thoughts when I heard the sound of footsteps, and with that I wiped off the tears that had escaped my eyes. I wouldn't want to stress her anymore with my problems. I wouldn't want to cause her trouble. I would make sure I recover as soon as I can and get what I always wanted. I would make sure I get my revenge on him for breaking my heart in a rueful way. I have never had it in mind that I would be left all alone, and even if I have, I wouldn't have planned it like this. Here is your food. I heard Sandra stared at her with a radiant smile on my face. I was glad that I have someone like her that can stand for me while I was sick. I had thought that Jerome is the only one that can stand for me and would never leave my side, but I was wrong. I was wrong about it all, and I felt bad that I didn't heed to Sandra's advice. I feel like a used and disposed lady who gets dumped by her fiancé for another lady. I do not want to lose the feelings of losing a loved one to another person. I am that food, and I feel a little bit relaxed knowing that I have someone who still cares about me here. Someone who is willing to be with me at all times. I would forever be grateful for what Sandra had done to me. I knew that there was no other way I could repay her kindness other than to obey whatever she says. I knew that sometimes it would be hard to make some decisions, and I would make decisions that are good. I knew that me having to want revenge won't sit right with Sandra because she doesn't feel my pain. How would you feel if your partner who you have trusted so much breaks your trust? How would you feel if your partner broke off your engagement through a letter? I knew that you would be equally angry as I am now. We have been through thick and thin together, but he decided to break my truth for him. I have made up my mind not to get my revenge, and nothing is stopping me, and not even Sandra. She might not know what him breaking my heart has done to me, but I would show him what it had done to me. I would make sure he atoned for all his sins. He would never be spared by me. I would make sure he begged me for what he had done wrong. I knew that I might get hurt in the process of wanting revenge, and mostly I might get killed, but I'm not giving up so easily. I need to go get myself ready for today. I won't want to smell bad while you are seeking good. You might decide to send me away from your presence. Sandra joked as she stood up from where she was seated before leaving the room. You can leave. You are free to go. I really appreciate your efforts for today, I said to her, and she smiled before waking out of the room, not without saying you are welcome. She said, and with that she shut the door behind her. I felt the need to cry immediately. She was out of my room, but I had to hold it in. I knew that me behaving like this is all part of what had happened to me. I knew that it was going to be an easy task to get over Jerome. I knew that I wasn't truthful with my best friend because I didn't say what was happening to me truthfully to her. I knew that if I had told her about all this, that she would have told Jerome about it, and I don't want that to happen. I don't want him to pity me again because of my condition. I was lost in thoughts when I saw the door opened, and it turned out to be Sandra. She was panting heavily as she entered the room. She looked worried, and I couldn't help but wonder why. I knew that she just left my room some minutes ago, but now she is back, but she looked worried. Sandra, what's happening? I asked while staring at her curiously. I was feeling scared because of her behavior, and not only that, but because of how she behaved. It's Jerome, I heard her said, and I frowned my eyes in disgust. I wasn't interested in hearing whatever she has to say, but I knew that there was no way I can escape that. What's about Jerome? I questioned while staring at her. Idul had been introduced to all this. I heard her said, and I stared at her curiously, wanting to know what she was saying, but she seems not to be talking. Stop speaking in parables, I said, and she sighed heavily. The councils of Werewolf had announced that Idul for who would be Eric as mate, and everyone is allowed to participate. She said, and I felt my heart stopped beating. I couldn't believe what had happened. I couldn't believe that something like this would happen to him. I had thought that he won't be doing it, but it seems like he is going to. Please bring me some papers, I said to Sandra, and she wasted no time in getting that for me. I don't want Jerome to be in any danger or sorts. I knew that this is what I had planned before, but not like this. I knew I should be happy, but I'm not. I have wanted to extract my revenge from him, but not this way. I wrote the letter to him telling him not to participate in the duel. I told him how dangerous it would be for him to participate since other alpha would be joining the fight. His reply came in shortly, but what I saw in the letter made me cry. I knew for a fact that there is nothing I could do to stop him. I feel angry, and for the second time I felt the need to kill him immediately, but I have no choice but to control my anger. I felt the anger that had been suppressed by worry surface again, and this time it is doubled. Chapter 29. Erica. I was in my office. I thought of the kiss I had with Jerome. Even though I was the one who kissed him unexpectedly, I shouldn't have done that. But I cowed and helped myself. I felt so happy knowing that he had broken off the engagement with Mabel, even though it was through a letter. I cowed and helped but feel happy about it. I felt on top of the world with the way he had defended me and what she wrote in the letter. I was lost in thoughts when I saw Samuel walk up to my office with a worried expression on his face. He walked up to my office with the same expression on his face. The expression he had isn't something to write home about. And I cowed and helped but wonder why he had the expression on his face. I knew that when he gets to my office, he will explain the reason for his worries. He got to my office and knocked on the door impatiently. And I knew with no doubt that whatever had made him worry was going to be good. He doesn't get worried easily. And even if he does, it seems like today was different. I ushered him into my office, and he walked up to me without greeting me. I knew that whatever was happening made him hurry. "Alpha, you need to see this," he said, and I sighed heavily as I watched him stretch his hand toward me. I cowed and helped but to sigh heavily. "What's this?" I asked, and he exhaled loudly before replying. "This is a letter from the councils," he said, sweat forming on his forehead. I knew that whatever was in the letter didn't contain good news but bad news instead. "What is in the letter?" I asked while staring at him with a raised eyebrow. "You will find out what it is after reading it," he said professionally. I opened the letter, and what I saw made me gasp loudly. In the letter, they said a duel would be taken to determine who would end up with me. The duel is to take place in a week. And not only that, they said my partner needs to participate. They knew that my partner is an Omega, and doing this would let them get rid of him. I felt the need to stop all this. This is nothing but a lie. I won't let what they want come to pass. The letter contained nothing but thrash. How dare the councils poke their noses into my matter just because I'm a female? Why don't they do what they are supposed to do? How can they say a duel will be the one to determine who I will end up with? That is so lame. How can they say they don't trust my mate? And not only that, they said he looks like a gold digger. They want a strong mate for me. And that because I'm one of the most important people in the country. They think I'm not capable of protecting myself. I knew that Jerome was, but I still feel fearful. I knew it had been days since I had given the books to him. Even if not directly. I don't know why. But I feel scared that he may lose his life while fighting. And that's because I have never seen him fight. And not only that, but because he is still new to Lycan and probably knows nothing about it. What are we going to do now? This is a suicide mission for him. And the other way around. It's not a good thing, Samuel said. And I sighed heavily before replying. I'll try to see if I can sort things out. I will be off to the council leader's house. He is our only hope of stopping all this, I said hastily while staring at him. I was worried, and I could feel sweat dripping down my head. I knew that I was scared of him dying. Who in hell will hear of his mate going on a suicide mission? Who would voluntarily let his or her mate go on with something like this? I remember that the book clearly states that a low-rank lycanthrope can take on an alpha if trained, but he isn't trained. I have forgotten the fact that he isn't a low-ranked lycanthrope, but I don't want him to embark on such a journey. I feel the need to protect my mate, but I know there is little I can do. If I can't find ways to convince him, then I'll have no choice but to let this carry on. Should I prepare the chariot for you? Samuel asked. I will go there without the chariot. It will be fast, and I will be back today, I said, and he nodded his head. I will take my leave now and make sure that he doesn't know about me leaving the pack, I added after a while. I knew that he might have known about all this and would be preparing for it. I won't stop him because I knew there was no way he would want to back down, not even if I didn't support him. It would look like him against him fighting and us being together. He would think that I deemed him too weak to be my mate. I walked out of my office and made my way toward the border. I walked to the back of a tree, and I shifted into my wolf form after stripping my clothes off me. I knew that I would ruin my clothes if I were to shift with them on. I stood gallantly on the ground with my wolf's eyes glowing. I picked up my clothes with my mouth, and I sprinted toward the head of the pack, which was miles away from mine. I ran, and before I knew it, I was at his pack already. I walked behind a tree, and I shifted back to my human form before wearing my clothes. I walked hastily toward the pack's warriors, who stood their ground with their ears and eyes wide open for intruders. I was walking toward them when I was surrounded by some guards. I knew with no doubt that they thought I was an intruder. "Why are you all circling me like some kind of intruder?" I asked, and they chuckled. "What are you if you aren't an intruder?" one of them said so sarcastically, and I groaned angrily. I stared at them with anger in my eyes. The anger I had earlier was back, but this time it was doubled. I knew that if care was taken, I might kill them. "Get the hell out of my way, I want to see your alpha," I said, and they laughed mockingly. "Tell us who you are, and we might consider letting you in," one of them demanded. I couldn't help but wonder why they were asking me all this. I thought I was one of the most popular alphas in the country. "I am Alpha Erica," I said, and they laughed while looking at each other, and by this time those that I was walking toward had moved toward us. "You can't be her, you are nothing but an intruder. You would have come here with guards if you were Alpha Erica," another one said, and I groaned angrily. I knew they were wasting my time, and I don't want to hurt them so I don't get blamed. "Let me go now or else you will regret it," I said, and they chuckled heartily. "Guys, seize her," one of them said, and I groaned angrily while watching them move closer to me. One of the guards grabbed my hands in bed before he could see it coming. I swiftly broke out of his hands and punched his nose. "Attack," the one who seems to be their leader said, and I glared at them angrily. I was happy that they were attacking me, but on the other hand, I was happy knowing that I would be getting some action and that I would be able to calm myself down from what was happening. I dashed toward them and started hitting them, and before they could see it coming, they were all laying on the ground while groaning in pain. I grabbed their leader, and I was about to punch him when I heard the voice of Alpha Otis, the head of the council. "Stop all this nonsense," I heard the voice of the Alpha Otis, and I sighed heavily before turning to look at him angrily. "Tell these fools to stop all this instead." I arrived, and I was told that I couldn't come in and that they would have to take me to your cell. They attacked me first and were harassing me. "Do you think I would just watch them and do nothing?" I said angrily, and he stared at them with shock evident in his eyes. "Don't you know that she is Alpha Erica?" he was saying, but I cut him off. "I'm not here for that. I came for something important," I said, and he smiled. "I know you would come follow me. Let's go to my office," he said, and he stopped as he was about to walk away. "I would get back at you for fighting an alpha," he added, and I rolled my eyes before trailing behind me. I walked out of his office moments later with an angry look plastered on my face. I couldn't believe what happened. He had declined me from making any decisions. He said that what they had done was final and that it's a good decision. He said that they were only looking after me. I shifted immediately. I got to the pack's border and I ran as fast as I could to my pack. I had my clothes on when I shifted and had been shredded, but I cared less. The trees go blurry as I pass by them, and within seconds I get to my pack. I ran into my room after I had opened the door with my paws, and I shifted immediately. I entered my room. I walked into the bathroom wanting to have a cool shower before visiting Jerome. I walked out of the bathroom and I walked toward my closet to select the clothes to wear since I had destroyed the previous one. I walked toward Jerome's room, and I opened the door not caring if he was just coming from the bathroom. I saw him at the mini table that was in his room reading the books I gave him. I calmed down after I had my bath. Chapter 30, Jerome. I feel my heart beat rapidly as I heard the news which has been spreading around like wildfires. I felt my limbs go numb as I heard the comments from the pack members. I knew they all think him incompetent and I won't be able to fight in the duel. The rumors going around is that I would have to fight in a duel to be able to have her as my mate. The medicine all I will have to fight alphas of different packs in the duel as well. I knew that I might not stand a chance against any of them, and that I might end up dying before competing with any of them. I knew that I can't stand to fight my superiors, but I'm ready to do anything to be with my mate. And speaking of my mate, I went to her office wanting to know what she thinks of all this. I knew that she might be scared and wouldn't want me to participate in the duel, but there was nothing she could do or say to stop me. I would not allow her to ever stop me from doing that. I knew that she could do nothing against the councils. Anyone who wants to go against the council would get killed, and I won't tour me to get killed in the hands of the council member. I walked toward her office and I noticed that it was locked. I couldn't help but wonder if she had gone to the council to tell them to stop this. I knew that she might get killed eventually, and I don't want that. I don't want her to be killed. I want her to, and if him to die in the fight, then I will die happily. I would know that I fought for my love, but if I run off like a coward, then what would become of her? Will I be able to watch her from afar with another man? I was praying and hoping that she didn't go to the council to disagree with their judgment. I knew it wouldn't be good if she did that because she might get killed by them. I only had to hope that she didn't do that. I walked away from her office and was heading out of the place when I saw Samuel. I walked toward him with a worried expression on my face. Hope Erica didn't go to the council. I asked, and he shook his head sideways, and I breathed a sigh of relief. No, she didn't. He replied, and I sighed heavily before walking away from him. I haven't had the chance to talk to Erica, or do I see her because she has been avoiding me since the day she kissed me, and whenever we meet to eat at the dining room she would always find ways to avoid me while blushing. I knew the cause of it, and I also knew why she had ran off. I picked up the book that had fallen from her hand, and it was placed on my table. I knew that she might have brought it to my room for me to read. I have been occupied with the kiss to think of anything else. I have read the letter that was sent to me by Mabel, and I had replied her. Do she think that I would leave my mate because of what the council said? But I don't care. I would do whatever it takes to make her mine. I would fight whosoever I can to make her my mate. I would fight and will try my best to win the fight to be able to live peacefully with my mate. I walked up to my room with determination. I walked into my room, and as I passed by, my leg hit the table, but I had put the books on and it fell to the ground. A page was opened in the book, and there I saw the tattoo that was on my back. It was drawn inside the book. I stared at the page in shock, not knowing what to do or say. I couldn't believe that something like this was in my room for some while. I felt my mouth drop open. I took the book from the floor and I walked up to the mirror to compare the both together. I removed my clothes hastily, wanting to know what was in the book, and wanting to know if the tattoo is the same or not. I gasped in shock as I saw that they were the same replica. I knew for a fact that the book might contain something that I should know about my tattoo. I knew that it would partake to it because it was Erica who brought it. She must have read the content before bringing it to me. I knew that if it wasn't for what had happened that day, then I would have known more about the book. I opened the book and I started reading it. I couldn't believe that I was a lycanthrope, and that means Zimma, and not only that, but my species was rare because it had a similar tattoo to my back. I keep gazing at it non-stop, not knowing what to do or say. I was speechless, and I knew for a fact that if I was to be trained, then I will be able to take on an alpha at a time, and I knew that can't happen, but am willing to try. I couldn't help but wonder why I'm an omega instead of a strong lycan. Something must have happened to me, and that might have caused me to lose my powers. I feel hurt knowing that it must have been the case. I might have lost my powers and all sorts due to some reasons, and I'd doubt if he'll be able to hear it back. I knew what I wished for is something that can be granted. I couldn't help but feel sad. I felt the need to cry out. I knew that this was the next moment I needed my powers, but now I don't have it. It doesn't work on me anymore. I knew for a fact that home Gazar we can have a small structure, but I don't have that. I have a huge structure that someone might mistake me for an alpha and lycan self. I knew that if it's because of my lycan self that I have a huge figure, then it's likely Immerse lycan to be precise. I knew that all I have to do is train myself and not depend on lycan power, because it might not be true or I might not have it anymore. I knew that if I train hard and I get my lycan powers, then I will be able to fight off the alphas. I wish that I can be able to get my lycan power to be able to defeat alphas. I was lost in thoughts that I didn't know when the door opened and Erica walked into the room. She walked up to me and tapped my shoulder, and I turned to look at the direction of the person. Chapter 31. Erica. I walked up to Jerome. Immediately I saw him, and with so much emotion in my heart I hugged him, and immediately I got close to him. I felt my eyes getting cloudy, and I knew that it was due to the tears in my eyes. I was scared of leaving my mate and not wanting to lose him. I want to be able to be with him and not be apart from him. I felt the need to be close to him. I knew that I might have the chance to be with him due to the duel. I knew that I had to be strong and do everything in my power to save him. I will try everything possible to make sure he never dies in the duel. I pray that he will be able to survive and be the winner, even though I knew that can't be possible. I want to make sure that I get to train him to be strong. I will tell my dad to also help train him like a warrior whose sole purpose is to kill. I knew that it might be hard for him to digest it, but all I wish for is his success. I want him to win the duel, and I felt like today is the duel's day. I tried hard to fight off the tears, but it kept on coming. It is going to be okay. I heard Jerome's voice and I sighed as he patted my head while stroking my hair. I sighed heavily as I broke the hug while trying to clean the tears which had rolled down my cheek. I cleaned it and was sure that there was no evidence that proved that on my face. I wouldn't want to make that happen. I don't want him to see me crying. I knew that he would feel bad and I didn't want him to. I was worried about him. I was worried that something bad would happen to him while fighting. And if him to tell him, it will look like him calling him an incompetent person. I knew that it wouldn't sit well with him. Yeah, I guess I said slowly, and he sighed heavily while ruffling his hair with his hands, and I can't but feel more worried about him. You brought bees. Do you think that, Emma? He asked all of a sudden, and I froze and a dark shade of blush appeared on my face. I knew with no doubt that he would be thinking about the kiss. I knew that I shouldn't have done that, but it felt right. It was like my lips were made for his. I felt my heart flutter, and so do my eyes. I stared deep into his eyes. He gazed at me like he could see through me, and it was as if I was in a trance. Yes, you should read about them. And after that you can start your training, I said, and he nodded with a sad smile on his face. I knew that he might also think that I was right. Having to know that my mate would either die or lose me to another man, which I don't want. I don't want him to be far away from me. I knew that Mabel could seize any of the opportunities and be with her. You should inform me so I can take you to where you are to be trained. I said, and he nodded his head. I need to leave now. I said, and he smiled before I walked out of his room. I walked toward my parents' house with the aim of telling my dad to be the one who will train my mate. I knew he was the best candidate for it because he was the former alpha of this pack, and I heard he was a great warrior. I knocked on my parents' door and I opened it without waiting for their reply, just like I have always done. Good afternoon, Dad and Mom, I greeted them immediately. I entered the house and I saw them seated not too far from each other. Good afternoon, they said in unison, and I stared at the both of them with a raised eyebrow. They all stared at each other before bursting out into laughter. I couldn't help the smile that escaped from my mouth. I know you are here for your mate's matter, he said, and I nodded my head while staring at him, hoping that he would agree to what I wanted. I'm sorry for that. You know, nobody can change the council's mind. There is nothing you can do about it. You should let your mate choose himself. You should know that he's scared for his life if he decides to back down, my mom said. I nodded my head in understanding. I know that the decision is in my mate's hand. I pray that he does whatever he wants and whatever makes him happy. He should be happy, and I won't try to stop him from having a happy life. Yes, Dad. Can you be his tutor? He needs to be trained for the duel, I said, and he nodded his head before turning to look at my mom with a raised eyebrow and a questioning manner. You can, as long as he is in support of that, my mom said, and eyes filled with happiness. I knew that since my dad is a warrior, he would be able to win the match with the help of my father. He'll do just that. You should tell me when he is ready, my dad said, and I nodded my head with a tingling hope in my heart, knowing that his chances of surviving are increasing and might increase to a stage soon. I will, Dad, I said with a smile on my face. I will take my leave now, I said again, and they nodded their heads before I walked out of the room. It has been days now since Jerome had started training, and to say him disappointed is an understatement. I couldn't believe that this was the same person I had thought had the power of a lichen, and it was that I knew that he wasn't as I had thought. My fears had come true, and not only that I felt nervous. I knew things won't go well with everything. I knew that there would be something that would make things hard. I knew that there is no way that he would be able to fight off an alpha. He has improved a lot, but not to the stage of fighting off an alpha. I was happy with the fact that he isn't improving like I had wanted, and not only that he had been slacking off for some days now. He isn't training like he used to do, and my dad isn't saying a thing about it. He seems to be in support of that, and I feel confused. I can't understand why my dad would be supporting him even when it could cost his life. He is now able to fight off pack members, and not only that but also low-ranked warriors. He has been improving, but not to what I wanted. He didn't improve to my standards, and I will make sure he does that. I want him to improve to be able to thrive and be my mate. I don't want any other man to be my mate and also the alpha of my pack. I won't allow anybody to take him away from him. I can't help but feel worried that something might happen to him because he isn't still strong enough to beat an alpha. I knew that he would be able to beat off anybody except alpha and high-ranked warriors. I knew that him going against alphas is like a suicide mission which I don't want him to embark on. I knew it would be as if I disagree with him being my mate, and I don't want that. I want him to know that I want him to be mine and for him to be safe and sound. Chapter 32. Jerome. I can't help but feel restless about tomorrow. You might be wondering what will happen tomorrow. Tomorrow would be the day for the duel which would take place in this pack. I can't help but feel worried about what would happen. I knew that the book has classified me into being, but the truth is that I never felt anything different with me since the day I was told. I was worried that it was due to some reasons, but as I trained harder hoping that I will get what I wanted, I knew this might sound lame to Erica if I was to tell her all what I have been feeling. I knew that she would want me to back out of the duel after knowing all this. I knew she had expected me to be what the book had talked about. The fearless who goes against alpha at a time, but I guess if that would be ever possible. I knew that if I was to ever become the thing that was talked about in the book, then I'll be grateful. I knew things won't go as planned, nor will it be possible to be that. I felt hurt knowing that I won't be able to do anything other than to watch as the councils make her get married to another person. I knew that I would kill myself instead of watch and bearing the pains of my mate being with someone else. I knew that I had improved greatly, but not as I wanted. I know that I may not be able to fight warriors, but members. I knew for a fact that there would be few pack members who would want to contest for the duel. I knew that they would be afraid and wouldn't hesitate to back out before the fight. I knew that I'm fighting mostly warriors and alphas because no pack members in his right sense would try joining the duel. I also would have backed out before if it was when I first got to this pack. I would not try ever joining and trying to fight in the duel. I have always cherished and loved my life, but now that all seems to have vanished. All I wanted was to become one of the strongest warriors or and to be able to be with my mate. I have the urge to stay and protect my mate no matter the condition. I have the urge to be with my mate now. I want to be by her side every moment. I sighed heavily as I moved away from the punching bag, which didn't seem moved. I have been training with Stephen Erica's father. He has taught me so many things and am grateful for that. He has hope in me. He had placed his hope on me, and the same with his wife, Caitlin. They all want me to win in the duel. They wanted their daughter to be happy with me, but that can only happen if I win the duel. I know my chance of winning the duel is very slim, but am ready to do that. I would do whatever it takes to prove the council am strong enough to keep her safe. I knew that they had thought I wouldn't be able to protect her due to the fact that I'm an Omega. I knew that they had planned all this because they found out about me being an Omega. I can't help but feel the need to become what I had read from the book. I knew that if I had the powers of the then, I would be able to win the duel. I knew that being an Omega isn't as easy as I thought when I was in my pack, but now I'd because I'm being discriminated against. I knew that having a strong mate by someone's side is good, but with me being an Omega, or rather a person who hasn't discovered his powers. I sighed heavily as I walked out of the training center. Not the pack's training center, but Erica's training center. I was breathing heavily with sweat dripping down my body. My eyes were covered with sweat that dripped into my eyes. I wiped off the sweat that had formed on my forehead. I felt myself getting dizzy due to the fact that I hardly rest. I knew that not resting for days isn't good. I hardly have 4 hours of sleep, talk less of 9 hours of sleep. I knew that this wasn't as I had expected. I had also thought that I would be with my mate immediately. I had accepted her, but I was wrong because the moment I accepted her was the time when the crisis started arising. I knew that if I had accepted her earlier, then things wouldn't have been like this. I knew that if not that I now know how I feel about her, I would have backed off from this duel. I try hard to stop thinking of the past because I knew if I keep standing here wallowing in thoughts, then I won't be able to see Erica. I knew that this might be our last meeting, but I want to make it memorable. I knew that all this might be altered if I kept standing. I knew that I wouldn't be able to see her again until the duel started. I knew that she would be scared to watch me fight, but there was nothing she could do to stop herself from watching. I knew she would be curious and won't want to watch me get beaten, but on the contrary, she wants to watch as everything unfolds. She wants to watch me, but I doubt if that can happen because of who I was up against. I knew that those who I will be told to fight in the beginning might be easy to crack off, but as soon as the fight gets more intensifying, then I bet if I would have a chance against any of them. I knew things would get harder by that time, but I'm not going to back down. I would not let anything make me back down from this duel. I will do everything in my power to make sure I succeed, but I was nervous. I'm nervous of the things that would happen to Erica after I am gone. I knew it won't be easy for her, but there is nothing I could do about it. It has been written down, and there is nothing I can do to change fate. If I'm to survive, it will begin. If I don't, there is nothing I can do. There is nothing anybody can do to change his or her faith. All that needs to be done is nothing but to stick to the right path. I knew the right path for me is to be with my mate, which I found out too late. I would have enjoyed the time we spent together if not I was blinded with hatred for strong mates. I don't know how it feels to be in power, but I guess if I become just like the book has said, then I will know how it feels. I knew that alphas are so cocky and full of themselves, thinking that nobody nor anything can get in their way. I knew all this because of what Stephen had told me. He told me that I shouldn't fight like he has taught me, but instead fight like I was taught in my old pack and try to make my winning against warriors luck. He told me to get hit in every duel I have with anybody and make them get distracted before acting. He explained to me that they would think it's easy to beat me, and when they don't see it coming, I should attack. I knew the plan he made might sound easy, but it will be hard to do. I knew that all I had to do was follow what he had said, and I would have a chance of winning. And I was glad for the tip he gave me, but also sad. Angry and restless for not being able to get my like and power. It was like him getting obsessed with me being, but I knew that happened because I strongly believe that Erica can't lie to me. I shrugged off my thoughts and I made my way toward Erica's room. With a deep sigh, I couldn't help but wonder what she was doing right now. I knew it was late at night, but I feel like she hasn't slept yet. I was hoping that we could have a talk together because this might be our last together. I opened her door and immediately I entered, took a peep inside her room, and I saw her pacing to and fro with a restless look on her face. Hello everyone. Today we're going to discuss an exciting novel. In it, Erica is in a dilemma. She loves Jerome, but Jerome is an omega. As an alpha, Erica faces numerous challenges in their relationship. To make matters worse, Jerome has to participate in a deadly duel against formidable alphas, including Stephen, who even Erica fears. Erica is worried that Jerome might die in the duel, yet she can't go against the laws of the moon goddess to stop it. What will happen to them? Can Jerome survive? Join me in exploring this novel to find out. Chapter 33. Erica. I found myself pacing anxiously in my chambers, my brow furrowed with concern. The fate of Jerome weighed heavily on my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that our carefully laid plans were about to unravel. Despite my best efforts to prepare him, Jerome's progress had been disappointingly slow. The situation was becoming more complicated than I had anticipated. I had initially believed Jerome to possess the innate qualities of a warrior, as described in our ancient texts. However, his lackluster improvements suggested otherwise. This realization filled me with a deep sense of unease. As his leader and mentor, I felt responsible for his well-being, and the thought of him facing the challenges ahead with his current level of skill was deeply troubling. My observations of Jerome's training sessions had only confirmed my fears. If he were to face one of our pack's elite warriors, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. The disparity between his abilities and those of the other alphas he would face was stark and alarming. The gravity of the situation left me feeling helpless and afraid. I had implored the head of the council to reconsider, but they remained steadfast in their decision. As the alpha of the strongest pack in the country, I wielded considerable influence, but even I was bound by the authority of the council. Any attempt to circumvent their ruling could result in severe consequences for both Jerome and myself. While my pack strength surpassed that of most council members, I held a deep respect for the moon goddess and her laws. She had decreed that we honor the council, and I dared not risk incurring her wrath. The moon goddess was the source of peace and harmony among werewolves, mediating conflicts between alphas. Her anger was something all alphas and council members alike feared and sought to avoid at all costs. As I gazed out the window at the waning moon, I silently prayed for guidance, hoping that somehow we would find a way through this perilous situation without betraying our principles or endangering Jerome's life. I knew that Jerome might not survive the fight, but I knew for sure that if the moon goddess is in support of our relationship, then things would go well, just like I have always wanted. But I still feel scared though. I knew for a fact that things might go wrong, and that is if the moon goddess isn't in support of our relationship. I have a feeling in my gut that tells me the moon goddess is in support of our relationship. I knew with no doubt that things would go smoothly because the moon goddess had chosen him to be my mate. I was lost in thoughts that I didn't know when the door of my room opened. I jolted out of my thoughts when I felt the hands of somebody on my shoulder. I knew with no doubt that the person was Jerome because his scent filled my nose instantly. I turned back to look at the person, and it turned out to be Jerome, just as I had predicted. I smiled sadly at him, knowing that I only have a small chance of being together with him. I would have been more relaxed or without worries if he turned out that he had found his powers. "What's up with you being lost in thought?" Jerome asked, and I sighed heavily before offering him a small smile. My ears were twitching, which shows how nervous I am because of what tomorrow held. I don't know what might happen tomorrow, but I don't feel comfortable knowing that. I knew that if there is a fortune teller who can tell or predict what will happen tomorrow, I won't be able to go. I don't want to unravel what will happen tomorrow. I feel scared that whatever is going to be shown tomorrow won't be what I want. I knew what I wanted to happen might not happen. I wish that something mysterious could happen and get hold of the head council. I want the thing to make him stop all that is going to happen, but I knew that nothing of sort would happen, and I feel bad about it. And just worried about tomorrow. "I don't know what to expect," I said truthfully, and he heaved a deep sigh before cupping my face into his hands. He turned my face to his, and with that I was staring directly into his eyes. His eyes were filled with so much emotion, and I could feel a tingle of excitement rushing through my skin because of our contact. I felt the need to be close to him immediately when our eyes met. I knew that things might go wrong or different from what I expect from tomorrow, but in everything I won't forget the sacrifice of my mate to be with me. I would always remember him and would make sure not to fall in love with anybody. I would make sure I do not open up to anybody, and make sure I never forget him even after this lifetime. I pray that if we are to be mated together in our next lives, then we should be normal pack members, and not for there to be nothing stopping the both of us from becoming mates. I knew that the moon goddess must have a reason for making the both of us mates. I knew that whatever the moon goddess' reason for making the both of us mate must be for good, and I pray that he should survive tomorrow and be the alphas in the duel. I knew that it can't be possible because alphas are an easy nuts to crack, and that they might end up killing him. I knew that I should think positive, but I want Jerome to prove me wrong tomorrow. I knew that if someone isn't willing to back off in the duel, then the person might get killed, which I don't want for any of us. I knew that Jerome won't want to back out easily, and I knew that he might get killed. "You don't have to be worried. Everything would be good. I will do everything in my best to be the winner of the duel," Jerome said with an unsure look on his face. I knew that he also doubted himself. So did I. And all I wanted to see him survive. I will be glad if he was able to survive everything. I was lost in thoughts, and I didn't know when tears started streaming down my face. Tears that I have always hidden, called gold. I call my tears golden tears, knowing that no one would be able to witness me crying, but now my tears are now revealed to him. I didn't notice the tears which streamed down my face until it touched my tongue, and then was when I tasted the salty liquid which is now on my tongue. I feel my eyes getting cloudy due to the effects of the tears in my eyes. I was so sad that this might be our last meeting that I didn't care if he was sewing me crying. All I cared for at that moment was to cry to stupor. I want nothing other than to make all my inner wishes come true, which is for all this happening to be gone. "Erica, don't cry, things would be better," Jerome coed as he stared deep into my eyes like he could read through me with his eyes. He uses his hands to caress my face as he cleans the tears on my face, which won't stop streaming down uncontrollably. He successfully cleaned it all, but I could still feel the salty taste in my mouth, and all that was on my mind was what to do to stop all this. I wish that I could do something to make the head counsel change his mind, but there is none. I could remember his words which he had said the last time I went to him. He clearly stated that there is no way he is changing his mind, and that my mate would back off immediately after hearing about the duel. He told me that my mate is only after power. I knew that he doesn't trust my mate and all sorts of things, but I knew that he isn't after power or anything else. I could feel Jerome's hot breath on my face, and with that I snapped my head to look at him. It was then I noticed that he was moving toward me with his lips, and I have no doubt that he wanted to kiss me. And as I raised my head, my lips landed on his unexpectedly. Chapter 33 for Jerome. I cowled and understand what took over me, and as I brought my lips to kiss Erica, I knew that it might have been because I wanted to console her, but I also knew that there was no way that could happen. If it was to be because of her crying, there was no way I could say I was moved by her tears, because there's times, and this is the first time I would be initiating it. It felt like I was in some kind of trance where only she and I exist. All the worries I had earlier vanished immediately. I couldn't help but be vowed to that. I could feel myself wanting more of her as we kissed slowly and passionately. I knew that this might not have been her intention, but I'm ready to make this happen. I knew she might not have wanted to initiate the kiss, but I did. She had brought her head up to look at me closely, but her lips met mine unexpectedly. I knew that if it was because she had brought her lips to meet mine, I wouldn't have kissed her this deeply if it was for that fact that she responded to my kiss. I could feel my worried expression disintegrate into nothingness, and I was filled with nothing more than happiness. I feel happy with the fact that we were still able to kiss, even if it might be our last kiss. I knew that I had promised her that I would do all my possible best to win the duel. I knew it won't be easy for me to fight Alphas, but I'm willing to try because of her. I will never lose any opportunity I have to be with her. I broke the kiss after a while, feeling guilty. It was as if I have taken advantage of her. I knew that I shouldn't have kissed her because her lips met with accident, and I feel like I have taken advantage of the moment. I feel guilty for that, and I couldn't help but feel the need to apologize for it. After I broke off the kiss, all that I haven't think of before start popping into my head. I feel more worried about all that has happened. I knew that it won't be able to ask for her forgiveness since it looks like I have taken advantage of her. I knew that she wouldn't be happy with all this, and I felt more guilt. All I was thinking of earlier is about the duel, but now it has changed. I'm thinking of a way to beg for her forgiveness. I don't know what to do or say. I knew that it wouldn't be easy to beg for her forgiveness. I feel like she won't want to be associated with me. I could feel tears threatening to fall from my eyes. I knew I shouldn't have lost control over my body. I was at fault for everything. I knew that I shouldn't have let my emotions or my needs get in the way of my mate and I. I have a feeling that she was hurt and angry about what I have done. I knew that she would be hurt that she had trusted me, but I took her advantage in return. I knew that she wouldn't want to have anything to do with me. I knew that things weren't going to go as planned. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you angry or take advantage of you. I don't mean to make you angry. I'm sorry for that kiss. I don't mean to take advantage of you. Please don't hate me, I said slowly with my head bowed. I feel scared because since the time I broke the kiss, she had been awfully silent. I felt sad that I had made her like this. I regret ever initiating to kiss her. Her silent treatments aren't helping matters either. Her eyes snapped toward my direction while staring at me with a sad smile on her face. She looked hurt as I stared at her. Her face was contorted into what seemed like hurt. You don't mean to. Is that what you will say after kissing me? I don't know, am this disgusting to you to say you are taking advantage of me and that it wasn't intentional? She said with a sad look on her face. She had a sad look on her face, and I couldn't help but wonder about my head. I don't know what to say nor do right now. I'm confused. I don't know what made her stare at me like this. It's not like that, Erica. I thought you don't like the way I kissed you. I thought you hated me for taking advantage of you. After our first kiss, I wasn't able to take the thoughts of you out of my head. I watched myself all this while, and now that I have the chance to kiss you, it felt like you don't like the kiss, and most especially you were staring at me, and I thought that you aren't in support of that. I thought that you would hate me for what I did. I couldn't get you out of my head, and seeing how our lips met I couldn't help but take advantage of it. I said hastily as I breathed heavily, and she sighed heavily before replying. It isn't like that. I was just shocked that you took the lead. I have always thought you won't be able to initiate any of this. I thought you were the sweetened good mate. I don't know you will ever have the courage to kiss me, she said with a pause while taking a deep breath. I couldn't believe what she just said. And I knew that what she said was true. I don't look like a person who has the guts to kiss his mate or fiancé like he wants. I have always been shy and not able to do anything that has to do with romance. I have always wanted to impress Mabel, and I have always done all I can. I knew that I had to take the lead as a man, but I have been trying to do that. Mabel had been the one who always initiated any of our intimate moments, and I was always glad for that. I always feel happy whenever that happens. I wasn't disgusted by the kiss, nor am I angry. I'm happy that you finally took the lead. Did you know how hard it is for me to think and concentrate on whatever I'm doing after I have kissed you? I knew that it was a good intimate moment which none of us would want to forget, but since you didn't take the lead I always tried to avoid you to make it look like I was desperate. I knew that you might have thought that I'm a cheap person, and that's why I had initiated the kiss in the first place, she said, and I smiled after hearing what she just said. The truth is that I don't know what got over me today for initiating the kiss, but I never feel bad about it. I knew that it was a good thing, but seeing the way things were I felt bad for it. If I had known that this is what she has always wanted, then I would have tried doing that since. You are my first kiss, and I don't regret ever making you my first kiss. Am I your first kiss? She said, and I felt my heart stop beating instantly after hearing her question. I don't know how to tell her this, but it's a no. Mabel was my first kiss, and even though I haven't had sex with her, she have always wanted to have sex with me. She is a person who have a huge vigor for sex and has always wanted to have with me, but I have always find ways to avoid that. I have always find ways to avoid having sex with her. I always told her to make that happen on our wedding night, and she told me that since we are engaged it doesn't matter. I have always wanted to make that happen on our wedding night because I always thought that it was all wrong. I knew that something is going to change our lives soon, but I don't expect this to happen. I have always knew that there would be something huge coming on our way, and I don't know it's something like this. No, you aren't, I said sadly, and she sighed heavily before replying. Have you ever had sex with Mabel before? I heard Erica ask, and I felt my heart stop beating at the question. I don't know that she would muster up the courage to ask something like this. I haven't, I replied honestly, and she heaved heavily like some loads were lifted off her head. I was also happy that I also haven't made a mistake like that. I knew that I wouldn't have the guts to lie to her about all this. Chapter 35. Erica. I was glad to know that he hasn't been with Mabel yet. I don't know what I would have done if it turned out that he had been with her before. I knew for a fact that I would be angry. I knew that things won't be good if I had confirmed that he had sex with her already. I will be so enraged to hear that. I'm happy that nothing has gone far between the both of them. I feel happy knowing he hasn't had sex with anyone before, just like me. What were you thinking when you asked that question? I heard Jerome's voice, and I chuckled before replying. I knew things might have gotten complicated with his reply, but I'm glad it didn't. I feel happy that things are working out the way I want. I was just curious, and I'm glad that nothing has happened between the both of you. And said because you have already kissed her. I said, making a puppy face while staring at him. He smiled at me cutely before poking my head lightly with his fingers. He had a satisfactory smile on his face, and I knew that something would have wanted to tempt him into having sex with Mabel, and I knew with no doubt that it would be Mabel. I knew with the look in her eyes the day I took Jerome away that she was someone who was naughty, and I'm glad that he didn't get tempted by her. I was going to ask him about it, but I decided against it. I knew that things might not go as I had planned if I asked him. I was going to ask him what Mabel had intended to use in tempting her. I know you have many more questions to ask, but I'm not answering any. I know you to be a person who isn't easy to decipher. And I know that whatever you want to ask isn't going to be a pretty cool one, Jerome said while staring deep into my eyes. I scoffed with a fake frown on my face. I knew that he had read through me. I was glad for that, and also sad because I won't be getting away with things easily with him. I was shocked at how quick I was at flipping into a jovial mode. I know that I'm not someone who cries easily or gets lost. I know that this isn't happening right now. I knew with no doubt that if anything was to happen to him during the duel, then I won't be myself. It's hard for me to lose to someone, but after that it would be hard for me to lose that person. I knew that I shouldn't blame him if he loses the duel, because there is no way someone as average as him will win the duel against Alpha, but I pray that the impossible should happen. Erica, what have you been thinking? I heard Jerome say as he tapped my shoulders, jolting me out of my thoughts. I felt my heart stop beating at that instant. I knew that I should not mention it to him that I'm scared of him losing the duel. I knew he would feel bad for being born as an omega. Don't tell me you had been thinking of what's going to happen tomorrow. You don't have to worry about that, we still have a long way to go, he said, and I nodded my head knowing that he was right, but not ready to admit it to him, that I was guilty of what he just did. Nothing. I was just thinking of what we can do tonight, I said in defense. Jerome? I was meaning to ask you this since, but it always skipped my mind, but I don't know if this is the perfect opportunity to ask, I said timidly while staring at him with the corner of my eyes, and he heaved heavily before replying. Yes, you can, but I hope it's not one of those I have asked me earlier. He asked while staring at with an accusation look on my face. No, if it isn't, I said, and there was a long pause in the room. I was wondering how you have the tattoo, while staring at him, intently wanting to know if I had his attention, and I continued when I saw I had his attention. Do you perhaps remember anything from your childhood? I trailed off while staring at his face for explanation, and his face was contorted into a look of nervousness. I knew with the look on his face that there was something about the whole thing. I knew that there must be a story behind the face he made, and it looked like he regretted something, but my curiosity is getting the better of me. I knew that I was considerate enough because of what I was saying and doing. I knew it might look like I'm some kind of selfish BTCH whose sole purpose is to make things work to her plan. The truth is that I know nothing about my childhood. It was like it never existed, and the only time I remember is when I was little with Mabel. That's my only childhood memory that I remember, he said while staring at me truthfully, and I cowled and helped but sigh heavily. I knew that whatever made him forget about his childhood memory must have taken his Lycan's powers. I knew that I should have asked him this since, but it has always skipped my mind. I was someone who would forget things easily, but when it comes to Jerome, I tend to forget things. I knew that there would have been a way out of all this if I had asked this question before when I found out about him. Do you have a clue on that? Or maybe something that can make us know more about all this? I asked, hoping that he had an explanation for all this. I knew that with no doubt if he was to give an explanation, then it would make things easier and faster. I knew that all this should have been asked of me before, and that coming late isn't good. I knew that even if we were to find a way to make things right, he won't even be able to fight the Alphas off in the duel. I knew that there is no way I would be able to get the solution, and even if I do, then he won't be able to use his powers in the duel, and it might weaken him. I knew that this might sound weird, and it did to me. The Alpha said I had an accident while I was a kid, but I doubt if the accident is responsible for this. He said I had a head injury while climbing a tree in the pack, and I ended up falling down onto the ground with my head hitting a big stone. It was said that I lose my memory, but I don't believe that, because anytime I try going back into my memory lane, it's like force repels me, he said. My couldn't help but be wowed with his reply. I knew that his reply was honest and truthful because of the look on his face. Why don't you ask? I was saying before I was cut off by Jerome, who stared at me with a raised eyebrow. It would be great if you don't ask any more questions, because we might spend the whole night talking about this, and it is already too late for anything to be done to stop it, Jerome said while staring at me with a sad smile on his face. I knew he was pained about it, but he tried hard to hide it, but it was still evident in his eyes. I knew that he was happy with the fact that he might lose his mate to another person who he doesn't even know. I know it is hard for him, and so is it for me. I knew that there was nothing pleasant in this, since he was too strong to be able to beat them in the duel. I knew that he was just trying his best to hold up and not give up. We can just spend the night like other couples and talk. You can't say if this would be our last night together, I heard him say, and I knew that he was right. There is no need for us to wallow in thoughts like this when we can still make use of the opportunity at hand. Yes, I guess that will do, I said, and he smiled at me, showing off his cute dimples. I stared at him as I admired him, and most especially because of his cute dimples. Chapter 36, Jerome. I knew that things might happen as I have always planned, but am not going to let anything happen to me. And if anything happens, then it would be my fate, but I won't go down easily. I knew that if I was to forfeit the duel, then I would be counted as a coward, and not only that I won't be able to save my face. I knew that the council members thought that I was nothing but a gold digger, and me forfeiting the match will only confirm their doubts. I knew that it won't be easy for me to face anymore. I knew that this might be a test from the council to know if I'm not after the fame, wealth, and power that comes along with having an alpha as my mate. I have overheard Eric's elo quiz in, and it was all about the council not trusting me. I knew that it was just a matter of time before everything would be settled. I knew that if I have to get things done, then I have to do it my way. I sighed heavily as I wallowed in thoughts while staring at Erica. The both of us are lost in thoughts, but none of us tried to let the thoughts get us carried away. I knew that I should initiate something, and what was on my mind was to lift the foul spirit between us and bring the room back to its lively place. I know that all this isn't good, but I have no choice about what to do. I knew that I had to do something, and that was because Erica isn't someone who loves silence. She is always ready to do anything possible to make the place more lively. I knew that she was lost in thoughts and that she would have started a topic to keep the both of us talking. I knew that something must have been bothering her mind, and I knew with no doubt that she must be thinking about tomorrow. I knew that it was just a few hours to the duel, and things won't be good if I don't start up a conversation between the both of us. If I happen to die in the duel, then she won't remember me with anything. And I knew that if this had been known to me at the beginning, then I would have done something to change it. I wonder what would have happened if I had accepted her immediately when she came. And I didn't prolong things like this. I knew that thing would have been better, but I had made a big, terrible mistake to spoil it. I couldn't help but feel bad for causing everything. If there is a way to turn back the hand of time, then I would do so to change all this that is happening. I had promised myself not to make such mistakes again. Erica, you don't have to be worried. Things would be good. All we need is for fate to decide whether I'm to live or die, I said, and she sighed heavily with tears streaming down her face. I couldn't help but feel bad about it, and mostly for being the cause of her crying. I knew that all the things I have done to her before I accepted her isn't good, and that anyone in his or her right sense would have left me alone, but instead she clung onto me. I was the cause of all this, and instead of resenting me, she didn't. She stayed with me. She stayed with me when she ought to leave me. I knew that if it was Mabel, she would have left me a long time ago. I'm glad that she didn't leave. I knew that she is someone I would love to spend my whole life with because of her patience and kindness. I knew that we weren't on good terms from the beginning, but things seemed to start getting good. I knew that I would have been her mate if I didn't cause some fuss when I first arrived. I knew that the Werewolf Council were only doing their jobs to look out for her. And I knew that even if I was one of the Werewolf Council, then I would have thought that her mate is a gold digger from his first behavior. Why don't you let us take a walk out and feel the cold breeze? We should enjoy a night to its fullest, I said to her, and she nodded her head reluctantly. I knew that she was ready to leave the room for us to go for a walk, and I knew that was because she was worried, but I wanted her to erase the expression on her face. I want her to be happy even if it is for tonight alone. Yeah, we should, she replied with an unsure look in her eyes. I sighed heavily as I walked toward her, and I stretched my hand forward, wanting her to take it. I was going to lead her out of the pack. Where should we go? She asked it. I rolled my eyes, knowing that she was listening when I was talking to her. We should take a walk around the pack, and we can return afterwards, and we would find something else to do, I said while staring at her, wanting to make sure she is here. We can get her attention isn't on something else. She was staring at me keenly, and I was glad that her mind was bothered by something. It is not like him not worried, but I tried hard to conceal it. I don't want her to see me getting worried, and that was because I know she will be more worked up about the whole thing. We both walked out of her room, and a smile and we planted on my face as we made our way toward the pack's clearing. A worried look was plastered on her face, but I didn't say a thing about it. I knew that whatever I say might make things worse. I knew not to make things worse by saying the wrong thing. I have always been cautious of my words because I knew that anything being said by any individual can't be taken back. It's like an egg which was thrown on the ground, and it breaks. There is no way one would be able to pack or remold the same egg to its former shape. I knew that all this was right, and I have said something that I regretted. I have said a lot of things to her in the past when we first met, which I regret up to now. I regret the fact that I had told her before that I hated her. I knew that was wrong, and I regret it up till now. I knew that my words isn't pleasant and that it hurt her, and I doubt if she has forgotten about it all. As we walked round the pack, our hands suddenly met and we both turned to look at each other. Our eyes met. She smiled at me and I returned the smile. It was like this was the first time we were meeting. The sparks that erupted on our bodies isn't something I can explain. The sparks were soothing and I can feel myself wanting more. The spark was more intense than the one I have always felt whenever we made skin contact. I could feel the smile on my face wide and immediately I noticed that she was feeling the same thing. I was glad that it wasn't only me who was feeling it but my mate is. I knew that I'm not worthy of calling her my mate until I win the duel. And then I can call her my mate and I can be her husband boldly. I knew that no one would be able to stand in between us. This is so boring. I can't believe I'm doing this with you, Erica said after a while. We have been walking round the pack in circles and all we can see is nothing but the reminder of tomorrow's event. The place has been filled with a lot of camp house, and that was because most of the people had been here since yesterday to set everything up. And some alphas arrived today. As I was about to reply, I saw a man walked up to us with a sinister smirk on his face. He had a dangerous aura surrounding him. He had the aura of an alpha, and I knew with no doubt that the person was an alpha because of his looks and structure. I felt intimidated by his presence, and not in the way of his structure or power, but because he might want to be with Erica. And I knew that if the both of us are to fight, then I won't be able to win against him. Good evening. Alpha Erica, the man greeted with a flirty smile on his face, which infuriated me. Good evening. Alpha's even Erica replied grumpy ly, and I knew things can't get any better today. What do you want? I asked angrily, and he scoffed with a dramatic eye roll. I just want to inform you that you will be losing your mate to me tomorrow. You shouldn't worry, Jay will take care of her, he said in a low growl as Kate my mouth. And the man chuckled. I feel the need to attack him at that moment, but I was stopped by Erica. The man stared at me for a while before leaving. Jerome, why don't you let us practice for tomorrow? I won't want anything unexpected to happen, Erica said, and I nodded my head knowing that what she just said is right. Chapter 37. Erica. I knew that Stephen was up to no good, and I knew that he would do everything in his best possible to win the duel. And that was because I have heard him say so before, and he has always kept to his words. He isn't someone who goes back on his word, and I felt really intimidated by him. I knew that he might do something bad to my mate, which I don't want. I pray that whatever is planned for tomorrow will not work as planned. I knew that was the only way out for my mate. He had come to me after I had found my mate, saying he was interested in me, and not only that he said he was willing to do anything to make me his. He had once told me that before I found my mate, but I kept my hopes high for my mate, and it turned out that he's an omega, which is not yet to be proved by my theory. I knew if I was to go with the fact of the tattoo, then I would say he is someone strong, but seeing that he had nothing special makes it hard. It was something I'm proud of to know that my mate is an omega, but there is nothing I can do about it. I knew that the moon goddess didn't make a mistake by pairing the both of us together. I had thought that he was my mate the moment I saw him, because he was an omega. I knew that if I was to go by his structure or any other thing, then I would believe that he is a high-ranked werewolf. I knew that anybody who sees him for the first time would mistake him for a high-ranked werewolf. If it wasn't for his scent, then no one would be able to notice that. Erica, you have been so quiet after Stephen left. What's bothering you? Asked Jerome, and I turned to look at him with a fake smile on my face. I was thinking of what I would do to you in the training center, I said with a playful look on my face. I knew that there was no way he would be able to beat me in the training center, but I wished he could do that because there was no way this can happen without his Lycan power. I knew that if he was able to beat me, then he would be able to fight off the alphas tomorrow, but I doubt if that would be possible. I won't take it lightly with you, he said immediately as we entered the training center. We headed toward my private training ground. I won't also, and don't you dare try to withdraw in the fight. You can't take it lightly with me. You should imagine me to be one of your competitors tomorrow, I said, and he chuckled lightly before facing me with a straight look on his face. Let's get this started, I muttered, and she stared at me for a while before charging toward me with a straight face. I ducked sideways, escaping his punch, and he wanted to kick him, but I moved backward lightly with his knee. I twisted his leg angrily, not knowing why he isn't attacking me. I figured out that he isn't willing to fight me, but am not ready to let that happen. I knew that this might also happen tomorrow. What if someone he knows was made to fight him while he withdrew from fighting? I couldn't help but feel nervous. I knew that I had to set things straight with him so as not to misbehave tomorrow. I twisted his leg hoping that I would be able to make him feel pain, but instead he punched my stomach with his other free leg to roll his body in rhythm with the leg I held in my hands. He uses his other leg to kick me backwards, and I let his leg go. I was glad that he was able to do this. I knew that this is something good. He had improved drastically, and I knew that if he was to be on the field fighting then, he would be able to fight them off. It was dark already, and the only light that was illuminating the room was that of the small lamp that was placed in the corners of the room. The light was so bright that it didn't look dark outside. He stared at me with a satisfactory smile on his face, and I couldn't help but feel bad, but he would get hurt if he was going to act like this on the field. I dashed toward him with a fake punch which he fell for, and as he held my hands I punched him with my other free hand. I hit him hard in his stomach and he flew backward, hitting his back on the punching bag. He fell down and with anger in his eyes. I knew for a fact that he was angry and would charge blindly at me. I knew that things won't be good if he was to be ruled by his anger. He dashed toward me doing a sweeping kick which I dodged by leaping up lightly. I landed a kick to his cheek, and he stared at me with a surprised look on his face. He charged at me, but this time with a calculated step. I knew that he was going to do something that might hurt me, and I knew that he was taught by my father. I knew that there are many skills and tricks that my father can do. I knew that he might have been taught by my dad a few of the tricks, but I knew what to do if anything was to happen. He wanted to punch my face, but I bent low, escaping it. I could feel his attacks were weakened. I knew that there was no way he could take down an alpha. I was happy with the face, but I was not going to do anything until he made his move. He grabbed my body and he threw it toward the wall. I have seen it coming, and with that I stylishly use my leg to touch the wall to make sure when I fall I won't fall that hard. I landed on the floor groaning in fake pain, and I looked toward his direction to see he had let his guard down. He seemed to be moved by what was happening. He walked toward me with a concerned look on his face, and I couldn't help but feel bad that he would get hurt tomorrow. He would be hurt, and there is no way I would be able to do anything to save him. He would be blinded by his emotions and affections. "Are you all right?" he asked caringly as he stared at me with concern, and before he could see it coming I punched his face so hard and he fell to the ground. I walked toward him and I helped him sit up with anger. I couldn't believe he would go down this easily. I was filled with anger, not knowing what to do. I don't know if he would be able to win the duel with his performance. "You are weakened and blind by your emotions. You shouldn't let your guard down because anything might happen at any time. You shouldn't let your opponent get to you," I said with a pause while staring. "You can't charge at me blindly. You should know that," I said angrily, and with that I walked out of the training center. Chapter 38. Mabel. It has been days now since I have read the reply from Jerome, and to say I'm pleased with his reply is a lie. I was emotionally unstable for days that I could hardly eat. I knew that there was nothing I could do to make him mine again, but I still had hopes. I have my hopes high, praying and hoping that he comes back to me, but it was all a dream that never came true. I knew that things would take an end or turn and that I should move on from him, but it hurt to know that he had wanted to make Erica her mate, and not only there but he is ready to fight a duel for her. I knew that there was nothing wrong with him and that he had his senses intact, but why he would want to fight the duel even after knowing that he might die. I knew that it might have been because of her wealth and fame. I knew that he also knew of the fact that he would be made the alpha of her pack if he was mated to her. I have a feeling that he left me for her because I do not have fame or wealth. I feel hurt knowing that my finest had went to another woman who is wealthier than me and also of a high rank status. I haven't for once think of my mate, who was also an alpha, who left me for another person because I was an omega. I felt hurt knowing that the letter was coming from my fiancé, who has always wanted nothing but to cherish and to make me happy. I knew it was bad of me to think he would be with me forever. I have always had this fear in me before he found his mate that he might leave me for his mate, but he always reassured me, but it seems that has changed. I knew that I shouldn't have expected that the way he was before he was taken away from this pack forcefully. I should have predicted all this ended myself from getting hurt, but it was too late. I knew that the more I think of what had happened, the more I get hurt, but I was able to get it off my mind. I knew that I have to do something that would make things easy for me, and I was advised by Sandra. I knew that Sandra sometimes might be a bad influence to me, but I don't care. All I care now is how to get rid of the pain in my heart. I knew that there must be something that I can do for me to be able to get rid of it, but I don't know what it is. The letter he had written back to me was stuck to my head that I wasn't able to do anything other than to wallow in it. I was glad that the Alpha had considered my health to have me under the care of Sandra, whose room was moved to my side. I knew that if I had known then, I would have followed the Alpha's advice. Flashback. I was called to the Alpha's office by one of the pack members. I knocked on the door and I was told to enter. "Good afternoon," Alpha said with a radiating smile on my face. "I have been sending letters to Jerome and I was happy about it. I called you here because of a serious matter." He started and my eyes shot toward him with curiosity in my eyes. I knew that whatever he called me here for isn't something pleasant, and I was starting to worry about Jerome. I knew that the last time he said this to me, it didn't end well. He told me that Jerome was thrown into the cold room, and now that he called me, I couldn't help but feel giggly about the whole thing. I knew that whatever he is going to say isn't going to be good. Is anything wrong with Jerome? I asked with fear while staring at him with curiosity in my eyes. I don't know what to do or think of. I knew that whatever it was going to be good. There is nothing wrong with him, but... He trailed off while staring at me to make sure I was following what he was saying. I couldn't help but be relieved about the whole thing. I was glad that nothing was wrong with him. You need to be aware that you might be dumped by Jerome. You aren't with him and a lot of things might change. The mating bond between them might intensify. And then he would have no choice than to accept her. The mating bond between them will be strong because she's an alpha, the Alpha said, and I stared at him with an offended look in my eyes. I knew that what he said was true, but I have my faith in him. I don't know what made me believe that he would be mine regardless of anything. Flashback ended. I knew that if I had listened to the Alpha, then things wouldn't have turned out like this. I knew that things would have been better. I knew that if I had listened then, I would not be as hurt as I am. I couldn't help but wonder why I trusted him so much. Men are nothing but scoundrels. All they go about doing is deceiving ladies. They do whatever they want without giving the ladies a chance to talk or express themselves. All they want is to get their wish done without caring who gets hurt. I knew that if it was before and I haven't found out about the recent happenings, and I heard someone saying this, then I would have disagreed, but now was the one saying this. I knew that things can't get better anymore. I have to take up Sandra's advice or I will be stuck in my room wallowing in thoughts and sadness. Sandra had told me that I shouldn't care about Jerome anymore and I will be able to do whatever I want. I would get my freedom. There is a place which was like a clubhouse for everyone. I knew it might be Coke as a surprise, but it was be. The place was far from the pack's house. It was located deep in the bush. There was a cave in the place, and the cave had lots of rooms and space. I have once gone there with Jerome when we were kids, but the place hadn't been developed then. The place is used as a clubhouse. There were lots of things which were brought from the human world, although I haven't seen it, but I have heard of it from Sandra. One can get laid in the place. That was what I was advised to do. I was advised by Sandra, and I don't want to abide by it, but I then realized that there was nothing in it. I'm not a virgin anymore. My mate once had sex while taking my virginity. He had promised to take me with him to his pack, but he lied. And he used me that night. Jerome stood by me all this time, and when we started dating he didn't touch me, but he promised to do so on our wedding night, which I doubt can happen. I knew that he had his own freedom wherever he was, and I can also have mine since he doesn't care about me. I would start going to the house club every day and drink myself to stupor. I heard that I won't remember anything after I'm drunken, that I would be free of all the pains I'm feeling in my heart. Chapter 39. Jerome having to know I might not survive the fight made things worse for me. The words that Erica said to me last night were still ringing in my head. It was almost morning, but I was still stuck in the training room with a worried expression on my face. I feel worried that I might not be able to get things back to normal. I knew that it won't be easy for me to win the duel, and not only that, I feel scared. I feel really scared that I might lose Erica to another person. I feel scared that I might not be able to win the duel and thereby make her to be mated to another person. I knew that anyone in my shoes would have forfeit the duel and leave. And this was because I was going to fight only an alpha, but I'm going to fight as many people as I can. I knew that there would be a lot of people who wanted to compete with me to be her mate, and I knew that I might not be able to win against them. I knew that I would be made a laughingstock in the pack if I was to forfeit the match, and not only that, if I was to lose the match, the same fate awaits me. There is no difference, but I'm not going to sit down like a coward and watch my fate get decided by a duel. I knew that there was literally no way I would watch and do nothing. I would do anything to make sure things turned in my favor. I knew that Erica is also going to do the same thing and going to do if she was in the same shoes as I am now. I knew that all I should do now is focus on what's in front of me and make sure that I have no distractions while fighting in the duel, but I was worried about how things would turn out to be. I was worried that I would be given no chance to be with my mate. I have made up my mind to appeal to the councils to let me be my mate if I was to fail in the duel. I knew that they might consider helping me be with my mate after seeing how sincere I am, and because there would be lots of eyes watching. I can clearly remember the place has been set for whatever that might happen, and not only that the arena where the duel would take place. The duel was made to be a day, and I couldn't help but wonder if I would ever get the chance to rest. I knew that I would need to get enough rest to get myself together after a fight, and that will take me a lot of time, but it seems like that won't be happening because I might not get the chance to rest. I knew that I would have to keep on training even if it would take a lot of time. I knew that if I get addicted to the training with no rest, I knew that if I was able to do that, then I wouldn't be able to win the fight, because it might be a lot more difficult than we had thought. I sighed heavily as I kept on punching the bag which was in front of me. My hands were hurting, but I never stopped because I knew that things would be harder than this. I knew that the more I pampered myself, the more it would be hard for me to win the duel. I won't want to lose the chance of being with my mate to another person because of my carelessness. My face hardened and I kept on punching the bag while picturing it to be Alpha Steven's face. I knew that it wouldn't be easy for me to hit Alpha Steven's face as I hit frequently, but I was fazed by it. I would make sure I overcome my fear of losing my mate with the hope and intention that I'm the winner of tomorrow's duel. I knew that a lot of people had faith in me that I would be the winner of the duel. Erica was one of the people, and same with her parents. They have trusted me that I would be able to win the duel and be their daughter's mate. I knew that they wouldn't be happy if they saw me run away like a coward, and would be angry with me for forfeiting the match. I knew they would think that I was only after the fame behind being with their daughter. Everyone would be convinced with that, and I hoped that the councils would see that I was after fame or wealth. I knew that I would be disappointed if I was to lose because I won't be able to look at people's faces. I knew I would be taunted severely for losing, and Erica won't be able to forgive me. I knew that she isn't someone who forgives easily. I don't want people to see me as a coward. I knew that if I was to lose the fight and I still became her mate, then things won't be good. I would have taunted all over the pack for my inabilities. I knew that they would want to mock me for not being able to win the duel, and they would say I'm not capable of ruling the pack. I knew they might say that I won't be able to lead the pack alongside Erica. I knew they would say I cheated my way to become Erica's mate. I don't like rumors going around about me. I won't be myself anymore with all the rumors, and I might end up trying to sort things out, and I might complicate things even more. I was still training, and I was so engrossed in the training that I didn't know when it was morning again. Sweets were dripping down my body, and all I could think of at that moment was a way to win the duel. I was cautious of my environment that I didn't know when Erica's father entered the room. My whole body was filled with sweats that one would think that I just finished having my shower without knowing that I didn't. I knew that sweating doesn't mean that I would be able to beat the Alphas. I knew that I performed woefully while fighting Erica, but I was ready to make sure I put up a real tough fight against the Alphas. I knew that Erica might be holding back because she doesn't fight like she was expected to do. I knew that she wasn't ready to fight me like she can do to anybody. I knew that it must have been hard to put up a great fight even though I was her mate. I knew it wasn't an easy thing, but she managed to get that done. I was also unable to fight pretty well like I should have, but I didn't. But after being punched by her, it was like the switch holding me from fighting her was broken. I attacked her without a second thought. I kept on doing that on impulse, and I kept getting beaten by him. I knew that she might have tricked me, but she was only trying to make me learn some new things that might help me in the duel. I was engrossed in punching the bag that I didn't know when Erica's father stood at the corner of the room where he had always taught me how to fight. I knew that his skills might come in handy for me, and I'm not going to let any of the skills he taught me go unused. I can see that you are so engrossed in what you are doing, I heard Erica's father say all of a sudden. and I turned to look at him with fear, not knowing how he entered the place without me knowing. "Good morning, Stephen."
I greeted him and he sighed heavily as he stared at me from head to toe.
He had a satisfactory look on his face after he was done looking at me, and I would have said he was checking me out if he was a girl. The way he stared at me looked creepy that I almost jumped out of my skin. "Don't tell me you had been busy all night. Training?" he asked, staring at me curiously, and I sighed heavily before replying. "Yes, I guess so," I replied with an unsure look in my eyes. "You need to take some rest, but I doubt if that would happen. But you can still have your bath, and after that you can return for your training." "You stink," Stephen said, and I rolled my eyes. Chapter 40. Erica. I woke up with a migraine. My head was pounding heavily and I groaned. I knew that this was a cause for not sleeping early. I knew I should have slept early, but there was nothing I could do about it. Jerome was the one who kept me awake all night, and I wouldn't have been able to sleep if not for the fact that he was as strong as I had portrayed him to be. I knew that I wouldn't have been able to sleep, but instead I would have been passing to and fro with no intentions of sleeping. I was glad that I didn't turn him down when he asked me for a walk. I knew that there was no way I would be able to sleep, and that was mostly because I was worried. I tried hard to take a deep sleep, but I couldn't. I took a shower up to 5 times, but I still wasn't able to sleep in. That was because my mind was on Jerome. I knew that the only way I would be able to sleep was if I was to meet Jerome. I knew that it might be impossible for me to go meet him, but I knew there was no harm in trying. I was about to go to his room when the thought of what would happen today hit me. It was great that I had fun with him last night. I knew that might be our last night together, and it might be the last day we will spend together. I knew that whosoever who will win the fight would want to send him parking from my pack. I knew that he would have no choice but to go back to his fiancée. I have no doubt that his fiancée would accept him back. I knew that I won't be comfortable with it, but there is nothing I would do about it. He deserves to be with her, since I would be with another person even if I'm not going to be in support of it. I was happy that the councils would be the one who was responsible for all this. I felt my heart ache knowing that they only wanted to dictate for me. I knew that it was my life and I had every right to be with my mate or lover. I knew that they wouldn't have thrown a tantrum about it. I couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with the leader of the council. I can't heard something might have prompted him into making such judgments. I knew that he can't just attack Jerome without having concrete evidence. I knew that he thought that he was gold digger, but that isn't enough. I knew that he would have disagreed if he was in my shoes. He won't have wanted this to happen to his mate. I knew that he would want to retaliate about it, and would get punished. I knew that he must have thought that Jerome had something up his sleeves. I shrugged all my thoughts out of my mind, wanting to focus and get out of my bed to get ready for today's occasion. "Erica, I need you to meet me at the training center," I heard my dad's voice say through the mind link, and I sighed heavily. "Okay. I will do so once I'm done," I said before cutting off the mind link. I walked toward my closets and I selected a pair of matching clothes to wear. I put the clothes down on my bed and I made my way toward the bathroom. I brushed my teeth and I rinsed my mouth with water. I removed my clothes and dropped them in the laundry basket. I scrubbed my body gently with the sponge, which had soap on it. After a while, I rinsed the sponge and I returned it to where I took it. I rinsed my body and I let the water flow, hitting my skin softly. I couldn't help but feel happy that nothing was bothering me while I was in the shower. I was glad that the shower didn't let me think of what was happening. It was as if I was transported out of the world. I was in a place where there is peace and solace. I couldn't help but feel happy that I have nothing to worry about. I walked out of the bathroom shortly with a towel tied on my waist. I walked toward my bed and I dried my body with the towel. I applied lotion on my body and I wore the clothes I had selected earlier. I sighed heavily as I combed my hair before packing it in a ponytail. I walked out of my room after checking myself out in the mirror. I made my way toward the dining hall, which I knew would have been filled considering the fact that we have guests. I nodded to the greetings of the members and I replied to the greetings of the alphas. The dining hall was filled and I could but remember the duel. I have made up my mind not to think of it for now, but it turned out that things didn't go as I had planned. I knew that if I keep on thinking of what might happen, then I won't be able to get it off my head. I tried hard to make sure I'm not thinking of what is likely to happen. I walked out of the dining room and headed towards the training center after I was done eating my food. I had a cold look on my face as I headed toward the training hall. "Good morning." I greeted him immediately as I entered the training ground. I looked around hoping to spot my mate, but I couldn't find him. I knew that I had left him here, but I couldn't help but wonder where he was right now. I suddenly had the thought that he had run for his life. I knew that it was true, but I couldn't help but think it was true. I don't know what to do or say about it. "Good morning, Erica. You don't have to be scared or worried about today. I certainly believe that he would win. And there is nothing anybody can do about it," I heard him say, and I rolled my eyes knowing that can't be true. I knew that it might sound like I don't trust my father, but that isn't the matter. But with the way I had beaten him this morning has made anything clear. I knew for a fact that he might be able to win against some of the alphas, but there is no way he would be able to win in the duel and be my... I knew that this might sound like I don't believe in my mate, but this is the truth. If he had his powers, then they would have been a piece of cake to him because he had put up a great fight against me, but he didn't. "Where is he?" I questioned, staring at my dad curiously, hoping that he hadn't run off. "Here he is," I heard my dad say, and I turned back to look at him. Hi everyone. Today, I want to share a really exciting novel with you. The love between Jerome and Erica in the novel is full of ups and downs. Jerome, encouraged by Erica, faces his fears and takes part in dangerous duels. Erica supports him quietly and gives him strength. But when Jerome's ex, the Mabel, appears, his life is thrown into turmoil. Can Jerome make the right choice between love and duty? Let's step into this thrilling story together. Chapter 41. Jerome. The unnamed protagonist stood facing his opponent, his hands trembling with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The weight of the moment pressed down on him, threatening to crush his resolve. But as he gazed at the warrior from Eric's pack, who wore a confident smirk, he recalled the words of encouragement from Erica and her parents. Their voices echoed in his mind, urging him to believe in himself and to cast aside his self-doubt. In the past, he had always shied away from confrontation, avoiding crowds and dangerous situations. But now, with everything on the line, he knew he had to overcome his fears. The smirking warrior before him represented not just a physical challenge, but a test of his determination to fight for what he truly wanted: a life with his mate, Erica. The protagonist took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill his lungs. He closed his eyes briefly, centering himself and drawing strength from the support of Erica and her family. When he opened them again, a newfound determination blazed in his gaze. He realized that this moment was a turning point in his life. No longer would he cower or retreat from challenges. He was ready to fight, to push himself beyond his limits, to prove that he was worthy of Erica and the life they could have together. As he faced his opponent, the protagonist felt a transformation taking place within him. The nervous, self-doubting man was giving way to someone braver, someone willing to risk everything for love. He knew that losing this duel would have dire consequences, but he refused to let that fear paralyze him. Instead, he channeled it into a fierce determination to succeed. With another deep breath, the protagonist fueled himself for the battle ahead. He was no longer just fighting for himself, but for a future with Erica. The thought of her gave him strength, pushing away the last vestiges of doubt. As he locked eyes with his smirking opponent, he silently vowed to give everything he had in this duel. Win or lose, he would face this challenge head-on, marking a new chapter in his life, one where he stood up for himself and fought for what he believed in. You can now begin. And note that if one does not give up easily, then the other person is given the chance to go for till death fight. And nobody is going to be responsible for the death of the person. Anyone who is out of the ring is the loser, the head counsel said, and I feel my blood went dry cold. I knew that this looked like some plan which was to eliminate me, but then I knew that there was no way you would have wanted me dead because we have never met before. Nor do I do something to warrant all this. I could feel the head counsel smirk while looking at me, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I forced myself to believe that this has nothing to do with anything except that he was looking out for Erica. I knew that there must be a reason, but I shrugged it off my mind, knowing help matters. I stared at him for a while, forgetting that I was in a fight against someone. I was distracted from the fight when I was brought back by a punch which sent me flying backwards. I could hear the audience cheering at what just happened. I stood up with an angry look on my face and I turned to look at where Erica was seated. She had a pitiful look on her face and I knew that she was close to tears, but I tried hard to concentrate on what was in my front, but I couldn't because every moment I tried to concentrate her pitiful look always appeared on my mind. I closed my eyes while breathing heavily and tried to breathe in. After a while I was back to my senses. I opened my eyes to see the warrior advancing toward me with a punch which I dodged at the nick of time. I turned back grabbing his arm and I twisted it with full force, but he was able to get his hands from mine. He stared at me angrily and before I could see it coming he punched my face with so much force that I fell down like a log of wood. My nose was hurting and I couldn't help but wonder if I would be able to win any of the duels. And then I remembered Derek F. Father's words. He told me not to make my win in the duel look like luck. I knew that I would have to follow all his procedures to win. I knew that things won't be easy since I was down with just a punch from a warrior. I wonder if I will pass out due to a punch from an alpha. I have made up my mind to do just as he has informed me because I heard from Erica that he was a great fighter who went to different wars before he retired from the alpha position. I knew that if I'm to use his procedures then I'm likely to win. I couldn't help but wish for my Lycan's power to be activated easily. I knew that if that was to be activated then I would be able to win the duel. This duel was to be in human form and even if anybody is to transform into his wolf form, then the person is out of the duel. I haven't been able to contact my wolf after my first transformation, but I was able to have a peek of my wolf size, but I was so small in my wolf form. I was glad that we weren't told to fight in wolf for more things would have gotten bad. And I knew that the Werewolf Council would deem me weak to even contest for this. I have never shifted after my first transformation with fear of people seeing me in my wolf's form. I have always wanted to hide my wolf from others. I stood up from where I laid with pain erupting through my body. I could feel my whole body in pain. I sighed heavily looking at the warrior who was in front of me with a glaring look on his face. He had a victorious smile on his face. And I knew with no doubt that he wasn't expecting anything from me. I knew that this is my chance and that if I don't strike now then it won't be easy to win against him. I rushed toward him with a new burst of energy flowing through my veins. He was surprised with that and wanted to kick me, but I ducked the kick. I grabbed his leg and I punched him in his stomach. He fell to the ground groaning in pain. And I wanted to punch him again, but he grabbed my hand with an angry look on his face. He glared at me hatefully and with that he stood up from the ground with my hand still in his hold. He plunged me to the ground and sat on my body. He punched my face angrily and he did that continuously. I groaned in pain as I tried hard to wriggle free from him, which seemed almost impossible. I breathed heavily with a face filled with blood after I was able to escape from his punch and grip. I rushed toward him angrily, but this time carefully, not wanting to make any mistakes. I grabbed his head and I hit it on my leg angrily. I carried him with little effort and I threw him away, and he hit it back on the walls of the thick leather rubber which was used as the bars of place. I rushed toward him and I pushed him away from the box. I couldn't help but wonder why I hadn't thought of that before. I knew that I wouldn't have been hurt like this if I had done that earlier. I knew that it would have gone well if I had done that earlier. It slipped my mind, but now did I remember that. I sighed heavily while wiping off the blood that was on my face. I turned to look at where Erica was and I could see her smiling. I could read through her and I can feel that the smile was a sad one. Jerome won the fight, the head counsel said, and one would hear the sarcasm in his voice. And I couldn't help but feel the feeling I had earlier resurfaced. I could hear the cheering S of the pack members and the crowd as I walked out of the ring. I could see the warrior who was now on his feet glaring dangerously at me. He walked toward me and I sighed heavily, not knowing what to expect from him. Don't be happy for winning against me. You don't know what's coming your way. You might have defeated me, which is nothing but pure luck, but you can't defeat any of the alphas, I heard him say, and I rolled my eyes tiredly. I walked away from the warrior weakly with my whole body hurting. And all I cared about at that moment was to have a cold bath. My face was hurting me the most. I wanted to have a good rest so that no one would disturb me. Where do you think you are going? I heard a voice said behind me and I turned to look at the person and it turned out to be Alpha Steven. I knew he was up to no good until I heard a voice through the megaphone. Chapter 40 to Erica. It's sad in my heart as I watched my mate fighting in a duel. My heart hurts as I stare at him in the ring. Unable to do a thing. I would have gotten into the ring by now to stop the duel if I had the power. I don't have the power or the authority to question the counsel of the werewolf, and it hurt me. This would be the first time I would be wishing I had more power and authority over some set of people. I haven't for once thought of being part of the werewolf councils, but I now do. I knew that if I was one of the werewolf council, or probably the head of the werewolf council, then I would have stopped this fight. I knew that things won't be easy, but I didn't expect what I was seeing. My dad had reassured me that he would definitely win the fight, and I was rest assured at first, not until I saw what was happening inside the ring. I was seated with those with high authority and same with some alphas, and I was given a clear view of what's happening. I could feel my eyes almost bulging out in shock. My heart was racing as I saw him go against one of my pack warriors. It hasn't come to me that one of my pack members wanted to be with me. I knew that none of them have the guts to propose their love to me or say it to my ear. I should have known that the particular warrior had his eyes on me but couldn't say it because I was his alpha. I knew that he must have taken this as an opportunity to propose his love. And I knew that this will also apply to other alphas who are uninterested in talking to me about their feelings until now. I knew that many more of my warriors would still be interested in me but didn't have the mind to go into the ring to fight. They all knew that I don't like cowards who fail to show his or her prowess, and me seeing them getting defeated is one of it. I knew that somewhere I was afraid of getting defeated in front of others, and most especially because they knew they wouldn't be able to stand against alphas. They knew that winning against an alpha isn't easy. None of them have ever tried getting in a duel with me. I only have duels with my beta and gamma. They are the ones who I have always had duels with. Alpha. I heard Victoria's voice from behind, and I turned to look at her with raised eyebrows. You don't need to get worked up. Things would definitely happen the way the moon goddess wants. There is no way the moon goddess would want you both apart even after pairing the both of you together. All you have to do is put faith in him. I heard her whisper into my ear, and I sighed heavily while nodding my head to her words. Thanks. I feel better, I said as I stared at her with a thankful smile on my face. I turned to look at Jerome only to see him engaging in a fight with the warrior. I felt my heart almost jump out of my chest as I saw him being beaten by the warrior. I felt my throat go dry, and all I could think of at that moment was to find ways to cancel the duel. I knew that he might be hurt while fighting, but I wasn't expecting all this. I knew things won't go as I had planned in my head. I planned it out that he won't be hurt while fighting, and the only thing that will happen while the duel is still on us is nothing but him winning against them all, even though I knew that he had no strength to that extent. I knew that he can't take on me even though I'm lenient, but I thought he would be able to go against them. I sighed heavily, almost close to tears, as I watched his face being battered by the warrior. My eyes were filled with tears which were at the brim of falling down when I saw him get back on his feet. I was glad for that, but I don't know what would happen. The crowds were going crazy while shouting and chanting for the warrior to win. I knew that there was no way he would be able to beat an alpha in a duel without anybody's help, and I doubt if he will be able to win against the warrior he was fighting against. I knew that this might seem like him degrading my mate, but it isn't. I have made some calculations on who he can win against, and who he can't win against. I knew that if it was others that their face was being battered, then the person would have given up, but he didn't, that I fear that he might get killed. I knew that he wouldn't give up so easily, and that is what I feared. I knew that he won't be able to fight them off and might end up losing his life. I knew that fighting an alpha isn't going to be easy, and he might get killed during that. My heart was beating rapidly as I stared at him as he carried the pack warrior, throwing him out of her ring. I knew that was the only thing that can happen for anybody to win easily, and I doubt if the alphas would give him the chance. I knew that the alphas would want to humiliate him in front of the whole pack to see how weak my mate is. I knew they wouldn't throw him out of the ring, but instead they would want him to give up, and I knew that he wouldn't, which might have cost him his life. I knew that things won't end up as easily as I thought. My eyes were frowned with no expectations for my mate. I knew that if he was to back down during a fight, it won't be good. And I won't be happy about it, and more sad. If he was to continue and end up being killed during a fight, then it would hurt me, and I would never forgive whoever the person is. I would make sure I fight the person and make the person pay. Jerome won the fight. I heard the head of the council declare, and I was about walking toward him when I saw the pack warrior whom he just won the fight against. He whispered some things into his ear, and I felt his body stiffens. I knew that whatever he said to him isn't something pleasant, but as I was about to walk to him when I heard the voice of the head of the council saying you should get ready for the next fight. Remember, it's per person. You can get the rest you want after the fight. My heart suddenly froze for a moment, and my eyes glazed over, not knowing what to do or say. My heart starts pounding heavily and my feet feel heavy to carry. I knew that this was how the duel should be carried out, but I had no problem with it at first, not until now. I can see that he needs to rest to be able to recuperate, but it doesn't look like he would get one soon. I felt my heart cease working and I turned to look at the head of the Werewolf Council with a disdainful look in my heart. I could feel myself hating the head council, and I stared at him with hatred. I walked back to my seat dejectedly with a sad look on my face. I knew that there was a slim chance of him winning against an alpha. My eyes were red with anger as I couldn't help but feel toward the head of the council. I feel that he was doing all this purposely, and he turned to look at me with a smirk. Alpha Erica agreed to that. You should get into the ring. I heard him say to Jerome, who looked like someone whose color had been drained from his body. His body looked pale, and the only thing which made his body lively was the blood which spilled on his lips. His eyes were weak and I could feel that he was fighting to stay conscious. He turned to look at me with a disbelief look on his face which soon morphed into anger. I knew that he must have been angry for what he just heard and I couldn't help but feel guilty for what I did. Victoria turned to look at eyes and I felt more guilty for that. I knew that all this wouldn't have happened if I had checked all the procedures of the duel. I knew for a fact that things wouldn't have turned out like this if I hadn't been careless. My heart ached as I saw the way I was being stared at by my parents. It wasn't intentional. I agreed to every procedure without reading through it, I said with a sad look on my face. I had thought that the procedures weren't bad and that it would bring no harm to Jerome, not until I saw what just happened. I happened to glance through it and I accepted without thinking. I had thought that it only had to do with him being scared of letting me film into the wrong hands. Chapter 43, Unknown POV. It was fun watching the way he was being beaten. One would see the determination to win in his eyes. I knew for a fact that if things aren't taken care of, then things might escalate. And he might win. I don't want him to have the slightest chance of winning. I knew that winning is one ticket to get what I don't want him to. It won't be easy to get what I want from him again. It will be hard and I don't want that to happen. I knew that things not being as good as it was before isn't going to help things. I am so close to getting what I want from him and I would do anything at all costs to get that from him. It only remains a matter of time before things get as I want. And I don't want him spoiling my plans of getting to what I want. It would only take me for more years to get to what I want and him spoiling it now isn't going to be a good thing. I will make sure I get whatever I want even if he proves to be stubborn. I will make sure I get it even if it means killing him. I have been refraining myself from doing that since because of a promise, but I think it will be better if I do so. I had thought that he would stay as silent as he was in his old pack with his fiancée, but all that stopped because of Erica. I know that there are many ways to exact my revenge on her, but I don't want to. I feel myself not wanting to make that happen. I knew that this might have been because she was the only child of her parents and there would be no one to succeed them, but I knew that was stopping me. There would be no one to suspect me even if I get her killed. It would be hard for anyone to believe that I'm in cohort with those that kill her, and most especially that I was the one who ordered them to do so. I knew that it would sound lame to people's hearing and they might have thought it was just a rumor from those who want me to be away from my position. I knew that everyone knew of the fact that there was no one as of high standard to have competitors, but someone who wouldn't have competitors, but someone who had the guts to do so definitely want to visit early grave. I want to make sure that he be apart from Erica for years, and for him to go back to his fiancée might not want to accept him back. I knew that there is a lot of things hidden about me to people, and I want it to stay like that. I wouldn't want to lose my position in the werewolf kingdom. I knew that one with a high standard can't lose his or her position without the other being as strong and powerful as him. I knew that him being with Erica is endangering me. It might get the things that I don't want to leaked out. I knew that him dangerous being with her isn't something good. I have planned everything out and I bet it would work and it wouldn't be long before he gets back to his feet. I stared at both of them with a satisfactory smirk on my face. I was so excited to know that my plans would soon be setting in and it won't take long for me to get back all what I'm about to lose. I knew that Erica was someone who is smart and she might easily see through everything, thereby making things difficult for me, which I don't want. I wasn't happy with the way Jerome won against the pack warrior from Erika's pack. I felt bad that someone as strong and great as that who can't get things done. I had thought that he would be a piece of cake to them. I knew that if none of the warriors can do the job, then the alphas can do so. I have known for the past month that Erika might want him to be safe, which I don't want, and I knew with no doubt that she must be responsible for what just happened not too long. I knew that she must have taught him all what he knew. I knew that him staying longer with Erika would be extremely dangerous and it will cause. I stared at the ring while watching Jerome and the pack warrior who were glaring at each other venomous lie. And I could tell that the other warrior is ready to attack him. The pack warrior was angry with him for defeating one of them so easily, and I knew that it won't be long before he will be down. A satisfactory smile was on my face as I watched as he was being tackled to the ground. I turned to look at Erika, who seemed to be at the brink of tears. And I knew that if anything was to happen then she would burst out into tears, which I doubt she will want the pack members to see. I knew it would be hard for someone like her to cry in public. I was amused with everything, and one thing I knew for sure is the pack members would be amused if they heard her cry. And most especially if they found out that she was crying because of her weak mate. I knew that it would be a way to criticize Erika, and then it would be easy to move on from him. I knew that it might not be easy, but that's what it is. And there is no going back. I was staring at the both of them, but Jerome didn't make any efforts to take the winning lead, but all of a sudden the unexpected happened, but left me brawling in shock. Jerome was able to win against the carried his opponent and threw him out of the box. I knew with no doubt that such Schulten had been allowed in the duel in the first place. I couldn't believe that he would win so easily like he had done the first time. I was definitely not expecting him to win using the same method he used earlier. I was shocked to see him outsmart his opponents, and I couldn't help but wish I could join them to win in the duel, but I wasn't interested in Erika or I would have joined in the duel. Chapter 44 Jerome. I was shocked that I will have to fight another person in the duel, and I could feel my heart beating fast. My eyes were red with unshed tears. I knew for a fact that there would be no way I will be able to win in the fight, but I promised myself not to give up easily with that. I had made my promise, but there was no way I'm going to break it. It came as a huge shock to me after knowing that Erika had approved of me fighting twice, and not only me but others also. She knew that I'm not that strong enough to go against people at the same time, but she doesn't seem to care. All that was on my mind was that she didn't care what happened to me during the fight, but she only wanted me to win. She wanted me to prove how strong I am to others. She wanted to flaunt me by doing that, but what I wasn't expecting is that she would do something like this. It hurt me to know that Erika is aware of this and she even allowed it. I have always thought that she would try to help me whenever I'm in need of something, but this seems to be wrong. This was proven by this duel. I feel mad and all I could think of right now is to quit, but I knew that I have gone too far for me to quit. It would be better if I were to win the duel and be able to be with her, but I won't. I would make her pay for what she has done to me. She isn't going to go scot-free. I have always thought she cared about me by worrying, but she went ahead to accept the terms of the duel without checking it out. What does she think she was doing when she did that? I was glad that I was able to win the duel against the next warrior I was to fight. It wasn't a good fight like you would have thought, but it was hard. It wasn't easy for me to throw the warrior out of the ring so he could win. The warrior was a tough opponent, even more tougher than the first one. It wasn't easy, but I was glad I won. I knew that winning in the duel was nothing but just a step in countless steps. It would be hard for me to be able to win against Talphus, but I'm ready to try. I knew that in my next duel I will be made to go up against an alpha, which won't be as good as it was now. I know that there is no way I will be able to avoid getting hurt. I knew that I would have to fight to be with my mate. I may be angry about the decision Erika made, but that doesn't make me stop caring about her. I knew that what she had done must have been because she wanted to get over with the duel as quickly as she could, and that she forgot to look at the terms to know what is allowed and what isn't. I knew that the chance of me winning even when the fight isn't twice is something. I knew that I have to take advantage of every situation. I can't make Steven feel bad about not teaching me well. I knew that he wouldn't be happy with the way I was being beaten, but I couldn't help it. I knew that he wouldn't be happy seeing that all the time he spent on me while we were training went to waste. He wouldn't be happy to see that I couldn't end up with his daughter after all that training I had with him. I was glad that everything went well, but I knew that it won't be as easy as this. I knew I will have to be more cautious tomorrow. I knew that I would have to wash away all the blood stains on my body. There is no way I will be able to find out what would happen tomorrow other than for me to watch how the alphas fight. I knew that watching them fight is nothing and that helped me in winning, but it might help. I staggered into my room while breathing heavily. Blood was covering my face that all I met on my way, ran away. I knew that Erica won't be happy watching the match and same with her parents. I knew that the duel I had with her this morning should have taught me something. And that's not to care about my opponent because they might use that as their ticket to winning against me. I knew that if I was to relent on strength then I would be getting nowhere because I was told by Erica that I was weak. And I knew she was right the moment I was fighting the warriors. I saw that my strength was nothing compared to theirs. I wished that I had their strength. I knew that throwing them out of the ring isn't easy as I have always done. I knew that if I was to face the warriors with my strength then I would be dead, so I had no choice other than to use the disgraceful win. You might be wondering why I called it a disgraceful win. It was because I didn't work hard for it and it only proved how much of a coward I am. I knew that the people weren't happy with the way I won. I knew that they all now know me as a coward. What was I expecting? Isn't it clear to me that even if I won this duel and I managed to win against all the alphas, I was told to fight by throwing them out of the ring, but the truth still remains the same. I will forever be a coward because I didn't win that through hard work, but I don't care. I knew that me being known as a coward who won against alphas is still better than for me to be known as someone who lost his wife to someone else in a duel. I walked out of the house with a deep sigh, all staring left and right to know if I will see Erica. I had thought that she would have come to my room, but she surprised me by not coming. I had seen her walk toward me before I was called back into the ring. I couldn't help but wonder why she isn't here yet. I was back to myself now, and all I could think of right now is Erica and tomorrow's duel. I couldn't help but think that something had happened that made her stay, but nevertheless am going to the place to watch the duel. I want to be confident about myself and not be scared of losing again. I knew that failure isn't something good, nor does it mean that one would die, but one can still get back up after failing. But I knew that the moment I lose against someone in this duel is the moment I won't be able to be with my head was filled with different thoughts, and with that I made my way toward the direction where the duel was taking place. As I was walking with a foggy head, I was not concentrating on where I was going until I stumbled upon someone. The person was about to fall down when I used my hands to grab her by her waist. The person turned out to be a girl, and I could smell a familiar cologne on her body. "You should be careful next time," I said to the girl without looking at her, but my eyes were opened with shock immediately. I saw who it was. The person turned out to be Mabel. My body was filled with shock, and I could feel my stomach crumble with nervousness. Staring at her, unable to say a thing. She stared back at me with an angry look on her face. Her eyes were glowing brightly, and I knew with no doubt that she was angry. "Mabel, what are you doing here?" I asked while trying to keep my calm with a straight look on my face. It might have been easy for me to break off the engagement with her over a letter, but it isn't easy for me to break off the engagement with her here. My throat went dry immediately, not knowing what to say. I knew that this would have been the most happy day for her if it was that I had broken off the engagement. I knew that she would have been more than happy to come to this pack to see me, but she seemed sad. I couldn't help but feel angry at myself for causing all this, but there was no way I could stop it. Chapter 45. Mabel, it hurt me to take the most huge step in life. I knew that I shouldn't have made up my mind to come to Eric as pack, but I have no choice. I wanted to know and confirm if what I heard from Jerome was right. I knew that it was so lame of him to break off the engagement over a letter. I wanted to believe that he was the one I was sending letters to all this while. I have no reason to believe what was written in the letter since I haven't confirmed it was him. I knew that the reply I was waiting for and wanted to hear was that he would say he isn't the one who wrote it but someone else. I prayed and hoped that he doesn't know anything about the letter. I would be glad for that, but hearing the news and rumors traveling all over the pack makes me want to believe, but I had to hold on to my trust that he was aware. I knew that the reply I might receive from him while we met isn't going to be a pleasant one, but I was ready to hear it. I knew that if it was all wrong then I had made a huge mistake by sleeping with the pack members in the cave, but there was nothing I could do about it again. I knew that the letter must have come from him because of the way he wrote it, but I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that it came from him because the truth hurts. I was glad that I was able to come, and I was able to come to this pack because by the head council. It was said that anyone can come but with the approval of their alpha. and I was glad to be able to get the approval of my alpha, but it wasn't as easy as it is. It wasn't easy to persuade me because he kept insisting that I tell him the reason I wanted to come to this pack, which I had no other option than to tell him. He told me not to come, but I was adamant even after seeing the truth in front of me. The reason why I still believe that he hasn't cancelled our engagement is because he hasn't said that to my face, and there was 50% of the letter not written by him because anyone could easily hijack the letter from the bird, even though we knew it can't be possible. I was searched thoroughly before I could enter. The pack, the security was tight also that one can barely sneak in or out. I didn't take anything that could warrant me not entering or being held hostage by them because I knew the implications behind it. I was shocked to see that Jerome was just like it was said by them. He participated in the duel and he ended up being beaten. He didn't give up, and with the way he fought, one would know that he had been training. I couldn't help but wonder if he was forced into all this. And even though I knew that the answer was no, I still managed to hold up on my belief that he doesn't want all this willingly. And I pray that he would agree to abscond with me. I knew that it might sound lame for me to suggest that we both escape from this pack, but that's how desperate I am. I knew from the start that there would be no way for us to be together after he was taken away, but I still managed to hold up my belief. He walked out of the ring while bleeding heavily. He seems to be unaware that I was in the pack. I knew that if it was before then, he would have sensed my presence because of what we shared. It all seems to have vanished, which also proved that all this was right. I could see the determination to win in his eyes, and with that I knew that it was getting proven. The trust I had in him was decreasing already, and all I can feel now is nothing but panic. I made my way out of the crowd as quickly as I could to be able to see him. I knew that he would be shocked to see me. I was sad that I wouldn't be able to see him anymore. I was sad and devastated about the whole thing, that I stood on the same spot I was while trying to find where he went. I knew that I won't be able to see him if I keep staying on the spot. I knew with no doing that he went to wash off the blood that covered him from head to toe. I was shocked to see him fighting off the warriors and also scared that he might lose his life, but that doesn't matter to me at that moment. I was surprised to see him win, but I knew that it was just the beginning because I can see some people with dangerous auras glaring at him dangerously like they wanted to kill him. I knew that if those were given a chance to fight with him then, and it is likely they would kill him. I wasn't pleased that he was ready to fight even after hearing the rules of the duel. I knew that he might lose his life because whatever he sets his eyes on with determination, he isn't going to give up easily and might not give up. I was concentrating on what I was doing, so I ended up walking around in circles. I knew that if I kept standing there, he might have walked away from there, and I'd not be able to find him until the next day when the match would commence. I was going to allow that. I was going to talk some sense into his head for him to know what he was doing. I was going to allow him to put himself in some kind of trouble, even though he doesn't care about me anymore if what is written in the letter was true. I knew that there was no way the letter would be lying to us because I can remember that it was his handwriting that was found on each letter, or was he forced to write that? After minutes of walking around, I was back to my senses, and all I could think of was to find him. I was thinking of a way to find him when I suddenly remembered that I could do so through his scent. I knew that I was too worked up about him to have forgotten that I can find him by his scent. I focused on my surroundings, and all I could smell was flowers. And with that I opened my eyes immediately while staring around, only to find out that I was in somewhere that looked like a garden. I couldn't help but chuckle at how I was easily lost in the place. I knew that I should have focused on my environment when I was walking. I closed my eyes and eyed to find his scent, and this time, I was able to do so. I smile sadly even with the thought that it might be all true. I haven't for once doubted him, but now I do. I felt like he would surprise me with his behavior, but what I got next shocked me. I was still waking with my eyes closed while trying to locate him when I stumbled upon someone. And I tripped immediately. I would have been able to find him with his scent without focusing too much like I do if I wasn't an omega. Alphas don't need high concentration to find someone with the use of our scent because of their breed. I almost fell and I closed my eyes tightly while expecting myself to fall, but I didn't. I felt my heart stop beating instantly. I felt all my muscle loosen up immediately. I felt the hold of the person on me. I felt safe that nothing would happen to me. I knew that whosoever the person is surely the right one for me because I have not felt like this before with my mate, even with Jerome. I peered open my eyes and it turned out to be Jerome. I was shocked to my bone marrow. He was staring at me because his mind seemed to be somewhere else. He didn't know it was me, and I used that opportunity to stare at him. It turned out that he had changed his clothes and all the wounds on his body had vanished, and no one would believe that he was wounded minutes ago. I stared at his face for a while, and I felt myself bringing my lips to his. He had turned to look at me. I had forgotten that he was still holding firmly onto my waist until he put me down gently. "Mabel, what are you doing here?" Jerome asked, and I felt heartbroken at his question. Chapter 46. "Mabel, you are asking about what I'm doing here." I asked angrily while staring at him. The pain I was feeling in my heart vanished immediately. I couldn't believe that he would say a thing like this. He isn't the same person I know. If it was the same person I know, then he won't be saying this. "Are you the one who wrote those letters to me?" I asked while staring at him curiously. I knew it was dumb of me to ask such a question, but I want to confirm it even after knowing that I will be hurt more if I were to hear him say that. "Mabel, you shouldn't be here," Jerome replied while staring at me calmly. I felt my anger rise to my perk. I felt my heart break into pieces like it was pierced by a sharp edge of sword. I knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to find ways to lure me away from asking my question. He was trying to find ways to avoid the question. I knew that he does this whenever he is hiding something from me. I felt hurt to know this. It wasn't as I wanted, but there was nothing I could do about it. "Don't you dare try to avoid my question. Are you the one who replied to all those letters?" I asked with a raised voice. I stared at him angrily while expecting an answer from him. My eyes were filled with unshed tears as I stared at him. My heart was in a lot of pain, but I tried hard to hide it. "Yes, I was the one who has been replying to all your letters," he said while staring at me with a sad look on his face. And I chuckled. It hurt more to hear this from you. I should have believed Sandra right from the onset. She warned me, but I didn't listen. I said, and alone tears escaped out of my eyes as I stared at him with hurt visibly written in my eyes. "It's more to hear you say this. I have always believed that you can't do something like this. But I'm totally wrong. All that was a plot from you," I said, and I let all the tears I had been holding fall freely. "I'm sorry, but I don't mean to hurt you. It was my intention, but the truth will always remain the same. I can't keep on misleading you, nor do I want to lie to you about all this. But everything in the letter was written by me," he said plainly while staring at me. He doesn't look like someone who is remorseful at all. He seems to be okay with the situation. I felt more hurt to know this. My heart raced and it kept thumping against my chest. I felt my throat go dry. I could feel my eyes getting more moist. Why? I felt angry all of a sudden. I felt angry that he would do such a thing. I trusted him so much, and even though I was aware of all this, it hurt more when I could see the truth, but I didn't need to be told by him. I felt the feeling of hatred consuming me, but I tried hard to control myself. I won't want to fight him because of Erica, but I will do everything in my power to get back at him. He would pay for toying with my feelings. "You should get over," he said and turned to leave, but I stopped him. I knew that if I was to get rid of the feelings I have for him, then I would have him say all that he wrote in the letter. "You think it's going to be easy? You don't care about anything other than yourself. You should know it won't be easy to get rid of the feelings I have for you," I said, and he stopped on his track before turning to look at me with a confused look on his face. "You should get rid of it before it consumes you. And you will become obsessed, which I don't want. I still take you as a friend. And I also want you to do the same," he said, and I sighed heavily while trying to keep my calm. "Can you say all what you wrote in the letter?" I said while staring at him pleadingly. I knew for the fact that it would help me get over him, but it would hurt me more. "What do you mean?" "I won't want to make you get more hurt by saying that. It would be cruel of me to say so," he replied while staring at me with a concerned look in his eyes. "One would think that all what he is doing is genuine if the person doesn't know him. If you really want me to get over you, then you will do that," I replied with a determined look on my face. I was ready to do everything in my power to get over him as quickly as I could. I knew that if I was to get back at him, then I would have to get rid of all my feelings. "Fine then. Remember, you asked for this," he replied with a stern look on his face. And I felt bad about all this. Deep down I'd want to get over him, but there is nothing I can do other than to get over him. I have been advised by Sandra to tell her over him, and him saying this also made me want to get over him. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but there was nothing I could do about it. If I really want my revenge, then I will have to get over him to be able to do so. If I still have feelings for him, it won't be easy for me to extract my revenge on him because it will be hard since I will be wallowing with tears and will be heartbroken. Mabel, I know this might hurt you, but all that I have for you in the past was nothing but pity. I only wanted to help you feel better as your friend. All what I said to you in the past was nothing but lies. He said, and I felt my heart stop beating instantly. My eyes suddenly became red and I felt tears streaming down my eyes. My eyes were heavy and I could feel my heart being shred to pieces by him. I feel my tongue get stuck in my mouth. My eyes were wide open as I wallowed in pain. This pain is much more different and more painful than the one I felt when my mate rejected me. It was like I was being stabbed all over my body with swords. My heart was in so much pain, and I fall on my knees. I know I have fallen in love with him, but I don't expect this to be this painful. I knew that the pain inflicted on my heart by mate who rejected me has been reopened by Jerome, and not only that, he has made it more painful by stabbing it. Are you all right? Jerome asked as he walked up to me while trying to help me up. I staggered backward while trying to move away from him. I have been through a lot of pain in the hands of Jerome. I don't want to feel more. I knew that him wanting to stay as my best friend is okay with him, but it isn't. It hurt me to know he would be with another lady except for me. It hurts me to know I will have to watch him be with another girl from afar. Let me help you, he said with an insistent look in his eyes, and I felt my heart throb with pain as I stared at him. You don't have to. You can go to where you are off to before stumbling across me, I said with a pained voice, and he sighed heavily before replying. It is what friends do. Friends help each other, he said, and I felt my throat go dry and I could feel tears threatening to fall from my eyes, and I did my best in holding it in. He was stretching his hand to help me up when he stopped all of a sudden after hearing Erica's voice. He seemed to be in a daze as he stared at me. Jerome, this is where you are, I heard Derek's voice say, and I felt my heart drop. I felt my heart throb with more pain, and I clenched onto my heart with pain. Pain was evident in my eyes. Chapter 47. Erica. I couldn't leave the arena immediately because I was being held down by my father, who told me to wait a little for Jerome to change, but I kept having conflicted feelings about all this. I feel like the moon goddess was trying to punish me by making me his mate. It hurt me to know that my mate is someone weak, and not only that, most of the pack members were all aware of this and even outsiders knew about it. I knew that I shouldn't be thinking like this, but I felt like things would go wrong while he would be fighting tomorrow. I knew that there is still much more time before tomorrow, but I seem impatient. I have conflicted feelings on what if he fails. I felt my heart hurt knowing that I might lose him to Mabel tomorrow if he is weak. I couldn't help but think he was doing all this intentionally. I knew that he had broken off their engagement over a letter, but that doesn't mean that they can't get together again. I knew if things were to get out of control, then he would get back to her, and I don't want that. I don't want things to go that way because I can't afford to lose him to his fiancée again. I knew that if things don't go as planned, then I will have to do possible that I can to make him mine. I think it will be better if I go against the Werewolf Council than to lose my mate. I won't ever allow them to dedicate my life for me. They should know their stand in things like this. I knew that all I was doing was part of rebelling against the moon goddess, but all I wanted was a peaceful life with my mate. I knew that they might not do anything to me and will still make me marry the person who won the duel. I knew that if Jerome isn't going to win the duel, then it has to be one of the neighboring alphas. I stared around the place with my eyes wide open to know if I would be able to spot Mabel. I knew that I shouldn't be shocked when I saw her among the crowd because it's likely for her to come. I knew she would want to use the opportunity to see Jerome, and me not being that he is with her. I knew that she is someone who is cunning and might try to act funny around him, which I don't want. Dad, I need to go see Jerome. He might not be all right. It has been long since he left, and he has returned, I said with a worried look on my face. I knew that it might sound like I want to be the end of my mate, but the truth is that I don't want to be his end. I knew that Mabel might be trying to make him withdraw himself from the duel, which I should have done. I won't want him to follow her words. I knew this might be an act of selfishness, but there was nothing I could do about it. All I want is to have a lovely and peaceful life with my mate, but the Werewolf Council chose to disagree with that. I knew to them it might seem like they were looking out for me, but the truth is that they aren't. Being selfish isn't what I like or what I do, but this isn't something I can go easy on. I knew that it's likely for him to win or lose, but I don't want him to lose. I want him to be with me forever. I knew that if he happens to lose, then I will be disappointed about the whole thing. I have made up my mind to train him tonight, and same with my dad. We would try to make sure he is able to go against an alpha. I knew that he would still be able to put up a tough fight against the alpha, then he might be able to weaken the alpha for him to throw him out of the ring. You can leave, but make sure you return as quick as you can for us to study those he will be up to tomorrow. I heard my dad said, and I sighed heavily before replying. Thanks, Dad. I muttered to him and I walked away from the gathering who were busy cheering about the fight going on. I walked toward his room and I pushed the door open, only to be met with nothingness. The room was empty and it was void of his presence, which means that he must have left the room earlier. I sniffed in the air trying to find where he was since he wasn't in his room. I knew that he must have been with Mabel since he wasn't in the room. I tracked down his scent and it led me to the garden, and I cowled and helped but wonder if he was actually with her or not. I walked toward the place where his scent led me to when I found him squatting down in front of Mabel, who seemed to be in a lot of pain. I felt my heart race with fear, not knowing what to do. The fear I was feeling subsides, and that was when I was able to think properly. I stared at them from afar, not bothering to listen to their conversation. I cowled and helped but wonder what was happening. I felt like he was trying to play some kind of mind trick with me, which I don't like. I stared at them for a while and I decided to listen up to their conversation, but they didn't say a thing. I stared at them keenly, not knowing what was happening. I thought I had been caught by them, not until I saw him wanting to help her up. I knew that this might have been one of her plots, but I won't let that happen. I will spoil whatever plan she has. Jerome, this is where you are, I said while glaring hard at Mabel, whose gaze turned into a sad one, and it soon morphed to that of anger. I have been searching for you since, but I cowled and find you, I said while staring at him suspiciously. You should go with her, I heard Mabel said weakly, and I saw him walk toward me. I felt a little awkward, not knowing what to say. It felt like I have done something bad, which I don't know. You mean to see this, I said to him, and he sighed heavily before turning to Mabel. I'm sorry. I need to go. See you around, he said, and he turned to look at me with a smile on his face. I felt anger boiling in me, not knowing what to say or do. I felt like all he was doing was nothing but an act of deceit. I walked away from the garden to the direction of the pack square where the duel is taking place. He followed me behind while snaking his arms around my waist. A frown was plastered on my face as soon as we were far from the garden. Where are we going? Jerome asked, and I glared at him angrily while breaking myself off his grip. You seem to be getting along. If I wasn't there on time, things would have been closer to her. All that is nothing, but she is only trying to get close to you, I said with jealousy visibly written in my eyes. You don't have to worry. Wait. Don't tell me you are jealous, Jerome said with a chuckle, and I rolled my eyes angrily. You think I don't know what she is thinking? I'm a woman like her. I know what she is up to, I shouted at him. It isn't what you were thinking. She just wants to get over me, he said, and I scoffed with an eye roll. She wants to make you feel guilty, and then she will use the medium to get close to you. I won't force you into doing anything. Good luck with her, I yelled angrily, and I walked away, leaving her alone. Chapter 48. Mabel. I was left in the garden in pain, and all I could do was nothing but stare at her. I feel my heart thumping heavily and tears fall freely from my eyes. I couldn't believe that Erica was this cruel. I knew she was in pain, but she didn't care about me. I knew that she sees me as a rival, but that doesn't mean she should have left him. I had thought that Jerome would try to stay with me, but he didn't. I feel my heart ache with that. My eyes were puffy red due to the fact that I had been crying for some minutes now. I could feel my body shivering from the fact that I was left alone. I felt like I had been abandoned by him, and I knew that was the truth. There was nothing else I could do other than for me to sit down. I sat there for a while, and I suddenly started shivering again, and this time it was much worse than the first time. My lips were becoming pale, and all I did was curl myself up in a corner. All what had happened earlier keeps replaying in my head. I felt my heart ache. I sat there for what seemed like hours, and by that time the sun was up and the cold I was feeling earlier was gone. My eyes were still red, but I knew I had to do something. I have to leave this pack for good. And by the time I'm about to return then, I will have my revenge. None of them would go scot-free. They will both pay for humiliating me. They made me seem like a fool. They didn't know what would happen. They would be shocked if I was to get my revenge, but first I need to go back home to clear my head. I stood up from the floor and I staggered up with full force. My eyes lit up as I stared around the place. The place looked refreshing. I couldn't help but admire the place. I didn't have the time to admire the place earlier, but now I do. A sad smile was plastered on my face as I stared around the place, and it soon vanished and it morphed into that of anger. My eyes were filled with anger as the thought hit me. I couldn't believe that I was admiring what was done by Erica. I knew that this isn't supposed to be it, but I can't help myself. I feel like everything that Erica does isn't supposed to make me feel happy. I should feel angry whenever I see her or Jerome. I won't ever allow him to be with me even if he loses in the duel. I knew that he was going to lose eventually since there are alphas contesting in the duel wanting to be her mate. I knew that he would be hurt in the end, but I doubt if he will ever listen to me. I knew for a fact that he isn't someone who listens easily, and that was what made me not to persuade him. It will look like him so desperate, and I know that he can say whatever he wants, but there is no way I'm going to let that get to me. I knew I would look cheap in his eyes, but I couldn't let anything happen to him. I knew that he wouldn't give up easily even if he was to be beaten to death in the duel, which I don't want. No matter how angry I am, there is no way I would want to kill him, but I can still hurt him. There are many ways for me to hurt him without having to kill him, and that's what I'm going to do. I will make sure I make him go through the same pain I went through. And there is nothing anybody will do about it. I will make sure he regrets ever making me cry. I knew that my words may sound cruel, but I was blinded by my anger. The hurt I was feeling had changed to hatred and anger, which seems to be more fueled. I walked toward the packed square where the duel was taking place. I walked into the crowd and I sat down quietly with anger. Anybody who sets his or her eyes on me will see how angry I am. I watched the alphas fight and I couldn't help but smile in satisfaction knowing that he would get hurt. I knew that there was no way he would be able to escape being hurt, and it made me feel more happy. I knew that whatever I feel right now can't be compared to what I will feel when I get my revenge personally. My eyes were filled with disgust. I couldn't help but feel the need to be here tomorrow. I knew the fact that if I was to be here it would be a lot more fun. I stood up from the crowd, and by that time it was evening already and the duel had come to an end. There are only a handful of alphas left, and one would see that they aren't much. I knew that those that remain are nothing but strong alphas. Their glare was like it could take someone 6 feet under the ground. I knew things might get out of hand, but I knew there is nothing I can do about it. I knew that even if I have the power to stop it now, there is no way I will accept that. I will make sure that they both stay apart. I stood up and I walked out of the pack square heading toward the pack's border to leave for my pact when I felt the presence of someone behind me. I couldn't help but feel worried. I knew that the person might be Jerome, and I thought that he was here to apologize. I kept on walking, showcasing my anger, but the person kept on trailing me that I thought the person was Jerome. I knew that I had no reason to be trailed by someone unless the person was Jerome. Don't think I will forgive too easily. You should know me better than anyone, I said, even though I have no intentions of forgiving him, but my body was saying something different. I could feel goosebumps on my body, but I didn't pay attention to it. My face turned red like a tomato. I couldn't help but blush deeply, not knowing what to say or do. I turned back after seeing he was not replying, with my face being tainted red. And my face dropped immediately after seeing who it was. The person who has been stalking me isn't Jerome, but someone else. My heart was filled with disappointment. My eyes were filled with unshed tears as I stared at the person curiously. You seem to be waiting for Jerome, the man asked, and I stared at him confused, not knowing what to do or say. I felt my tongue being tied together. I came to inform you that Jerome's life is in danger. He will lose his life tomorrow. You should do your way by persuading him, I heard him say, and I sighed heavily knowing he was right, but I couldn't help but wonder why he was saying all this. I stared at the person and I could see some familiarity in his eyes. I tried hard to remember his face, and then a gasp escaped my mouth. I bowed my head immediately with fear. The person was one of the Werewolf Council, and I could feel shrill s of fear run down my spine. Good evening, I muttered with fear etched on my face as I bowed my head. I knew that I could be dead any second from now because I didn't respect him as a superior. I knew that things might get complicated and my alpha would be put into trouble. Alpha Raymond, who also happens to be my alpha, had told me that I shouldn't cause any problems that may reflect on him while I'm here, and I knew that this is one of them. I knew that if things get out of hand, then I might be getting killed, and not only that, my alpha would be put into trouble. Don't worry. All you have to do is follow my order. You should go warn him about this, and it's left to him. He replied, and I rolled my eyes before I could stop myself. I can't do that. He has hurt me, and I don't want to have anything to do with him. I will be happy for his downfall, I said to him with my head bowed. My gaze hardened. Are you trying to defy my order? He asked accusingly, and I sighed heavily. I won't dare try to defy your order. I will get that done now, I said, and I turned to leave, but he stopped me with his words. You should report back to me. I will be here waiting, he said, and I hurriedly walked away from him, and when I was away from him, I breathed heavily. I tried hard to concentrate on his sentence. I was glad to find him so easily. He happens to be with Erica at the garden where he had left me in the afternoon. Jerome, we need to talk. I said to him immediately I got to where he was totally ignoring Erica's existence. Hello everyone. This novel is more exciting than you can imagine. In the world of werewolves, the omega.丨challenges the invincible alpha to a duel for the love of Erica. However, he is haunted by his lingering feelings for his ex-fiancée, and his new love is also facing challenges. Can he break the hierarchical concepts of the werewolf world and win Erica's heart? Chapter 49. Jerome, the protagonist, stood rooted to the spot, his mind reeling from Erica's unexpected outburst. Her sudden mood swing left him feeling disoriented and confused. As he watched her storming off towards the packed square, a heavy weight settled in his chest. He longed to chase after her, to unravel the mystery behind her anger, but something held him back. The pieces slowly began to fall into place in his mind. Jealousy. It had to be jealousy. The way Erica's eyes had flashed when she saw him with Mabel. The barely contained fury in her voice, it all pointed to one conclusion. But why now? Why so suddenly? The protagonist's head throbbed as he tried to make sense of it all. He knew he should feel relieved that Erica cared enough to be jealous. But instead, he felt a mixture of frustration and sadness. How could she not see that Mabel was just a friend? The very idea of rekindling anything with Mabel was absurd to him. His heart belonged to Erica now, completely and irrevocably. The protagonist's thoughts turned to the impending duel. He was certain that was what Erica had initially wanted to discuss before her jealousy took over. Now he found himself dreading it even more. How could he focus on fighting when his relationship with Erica felt so fragile? As he slowly made his way towards the packed square, the protagonist felt the energy draining from his body. His eyes, puffy and red from the emotional turmoil, scanned the area for any sign of Erica. The once bustling excitement he had felt earlier had vanished, replaced by a bone, deep weariness. He knew he wanted to be with Erica, to build a life with her. But her reaction had shaken him. Was she intentionally making things difficult? Or was this just another obstacle they needed to overcome together? With each step, the protagonist's resolve strengthened. He would participate in this duel, not just for himself, but for Erica. He would prove his commitment to her, dispel her doubts, and fight for their future together. As he approached the packed square, he silently vowed to have an honest conversation with Erica after the duel, to clear the air and reaffirm their bond. For now, though, he had to focus on the challenge ahead, even as his heart ached for the woman he loved. I watched the match keenly, not wanting to lose any details. I knew that anybody can be my opponent tomorrow, and the person would have to be one of those who won today. I knew that tomorrow's match won't be as tough as that of the day after tomorrow. I watched the brutality each one of the alphas use, and I knew that all what they were doing was a show-off for me. I knew they wanted me to feel beneath them, and that's what I was feeling. I knew that I shouldn't play their tune, but he can't stop himself from doing that. My eyes were puffy red. All I could think of was nothing other than my defeat tomorrow. I couldn't help but wonder why I was planning the final duel. I know I can't win for sure, but there is no way that will stop me from fighting in the duel. It hurt me to know that I might lose the match to one of the alphas, and there will be nothing I can do about it. I couldn't help but wonder what I would do if that was to happen. I knew that I won't be able to bear the shame, the embarrassment that comes with me losing my mate to another man because I'm weak. I have never felt this useless in my entire life before. I felt like some use tool that was thrown away. I felt like the moon goddess was punishing Erica for making her my mate. I knew that if it was that the moon goddess had made someone as strong and as of status as her, then she wouldn't have been passing through all this. I didn't know when the crowd started dispersing until I saw Samuel walk up to me tapping my shoulder, which jolted me out of my thoughts. I stared at him for a while with a creased eyebrow. I felt like he was hiding sometimes from me. It has been a long time since I last saw him because he has been busy. I only saw Victoria, and when I did I could see how busy she was. "What's wrong?" I asked him while staring at him curiously, unable to hide the hunger for what was happening. "I can see that you want to have some rest, but sadly you can't. There is no time for that. You can see your opponents and we can't take it lightly. You need to go train," Samuel said, and I sighed heavily knowing that he was right. There is no time for us to waste, and if we keep stalling time then things won't go well. I knew that if I can't train as much as I can today, then it's definitely a loss for me tomorrow. I knew that I wouldn't have wanted A's fight if not for the help of yesterday's training. I knew that any training I'm to receive will only help me improve my skills and know how to fight against my opponent. I knew that today would be a huge night, but I knew that I had to see Erica in private. I knew that if I don't talk things out with her then I won't be able to concentrate during my training, and that might cost me to lose the duel. I knew that those I'm up to aren't lower class werewolves and I might get killed or be injured by one of them. I don't want any casualties to happen in the duel. "I will be there shortly," I said to him, and he nodded his head politely before walking away. I walked toward Erica, who was fuming with anger as she sat on the chair while puffing out breaths from her mouth. "Erica, it isn't what you are thinking," I started calmly, even though my mind was in disarray. "I don't want her to see that side of me, and I was doing everything in my power to hide it. You should know by now that I don't want to share you with anybody, but instead you are all over her." "How dare you do that?" I heard Erica's voice yell angrily while staring at me. "I can explain." "Erica," I replied, sounding desperate for her attention, and she turned to look at me with flames in her eyes. "You should do better," she replied with her hands placed on her hips, staring at me dramatically. I felt my heart twitch with fear at her words. I couldn't understand why I felt scared of her. I haven't felt like this since the time we had been together or have known each other, but I have not been scared of her since, but now I do. She just told me to break off the engagement in the proper process, and she returned the ring I had put on her hands. I was only trying to help her up. I was trying to help a friend. I was saying, but I was cut short by Erica. "A friend? When did you guys become friends?" she asked while glaring at me murderously. My teeth were clamped together, not knowing what to say. "We became friends today, and she said that we can still be best of friends just like we were when we were little," I said with a curt bow. I could feel the effects of her aura, which almost forced me to my knees, but I tried hard to overcome them. "I don't have anything to say to you anymore. You should keep going with your friend," Erica muted disgustingly. "You don't have to behave like this. Mabel isn't as bad as you have portrayed her. She is actually a nice person," I was saying when Erica chipped in. "She isn't as bad as you thought, so why don't you go to her?" she replied. "Talking of the devil, here she is," Erica added with an angry look on her face. My mouth dropped open, and I was about to reply to her when I felt the presence of Mabel behind me. Her legs were making so much noise as she made her way toward me. I turned my head to look back, and there I saw Mabel matching toward me, hurried with an unknown expression plastered on her face. "Jerome, we need to talk," I heard her say impatiently, and I felt the blood in my system dry immediately. I couldn't help but wonder what to do. I knew that things won't end well here, and there is nothing I can do to escape. I knew that there is no way Erica would allow me to go with Mabel. I knew that she would be angry if I was to follow Mabel. I feel like it would be more than just this day the time I'm to choose what to do. I knew that whatever I do would influence whatever they want to do. I was placed in a tight corner, and I was literally confused on what to do. Chapter 50. Erica. I ignored Jerome's existence as we watched the duel. My heart was aching, and all I could do was sit down while trying to pretend like everything was all right. I don't know what I would do if he happens to want to be with her. I knew that things won't be as good as I have planned out before the duel if he happens to lose, and not only that, if he goes back to Mabel. I knew that it would be cruel of me to separate the two of them if he happens to lose the duel. I was praying for him to lose, but I knew that's what I should be expecting. I knew that if I don't think of him winning, then I might be able to get over him easily. I shrugged true thoughts out of my head and tried hard to focus on the duel. I was angry with the way Jerome defended Mabel, and I can smell something fishy. He kept trying to tell me that nothing is going on between the both of them. And he kept saying that she only wanted to be his friend, but all I can see is just excuses for him to be with her. I knew that he didn't want me to suspect anything going on between the both of them. I can't help but feel like Mabel is up to no good. I knew that I didn't like her presence before, but now I feel like she is up to something. I can't help but think that she has gotten over him yet. I feel like she wants something that will make him want to be with her. I feel restless because I don't know what she might be up to. Jerome was talking to me, but I wasn't hearing what he was saying because I was angry. I was asking questions whenever he tried to defend her, but what happened next shocked me to my bone marrow. As we were arguing, I saw Mabel walk up to us with a worried expression on her face, and my heart beats heavily. I knew that she was up to no good as she approached us. Jerome was aware that she was coming back. My body stiff and waiting for what she was here for, but what she said shocked me. "Jerome, we need to talk," she said immediately she got to us, ignoring me. I turned to look at Jerome, whose gaze was on me. He also seemed taken aback, but I knew that might be part of their plan. I knew that this might just be an act to talk to him, but I was going to let him go with her. I felt hurt that Jerome would want to see her, and am not going to stop him from seeing her. I felt like a used person now, knowing what to do or say. I feel like all this was my fault and that there is no way this will happen if I haven't brought him here. I feel like he was just doing all this to make me pay for bringing him to my pack forcefully. "You can say whatever you want here. There is nothing wrong with saying it here," Jerome's satisfaction while staring at Mabel. The look on her face was priceless. I thought this was a plan, but I knew not to believe it easily. "Go ahead," I said, staring at her with a smirk on my face, and she rolled her eyes. "I need to see him privately." "I can't disclose it here," Mabel said, and a frown was plastered on my face. I couldn't help but try to think of what she was trying to do. What she just said made me believe that all this was a plan all along. My brows were furrowed with confusion while trying to solve the things going on between the both of them. My gaze hardened as I stared at Jerome, who was fidgeting with his fingers. He seems to be lost in thoughts, and I stared at him while trying to read through him, but I couldn't. I haven't been this confused in my life until now. My eyes were filled with curiosity, waiting and hoping that he would accept talking to her in private. I don't know what I will do if he agrees to talk to her in private. "Erica, I will be back soon," Jerome said, and he stood up from the chair which we were seated on in the garden. My face went pale immediately. I felt my heart stop beating instantly, and when it started beating back, it was thumping loudly. My heart was in pain, and I stared at him with a shocked expression on her face. I knew for a fact that she isn't up to something good, and I feel like it is about our relationship. Mabel turned to look at me with a smirk on her face, and I could tell that she was happy with my reaction. I knew she was happy that I don't trust Jerome and that I feel uneasy whenever they are close to each other. She knew that she has the upper hand, and I knew that I shouldn't let her have the impression of that, but it was too late. "Fine then. Suit yourself," I said to Jerome, who stared at me pleadingly. I knew for a fact that he doesn't want this also, but there was nothing he could do also. The both of them walked away, and I stood up angrily while staring at their retreating figure. My eyes were filled with unshed tears as I stared at them. They had stopped at a spot which was above earshot, and I knew that whatever she wanted to tell him was a secret. She was holding his hand while they were walking, and it looked like she was dragging him. I had thought that she had left already because I couldn't smell her scent, but now she appeared out of nowhere. I felt uneasy and restless as I watched her hold his hands tenderly. I knew that there is no way I would stay here not knowing what they were discussing. I stared at them for a while, and when I saw that they weren't looking, I walked away from the spot where I stood. I took some turns, and within seconds I was just a few legs away from Jerome and Mabel. I stared at them curiously, hoping that I would be able to keep my presence away from them. I don't want Jerome to know I was peeping on him. I knew that it wouldn't be good if I was caught by him. It won't be any way bad if I was to be caught by Mabel. I want you to stop fighting in this duel. I heard her say, and I clenched my fist angrily. I couldn't believe that she would say such a thing to him. I knew that I should have expected this from him before, but I didn't. My gaze hardened while trying to think of what to do. My eyes were filled with anger that all I wanted at that moment was to rip her throat off her head, but I don't want to do anything that will make Jerome mad and angry with me. I knew he would be angry with me if I killed his friend out of a fuss because I was angry. I tried hard to keep my calm, and after a while I was able to keep my calm. You and I know that I can't do that. There is no way I will do such thing. I will fight till my cart breath to be with her, and hopefully I will be with her at the end of all this, Jerome replied, and I felt the anger I was feeling earlier vanished immediately. My cheek had turned crimson red and I blushed. I know you won't, but are you ready to fight to death? You and I both know that there is no way for you to win the duel against Alphys. I know you won't back out. I know you will want to fight to death. Do you think that is a wise decision? Do you think it worth it to lose your life because you want to be with your mate who will end up being with another man after your death? I heard Mabel say, and my heart stopped beating instantly. I knew that what she was saying was right. What is the point of him fighting in the duel if he will end up losing me to another man? I know Erica doesn't like the fact that you might lose your life, but she can't say it because she doesn't know how you will feel. She added. Chapter 51. Mabel. I stared at Jerome with a concerned look on my face, even though I was feeling angry inside, not wanting him to quit anymore. I have no concern about him anymore. All I wish for right now is nothing but pain and suffering. I wanted him to suffer in the hands of those he will fight tomorrow. And I knew that there was no way he would be able to win in the duel. I am confident about it and am going to come just to watch him get humiliated. I wouldn't have wanted to come tomorrow if I didn't want to see him get hurt badly. I don't count the stress of having to come here. I knew for a fact that if I was to come here before I would have to be forced, but that isn't the case. I'm willing to come here not because I was forced, but to see my fiancé who broke off our engagement to be with his mate, but to lose her to another man. I knew that it would hurt his ego, as I have said, but he doesn't seem to know that it was all my plan. I knew that he would feel discouraged, but I don't want him to feel discouraged for him to stop fighting in the duel. My gaze softened as I stared at him, but if he was to know what I was thinking, then things won't be good. I know you feel I will do whatever it takes to be with my mate. Nothing will stop me from making her my mate. I will go to any length to be with her. He replied. I smiled softly while staring at him with an understanding look on my face. I was just letting you know. I felt concerned about what you just said, and you don't have to worry, I got your back. I will support you with whatever you want, I replied with a fake smile on my face. I knew that what I was saying was true because there is no way I will support him unless it has to do with his downfall. I won't let myself get close to him if it isn't for his downfall. I will make sure that he regrets ever messing with me, and the same with Jerome. Thanks. I appreciate that, Jerome replied, hugging me, and I faked a smile while patting his back slowly. I was boiling with anger as I hugged him, because it made me remember the time we spent together, and I don't want to remember that. I was still lost in thoughts when I felt the flowers which were at my front move, and I knew without a doubt that the person who was there was no other person than Erica. I knew that she didn't want me to be alone with Jerome. And an idea suddenly popped up in my head. What if I make her jealous? I knew she won't be able to keep herself together and wouldn't want to talk to him for a while. I knew that they were having an argument before I walked up to them earlier, and I knew if I was to hug him longer than a normal hug. I knew that since he was the one who initiated the hug, then there is no way she wouldn't feel jealous. I knew that she might think that something is going on between the both of us. I will be here tomorrow to watch you win the fight. And make sure not to disappoint me, I said immediately. I disengaged from the hug with a dreamily smile on my face which I tried to hide. I knew that what I just did would cause a feud between them, and I bet that they wouldn't resolve it as quickly as possible. I knew that me doing this while trying to get closer to her would confuse her. Thanks, Mabel. I really appreciate it, he replied while showing his white teeth. I couldn't help but smile at the thought of his white teeth turning crimson red if he was to hit on his mouth. That's what friends do, I said with a smile while patting his shoulder with a smile on my face. I need to leave now. It's getting evening already, and I don't want to be late before I get home. I don't want anybody worrying about me, I said to Jerome, and with that I walked away from him. Yes, it's true. You may take your leave, he said with a bow while stretching his hands dramatically. I walked away from Henherd toward the pack's border to where the leader of the council was. I was going to be saying nice words to him. It was for that fact that I don't want to cause trouble in this pack. I knew that I could get killed for not respecting him, which I don't want. I don't want to lose my life because of him, and there is no way that would happen if I was to follow his orders. You are back earlier than I thought. How is it going? I heard him ask immediately if he saw me. He doesn't accept. He said he would fight to the end. I replied with my head bowed, not wanting to get into trouble for disrespecting him again. You can take your leave. I heard him say, and I stared at him with shock evident in my eyes. I had thought that there is no way he would let me go off so easily, but I was wrong. I was so shocked by his reply that I stared at him with shock. Don't you have ears? He asked as he stared at me with his gaze, boring holes in my body. I walked away from him. I stopped all of a sudden when I heard him call me back. My heart was beating heavily, not knowing what he called me back for. I feel like something is wrong and that there is no way I will be able to get off easily. Chapter 50 to Mabel. I shifted into my wolf's form and I ran toward the direction of my pack with my clothes in my mouth. I ran as fast as I could so as not to meet any rogues on my way back home. I knew that there was no way a rogue would be here, and that was because the place is somewhere rogues could move easily but am not ready to suffer from any attacks. As I ran, what was on my mind was nothing other than the weird council member. I couldn't understand why he would send me to go inform Jerome about that and even tell me not to mention his name. I feel like something weird is on. My face was frowned in confusion as I ran with all the strength in me. It was getting dark already, and I would have gotten to the pack if not that I don't have advanced speed like those with the alpha's blood. I sighed heavily as I walked into the pack, and I walked behind a tree to shift before wearing my clothes. I walked to my room with a tired look on my face. As soon as I walked into my room, the smell of food hit my nose. I stared around the room and there I found Sandra. Look who is back here. She joked immediately I entered, and I rolled my eyes while staring at her with an unusual smile on my face. Hi, how have you been all day? It must be boring, right? I asked while staring at her with a gentle smile on my face. It's great. And I'm glad you are at home. You would have disturbed me all day, she replied, and I chuckled while removing my clothes. That isn't my concern. I will get back to you after I'm done having my shower. And of course eating, I said as I winked at her. Don't worry, I won't bother, but make sure you tell me all that happened, she replied with a smile on her face. I don't know why I was smiling, I guessed it is because I will go to the clubhouse today. Wednesdays and Fridays are the scheduled day for the club. I have made up my mind to be a carefree person and make sure not to get bothered by anybody. The last time I went to the clubhouse, it was fun and I have sex. It has been some times now since I have been to the club, and am now used to having sex, and I occasionally have it here in my room whenever I feel horny. I was out of my bathroom within seconds. I was sitting on the bed with the new clothes on. I licked my lips while staring at food in front of me, which Jerome was salivating. I started eating the food. My eyes were filled with happiness from eating the food. You seems to be in good mood, she said after a while, and I stared up from my food while raising my eyebrow. She seems to have been staring at me for a while now. Yes, is anything wrong with that? I asked while staring at her curiously, and she shook her head sideways. Do you see Jerome? She asked, and my mood suddenly changed. My face turned into a sour one. My eyes were filled with sadness, having to remember what happened. It is just like you have said. He isn't a trustworthy person. But I'm over him, I said heavily before turning to stare at me. It's a good thing that you are over him, replied Sandra. You should get yourself ready as soon as you can. I have been waiting for you all day for us club, she replied, and I sighed heavily before replying. I know you would have been prepared. I'm also prepared, I replied with a pause as I gulped down a glass of water. I was going to savor the taste, but I will rush the food now. I also can't wait to go there. We would have a lot of fun tonight, I added, with that I rushed my food down my throat, and within minutes I was done. I gulped down a cup of water. Mabel walked into the clubhouse, and she headed toward the inner room of the clubhouse, not minding to do anything. She was happy and angry at the same time. She was happy that she would get to watch Jerome suffer tomorrow, but angry because he had said all that to her without feeling remorseful about it. She knew that she had to move on. And she hated Jerome for turning her into who she is today. She knew that there was no way she was going back to her old self. She felt like her old self had been destroyed by Jerome. She walked into the room which the person she intended to have sex with is in. That was their normal spot. And immediately she walked in, she was met with the sight of the man she wanted to have sex with. The man sat on the bed and he stood up immediately when he saw her. She felt happy and walked toward her. They both kissed passionately. And after a while he bit her lips and she moaned out in his mouth, giving him the opportunity to slide his tongue into her mouth. He removed her clothes with his hands and one of his hands went to her breast to take off her brassiere, but he found none and he used his hands to fondle her breast. He pulled away from the kiss and his mouth went to her nipples. He took her nipples into his mouth while pleasuring it. And he didn't forget about the other because he started fingering her breast. He changed his mouth and also did the same to her other breast. Althea was busy moaning out loud. And with that he trailed kisses over her body till his mouth were close to her pussy. She wore transparent and sexy pants and he brought his nose close to her pussy, inhaling her scent, and she could feel a tingle of excitement run down her spine. He tore her pants within seconds and he started pleasuring her pussy with his tongue while sucking and nibbling her pussy. Soon she came really hard and he licked her pussy juices off her. He removed his dick, which was now hard, and he brought it close to her pussy before inserting it in her well-lubricated pussy. He kept on thrusting into her with a slow pace while taking his time to reach her limit, and he could feel his dick hitting her womb. He was also pleasuring her body at that time also, and after what seems like hours to them, but barely an hour, they both cummed hard. They both chatted about their organisms, and they both laughed at each other's jokes. Mabel felt contented for having sex with the man that day, and she intended on having sex with him the other day. And that would be in her room. She has become addicted to sex, and all thanks to Jerome, who made her like that. Jerome might not know that he has hurt her greatly, but she was going to make him pay for that. They slept in each other's arms like lovers even though they weren't. Chapter 53. Jerome. I sighed tiredly as I walked out of my bathroom looking refreshed. My eyes were filled with dizziness, but I was able to stay awake. I had a migraine since it has been long since I last had decent sleep. And most especially it has been long since I last slept, and it is now taking a toll on me. I knew that this isn't the time to complain because of things like this. I have made up my mind that I was going to have enough rest after the duel. I made my way out of my room and I headed towards the Pax Hall to have my breakfast. I trained all night and Erica has been acting weird since. I couldn't understand what was wrong with her. I feel like there is something going on that I'm not aware of, but there is no way I would know that if I don't ask, but am not ready to. I'm going to let her tell me on her own accord, and if she doesn't, then I will wait for after the match. I will talk to her after winning the duel. I knew that Mr. saying that I will talk to her after winning the duel isn't going to happen, but I had faith in me that I will win the duel regardless of consequences. And I pray that the confidence I have does not leave me. I sighed heavily as soon as I got to the dining hall. I walked silently toward Erica's table. Good morning. I started and she turned to look at me for a second before removing her gaze from me. I couldn't help but wonder what to do to make her say her mind to me, but I decided not to anymore. I have made up my mind that I will get her reply tomorrow. Tomorrow is the final of the duel, and I was thinking about it without winning those a hand. I knew that it wouldn't be easy for me to win today, but I have faith that I would. Good morning. How was your night? She replied and I smiled at her cutely. It was great, all thanks to someone. I joked while staring at her. She knew that I didn't sleep all night and that was because I was training. Samuel had also taken part in yesterday's training. And when they all left, I kept on practicing, now minding that I didn't sleep. I knew that if I was to win the duel, then I would be able to sleep as long as I wanted peacefully. There would be nothing for me to worry about, but sleeping now isn't going to work because I might not have the chance to win the duel. I don't train hard. I was only trying to train myself harder from not sleeping. And it was paying off. I was glad for all that, and I couldn't be more happy to have Erica and her family with me. They were the only people who had helped me so far in the duel. I knew that there is no chance of me lasting up to now in the duel if I don't have Erica and her family. I was glad that they were supportive of me. Erica glared at me and I sighed heavily, not knowing what to say. We sat there in silence with none of us trying to break the silence. I was going to break it and I stopped, remembering that she might ignore me and I wouldn't want to myself in front of the whole pack. even though I was embarrassed by winning shamefully. The food was served and soon the aroma filled the room. I followed suit after Erica had taken the first spoon in her mouth. Erica ignored me till we were done with the food we were served by the maids. She has been ignoring me since we got back from the garden yesterday's night. I don't know why I feel uneasy about it, but I shrugged it off my mind, not wanting to let that get into my way. I knew that if I kept on thinking about what was happening around then, I would have no chance of winning. I walked out of the dining hall immediately, and I was done having my breakfast. I made sure not to eat more than I should because it might cause me downfall in this duel. I knew that if it was other things, then I wouldn't have been this cautious about it. "Look who we have here," I heard Stephen say as he walked up to me. I couldn't help but cower back in fear, not knowing what to do or say. "You seem to be happy that you are winning the duel, right? Well, enjoy it while it lasts because we are not letting you win today," Alpha Stephen said with a smile on his face which I wanted to wipe away so badly. My gaze was guarded as I stared at him. I couldn't believe he would be here to mock me. "We will see to it," I said with a disposable look on my face. I knew for a fact that what I was showing outside isn't what I was feeling, but the opposite of that. I was happy having to know that all alphas who are to fight me in the duel are against me. I knew that I might not be able to win, but I'm going to make that possible in any way I can. Soon the duel has been announced and I'm going up against an alpha. It was said that everyone would have some rest, and that's after fighting their first opponent. It was said that whosoever wins in the duel would be up next against each other. Only 4 winners are expected after the first round, and I have made up my mind to win in the first round, and I knew that I might lose in the second round, but I'm going to do everything possible to win. I was told that the next contestant to win after me is going to fight me. I felt the blood in my body dry up instantly. I knew that the person must be a top-notch alpha to win, and if things were to get out of hand, then I have no chance to win. I shrugged all that out of my mind, wanting to focus my attention on the person in front of me. I watched as the person charged at me, and I slid under his legs, escaping his punch. I dashed toward him with a punch, and he dodged it by grabbing my hands. I gave him an uppercut which made him fly back. I knew that I shouldn't be showcasing my strength just like Erica's father had said, but there is no way that would happen. I have made up my mind not to hide my skills but face the person. I groaned in pain as I was punched on my stomach. I moved back with panic and fear. I couldn't bring myself to watch him beat me up. I stood up and I dashed toward him speedily, not knowing where I got my speed. I punched my opponent with full force and sent him crashing to the floor. I walked up to him and all I could hear was the uproar of the crowd. I stared at the man who was on the floor lying unconscious. The man seemed to be shocked, but before he could react, I tossed him out of the ring. The crowd was still cheering, and I turned to look at Erica's face and I saw a smile on her face. The head council had announced the winner of the round. It turned out that next round was that of Alpha Stephen and an alpha which I don't know his name. My blood went dry, and I know with no doubt that there is no way the alpha would be winning because of how strong Alpha Stephen had portrayed himself to be during yesterday's fight. I watched curiously Alpha Stephen beat him fearlessly, and within minutes the other alpha was down. The alpha doesn't want to admit defeat, but he later did after knowing that he might get killed by him. I watched as the next person came into the ring. I watched curiously, not knowing what to say or do. I watched as the opponent of the alpha was named Ryder. The alpha seems to be the toughest of all alphas. He had a cold demeanor on his face. The alpha he was to fight was trembling with fear, and the alpha mustered up some courage and he attacked him. His attack seemed slow, and as soon as he got to Alpha Ryder, he was punched down. The alpha immediately admits his defeat. I was shocked, and I knew with no doubt that this must be the alpha I would be fighting in the duel. The next duel took place and they both fought well. The person who won the duel lacked strength, and I knew that he would get easily defeated by the alpha. Chapter 50 for Erica. I couldn't help but keep giving Jerome cold shoulders. I felt like this isn't something I want to do. I was giving him cold shoulders because I wanted to be sure that none of this is their plan. I felt like there was something going on between Mabel and her. I feel like Mabel was after something, and the same goes with Jerome. I watched curiously as the fight between him and Stephen ensued. I knew that Stephen wouldn't take it easy with him. I knew that he would want him to give up, and I knew that the only way he could do that was to hurt him. I knew that Jerome won't give up easily, and I instantly regretted ever giving him cold shoulders. I was shocked with Jerome's improvements when he first fought today, but I knew that all things that glitters are anti-gold. I knew that he might not be able to hold up against Stephen. I felt my blood run cold as I think of what would happen. Jerome is going to get hurt for the fact that he isn't as strong as Stephen is. My face turned pale as I turned to stare at those who were seated close to the ring, and my eyes landed with that of Alpha Rider, who has a smirk on his face. He stared at me with a smile which I found creepy. His eyes pierced through mine, and he looked at it read through me. I could feel goosebumps from on my body. He pointed his hand at Jerome, and made a gesture with his hands which he made it like he wanted to cut his head off. I could feel my body turn cold and I start sweating immediately. I knew what he meant, and that is he was going to kill him without mercy. He had a victorious smile on his face before turning to look at him with a smile on his face. He seems to be happy with my reaction. I knew that what he wanted me to feel is what I was feeling. I couldn't help but feel scared that he might kill Jerome. I knew he was ruthless, but I didn't expect him to have a feud with Jerome. And I knew with no doubt that this was all a plan. I knew he wanted to get rid of him so that he wouldn't be a problem to him after he won. I knew that this was what he wanted to go, but there is no way I will be telling this to Jerome. I knew that he won't allow that to happen, and he might want to confront him before tomorrow. I won't want him to think that I wanted him to back out of the fight. I feel like I was thinking in a selfish way. I couldn't help but feel bad about the whole thing. I feel like this is something I should have expected. I knew things won't be good, but I tried hard to believe everything would be alright. I was too foolish to know that things won't add up like I want. I know that I don't want him to fight in the duel, and a part of me wants him to fight and prove himself worthy of being with me, but I do not know which path I should take. I knew that I should have chosen a way that would make things easier. There is no way I'm going to let anything unexpected happen. I feel like this was a threat. I haven't felt confused like this in my whole life. I feel the need to be with my mate, but I knew the implications. I knew that he might not win the duel and might end up getting killed. I knew that he might not want to give up easily on fighting to be with me, but there is no way I would allow that. I was lost in thoughts, but I was jolted out of my thoughts with the cheers of the crowd who were here to watch the duel. I snapped out of my thoughts and I concentrated on what's going on. My eyes wide and in shock at the sight. Jerome was on the floor bleeding on his head. Stephen was towering over him with a triumphant look on his face. My heart was beating rapidly as I stared at his figure, who was laying on the floor with blood covering his body. I felt the need to go into the ring to fight Stephen, but I knew that doing that isn't a good idea. I managed to calm myself down, and in a way that I could only stare at him with tears dripping down my eyes. He has never been injured in any of the fights he has with anybody, and this is the first time for him to get so much injury. I couldn't help but think of what had happened. I felt like there was something hidden that was used in this fight. I knew that no one noticed anything wrong in the fight, but I did. I stared at Stephen angrily, while trying to sniff out what was weird about him. I feel like something is wrong, but I couldn't pinpoint it out. The last time I remember Jerome was holding up against him and he was having the upper hand then. Why did he suddenly fall to the floor? I sighed heavily after a while of searching, but I couldn't find it. I turned to look at Victoria with a raised eyebrows, and with a quivering tone I asked her the question. What the hell is going on? I asked while staring at her with curiosity written on face. I had cleaned the tears in my eyes. He used some skills against him. There is nothing suspicious. Jerome doesn't want to give up. Look, she said, pointing at Jerome, who was now on his feet. He staggered towards Stephen and he carried him. And with that he threw him out of the ring. I smiled happily. I couldn't help but to be glad that nothing out of blue happened. I was glad that he was able to win in the fight, but I could notice that he was exhausted. I stood up from where I was seated, and I walked toward his direction with a worried expression on my face. He walked out of the ring and headed toward his room. Jerome, I called, and he turned to look at me, and I hugged him tightly, and after a while he winced. I released him from the hug, and I kissed him passionately. I haven't been this happy in my whole life. I was glad that he won the fight, and most especially that he was back on his feet even though he is injured. I broke the kiss when I heard the clearing of throats behind us. We are close to his room and we were the only ones there before. I knew that everyone was at the pack square where the duel was taking place. I turned back and my eyes darkened with anger seeing that it was Mabel. SBE stood at our back with a worried look on her face. "Are you all right?" she asked Jerome while staring at him with a worried expression on her face. "Yes, I'm fine," he replied, and I knew that things won't be good if this continues. I stared at Mabel and then at Jerome. I couldn't help but think of what to do or say to make them stop talking and take him to his room. I don't want her to know the room. He needs to watch all these. And you don't have to worry. You can leave to watch the remaining match. I bet you won't want to miss watching it, I said to her, and she nodded her head. "See you later." Jerome, she said, and while saying his name. His name rolled out of her mouth seductively. I stared at her as she walked away while swaying her hips. I couldn't help but wonder what she was trying to do. I can remember how she hugged him yesterday with her hands lingering on his body. I felt jealous while watching them, but I couldn't do anything. "I'm glad you won today." "I feel happy, but I feel scared. You should be careful," I said to him as we both walked to his room. "You don't have to feel scared about anything. I'm going to scale through everything with the moon goddess wish. There is no way fate can be changed. If you are destined to be mine, then you would. The moon goddess won't let us be apart if we are meant for each other," he said, and I nodded my head while hoping that it should be the moon goddess' wish for us to be together. "You need to have a shower. I will select the clothes you are going to wear before you are out of the bathroom," I said to him, and he nodded his head before walking away. Chapter 55. Mabel. I was excited to see Jerome being beaten by the alpha. I wasn't expecting him to take on the alpha himself. I was hoping to see him fail while trying to fight the alpha, but I was wrong because he was able to win against the alpha. I was shocked with that, and that was because I don't expect an omega to beat an alpha in a fight. I knew that is what most people expected, and I was happy that the next person he was fighting was like others who were beaten up easily by Jerome. The last one beat him to the extent that blood dripped down his body. His whole face was covered with blood, and I was happy to see that. I was glad that he was beaten. And I knew that there was no way he would win against the next person he was to fight because of how brutal the person was. The person almost killed his opponent, who was an alpha. I knew that Jerome stood no chance against the man, but I had my doubts. It is now hard for me to believe that Jerome isn't an omega. He fought like a top-notch warrior when he came against the alphas, but his speed betrayed him. I knew that if he was to have the same speed like the alphas he fought against, then there is no way he would lose the duel to any of them. I was happy with the fact that he won in the duel, but there is nothing I can do or say about it. I knew that he has no chance of winning tomorrow, and that was because the person he is up against, his ruthless alpha, would not stop or think twice before ending his life. I was glad that things were starting to work my way, and I feel like him winning today is a blessing in disguise. I was back at home, and the sight I saw was something I wished for. The door of my room is not locked, and I knew with no doubt that it was Carlos who was inside the room. Carlos is the name of the man who I have always had sex with. I used my eyes to scan the room, and my eyes landed on a figure who was under the duvet. "I'm back. You must have been missing me to have come here earlier than I thought," I said, and I heard him chuckle heartily. "It seems like you were gone for a day," Carlos replied, and I smiled. "Get under the duvet," he commanded, and I smiled with an eye roll. "Not too fast. I need to take a cold shower," I said to him, and I heard him grumble. I walked into my closest, selecting some clothes to wear. I took the clothes with me to the bathroom. I returned shortly, CL added in the clothes. I jumped under the duvet happily. Carlos flicked the duvet away from their body. Immediately, she got under the duvet and it landed on the floor beside the bed. He towered over her and he could see the clothes she wore. She wore a sexy nightgown, and he knew with no doubt that she wore the clothes for him. He gently placed his lips on her, and they battled with their tongues while fighting for dominance. After a while, he bit her lips, and she moaned out in his mouth, giving him the opportunity to slit in his tongue into her mouth. He removed her clothes with his hands, and one of his hands went into her breast to take off her brassiere, but he found none, and he uses his hands to fondle with her breast. He pulled away from the kiss, and his mouth went to her nipples. He took her nipples into his mouth while pleasuring it. And he didn't forget about the other because he started fingering her breast. He changed his mouth and also did the same to her other breast. Mabel was busy moaning out loud, and with that he trailed kisses over her body till his mouth were close to her pussy. She wore a transparent and sexy pants, and he brought his nose close to her pussy, inhaling her scent, and she could feel a tingle of excitement run down her spine. He tore her pants within seconds, and he started pleasuring her pussy with his tongue while sucking and nibbling her pussy. Soon she came really hard and he licked her pussy juices off her. He removed his dick, which was now hard, and he brought it close to her pussy before inserting it in her well-lubricated pussy. He kept on thrusting into her with a slow pace while taking his time to reach her limit, and he could feel his dick hitting her womb. He was also pleasuring her body at the time also, and after what seems like hours to them, but barely an hour, they both cummed hard. They both chatted about their organisms, and they both laughed at each other's jokes. I woke up and I used my hand to search the side of the bed with my hands trying to find Carlos, but I couldn't find him on the bed. I knew he must have left the room long ago because his own side of the bed was cold. I sighed heavily as I stretched my body as I walked toward the bathroom. I knew that I would have TK change the bed sheets, and I was glad I wouldn't have to have sex with him in my room today because today is Friday. I walked out of the bathroom edited in a towel, and I dried my body with the towel. I wore the clothes which I had selected earlier. I walked to the dining hall to eat breakfast. I was given a week off by the Alpha to go and watch the outcome of the duel. I was glad that I wouldn't have to do any chores. I felt a new burst of energy flowing through my veins after a while, since I knew today is the day that I would watch Jerome get hurt while trying to be with her mate. I changed into my wolf form behind a tree with my clothes in my wolf's mouth. A smile was on my face as I headed toward Erica's pack. I couldn't help but feel my wishes were going to come true. Little did I know that I wanted wouldn't happen. Chapter 56. And known I was happy with the fact that Jerome got away with today's match. I knew that this is what I should have expected because of his prowess, and I can't help but feel the need to make him stay away from her. I knew that the more he lingers with his mate is the more he will try to fasten up the process. I won't want him to recover her powers under my watch. Things would be distract ruse if he was to regain his powers. I felt my eyes round with shock as I watched the match. I couldn't close my mouth. It came as a huge shock to me, and all I could think of was the dangers that come with her being with him. I knew things won't go as I have always wanted, but there is no way I'm accepting that. Things would fall my way, and there is no one who would stop me from achieving my aim. And the most important things is that I have what I want in the end. I couldn't help but think of a way to stop her. It was like there is something holding me from getting things done my way. I felt like there is someone who was backing him out there. I knew that there is no way he would have been the secret without anybody else's help, and I knew it must be coming from Erica. I knew that Erica would go to extreme ends to get him ready for tomorrow's match. I knew that he might lose the fight, but what he has trained himself for won't leave his mind. He won't forget all this, and might want to get back on his feet to fight for his mate. I knew that if he was to face us with determination, then there will be no one who will be able to stop him. I knew that I will have to do all the things needed for him to lose in tomorrow's fight. I was starting to think that Erica knew of his strength and identity, and that's why she was confident in the first place that he will win the duel. I knew that things will be drastic if she was to know, and I knew with no doubt that she was aware already. I couldn't help but wonder why the moon goddess has paired her with him. It would have been better if she was not a good figure in the werewolf world. I regretted not killing him the night I dropped him off at his pack. I couldn't help but feel the need to go back in time. I would have been able to correct my mistakes. I knew if I had killed him, then there will be no way he would be entangled with Erica. I felt like the mistake he made years ago is coming to hurt me, but I was going to let that happen. I won't give him a chance to make that happen. He will be shocked and surprised with what I have for him. He won't be expecting it. Send for Alpha Rider, I said to the guard who was stationed at the front of my door. I'm here in my room in Erica's pack. The duel for the day was over, and I knew for sure that Erica would have been training him for tomorrow's duel, and I knew with no doubt that this would be more fun. I will make sure that Erica and her mate are humiliated. I knew that things might go wrong with the look of things, but I have no intention of giving up. I would rather find ways to scramble through it than give up what I have in stock for him. I was not going to give up what I have started for years. I would make sure that my wish comes true and that he remains just as an omega. I heard a knock on the door, and I knew with no doubt that the person at the door was Ryder. I was glad that he was able to come here as quickly as he can. And I knew that it was the fear of me being a council member. I knew that no one would be able to defile my order. I knew that's why Erica had accepted to let the duel take place. She bargained with me days later, saying that if the duel is to take place, then it must be in her pack. I was going to allow that to happen, but she managed to convince me, and I knew that I should give her what she wanted. I knew that giving in to her demands might be useful for me. I knew that things might get turned back on us and I will have to find ways out of it. I knew that the chance of things getting shitty is 95%, but now the chances are increasing, and I must say his powers were being triggered. "Come in," I replied, and the door opened and Alpha Rider walked in with his head bowed. "Good," Alpha Rider was saying when I cut him short. "I don't call you here for chit-chats," I said with a pause while staring at him authoritatively. "I want you to win in tomorrow's duel. I will give you something in return. I hate his presence here in this pack. And how will he be able to lead this pack as an Omega? This pack, who is considered as the strongest of all pack in the country, will return to nothing but weak." I replied, "I will win against him in the duel." "You should be rest assured," said Ryder, and I stared at him with a chuckle. I knew with no doubt that if he knew how strong he was, if his powers were triggered, then he would be afraid of the impossible happening tomorrow. I knew that I would have to flow with things if it turned out to be what I hadn't expected at all. You shouldn't let your guard down. He won against the other Alpha, and he was able to save them. He was underestimated, and that made things easier, but I won't want that from you. I will make sure he disappears from this pack the moment he loses the duel. And he won't appear in your life anymore," I said, and I stared at his face while trying to find out if he had any objections. "He will be defeated tomorrow with no doubt, and he is going to be disgraced," Alpha Rider said. Chapter 57. Jerome. I stared at the Alpha in front of me, trying not to show my fears. My body was filled with fear, and I was glad that I was able to hold myself from shivering. It looks like this would be the end of me. This is more than I think. I felt my eyes getting cloudy, but I tried hard to hold it in. I could feel nervousness seeping through my body system. I stared at Erica, who gave me a thumb up. I was glad that I had someone like her. I was glad that she didn't leave me even after knowing that the chance of me winning in this duel is 10%. I knew that she had hope in me, that I would be able to win against my pride, that I would be able to. I felt my breath hitch as I remembered her words of encouragement which she said to me right before I entered the ring. I know that things won't go as easy as I want, but I'm ready to do anything to win the duel. No one would be stopping me from getting what I want. I would make sure I win. I have the urge to strive hard to win. I felt the need to be the winner. I felt that there is nothing I can do to make Erica happy other than for me to win, and that would be exactly what I would do. I will make sure that I win, and that is because I want to be with Erica. I want to be with her for the rest of my life. I want her to be the mother of my unborn child. I knew this isn't the right place to say all this. I knew that I should also have the right to be with my mate, not under one person. I couldn't help but wish that I was able to contact my wolf. I knew that all this wouldn't have happened if I had my wolf in the first place. I knew that I felt the mating bond and all sorts, but this would have been avoided if my wolf was with me. I would have felt the mate bond, and it would have made me closer to her. I felt my eyes getting cloudy, but I'm not going to let the tears fall freely from my eyes without resistance. I would make sure that I was neither with my mate nor because of anybody. This was the first time I would be feeling this down since the duel started. I knew that I was happy with the decisions of the Werewolf Council, but that had nothing to do with being depressed, but instead I was striving hard to win the duel, but me coming to the end of the duel made things worse. I wonder what would happen if I lost my mate to the fellow in front of me. I would never be able to forgive myself, and all I can do is that I should not give up. I would make sure that no matter what my opponent did, I would find ways for me to stay inside the ring, and am sure that he would also be interested in killing me since I didn't give up. I know what I want and am wishing for isn't something good, but there is nothing I can do about it. I charged toward Alpha Rider readily after knowing that there was no way I would win it. I kept calm like before. I knew that he wouldn't be expecting me to attack, and that was what I would do. I slid on the floor wanting to punch his stomach, but he ducked sideways. I stood up immediately knowing that he might attack from nowhere. I charged toward him again with a fake punch which he saw through. He punched my mouth and I felt blood seeping into my mouth. My eyes turned red with anger and I charged toward him again speedily with an angry look on my face. I punched his stomach, but he doesn't seem to feel it. I kicked him in his groin and he groaned in pain while I punched his jaws. He staggered backwards while glaring daggers at me. I charged at him with full force hoping to attack him, but what happened next shocked me to my bone marrow. I was called by Alpha Rider, who wasted no time punching me angrily. He grabbed me and he threw me away, but not too far to throw me out of the ring. I crashed on the floor with pains all over my body. I could feel the need to submit to my loss immediately, but I had made up my mind not to give up. I knew that Erica wouldn't be happy with the fact that I gave up so easily. I knew that she was going to be angry with me, but I feel like I haven't done anything yet. I feel like I owe her. I feel like me winning this duel and not giving up easily is the only way to pay her back. So weak and pathetic. I heard a voice said in my head, and I creased my brows with confusion while staring around, trying to find who was talking to me without focusing my mind on the duel. I knew that the voice was coming from my head, but I tried not to believe it. You are too weak for my liking. Is this how you will win your mate? You want to lose my mate to this lowly fellow? I heard the voice say, and I couldn't help but feel that the voice was that of my wolf. I knew that because he made mention of our mate. I knew that he was right, that there is no way I should let my guard down. I was lost in thoughts that I didn't know when Alpha Rider advances toward me with anger. He punched me heavily, and before I could react, he started punching my face. I felt my heart seize immediately with pain all over my body. I knew that this is the moment I lose this match. There is nothing I could do. All that I can do is to stay and fight. I will not give up to him. I couldn't help but wonder why my wolf was silent again, and I knew that must have been because of me being in pain. I knew he would be in pain too. I couldn't help but feel bad about it. My wolf, who has been silent all these years, returned, but this time angrily. Just when I was able to contact my wolf in being beaten, and I knew that the pain I was feeling would be transferred to him also. He would also feel the pains I was passing through, and I felt bad about it. I don't know why I have to be paired with such a weak person. I'm going to help, but only this time, the voice said again. I closed my eyes and I saw a brown-looking wolf who has gray eyes. I suddenly felt myself fall into oblivion. I opened my eyes and I couldn't feel myself. It was like I was in control of my body. I couldn't help but wonder what was going on. I could see what was going on, but I couldn't feel or understand myself. It was under the control of someone. I stood up suddenly and I used my hand to dust my body. I knew that all this was done by me and that nobody would suspect this. I knew that because I acted normal. I attacked Alpha Rider and soon I started punching him heavily. Alpha Rider was shocked that he was able to react. He stared at me in shock. And before he knew it, I carried him and I threw him out of the ring. I immediately regained my senses as he was thrown out of the ring. I knew for sure that the person responsible for this must have been my wolf. I stared at my hand in surprise, not knowing what had come over me to make me beat him up. I was shocked and I stared at Alpha Rider, who had stood up from the ground with a defeated look on his face. The head counsel was about announcing me as the winner when Alpha Rider charged at me angrily. He wanted to punch me, but I felt my body move sideways without my control. I did a bicycle kick and my kick met with his head. Everyone was surprised with everything going on and same with me. I knew that they couldn't believe that I would win, and not only that Alpha Rider had attacked me even after knowing that I won already. It was against the rule of a duel to attack or being defeated. I carried him under the control of my wolf, and I threw him out of the ring for the second time, but he stood up almost immediately with anger, and he shifted into his wolf form, tearing his clothes. I felt my breath hitch with fear. I knew that all what I have done so far had been because of my wolf, but I doubt if my wolf will be able to stand against him in wolf form. I felt my body shivering with fear, and immediately he charged toward me. I felt something change in the air, and I suddenly had the boldness to look at him. Stop! I yelled at him, and just like that he bent his head while trying to stand up but couldn't. I looked around and I saw that some of the council members were bowing their heads. And some went to all the people present except Erica. You should take care of yourself from now. Stop acting like a coward, I heard him say, and I stared at him in confusion. You must be my wolf. I replied, even though I knew that was right, but I want to hear it from my wolf. Yes, I am. The next time you get yourself into trouble, I'm not interfering, he said, and with that he vanished immediately. I could feel my eyes starting to get dizzy. I tried hard to hold myself from falling unconscious, but I couldn't. I fell down immediately, and my visit turned black. Hello everyone. The novel I'm introducing to you today is really full of surprises and twists. There's a particular plot in it that's super captivating. The protagonist, Jerome, unexpectedly defeated his powerful opponent, Alpha Rider, in a duel. This victory not only earned Jerome the respect of everyone, but also awakened his own power. However, just as he was basking in the joy of victory, he faced an even greater crisis. It turned out that there was a huge conspiracy behind the duel. Someone had deliberately let Jerome show his power, but the purpose was to plunge him into a deeper predicament. And the mastermind behind this conspiracy is someone he has always trusted. Come with me into the world of this novel and uncover these layers of mystery. Chapter 58. Erica. As I watched the duel unfold, a strange mix of emotions washed over me. Initially, fear gripped my heart, worried that Jerome might not emerge victorious. But as the fight progressed, my concern shifted. Jerome's behavior became erratic, and I could sense an internal struggle raging within him. His movements seemed off, and I feared it was only a matter of time before Alpha Rider gained the upper hand. My heart sank as I witnessed Jerome being thrown to the ground, but suddenly, he retaliated with unexpected ferocity, betraying my father, Samuel, love a witch, Samuel, and I had put him through the previous night was paying off. Jerome fought like a seasoned warrior, his skills honed by our collective efforts. We had all dedicated ourselves to preparing him for this moment, hoping it would turn the tide in his favor. However, watching him battle Rider filled me with a mix of pride and apprehension. I couldn't shake the feeling that the head of the Werewolf Council was somehow behind this ordeal. Their manipulative nature seemed to be pulling strings, forcing events to unfold according to their whims. The frustration of being powerless against such machinations weighed heavily on me, but I clung to the hope that things might still take a positive turn. My eyes wide and in disbelief as Jerome, showcasing his newfound strength and agility, hurled Alpha Rider out of the ring. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement mirroring my own elation. I turned to my father, exchanging a smile of relief and pride. The joy of Jerome's victory, coupled with the realization that we could now be together, overwhelmed me. However, my happiness was short-lived. Alpha Rider, true to his aggressive and competitive nature, refused to accept defeat. He charged at Jerome with unbridled fury, intent on reclaiming his dominance. But Jerome, demonstrating his adaptability and quick thinking, deftly dodged the attack and once again sent Rider flying out of the ring. Shock coursed through my body as I witnessed this second display of Jerome's prowess. While I was thrilled by his repeated triumph, I couldn't ignore the growing tension in the air. Alpha Rider's rage was palpable, and I feared the situation could escalate dangerously if not addressed promptly. My body trembled with a mix of excitement and anxiety, torn between the desire to rush to Jerome's side and the knowledge that intervening might lead to repercussions. I reminded myself that Jerome's abilities had likely awakened, providing him with enhanced strength and resilience. The volatile atmosphere left me on edge, uncertain of what might unfold next in this high-stakes confrontation. I was on my way to get Alpha Rider back to his senses since he lost already. I knew that the head council would have announced the winner, but he couldn't do that because of Rider. I knew that no one was expecting Jerome to win against an Alpha, and so do I, but remembering the part that he was made me shrug the thoughts out of my head. I suddenly felt the need to look up after a dangerous aura was released, and I immediately looked up only to see that Rider had transformed into his werewolf form, and was glaring dangerously at Jerome. I knew for a fact that Jerome could be attacked any moment from then, and with that I rushed toward Alpha Rider to stop him from hurting Jerome, but I was late because he had already charged forward to knock him out. But what happened next amazed me. I heard Jerome's voice and I saw Alpha Rider sit down while trying to break free from and attack him. I knew with no doubt that he had used his Lycan's power here. I looked around and I saw that everyone had their heads bowed except a few of the council members who were trying not to let their image get tarnished. I was glad that this had happened even though I don't want this. I knew that him winning over Rider isn't what Rider can take in. He wanted to win and get back what he lost, but he can't be able to do that now. A smile broke on my face and I turned to look at him. I knew that there was no way the council would punish Ryder for what he had done, and I knew that the Werewolf Council would have no choice but to do that. I saw Jerome fall to the ground and I dashed toward him with fear, not knowing what to do. My eyes were filled with tears as I walked toward him, and I lifted him up from the ground immediately. Jerome won the duel. An Alpha Rider would be punished for what he did, I heard the voice of the head council said, and I hissed angrily. I rushed toward the pack's infirmary with fear etched on my face. I couldn't believe that the head council had done what he did. He shouldn't have stopped things before it went out. He had allowed Ryder to attack him the second interfere. Call me the doctor. I yelled immediately. I got to the hospital and I headed toward the private ward which was meant for me and my family. I dropped him on the bed waiting for the pack's doctor to arrive, and he died within seconds after I had dropped him on the bed. Alpha, you need to leave the room. I want to run some tests on him, I heard the pack's head doctor say, and I turned to look at him with fire blazing in my eyes. Erica, you need to be out of the room. I heard the voice my mom said behind me. I sighed heavily before walking out of the room, not saying a word. All that was on my mind was if Jerome would be fine. I was glad that things turned out in our favor. I knew that there was no way he would die, but I couldn't help but feel worried. How dare he? He lost the match and was still attacking Jerome. I would make sure I make him pay, I said while pacing to and fro. Where is Samuel and my dad? I asked, staring at Victoria, who seemed to be lost in thoughts. They are still in the pack square. Everyone isn't happening with what Alpha Rider did. He was going to be punished. Victoria replied respectfully, and I stared at her with a frown on my face. Inform my dad that he shouldn't do anything about the issue. Tell them I will be there soon, I said to Victoria, who nodded her head. She mind, link them, and I knew that because her eyes glazed over for some minutes. I stared at the door waiting for the doctor to walk out, but I didn't see him. You don't have to worry, everything will be all right. I heard Victoria's voice say behind me, and I turned to look at her with anger in my eyes. I couldn't believe she would say something like this. You should keep shut when your opinion isn't asked, I said angrily while glaring at her. I saw her face turn to that of an unhappy person, but I didn't care at that moment. All my mind was on Jerome. I felt like this is something that would have been stopped on time if the werewolf had intervened. I feel all this was his fault. I couldn't help but wonder why Alpha Rider wanted to end him. I knew that it can't be because of what had happened. I knew that he might have wanted to win the duel to be with me, but him being extreme isn't something that I approve of. I feel like all this was caused by the head council, who had insisted on going with the plan of making him fight in the duel. I knew things would have been better if it weren't for what had happened. The pack's doctor walked out of the room, and I rushed to him with a worried expression on my face. You don't have to worry. He's just exhausted, and will be up soon. I can't say when, but he needs to rest. You can come back to check on him later, I heard the pack's doctor say, and I stared at him with a look of relief on my face. The doctor walked away, and I turned to look at my back to see my mom staring at me with an unexplainable expression on her face. I stared at her keenly, not knowing what I did wrong. She looked away from me, and there I traced her gaze as it landed on Victoria, and I suddenly felt a thug in my heart. I knew that I had to apologize for yelling at her. I knew that I shouldn't have yelled at her, but there was nothing I could do about it at that moment. I knew that I would have to apologize to her. Chapter 59, Erica. I walked out of the infirmary angrily, with Victoria following behind me. She seemed to be angry, and I knew I was the cause of that. My whole body was in confusion, not knowing what to do. My eyes were filled with hate, which was going toward Ryder. I knew that it hurt his ego to be beaten by an Omega, but that doesn't mean he should be after his life. I knew that if he was in Jerome's shoes then, he would have done the same regardless of his status. I was angry that all this happened under that mode of the Werewolf Council, and they were unable to do a thing about it. It was like they were waiting for the time when he would hurt Jerome before any of them would interfere. I could feel myself getting angrier every minute. I feel like this is nothing but a setup. I want to believe that things were different. I was filled with rage as we walked toward the place where they were. They have left the pack square for a secluded place, and I knew that they were doing all this to make sure anyone who is not entitled to hear their conversation isn't hearing what they were discussing. I knew that this is being done mostly because of Alpha Rider, who had almost hurt Jerome. I knew that the Werewolf Council wouldn't want to punish him because he didn't hurt him, but I knew that he would have done it if not for Jerome using his auras. I walked closer to where they were with an angry look on my face. It is an offense to go against the Werewolf Council, and Ryder just did that. I doubt if it will be possible for him to scale through an hurt. I knew that might happen, but I won't allow it. Things won't go as they have planned. I will make sure that things go the way I want. I won't allow any of them to have the slightest chance of bullying me. I won't allow them to use their status on me. I will make sure that they have no choice other than to punish him. What did you display out there, hon? You attacked him again after you have lost, I said angrily as soon as I got there while glaring dangerously at him. His body was stiff as he stared at me. I couldn't believe that he would do something like this. I knew that he was capable of this, but I didn't know he would stoop so low to attack Jerome after he had against him. I knew that he was the reason why Jerome was in the hospital, and I couldn't help but blame him because of ith. I felt like all what had happened to Jerome would have been avoided if he didn't attack him again after winning. I'm glad Jerome won, but seeing that he was sent to the hospital after holding himself against an alpha, and not only that he had unlocked his Lycan's power, I knew that if Ryder isn't consistent, then this wouldn't have happened. I knew I wanted him to unlock his powers, but not in this way. He got hurt in as because it was forced. I knew that what Ryder had done made his wolf to resurface, and I felt like he had done me a great thing, but I don't want to accept it. Erica, you need to calm down. He had attacked him back because I had heard the head of the council said at him for a while with wide eyes. I can't believe what he just said. My eyes widened in shock, and I couldn't help but think that all this was planned. What? I exclaimed while staring at him with wide eyes. I couldn't believe that he would do something like that and also admit to it. I then knew that all this was a plan. They planned on killing Jerome to make me he with Ryder. My eyes bulged out in shock, and that also goes to Victoria and my dad. They were all surprised, and I felt the need to strangle the head council. Other members of the council don't seem to be aware of what is going on. They were all surprised to know that the head council had planned all this all along. You planned on killing my mate, and here you are sitting down comfortably. I can't believe you are this evil, I voiced out after a while. I had recovered from the initial shock and am not ready to lose any chance to him again. I'm going to send him away from my pack, and he will never be welcome in this pack again. Listen, young lady. I won't tolerate you sprouting out nonsense from your loose mouth. I have heard enough of your words. I have reasons for what I had done the head of the council, who happens to be Alpha Otis. I could feel my heart stopped beating immediately I heard his words. I felt my body froze with fear, and I can't but wonder why that happened to me. I knew that this might have happened because I had said a word against him. I felt bad that I had yelled at him, but there is nothing I could do. I knew that I shouldn't feel guilty for the man who had almost killed my mate. I knew that he might not be the one who did it initially, but I knew that he was the one who told Ryder to do so. You have reasons for trying to kill him. You have reasons to justify your actions. I knew you will support him, though you will also be involved in all these. I spat our venomous lie as I stared at him with hatred. I know that you are angry with me, but at least hear him out. I heard Ryder said, and I turned to look at him with fire blazing in my eyes. You still have the right to speak after almost killing my mate, I said with a pause, and I turned to look at Alpha Otis with pain evident in my eyes. This duel is a planned one, and you wanted to use the medium to kill my mate, I added while pain evident in my eyes. The council membership were shocked to experience all that was happening, and they were speechless. They weren't expecting things like this. Erica, stop all this. Let's hear him out, I heard my dad said, and I grumpy ly stare at him without saying a word. I know you all aren't expecting this. You wanted me to tell you the truth. I have known from the start that your mate isn't going to be an ordinary person. I knew your mate would be strong, and the first time I saw Jerome I knew he was strong because something was off with him, Alpha Otis said, and I sneered at him angrily. I knew that he was only doing this to cover up the truth. I knew that he isn't someone to mess with, and don't want your pack falling weak. And I decided to help you out, Alpha Otis added him, and Shay stared at him in shock, not knowing what to say. I knew for sure that no one is going to believe his cocktail story to cover up what he had done. You decided to help me by starting the duel. You wanted to help me by making my mate lose, I said while staring at him disgustingly. I knew that he would so anything to be with you, and the duel was the only option that came to my mind. I had saw how he was willing to be with you. And I have it in mind for him to be with you even if he lose the duel. I had saw that he was at the edge of something and that he was confused at the end of the duel. I then ordered him to attack him again while taunting him. He did that and he was able to unlock his hidden part, which I had noticed earlier. There is no way an alpha would be paired to an omega alpha, Otis said, but I was still not convinced and was about talking when he started talking again. I have heard lots of stories about it and it out that the mate of the alpha is strong. I knew this would eventually happen and all I do is to make him look worthy. I helped him unlock his hidden powers. Ryder here do nothing other than to follow my order. I knew your pack members isn't in support of this, but it's the only way to make them know that he was worthy. Do you think it's easy for him to lose to him? He knew he would lose eventually, but he still want to go on with the duel without minding the rumors that will be caused if that was to happen. Alpha Otis said in with that he stood up from where he was seated. He walked towards Ryder, who looked embarrassed with the whole thing, and he walked away with Alpha Otis. I knew that what he had just said not too long was right. There is no way someone who had knew he would fail still go on with it, if not that he was ordered by someone. I guess my job here is done. Alpha Ryder said, and he bowed his head before leaving. Chapter 60. Otis Lupus. I was happy with the development that happened, that I knew that I had to do something. I was on it when I heard a commotion outside my room. I had told the guards to bring Alpha Ryder to my room. I knew that this isn't the right thing to do right now, but I had to do it anyway. I had to find ways to bring him to my room after he told me we needed to talk. I knew that things won't work out as I have wanted after he had been defeated. I knew that he shouldn't have attacked Jerome again since he had lost and he had changed into his wolf form, and what excuse can I give about it? I have none. I walked out of the room and I headed toward the direction of the noise, and it turned out. I cowled and helped but be more angry that he had even caused a commotion outside my house after he had just made a mistake at the battlefield. I knew that things wouldn't have happened like this if he didn't attack again. I felt angry and I walked toward him angrily, not bothering what would happen. What's going on here? I asked immediately when I got there, and one of the guards I told to bring him to my room bowed his head before replying. He is trying to break free from us. He replied, and I felt my anger rise to its peak. Bring him to my room. Immediately I said while staring at him with anger in my eyes. I walked back to my room angrily with fire blazing in my eyes. And Ryder was thrown into my room. I was glad that there was no one around, and I knew that because I had mind, I linked my guard to scout the place for any unknown person who had sneaked in. I was glad for that. How dare you do that? I didn't tell you that to attack him again, and now you did. I have told you to maintain your cool, but you spoiled it, I said to him, and he rolled his eyes skeptically at me. I knew that he was doing all this because we had both planned something out. And I knew things might get bad if he was to keep doing like this. You also didn't tell me that he was this strong. He made everyone bow to him at the pack square, and you did. I heard him say, and my eyes turned red with anger, not knowing what to do. I knew that I should do nothing that will make anyone suspect us, and I will do that, but I don't think I will be able to do so if he is still around me. I knew that he might do something that would make me angry, and I might do something that I might regret later. What do you say or do to make him angry? I asked while staring at him intently. I told him that his mate would be mine. When we are still fighting, he said, and I cowled and helped but feel angry. He had made him unlock his Lycan's powers by taunting him. I knew that there is nothing I would be able to do to stop him if Erica is involved. You will have won the duel if you didn't get Erica involved. You made him angry and you expect him to lose. You should be more careful next time. I yelled at him angrily while glaring daggers at him, and he stared at me with confusion in his eyes. What do you mean by that? He asked, but I ignored him. You will have to carry your cross alone. I can't help you this time, I said, and he sneered at me while staring at me disdainfully. I would have killed him if not that I don't want anyone to be aware of the fact that I was involved in all this. You think I will just let you ruin my life like this? I won't give you a chance. You might be the council leader, but things would get better if I decided to spill everything out, he said, and I stared at him with my eyes turning red with anger. I knew that things won't be easy and that it would take a lot of effort to shake him out of my trials. I knew that he would want to find ways to drag me down with him. I should have known that all this would have happened, and I would have stopped it before it's too late. I will find a way to sort things out. You should not worry, but you need to play along with me when we are with the others, I said to him, and with that we dispersed. Here I was with Alpha Rider, whose face was filled with smiles. He couldn't help but keep thanking me, but I wasn't interested in that. I was still angry with what he had done. I felt like he would have betrayed me if I hadn't found a way. And I'm glad to have found a way to tame Erica. I knew that if I had given her the chance to be consistent while talking to me, then things wouldn't have been like this. Erica would have found out the truth, and I have made up my mind to always find people who won't betray me. I want those that will be loyal to me even in their death. I don't want weak people like Ryder who won't hesitate to say all the secrets he has with someone else if tortured. I have wanted TK recruit him to work for me, but seeing the way he behaved made things change. I knew that the only thing that I can do to repay his service is to help him out, but that will be the last time I would be doing that. You aren't trustworthy, and I regret ever trying to make you work things out. You are just a weak alpha who is trying to make himself look great. I said to him, and I saw his eyes turned red, with fury. I knew that he wasn't expecting me to say things like this, but that is what it is. There is nothing he would do about it. You should make sure you stay away from me if you don't want to regret ever meeting me. I said to him while glaring daggers at him. I had released my auras and it choked on it for a while before he was able to breathe properly. Get going. I don't want to see your face anymore. I said to him with authority in my voice, and he stared at me for a while before walking away. I knew that things won't be as great as I want since he had destroyed my chance to get him away from Erica, but instead, he made him close to Erica. I knew that if he had done his job diligently, then all won't have happened. I'm more sad that he had recovered his powers. I felt bad, and I knew that if he hadn't taunt him, then things would have been better. Jerome won't have recovered his powers earlier, but he had spoilt it. I felt angry, and all I wanted at that moment was to strangle him, but I knew I have to let things go. I would have to make some new plans to dominate him, and I have to be real quick at it. I knew that he was only fighting with his Lycan's instincts, and I knew that if he was to get trained like he should have them, things won't have to be like I want. I knew that he was being trained by Eric as father and had one strain with a mage master when he was young. I knew that training Jerome is going to make things bad for me, and I knew the only way to do that is to kill him before he can be able to recover from all that has been done to him. I know I have to act fast. I walked back to my room dejectedly, not knowing what to do. I knew that if I was to kill him, then I would have to make sure he was awake. I knew that he would be protected by Erica and her guards when he is still unconscious, and I knew that if he was awake, then he would be the only one in his room and it would be easy for them to kill him silently. I slammed the door behind me as soon as I walked into my room. I have it in mind to have a cold shower before deciding on who to send on the mission to kill Jerome. I knew that his wolf might help him, and I have to be conscious about it. And I would have to send more than one person to attack him. I need to kill him as quickly as possible. Chapter 61. Mabel Ice on my bed, wallowing in thoughts. My eyes were filled with unshed tears as I ruminate over what had happened in Eric as Pack. What happened isn't what I had expected, but I knew that there was nothing I could do other than to watch as things unfold. It hurt me to know that Jerome was given a chance to be with Erica. I felt my heart being ripped apart, and all I could feel was pain. The pain of my mate leaving me, and now Jerome. I knew that I should have been over him a long time ago, but am not. I could still feel myself getting attached to him. I couldn't help but wonder if the moon goddess had made all this happen purposely because I had made a mistake in my first life. I couldn't help but wonder if things are going to return to how they were before. And I knew that it cannot return to how it was before, and there is nothing that would make it return. I knew that all I could do was move on with my life, but what happened then was still on my mind. I couldn't take it off my head. It was as if it was glued to my head. I can't seem to take the scene out of my mind. I could remember the auras that came out of his body when the alpha changed into his werewolf form. I can't remember the void inzes in his eyes. He surprised me by winning against the alpha. And not only that, he did it twice. He threw the alpha out of the ring twice, and what I couldn't take out of my head is the scene of him making everyone present bow to him. And there are only a few remaining who were present that didn't bow to him. I couldn't help but wonder how he was able to be strong like that to make alphas bow to him. The last time I remember, he was an omega, and I couldn't help but think that all that happened because an alpha. But I doubt if it is possible. I sighed heavily as I stood up from the bed, and I walked toward the window, staring out through the window. I stared at the moon, which shone brightly, and it illuminated the tears that were steaming down my face. I couldn't help but wonder why I was crying. I walked toward the bed sadly, and I got under the duvet with the intention of sleeping, but I couldn't sleep. I keep tossing to and fro while trying to find ways to sleep, but I couldn't. My eyes were filled with confusion as I dragged the duvet over my head, and I closed my eyes while breathing softly while trying to find ways to remove the image which seems to be stuck to my head, but I couldn't. I sighed heavily as I dragged the duvet away from my head, and I stood up while switching on the light with a frown on my face. I was sitting on the bed and suddenly I heard a whiff sound heading into my room. I looked around while on high alert. My eyes were wide open. I bolted toward the direction of the lamp, and I switched it on to see an arrow heading into my room speedily. I slid on the floor watching as the arrow impaled itself on the wall. I stood up with shaky breaths, not knowing what to do. I couldn't help but wonder what it was. I knew that something or someone was in my room, and with that thought in my head I looked around trying to see what made the sound. I wasn't able to think straight. My mind was in a disarray. My body froze with shock as my eyes landed on an arrow which was impaled on the wall. I shivered as I stared at the arrow, not knowing what to do. I knew that my life was in danger, but I couldn't help but wonder who I had offended that would want to kill me. I knew that I haven't offended anybody, and why I would be wanted dead doesn't make sense. My eyes glazed over as I saw something attached to the string of the arrow. I walked toward the arrow shakily while staring around to be sure that this isn't the sole kind of trap, and I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that there was no one around. I pulled the letter away from the arrow, and I immediately stepped back, knowing that some kind of surprise might come with that. I glanced around with fear again, wanting to be sure that there was no one around. My eyes were wide open and my ears were at high alert. I opened the letter, and what I saw shocked me to my bone marrow. I couldn't help but brawl back in shock. My eyes were filled with nervousness. The letter came from the head counsel, who had told me to inform Jerome to back out of the duel. He had told me that Jerome would be beaten and might get killed in the fight, but none of it happens. My eyes were filled with anger. I couldn't believe that the one who told me that Jerome would be killed just sent me a letter through an arrow. What was he thinking when he sent the letter? I knew for a fact that the head counsel must have sent someone who was around here to send me the letter. I couldn't help but wonder why someone like that would still send me a letter. He had lied to me about getting beaten or killed. I knew that he was being beaten at the beginning of the match, and I was glad that not until the table turned around, and the person who was expected to beat him got beaten and humiliated. And not only that, he made everyone present submit to him. I will need your help soon. I know that things go south this time, but next time he won't escape it. If you dare try to back out, or you dare try to spill all this out, count yourself dead. My eyes were filled with shock as I finished reading the letter. My blood turned cold and I sat on the bed while trying to process everything that was happening. My eyes were furrowed into confusion, not knowing what to do. I couldn't believe that he would someday threaten me. I felt my heart ache knowing that all this would have been avoided if I had followed Sandra's word. She told me not to go to Eric as pack, but I walked toward the bed and I sat down while ruminating over what was happening. My gaze hardened as I stared at the arrow, which was still impaled on the wall. I knew that the head counsel doesn't care about me but himself. I knew that there was nothing I could do to go against him. All he cares about is nothing other than getting his wish done. I knew that he didn't want Jerome to be with Erica. I knew that I should be happy that he doesn't want Jerome to be with Erica, but I knew that his ways might be extreme. I knew that he might harm Jerome, which I don't want. I don't know why I'm getting worried about him after all he has done. Chapter 60 to Jerome. I couldn't help but wonder why everyone was acting cool like nothing happened. I knew that things must have been settled between everyone, so I didn't bother asking. It has been a day since the duel ended and I was glad I won. I was a bit confused about who I am, but remembering what I had read about myself, I knew that there is something that I need to do. I knew that I would have to train myself, but I doubt if that would be possible since I have no one here to teach me. I knew that things won't turn out to be like that of yesterday when I misused my powers. I would have been able to get a grip of myself instead of using my powers at the pack square. I knew that I needed someone to teach me how to control myself and my powers. I knew that if I keep staying like this, then things won't up and I might end up getting bad. I might keep misusing my powers on the pack members. I stood up from where I was seated and I made my way toward Erica's office. I knew that can now be her husband, and also the alpha of this pack, but none of us has initiated the plan to want to do the mating ceremony. I knocked softly on the door, and immediately Erica saw that I was the one at the door. She ushered me in. "Good afternoon, Erica," I greeted, and she smiled at me before replying. "Good afternoon," Erica replied while staring at me with a questioning look on her face. I knew for a fact that she was wondering why I was here in her office. "I was hoping if you can help me find someone to train me. I don't want to lose control of my powers anymore," I said, and she chuckled. "I was going to tell you that also, but I want you to rest. I have talked to my dad about you and your powers, and he had told me that he would help train you," Erica replied, and I stared at her for a while with a confused look on my face before replying. "I thought that you would be the one to train me," I said with a confused look on my face. "My dad has been trained by a mage like him before, and I didn't tell him about you before." "I don't know about it, also not until I told him you are," she replied, and I nodded my head knowing she was right. "Oh, I will take my leave," I said, and I walked out of her office. "You will have to start your training tomorrow. You can't start today. You need to rest," I heard her say, and I nodded my head. I walked back into my room and I took a nap, and by the time I woke up, it was already dark. And I knew with no doubt that the time schedule for dinner was over. I stood up from the bed and I walked toward the bathroom to have a shower. My eyes landed on a tray of food which was laying on the mini table that was in my room. I knew that Erica must have been the one who brought the food to my room. I feel my heart swell up with love and adoration. I couldn't control the feeling that was building inside of me. It was like a widespread fire which spread speedily. My lips were curved into a smile, and I walked into my bathroom to have a shower. I walked out of the shower feeling refreshed with a towel tied on my waist. Water was dripping down my hair, and I sighed heavily as I walked toward my closet. I took out a pair of clothes and I wore them. I carried the food from the table and I'd devoured it within minutes. I stood up from the bed and I walked toward the window staring at the sky. I could see the stars and I smiled while watching the stars shine brightly. I was starting to feel sleepy and I walked toward my bed. I slept on my bed, and before I knew it I slept off. I woke up to the creeping sound of the window and I stood up abruptly with a frown on my face. I switched on the light immediately, and I looked around trying to know who or what made the sound. I hissed out loudly as I switched off the light. I was glad that there was no one in my room. I had thought that someone came into my room. I couldn't help but feel uneasy immediately when I got under the covers of the duvet. I couldn't shake the feeling off my mind, and I was starting to get worried. I opened my eyes while staring around with an unknown expression on my face. I sighed heavily while trying to get back to sleep, and after a while I was able to calm myself, and I was about to sleep when I heard the sounds crashing in my room. I knew that this time I'm not hearing things, and with the look of things I knew that something is wrong. I knew that this time someone is in my room. I knew that whoever the person is, that person isn't here to play. I knew that the person with no doubt is after my life. I could smell danger in the air and I tried all I could to keep my calm. I could sense the presence in my room, and with that I bolted toward the direction of the light and I switched it on. I haven't been able to contact my wolf after I was awake, and I knew with no doubt that my wolf had gone into hiding just like before. I felt my breath itch immediately when the light came on. My eyes widened with shock, unable to process what was happening. Here in my front are some men dressed in black with their eyes glowing. Strange auras were emitting out of their bodies. They stared at me menacingly and I moved back with fear, not knowing what to do or say. "What the hell are you doing here?" I asked as I moved back with fear, and they chuckled before walking towards me with a smirk on their face. "I can't believe what I'm seeing. Isn't this the same person who had won the duel against Alpha Rider?" One of the masked men said, and I stared at them knowing that things won't add up. "I think we are mistaken. He doesn't look like someone who can take on an alpha," one of them said tauntingly, and I stared at them with confusion in my eyes. "What the hell are you doing here?" I asked while staring at them, and they rolled their eyes. I knew with no doubt that they weren't here to play. "I bet you can talk, but by the time we are done with you, you will regret the day you were born," another one said, with one of them charging at me with his sword. The one who charged at me aimed at my head, and I used my hands to stop the sword from hitting my head. My eyes were contorted into a frown as I saw blood dripped out of my hands. I winced in pain as the sword was from my hand without care. My eyes were filled with anger, and I turned to look at the person who had hit me with the sword. I punched the person in his stomach angrily, and he flew back, hitting his back on the wall. Chapter 63. Erica. I was asleep in my room when I suddenly felt a thug in my heart. I was now awake, but I didn't stand up. I was ignoring the erring feeling I was having in my body. I stared around the place with a frown on my face. I knew that I was deep asleep, but how I can wake up now is something I don't understand. I feel like there is something going on. I feel some weird feelings in my gut. I was feeling uncomfortable, and I stood up immediately while removing the duvet from my body. I could feel pains in my heart, and I knew with no doubt that something is definitely going on with Jerome. I feel like he is in danger, and I could hear his fear, and I could also smell the dangers which were lingering in the air. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't. It was like the feeling was stuck to my mind and hearing. I knew that I had to check up on him to be sure that he was all right. And with that, I stood up from my bed. I headed toward his room. A frown was plastered on my face. Immediately I heard the sounds of things crashing, and the smell of rogues. My eyes were filled with shock, not knowing what to do or say. I felt my body stiffens. I knew that he was in danger, and I was glad that I got here on time. I knew that he might have no chance against them since he hasn't mastered his powers. I knew that the rogues must have known about it. I opened the door to his room. Immediately I got to his room, and I was shocked with what I saw. I saw Jerome being held down by some rogues, and one of them, who seems to be their leader, has a sword in his hands which had blood dripping down. I knew that that blood belonged to Jerome, and I stared at his arm to see that he had a cut on his hand. No one noticed my presence until I dashed toward the man who seemed to be their leader. I wanted to decapitate the head of the leader, but I ended up burying my claws into the heart of one of the rogues who took the blow for their leader. They were not aware of my presence, and I stared at them, waiting for the best opportunity to attack. I could see the rogues clenching onto Jerome's hand, who was trying to break free from their grasp. They all turned their attention to me, but those who were holding the hands of Jerome still held on tightly with fear. They were literally shaking as they stared at me, but they tried hard to mask it. "You should leave when you still have a chance," I said calmly while scrutinizing my eyes as I stared at them with a hint of anger. I was trying to control myself after seeing the blood of my mate. It was like a twig snap, and I almost lost control of myself. I knew that if I was to act based on my anger, then things won't go as I want. I knew that I might get hurt while trying to fight them off irrationally. "Look who's talking. You are outnumbered and will get hurt. I will advise you to leave now before you get hurt," one of them said, and they all laughed. "Okay. I will leave just like you have said," I said, and with that I turned to leave. I knew that they might have thought that I was leaving, and I knew that I'm at advantage because they do not know that I'm the alpha of this pack. I glanced at Jerome, and I could see the look of shock which was morphed on his face. I knew that he wasn't expecting me to leave him alone in the hands of the rogues. I signaled to him to free himself while I attacked them unexpectedly. They had all turned to look at Jerome after seeing how intimidated I was when they talked to me. I charged at them unexpectedly, releasing my Alphasaurus. They were surprised at that, but before they could retaliate, Jerome and I were fighting them. They were in shock to even have the chance to attack us. After a few minutes, there was only one of them left, and the person seemed to be their leader. "Who sent you?" I asked while staring at their rogue's leader, who chuckled. "I will rather die than tell you who sent us," the rogue's leader replied, and I smiled while staring at him. "By the time I'm done with you, you will regret ever messing with me," I replied, and with that I carried him while walking toward the direction of the pack's house with anger written vividly in my eyes. "Where are you taking him to?" Jerome asked while walking behind me as he tried to keep up with my pace, but I didn't reply. "He will have no choice other than to answer my questions. He will be begging me by the time I'm done with him," I said with a look of seriousness in my eyes. I knew for a fact that there is no way the rogue won't tell me who sent him after I'm done with this. I knew that it was likely that the rogues were sent from Alpha Rider. I knew he wasn't happy with the fact that Jerome won against him. I knew that I might be wrong with the accusations, but I wanted to confirm it. I knew that it wouldn't be good if I accused him without evidence. I knew that what the head counsel had told me yesterday about Alpha Rider working for him is right, but I doubt if Alpha Rider would work hand in hand with someone who wanted to help my mate. I knew that Alpha Rider isn't someone who can easily be swerved in by someone. I knew that there must be something going on between the both of them, but I have no say in it. There is no way I will say I'm suspecting the head counsel. I knew that no one would support me, Everyone would think I have gone insane and no one would want to have anything to do with me. I knew that those who would support me are no other people than those who know me. I knew that my parents would support me, and the same with my beta and gamma. They all know that Alpha Rider isn't someone who should be trusted easily because he is things that one doesn't think of, and I knew he must be the one who sent the rogues. I knew that I might know or have the hunch that he was the one, but I won't stand unless I have concrete evidence. You better start talking now. The rogue smiled at me with a smirk on his face. None of this would work. You will be wasting your time. I heard him say, and I smirked at him heavily, knowing that he won't be able to withstand it. I knew that no one who had been able to hold him or herself against my torture, and I knew that he wouldn't be excluded. Chapter 64 Jerome. I was shocked at how Erica was torturing the rogue. I knew that I shouldn't be feeling anything for the rogue, and that I should be happy for what he had done, but am not. I'm not happy with everything going on. My eyes were contorted into a frown as I watched everything unfold. I was glad and happy to know that Erica cares for me. She cares for me, and I'm happy for that. And I will do everything in my power to make her happy. All I want is to always make her happy. I knew that she wouldn't have been this mad if it was that the rogues attacked me. I knew that there was something the rogues were hiding. How can a rogue be this strong-headed when being tortured? I knew that the rogues were sent by someone, but the loyalty of this man to the person responsible for this is something else. I knew for a fact that there is no way one would stay loyal to one's master until death unless there is something else involved. I couldn't help but wonder if there is a blood covenant between the both of them, but I knew that there is no such like, since the person is an ordinary rogue. I knew that the person who sent them must have promised him something for him to stay loyal up till now. I stared at the face of the rogue, whose face was filled with blood. My eyes were filled with adoration. I so stared at her. My eyes were on her as she tortured the man. My eyes were not leaving her body until I saw the impossible. The rogue who was been beaten on the floor hijacked Tarek as torture knife, and he aimed it at Erica. I rushed toward her with fear, and I ended up getting stabbed instead of her. I smiled at her as I stared at her. Tears were dripping down my face as I stared at Erica. She was shocked and was unable to comprehend what just happened, and she was in a daze and stared at me with shock. She was confused about what just happened, but there was nothing she could do again. She stared at me with her mouth wide. I was stabbed at my back, and I was hovering over Erica. She was staring at me with unknown emotions swirling in her body. I turned to look in the direction of the rogue, who had a satisfactory smirk on his face. I glared at the rogue with anger in my eyes. My eyes were filled with pain, and all I could do was stare at the rogue. The rogue's eyes were not leaving mine, and he chuckled heartily. It is a great thing I finished what I came here for, and I also have the chance to avenge the death of my fellow colleagues. Don't worry, I will meet you there, but first go and wait for me, I heard him said in my side heavily while watching the man slit his throat with the knife which was at his hands. Jerome, are you all right? I heard Erica's voice, which snapped me out of my thoughts, and there I stared at her. She was close to tears, and I knew that it wouldn't be long before she would start crying. I felt my breath twitched with shock as I watched the tear which trying to hold and fall freely. It is okay. It is okay. You don't have to worry. I'm glad you are okay. I mouthed to Erica, and she shook her head sadly. No, you shouldn't have taken the knife from me. It will be okay if I die. But I can't bear seeing you like this, she said, and I smothered her sadly as I used my hands to run her hair softly. She had placed me on the ground floor, and she was hovering over me. She had tear-stained eyes. She brought her lips close to mine, and we met. I savored the taste of her mouth, and all I want at that moment is to continue kissing her. She wanted to break off the kiss, but I didn't let her. She carried me softly, and she was about to walk away when I felt something different. I couldn't feel the pains I was feeling earlier, and I knew with no doubt that something different was going on in my body. Drop me. I will be fine, I said to Erica, and she stared at me like I had grown to heads. No, you won't. No, you won't. You need to be attended to, she said again, and I sighed heavily before replying to her. I will be fine. You need to trust me, I said again, but this time she stared at me for a while, and she dropped me gently on the ground. I groaned in pain as she carried me down. My eyes were filled with pain. You should know not to cause any trouble. I won't have helped you if not for the fact that you took the stab for our mate. You should be careful next time because I might not be there to take away your pain. I still haven't recovered fully from your last wound, I heard my wolf say, and I smiled happily knowing that things would be different. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your help, I said to my wolf. I was happy that things turned out to be great. I knew for a fact that there is no way I would survive if Erica was the one who was stabbed. I knew that I would have survived it with or without my wolf's help. And same with Erica, but I won't be able to forgive myself. I would hate myself for not being able to save her. I knew that this was something I should be happy about, but I am happy for this. I'm glad that Erica was all right and that there is nothing wrong with neither of us. I'm glad that things turned out to be great. The wounds on my body were starting to heal, and I knew that it would be completely healed within minutes. I knew that I would have to rest a lot to be able to regain my strength. My eyes were closed. Jerome, are you all right? I heard Derek's voice, and I was about to open my eyes when I felt her slap me. My cheek stings from the slap and I suddenly thought of something. I smirked inwardly knowing that Erica would be shocked at the turn of things. I could feel something wet hit my face, and I couldn't help but feel a thug in my heart. I could feel myself wanting to hold her in my hands and console her, but I tried hard to control myself. Jerome, no, you can't do this, I heard her say, and she turned my back to her. I could hear her sniffling, and not only that, I could feel her tears hitting my back softly. I wasn't expecting her to cry like this. I have always heard lines that she cries, but I haven't thought of something like this. I was shocked to know that she was crying because she thought I was dead. I feel bad knowing that all this was an act. I wanted to laugh out loud at her hearing that she had been parent, but I knew not to do that. I feel like things will be different from now on. I knew that she cares about me a lot. Your wounds are healed. I heard her voice again in a croak-y voice, and I knew with no doubt that I had been caught. You have been putting up an accent, I heard her say, and she started hitting my chest angrily, and I couldn't help but laugh out loud. She was happy with the fact that I had lied to her, and not only that, but I had seen her cry. Chapter 65. Otis. It came as a shock to me to know that those that I said I sent to kill Jerome died. I couldn't believe that he was the one who killed them, and I was right because before their leader died he told me that he was helped by a female. And I knew with no doubt that the person was Erica. I knew she was the only one who could help him at that crucial time. I feel angry, but knowing that there is nothing I can do about it. It hurt me knowing that I would have to wait till his powers would be cultivated before I can attack again. I couldn't help but wonder what they were doing before Erica came. I knew that there is no way they wouldn't have him in their grasp before Erica came to help him. I knew that they didn't do their job just like I had sent them. They must be taunting him since that was what they liked most. I knew that I made a huge mistake by sending them. They were rogues which I had released from the cell. They were nothing but useless rogues. I had intended on releasing them after they got my job done. I knew that I should have killed them when I had the chance. I knew that Erica would want to torture them, but I knew that none of them would say a word. They won't be able to say a word because their families are here. Their leader is still here, and he is the one who is giving them the whole control and permission. I was happy with the fact that the rogues couldn't do their jobs. I had captured a whole pack of rogues, and I have promised them to make them a pack. They won't be rogues anymore, but they would have back under their alpha. I had thought that they would want that, but they don't. I had told them that after they have collected their freedoms, then they will always obey me. They would be at my neck and call, but all that went to waste. I knew I had no choice other than to pull my last resort. I knew that the rogues might fail again if they were given a chance, and I'm going to give them the chance. I won't hesitate to kill all of them if they fail again. I knew that I should be able to put another plan into action if the rogues failed. And with that I sent Mabel a letter. I know that she is the only person who can help me when the time comes. She is someone who can't be spotted easily. There is nothing that she would do that would be spotted. She would do whatever I wanted her to do without anyone knowing. She would act like my secret agent. I know she won't be willing to help me, but I'm going to go any mile to get her to do what I want. I knew that she wouldn't be willing and would not want to work with me. I knew that whatever I needed to do should be done. I would threaten her if she tried to back out of everything. She would regret ever trying to back out. I would make sure that she does nothing other than to follow my orders. I was in my office late at night sorting out some pack files when I suddenly heard a whiff sound, and suddenly it was followed by a creaking sound. I turned to look at the direction of the letter post box, which was in the room. The letter post box is a box which letters are being thrown in by arrows. The arrows would be fired directly to the post box and it would be left hanging. Few of the alphas know about it, and Erica was excluded. Those who know and have it are those that work for me. Few of the Werewolf Council have it, and that's because not all of them support me being their leader. They wanted a leader, but they didn't want a leader like me. They wanted someone less cruel than me, someone who is considerate. I knew that it must have to be a pressing issue for someone to send me a letter through it. The post box is kept in a secretive place, and I have told everyone who is part of my clan, those who work for me, that no one should send me any letter unless it is about a pressing issue, or something more secretive. I issued this post box not too long, and that was because someone sniffed in on what we usually send to ourselves. We use birds to send letters, so secretive lie, and someone had killed the bird. The person was a rogue. He wanted to eat the bird but stopped after reading the letter. I had to trace the person before killing him. I knew that the person was dangerous to us and might decide to harm us. I have told them that letters should be sent to me through birds if it's not something secretive. I walked toward the post box hurriedly, wanting to know why I was sent the message. I knew that the letter must contain something serious. It has been a long time since I laughed through the post box. I hissed after I was done reading the letter. The letter came from Ryder. He was threatening to tell everyone about my secrets. I had filled him in everything, and he wanted to betray me since he wasn't in support of what I had told him. He isn't as cold-hearted as I have always thought he was. I thought he had the mind to do everything as long as he got what he wanted. I knew that I should stop him before he said anything, and the only way for me to be able to stop him is to kill his daughter. He has a daughter who is 2 years of age. His mate died while giving birth to his child, and it was all unknown to everyone because he claimed that his mate was killed by a rogue. Everyone believed that, and no one knew about his mate being pregnant or giving birth. Only a few people know about it, and I'm one of them. He had hired a private nanny to take care of her, and her nanny has been doing that. I knew that he loved his daughter and would do everything in his power to keep her safe. I knew that my only resort was to threaten him with his daughter. I knew that I wouldn't kill his daughter if he didn't want to listen to me. I knew that if I killed his daughter directly, then he might spill it out to everyone. I knew that me using his daughter to send messages to him would be the right thing. I would need to threaten him with his daughter's life, and make sure that his daughter was left to live. I need to make sure that his daughter lives for me to be in control of him. I know that all I need to do to be in control of him is to threaten him, and that's what I'm about to do. Chapter 66. Jerome. It has been weeks now since the incident happened. I have been developing more feelings for Erica, and things were moving smoothly like I have always wanted. I was now officially dating Erica. The incident that happened that day had made the two of us closer than we might think. I could see the way she was moved by what had happened that day. She had thought that she lost me. She was heartbroken, but she was glad that I didn't die. We have moved on from the incident, but I have been training hard to be sure that something like it does not happen again. I don't want to put Erica's life in danger. Her life was in danger that night because I let her do what I was supposed to do. She would have died that day if I didn't interfere as quickly as I could. Things would have gotten bad if I had not interfered. And I also knew that all that wouldn't have happened if I had done what I needed to do. I should have been the one who was torturing the man, but I was too weak emotionally and physically. That did not only put me at disadvantage, but also put Erica's life in danger. I have promised myself to make sure that nothing of such happens again. I would do everything in my power to save Erica from any harm. I have been training hard with Erica's father, and I must comment that he is doing a great job. He had made things easier. He made everything easier for him, and I'm catching up with things. He has always made sure that I'm comfortable with his mode of training, and am in no way exposed to any harm. Everything seems to be moving smoothly, and I'm getting used to the pack. I don't in any way feel like this isn't the pack that I was born from. I feel like everything is like it is supposed to be. I feel happy and content to be with my mate and her family. They all treated me like I'm one of them, that I hardly feel like I am an orphan. I am glad for everything that is happening to me. I knew with no doubt that it was a blessing for me to be brought to this pack, and I regretted everything that I had said to Erica when she brought me to her pack. I feel like her pack is my home. I feel safe around everyone here. Here I am sweating heavily while walking back to my room. My room had been moved to the one next to Eric as Erica was afraid that what happened the other day might occur again and she doesn't want me to be hurt. I feel the need to keep loving her, and whenever I set my eyes on her it was always like I had been loved round. Things had been moving smoothly and there was nothing different. I walked into my room with a smile on my face. Tonight Erica and I are having a date in the woods, and I have to set everything before she returns. It was evening already, but there is still enough time for me to set everything up. I informed Samuel about it and he had helped me with all the things I needed. I was glad for that, but he was busy, so he had sent someone to drop it at the location. I would have to set everything there by myself, and I see no harm in that. I knew that there is no way I would set it that I won't remember me doing the exact same thing when I was at my old pack. I would always remember me doing that. I would always remember me being infatuated with Mabel. I would always remember all the unreasonable acts that I had taken when I was in my old pack and when I first met Erica. I walked under the shower to have a cold bath, and I walked out of the bathroom after a while with a towel tied on my waist. Water was dripping down my hair. I sighed softly as my body dried, not excluding my hair. I wore my clothes and I walked out of my room to set the things I would be needing for the date. After an hour I was done with the preparations, and I was glad I told Erica about the date we were having tonight beforehand. I walked back home and headed toward my room to get ready for the date. It was getting dark already and Erica had returned home. I remind Erica about the date even though I knew that she can't forget something like that. I knew that the dates we go on are precious to her just like it is to me. I made my way out of my room and walked into Erica's room without knocking. I knew that she would have been done with what she was doing since I took a lot of time while trying to make myself look presentable. I was shocked to know that she was done, and she was still in the bathroom. I walked out of her room with a frown on my face, knowing that it would take a long time for her to be done. I stood at the door impatiently waiting to hear the sound of the door opening, but I didn't. I knew that it would take a long time for her to get dressed. "I will be in my room waiting for you," I yelled as I opened the door. I knew that she would hear me and that there was no way she would say she didn't hear me. It has been hours since I had been waiting in my room. I had thought that she would be in my room as quickly as possible, but she isn't. I knew that there is no way she wouldn't have been done with whatever she was doing. I stood up and walked out of my room. I knocked on her door gently, not daring to open the door knowing that she might still be naked. I knew that it wouldn't be good for me to enter her room without knocking. I knew that I had entered her room without knocking the door, but I thought that she would have been done. I knew that I might enter her room and find out she isn't done. "Come in. The door is not locked," I heard her say, and I reluctantly opened the door. My mouth was wide as I saw her on the bed while fondling her hands. I couldn't believe that she was done all this while and didn't come to my room. "What? You are done, but you didn't bother to come to my room," I exclaimed, whilst my finger pointed at her. "Do you expect me to come to your room? Last I remember you are supposed to come get me. I finished dressing up hours ago," she said, and I stared at her with shock. "But I thought I told you to come to my room after you are done." "You don't expect me to stay at the door forever," I said as I stared at her. "You would have stayed in your room if I didn't come to check up on you," I said again, and she smiled at me before nodding her head slowly. My eyes went round with shock as my eyes caught sight with the window. It was dark already, and her room was being illuminated by the lamp which was in her room. "I would have stayed all night waiting for you to come to my room. I was expecting you to come sooner, and am glad you are here," she said, staring at me with a smirk. Hello. Today's novel is truly captivating. Jerome is severely injured in an ambush, prompting Erica to swear revenge. She takes the captured attacker to a private interrogation room and employs various tools to extract information. However, the attacker is extremely stubborn and refuses to submit. In his final moments, he reveals that he was sent by the Werewolf Council before committing suicide. Erica is now plunged into confusion and anger, aware that a huge secret lies behind this. Upon waking up and hearing of Mabel's arrival, Jerome's attitude becomes complicated as well. What trials and tribulations will this couple face in the whirlpool of vengeance and emotions? Join me in discovering this novel filled with conflicting elements. Chapter 67, Erica. As we make our way back from our date, I find myself fidgeting nervously, my fingers intertwining and unraveling in an endless dance of uncertainty. The weight of the upcoming trip, just a week away, presses heavily on my mind. I can't help but wonder how Jerome will react when I tell him about it. Part of me doubts he'll want to come along, given the intensity of his recent training regimen. I glance at Jerome, admiring his strong profile as he drives. The past few weeks have been challenging for him, balancing his rigorous training with our relationship. Despite the demands on his time, he's been doing everything in his power to be there for me, and am incredibly grateful for his dedication. My heart swells with love and concern as I recall his unwavering courage during that harrowing incident not long ago. His protective instincts, now amplified by his awakened-like abilities, both comfort and worry me. While I'm thankful for his willingness to keep me safe, I can't bear the thought of him putting himself in harm's way for my sake. The memory of his feigned death still sends shivers down my spine, reminding me of the gut-wrenching pain I felt at the mere possibility of losing him. "What's the matter?" Jerome's gentle voice breaks through my reverie. "You've been standing over there for some minutes now." I turn to face him, my eyes lighting up with adoration as I meet his concerned gaze. My heart races, a mix of love and anxiety coursing through my veins. "It's nothing," I reply after a deep pause, still wrestling with how to broach the subject of the trip. Sensing my hesitation, Jerome offers a reassuring smile. "You don't have to worry, you can tell me whatever you want." His understanding nature only intensifies my guilt. I know he'd agree to accompany me without hesitation, but I don't want him to feel obligated or think him taking advantage of his devotion. As much as I long for his company on this journey, I'm torn between my desire to have him by my side and my wish for him to prioritize his own needs and training. I knew that if I told him late, it might look like I was taking advantage of him, and I didn't want that. I don't want him to feel like I'm taking advantage of him. I want him to feel free with me, and I shouldn't hide anything from him. It's all right. I will tell you now," I said with a pause while staring at him to be sure he was listening to me. And he was about to interrupt me when I placed my fingers on his lips and told him to be quiet. "I want to go on a trip next week with a pack, and I would like you to come with me," I said, and he chuckled while staring at me. "Is that what you wanted to say? You should know by now that it isn't a problem for me. I will follow you," he said, and I sighed heavily, knowing that what I wanted to avoid had finally happened. I knew that there was no way he would refuse to follow me, but to me, it seems like I'm being hard on him. It feels like I'm forcing him to follow me. I don't like that sound of things, but I knew that there was no way he was ever letting me go alone. "I'm glad you are going with me," I said with a fake smile, and he chuckled before turning to look at me. He stood in front of me. Hovering over me, the moon shone brightly, and I could see his eyes clearly. His eyeballs were shimmering with loads of emotions. I could feel my feet getting weaker every few seconds as I stared deeply into his eyes. His eyes were a deep blue like that of the ocean. He used his finger to place a strand of my hair beside my ear. I could feel my heart swell with so much emotion, and I could feel it thundering heavily against its cage every minute. I was in a daze. It was like the whole world had stopped and vanished. It was like we were the only remnants on Earth. He brought his face closer to mine, and I closed my eyes in anticipation. I waited for his lips to meet mine, but what I wanted didn't happen. I opened my eyes with annoyance, and I saw him smiling at me. I was about to talk when I felt his lips on mine. I felt the anger in me disintegrate into nothingness, and I was filled with wants for him. I kissed him back almost immediately. Our tongues fought for dominance, and his hands roamed all over my body like a pro. He fondled my breasts, and he pinched my nipples. I had been trying to fight back the moan that wanted to escape my mouth because we are not in our room. I knew that anyone could catch us making out in public. I knew that I would feel embarrassed if someone were to see us. I tried hard to fight the moan, but he seemed to notice that, and he twisted my nipples hard enough to make me throw away the atom of shyness in me. I moaned out loud, not caring if anyone would hear or see us. I knew that something like that might happen, but I decided to worry about all that later. The moan that I let escape my mouth gave Jerome the opportunity to push his tongue into my mouth. He used his tongue to explore my mouth, and I felt great about the way he was handling me. We pulled away from the kiss after what seemed like minutes. That was intense, I said while trying to catch my breath, and Jerome chuckled with a mocking look on his face. "I'm such a good kisser, right?" Jerome asked with a raised eyebrow while staring at me intently, like he could read through me. "No, you aren't. You shouldn't be so full of yourself," I replied, and he chuckled heartily before replying, "You might want to confirm that again. We might go on another round of kissing, and I might not let you go anymore," he said with a creepy smile on his face, and I cringed back knowing that he would just like he had said. I knew that he only wanted me to say it to him, but I'm not ready to tell him. He knew that I had said it earlier, but he wanted me to admit it again, and I won't give him that satisfaction. "You won't dare try it," I said while glaring at him while trying to make it look like I was not intimidated. I knew that I might have no experience kissing since he was the only one I had ever kissed. He walked toward me with an intimidating look on his face, and I moved backward. "I will do that again, and there is only one way to make me stop, and that is if you admit that I'm a good kisser," he said, and I moved back uncomfortably. No one would be afraid. I'm an alpha if they are to see me moving back. I wouldn't have for once believed that I will have this kind of effect on me. I was shocked, but I knew that all this was possible due to our mutual bond. I keep walking back, but I am stopped by a hand that firmly holds my waist, and I know with no doubt that the hand belongs to Jerome. "Where do you think you are going, young lady?" I heard him say, and I rolled my eyes while staring at him with a sarcastic look on my face. "You go nowhere," he said, and he slammed his lips on mine. I responded to the kiss immediately, forgetting that I had been moving away from him earlier. Part of me wants to leave and scream at him while telling him he is such a bad kisser, but the other part of me wants us to stay like that. I soon ran out of breath, and I broke free from his grip while breathing heavily. He wanted to grab me again, and I knew with no doubt that he would give me no chance to catch my breath and he would kissing me. "Fine. You are such a great kisser," I said as I breathed heavily while moving backwards. "Wow, I was doing a great job," he replied with an arrogant look on his face. Chapter 68. "Otis, I called you all here to discuss a pressing issue," I said calmly while staring. "You all can remember the boy who won the duel." I started staring at them with a frown on my face. I knew that they would all have reasons to hate Jerome after I was done talking, and I knew with no doubt that they would all support me. "His name is Jerome. He is a threat to us and is an impending danger to our authority," I said calmly, and they all wore a confused look on their faces. I smiled inwardly, knowing that they would all be curious as to how dangerous he was. "How is he a threat to us?" one of the council members asked, and I glared at him with anger. I couldn't believe that he would dare to interrupt me without letting me finish my words. "If you all can remember what happened the last time we had an encounter at the duel, he made everyone present bow their heads to him. He made some of you submit to him. Do you think it's that easy?" I said calmly, with dangerous auras radiating around me. "I see no reason why he is a threat to us. He was put in an uncomfortable position, and if I were the one also, I would have done that. He did a great job out there, and there is nothing wrong with him," the same council member who had talked earlier said. Some of the council members nodded their heads in agreement, but they dared not say a word. I felt my anger rise, and I couldn't help but wonder what to do. I knew that things wouldn't be easy since he had council members siding with him. I knew that it looked like I was losing to him. He seems to have those who have got his back. I feel like all the things that I had been doing are going to go to waste. I believe strongly that it won't go to waste as long as I don't give up. I believe that if I keep being lenient toward him, then all the council members will be fond of him, and I don't want that. I want nothing other than to see him fail. I want him to die, and everything would be back to normal. He is a threat to us all. He will soon come for my throne. There is no way he would sit down as an alpha. He is an impending threat to us. Members of each pack aren't safe anymore. He would go about using his auras to make people submit to him. And you all won't be able to escape his wrath, I said, hoping that they would see things the way I do. You are wrong. You seem to be taking his matter harshly. You seem to have bore hatred for him. If this is what you want to talk about, then I'm out of here, he said again, and I groaned angrily. I couldn't believe that even without him trying to gain the Werewolf Council's trust, he already has it. It hurt me to know that things might not work out as I want them to. All that I had thought I had achieved in all these years would go to waste. Those that don't believe in what I've said should leave, I said, and instantly 5 members stood up and left the place. I felt my anger rise to its peak, knowing that there was no way I would let him get to the other pack members. They left, and I glared at their retreating figure. Those that were left are those that were initiated by me, those that I have in my grasp. I knew that there was nothing there to say to them anymore. Meeting dismissed, I said, and I stood up angrily. I wore a straight face as I walked out of the Werewolf Council's meeting room. I walked into my office with dangerous auras radiating around me. I couldn't believe what was happening. How come others don't want to agree with me that Jerome is a threat to us? I knew that he had gotten through to them, and their hearts had softened for him. I knew that there was no way I would be able to get them to hate him. I knew that there was no way I would be able to change their mind. I walked into my office, and shortly there was a knock on the door. I sniffed in the air, and I knew that it was my beta. Come in, I said. What news do you bring me? I asked impatiently, knowing that there was no way he would come here empty-handed. I have found a perfect day to set the attack, he said, and I stood up with a questioning look on my face. Alpha Erica is going on a trip with him next week, and I will suggest that you attack him there. It would be sudden, and they won't be able to retaliate, he said, and I smiled happily, knowing that things would soon work out my way. He would be dead soon, and there would be nothing to stop me from getting what I want. I would kill him just like I had done to his father. He should have laid low in the pack I took him to instead of trying to cause trouble. I was willing to give him a second chance, but he threw that in my face. He would regret ever messing with him. I would make sure that he would regret ever coming to Eric as pack. He would regret not listening to his ex-fiancée. You can leave now. I will call you if I need to know anything, I said to him, and he bowed his head before leaving. I couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, knowing that there is no way he would be able to escape death with this. I would make sure I send my best warriors. But death, he has been looking for all this while I'll locate him. He would regret ever messing with me. Chapter 16. Scene Jerome. I woke up due to the sound of my annoying alarm, which rang through the whole room. I slammed it shut with my hand. I stretched my body with a frown on my face, and I couldn't help but wonder what it was like for me to set the alarm so early. A smile broke on my face as I remembered what was happening today. I would be going on a trip with Erica 4-Pack's business. I could remember the look on her face after knowing that I would be leaving the pack with her. It was like a dream come true. Since I have always had dreams of what would happen today, I feel happy knowing that I will be going with her. And I couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if I had said I wouldn't follow her. I smiled happily as I stood up from my bed, and I used my finger to rub my eyes gently. I did my morning push-ups, and I stood up with sweat dripping down my body. My eyes were filled with nothing but happiness as I walked toward my bathroom with a towel over my head. I brushed my teeth, and I have my bath. I walked out of the bathroom with water dripping down my hair. I dried my body with my towel, and I put on my clothes after applying lotion to my body. I walked out of my room, and I headed toward Erica's room. I wanted to know if she was awake, and I knew with no doubt that she would have been awake by now. She had told me that we would be leaving early. I knocked on her door, and she ushered me in. She smiled immediately when she saw me. She walked up to me and placed a kiss on my lips. Our relationship had been utterly different since I had taken the lead by kissing her. She doesn't seem to care about anything. She had opened up to me in a way I hadn't before. She seems more free with me than before. We had improved with our greetings. We kissed each other more often. I was glad that things were starting to go as I wanted. "Good morning, Erica. How was your night?" I asked, staring at her with eyes glistening with so much emotion. My eyes were on her as I stared at her from head to toe. "It was great, it was great. And yours?" she asked, and I rolled my eyes sarcastically at her. "When are we leaving?" I asked, staring at her intently. It was like we should have been on our way now. There is nothing on my mind other than us on the trip. I couldn't help but wonder how the ride will be. I spent the whole night thinking about how our day would go. "We are leaving soon. And you are eager to go," she said. "Yes, I am. I can't wait to be on the chariot," I replied. "It will be great having you with me on the journey. I won't be bored. And I won't need to take Victoria with me," she said with a smile on her face. And I couldn't help but feel happy that I would be doing something great for my mate. I stared out of the chariot with a smile on my face. My face was beaming happily, knowing I was going on a trip with my friend. I couldn't help but smile as everything went into a blur. There was nothing on my mind other than my beautiful companion, who was beside me. "I need to get some things in my office. Mind coming with me?" she said while staring at me with raised eyebrows. She stared at me in a pleading manner. "Of course I will," I replied, and she squeaked silently as we walked to her office. We walked back to the chariot, where a few warriors were waiting for us. They would be following us with their horses, and some of them had taken their positions in front of the chariot. We entered the chariot, and soon we took off. I sat beside Erica, who was staring at the front as the horses raced forward. I could hear the horses' footsteps, and I couldn't help but think back. I could still remember the scenario where I was taken forcefully to Erica's pack. I can say it isn't something I want, and I was thrashing around the chariot where I was tied. The only thing on my mind was to escape from her and go back to Mabel. I could feel my heart throb with sadness at the thought of Mabel. I knew that I was being unfair to her by breaking her heart like that, and I knew with no doubt that I would have been more hurt if it turned out to be me. I knew that I wouldn't take it lightly with her, and I wonder how she is doing. I felt bad that I had led her to think that we would be together forever when we actually couldn't. "Jerome, are you all right?" I heard Erica's voice jolting me out of my thoughts, and I turned to stare at her. "I'm fine." I was thinking of what had happened. I couldn't believe a day like this would come, I said, and she chuckled with a smile on her face. "I also don't believe this would happen, but I'm glad it all turned out to be like this. I'm glad the moon goddess made me your mate," she said, placing her head on my shoulders. "It is a good thing that you didn't give up on me easily. I don't know what I would have done if I were you. I would have left without my friend, but I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad you took me to your pack," I said truthfully. "Enough of the talks, let's enjoy the ride," I said, and she nodded her head in understanding. We were welcomed to their pack by their alpha, who seems to be fond of Erica and I. I was with them as they talked about the pack's business. They included me in their talks, and after a while, they were done. We both walked back to our chariot after we were done. I feel my heart beating rapidly and with fear. I knew that something was going to happen. Something dangerous is coming our way, and I can feel it. But I knew with no doubt that things wouldn't work out. I knew that something was going to happen on our way, and I wanted to know what it was. But I feel like there is no way for me to find out other than for it to happen. My body was starting to overreact as we made our way into the chariot, and Erica seems to be aware of it. "Jerome, are you all right?" she asked worriedly as she stared at me with a creased eyebrow, and I breathed heavily, not knowing what to do. "I'm fine, it's just that I'm having a weird feeling that things aren't right. I could feel some kind of weird feeling in my gut, and it's making me overreact," I said with a smile, trying to make everything look normal. "You don't have to worry, I'm with you," she said, and I smiled at her happily. I knew that was what she would say, and I knew that she might be worried that something was going to happen, but I knew for a fact that things wouldn't work out well. I don't want to feel worried about anything. I will make sure I protect her my whole life if something were to happen. I will make sure she does not get hurt, regardless of the situation. Chapter 70. Erica. I couldn't help but feel worried about what Jerome had said. I knew that I shouldn't feel worried, but I cowed and helped myself. It was like something bad was going to happen. Like he had said. My hands were twitching vigorously. My eyes were filled with worry as I tried to hide the worried feeling I was having. I knew that it wouldn't be good if he continued to be worried like before. I knew that he wouldn't be happy about it. I snuggled up to him while whispering soothing words to him. I was starting to feel happy that nothing bad had happened so far. We were close to my pack already, and I had told the few warriors that were with us to be on high alert for an ambush. I knew that there was no way he would be lying to me, and I knew that he had smelt danger ahead of us. I was starting to let my guard down when I suddenly felt a change in the air. I knew immediately that something was going on. I knew that would change soon. I turned to look at Jerome, who had sat down appropriately, knowing something was different. He stared at me knowingly, and I knew with no doubt that something was going to happen. I could smell the hint of rogues in the place, and I knew that there were a lot of them. There is an ambush, I said to the warriors through the mind link, and they all seemed to have noticed that. The person who was riding the chariot took off running. We had been moving slowly before, but since things turned out like this, he took off running. I told you something was wrong, Jerome said with a fearful look on his face. I sighed heavily as I looked out of the chariot, and I could see the rogues that ambushed us. You need to be calm, or else things will definitely go wrong. We need to assess the situation, you don't have to worry. We are close to my pack, and I have mind link the warriors, I said, staring at him, hoping he would be calm. I knew that it wouldn't be easy for him, and I knew with no doubt that things wouldn't go as planned. I should have known that something like this would happen since he was attacked a few weeks ago. I knew with no doubt that things would get shaky soon. I'm not worried about myself, but they must be after me, he said, and I sighed heavily, not knowing what to say. I pushed Jerome out of the way as I heard the sound of an arrow approaching. I knew that the arrow was aimed at Jerome. The arrow penetrated the place where he was earlier. I turned to look at him again, and I saw that the place where he was sitting was cut open. He was on the floor, and I could feel the horse galloping each second. Erica, get out of the chariot. He's been killed. I heard Jerome's voice, and I rushed out of the chariot, and almost immediately it crashed on a tree. Are you all right? I asked as I walked toward Jerome, not knowing what to say or do. He was on the ground with his hand bleeding. I knew he was in a lot of pain, and his hands weren't healing. See who we have here. If not Luna and her weak mate, I heard a voice say, and I looked up to see a man staring at me with a smirk on his face. I could smell the scent of rogues, and I knew with no doubt that there were a lot of rogues. I knew that this was a staged ambush. I knew that whoever was after Jerome's life was after him for something that he was not aware of. What do you want? I asked, trying to keep my cool after he had called me Luna. I was angry with his words, but I tried to keep my calm, knowing that we were outnumbered. I knew that he was only trying to make me angry so that I would attack without thinking, but I knew better not to do so. I knew that he was trying to trap me, and then he would use me as bait to get Jerome killed. I turned to look at Jerome, who had stood up from the floor with bleeding hands. He stood beside me, and I had a frown on my face. We want his life has been paid for, and we will stop at nothing but to kill him. You can leave unharmed, but your mate will be killed, the man said again, and all the rogues nodded their heads in affirmation. I felt my heart beat heavily as I stared around us. I could see the population of the rogues, and I knew we were outnumbered. I have tried mind linking the warriors that I came with, but there has been no reply from them. I knew that they must have been killed by the rogues. You will have to go through me, I said, and I felt Jerome knuckle me from behind, so I turned to look at him. You don't have to worry about me, you can leave. I will be fine. Don't forget Emma, Jerome whispered to me, and I sighed heavily, knowing that he would keep bugging me to leave here without me. You won't be able to change my mind. My pack warriors would soon be here. We need to stall off some time for them to arrive. I whispered back to him, and I heard him groan with a frustrated look on his face. Since you don't want to leave your weak mate alone, then you both must be ready to die, the man who seems to be their leader said. and I gulped down my saliva. I knew that the rogues should be nothing to us, but we were outnumbered. And not only that, Jerome doesn't have his Lycan's power. I knew that we might have a chance against them if he had his Lycan powers, but he doesn't. You don't have to worry about me, I will be fine, I said to Jerome, and he chuckled. I should be saying that to you, Jerome replied, and with that, we both went our separate ways. I have made up my mind to look out for Jerome. I would make sure he didn't get hurt. I will make sure that he stays alive until my warriors arrive. I knew that if my warriors were to arrive now, they would be gone within minutes. I knew that rogues aren't easy to take on, but they fight based on their animalistic instincts. I slid under the ground, escaping a punch, but I was hit by a kick. I groaned in pain, and I knew that there was no way for me to win against them and also protect Jerome in my human form without any weapon. I knew that I should have been aware that something was going to happen since Jerome had been attacked. I knew it was my mistake to go on this trip without weapons and also with a few warriors. I knew things would have been different if I had taken enough warriors with me. I knew this was my first time traveling with a few warriors and without a weapon, but I was attacked. I shifted into my wolf's form, shredding my clothes into pieces. I was ready to pounce on the rogues. Chapter 71 Erica. I cowled and helped but feel worried about what Jerome had said. I knew that I shouldn't feel worried, but I cowled and helped myself. It was like something bad was going to happen. Like he had said. My hands were twitching vigorously. My eyes were filled with worry as I tried to hide the worried feeling I was having. I knew that it wouldn't be good if he continued to be worried like before. I knew that he wouldn't be happy about it. I snuggled up to him while whispering soothing words to him. I was starting to feel happy that nothing bad had happened so far. We were close to my pack already, and I had told the few warriors that were with us to be on high alert for an ambush. I knew that there was no way he would be lying to me, and I knew that he had smelt danger ahead of us. I was starting to let my guard down when I suddenly felt a change in the air. I knew immediately that something was going on. I knew that would change soon. I turned to look at Jerome, who had sat down appropriately, knowing something was different. He stared at me knowingly, and I knew with no doubt that something was going to happen. I could smell the hint of rogues in the place, and I knew that there were a lot of them. There is an ambush, I said to the warriors through the mind link, and they all seemed to have noticed that. The person who was riding the chariot took off running. We had been moving slowly before, but since things turned out like this, he took off running. I told you something was wrong, Jerome said with a fearful look on his face. I sighed heavily as I looked at Harriet, and I could see the rogues that ambushed us. You need to be calm, or else things will definitely go wrong. We need to assess the situation, you don't have to worry. We are close to my pack, and I have mind linked to the warriors, I said, staring at him, hoping he would be calm. I knew that it wouldn't be easy for him, and I knew with no doubt that things wouldn't go as planned. I should have known that something like this would happen since he was attacked a few weeks ago. I knew with no doubt that things would get shaky soon. I'm not worried about myself, but they must be after me, he said, and I sighed heavily, not knowing what to say. I pushed Jerome out of the way as I heard the sound of an arrow approaching. I knew that the arrow was aimed at Jerome. The arrow penetrated the place where he was earlier. I turned to look at him again, and I saw that the place where he was sitting was cut open. He was on the floor, and I could feel the horse galloping each second. Erica, get out of the chariot. He has been killed. I heard Jerome's voice, and I rushed out of the chariot, and almost immediately it crashed on a tree. Are you all right? I asked as I walked toward Jerome, not knowing what to say or do. He was on the ground with his hand bleeding. I knew he was in a lot of pain, and his hands weren't healing. See who we have here. If not Luna and her weak mate, I heard a voice say, and I looked up to see a man staring at me with a smirk on his face. I could smell the scent of rogues, and I knew with no doubt that there were a lot of rogues. I knew that this was a staged ambush. I knew that whoever was after Jerome's life was after him for something that he was not aware of. What do you want? I asked, trying to keep my cool after he had called me Luna. I was angry with his words, but I tried to keep my calm, knowing that we were outnumbered. I knew that he was only trying to make me angry so that I would attack without thinking, but I knew better not to do so. I knew that he was trying to trap me, and then he would use me as bait to get Jerome killed. I turned to look at Jerome, who had stood up from the floor with bleeding hands. He stood beside me, and I had a frown on my face. We want his life has been paid for, and we will stop at nothing but to kill him. You can leave unharmed, but your mate will be killed, the man said again, and all the rogues nodded their heads in affirmation. I felt my heart beat heavily as I stared around us. I could see the population of the rogues, and I knew we were outnumbered. I have tried linking the warriors that I came with, but there has been no reply from them. I knew that they must have been killed by the rogues. You will have to go through me, I said, and I felt Jerome knuckle me from behind, so I turned to look at him. You don't have to worry about me, you can leave. I will be fine. Don't forget, Jerome whispered to me, and I sighed heavily, knowing that he would keep bugging me to leave here without me. He won't be able to change my mind. My pack warriors would soon be here. We need to stall off some time for them to arrive. I whispered back to him, and I heard him groan with a frustrated look on his face. Since you don't want to leave your weak mate alone, then you both must be ready to die, the man who seems to be their leader said, and I gulped down my saliva. I knew that the rogues should be nothing to us, but we were outnumbered, and not only that, Jerome doesn't have his Lycan's power. I knew that we might have a chance against them as Lycan powers, but he doesn't. You don't have to worry about me, I will be fine, I said to Jerome, and he chuckled. I should be saying that to you, Jerome replied, and with that, we both went our separate ways. I have made up my mind to look out for Jerome. I would make sure he didn't get hurt. I will make sure that he stays alive until my warriors arrive. I knew that if my warriors were to arrive now, they would be gone within minutes. I knew that rogues aren't easy to take on, but they fight based on their animalistic instincts. I slid under the ground, escaping a punch, but I was hit by a kick. I groaned in pain, and I knew that there was no way for me to win against them and also protect Jerome in my human form without any weapon. I knew that I should have been aware that something was going to happen since Jerome had been attacked. I knew it was my mistake to go on this trip without weapons and also with a few warriors. I knew things would have been different if I had taken enough warriors with me. I knew this was my first time traveling with a few warriors and without a weapon, but I was attacked. I shifted into my wolf's form, shredding my clothes into pieces. I was ready to pounce on the rogues. Chapter 70 to Erica. I rode a horse quickly toward my pack with my mind being fuzzy. There was nothing on my mind other than to get Jerome to the infirmary for treatment. I felt anger boiling in me, and it was directed toward those who attacked us. I will make sure I get to the root of everything. I will make them pay for hurting Jerome. I would make sure that none of them got away. My eyes were filled with unshed tears, which I was trying my best to hold in. I tightened my hand over the rope that was attached to the mouth of the horse while using the whip that was in my hand to whip the horse's back, urging it to run faster. Jerome, stay with me, I said, slapping his cheek to keep him awake as I rode the horse quickly. But he didn't wake up. I felt my heart ache, knowing that what I feared most might happen. Tears were streaming down my face as I stared at his pale figure, which was sitting unconsciously in front of me. I felt my heart hurt as I stared at him, and I couldn't help but feel hurt and sad that he was responsible for this. All this wouldn't have happened in the first place if I hadn't told him about the trip I'm about to embark on. I feel my eyes getting more moist, and I feel the tears in my eyes blocking my view. I blinked away the tears that were in my eyes, and I sighed heavily with sadness in my eyes. I feel bad that I was the cause of all this. All this wouldn't have happened if I hadn't told him to come with me, and it would have been avoided if I had taken weapons with me on our way and also if I had allowed the warriors to follow me. I feel bad about everything, and I keep whispering about how sorry I am to his ears. I almost collided with a tree, but I was able to dodge it on time, and after what seemed like hours to me, I could feel myself getting closer to my pack. Soon I arrived at the pack, and I carried Jerome, who was lying lifelessly on the horse with blood dripping down his body. I had a worried look on my face as I rushed him into the infirmary and carried him into a private ward that was the end of the infirmary. I had informed the head doctor to meet me at the infirmary. I had cleaned up the tears that had streamed down my face, but my eyes were still red from crying. "Good evening, Alpha," I heard the voice of the head doctor. "Get to work, anything must tend to happen to him," I said with a stern look on my face. I walked out of the ward immediately, knowing that there was no way I would be able to stand in the ward as the doctor operated on him. My eyes were filled with anger toward those who were responsible for this, and I knew that the only way to get things done was to find out who was responsible. I would make the person suffer my wrath, and he or she would pay for what had happened. I will repay the person 1,000 folds. I will make sure he regrets everything he did to Jerome and me. I will make the person pay with his blood. I made my way toward the prison after I mined, linked the warriors who came to the place to know if they had arrived yet. I told them to take the rogue who was caught to the torture room. I told them to take him to my private torture room, which has never been used by me before. I had created the torture room for those who wouldn't confess to their sins, and it contained various tortuous weapons that would make one confess to what one had done. It will make one spill the secret that has been kept. There will be no way that the rogue will fail to say who sent them. I have always wanted to try out my tools since I added some things to them recently. I felt like this would be the right time to test things out, and I knew that the tools would never fail me. I will make sure that I direct my anger at the individual who is responsible for what he has done. I walked into my private torture room, and I saw the rogue, who was tied down to a chair. There was nothing on my head other than the scene of me carrying Jerome into the infirmary. "You should leave," I said to the warrior who had brought the rogue into the torture room. "What do you want with me?" The rogue gasped weakly. Blood was dripping down his hands, which were refusing to heal quickly. "You aren't supposed to ask me any questions, but I will answer you. You are here to be tortured," I said to him while staring at him menacingly. "Who sent you?" I asked while staring at the rogue, who chuckled weakly at my question. "You won't answer. I have been trying to be lenient towards you. You will regret not telling me soon," I said. And, with that, I took out a knife from the racks of tools in the room, and while doing that, I made sure that there was noise coming from the other tools that were in the room. I walked toward him and stabbed the knife into his legs, and he screamed out in pain. I looked at his eyes, and he still had the resisting look on his face. I knew that he wouldn't be replying to me anytime soon, and I would have to keep doing what I love most. I walked toward the direction of the tool, and I took out a hammer and chisel. I walked toward the rogues, and I used the hammer to hit the knife, pushing it deeper into the leg of the rogue, who screamed out in pain again. Blood was dripping down his legs, and blood had spilled all over my face, but I didn't care. All I wanted at that moment was for the rogue to confess, but he wasn't ready to. I grabbed the chisel that was lying on the ground and used it to create a hole beside the knife with the help of the hammer. My eyes were filled with anger that the pleas and cries of the rogues fell on deaf ears. "I'm ready to confess," I heard him say, and I stopped what I was about to do next. I was going to twist the knife that was still buried in the legs of the rogues. I was sent by. "Go fuck yourself, bitch," I heard him say, and I felt my anger rise to its peak. I grabbed the knife and twisted it immediately. The man shrieked with pain, and I removed the knife from his legs. I stabbed the rogue's leg continuously, and soon his whole leg was filled with blood. The rogue was still not replying, and that made me even angrier. I stabbed the rogue in his neck with so much force, not caring if he would die. I was about to grab the knife from his neck, but I was stopped by him. "I will tell you who it was," he screamed with all his might while breathing heavily. Well. "Start taking," I demanded. It was one of the werewolf councils, he stated as he breathed heavily, and I felt my heart stop beating. "Who is it?" I asked, and he smiled at me. "You will have to find out for yourself," I heard him say, and I was about to torture him with the knife in his hands when he moved back with so much force that the knife ended up cutting his neck. Chapter 73, Mabel. I have been moody for the past few days, and that was because of the threat I received from Alpha Otis, the head of the Werewolf Council. I knew that there was no way that I would be able to get things back to normal. I signed a deal with the devil incarnate, and I knew that soon my life would change from good to bad. I knew that things wouldn't have been this bad if I had stayed here and not tried to watch Jerome fail while trying to be with his mate. I feel like soon I will be given a huge assignment by the council, and I know that there is no way I will be able to escape that since he has a lot of connections. Here I am in my room, sitting down on my bed, lost in thoughts with my eyes wide open. I wasn't aware of my surroundings until I heard a whiff of air heading into my room, and I knew with no doubt that it was the lunatic head of the council who had sent a letter through the arrow again. The arrow impaled itself on the wall, and I felt my legs start itching. I knew that it was because I was nervous. I walked toward the arrow, which had a letter attached to it, and I took the letter with shaky hands, not knowing what to do or say. My face was furrowed while trying to figure out a way out of all this, but it seems there is no way I would be able to escape from the hands of controlling head of the council. I have tried thinking of a way to not listen to him, but there is no way that could be done. I'm just an omega who everyone takes advantage of. They all take me for a coward, and they do as they want with me. I knew that the life of a commoner like me wasn't worth a thing. They would use and discard me just like Jerome had done. It was late before I realized that he had taken advantage of me and used me the way he wanted. He knew he was a strong breed of werewolf, but he kept quiet about it for years, and he used it to make everyone submit to him. But there is no way I'm letting him use me again. He has done enough for me, and I will make him pay for it if I get a chance. I knew there was no way I would be able to get my revenge on him, and I pray that the head of the Werewolf Council wants Jerome dead. Then I will gladly do that. There will be no resistance in my way, and I will do everything exactly as I want, and no one will question me about it. I knew that with the help of the leader of the Werewolf Council, I would go unnoticed by anybody, and I wished a time like that would come. I opened the letter with shaky hands, and my eyes caught a solid-looking substance that was wrapped in paper. I knew that there was no way I would know what the substance was being used for until I read the letter. My hands were shaky as I tried hard to hold the paper out to read. My eye wound up with shock, not knowing what to do. It turned out that the head of the council wanted to make my wish come true. I knew I should be happy about that, but I'm not. I'm sad that this will be the end of Jerome. I knew that I had prayed and wished for this earlier, but that was only within my reach. Alpha Otis had ordered me to go to Eric's pack with the aim of killing Jerome. It was said that the substance in the paper was a dangerous one that can kill within 12 hours, and its remedy is rare. He told me that this was my opportunity to get my revenge. He threatened to kill my parents if I refused to do as he had said, and he said I should make all this money go to no one. I felt my legs get weak, and I fell down on the floor with a panicked look on my face. My eyes were filled with nothing but sadness after knowing that my parents might be killed because of me. I wouldn't let anything happen to them, and instead I will carry out what they wanted me to do. I will make sure that my parents don't die. I will make sure they live if it causes me to be a murderer. I knew that this was also an opportunity for me to get revenge on Jerome, but I don't want to, and I have no choice but to do it. The head of the Werewolf Council put me up to this, and he had me in a tight spot. I sighed heavily, knowing that it would be better if I went and got things ready. I knew that I would need to dispose of all these letters for me not to get caught, and I will do just that secretly. I knew that could only be done at night, but that doesn't mean I should be reckless with it. I knew that my being reckless with it would cause everything that was hidden to be open, and I wouldn't want that. I hid the things under my bed with the intention of throwing them back when I woke up in the morning. I was nervous about the whole thing while being confused about who to choose. I knew that if I were to choose to help Jerome, I would be in a lot of trouble because my parents would die. I don't want to lose my parents over Jerome, who doesn't seem to care about me, and he thinks that I'm something he can use and discharge. I knew that if it were to be before, then it would have been difficult for me to choose Jerome over my parents. I knew that would be childish of me since he was only using me, and I'm glad I'm back to normal. I walked out of my room with the intention of busting the alpha. I was going to tell him about everything because I don't want something weird to happen. I knew that it might seem easy for me to say that I would be killing Jerome rather than myself to get it done. I want the Alpha to give me permission to leave the pack. I don't want a situation where I would sneak out and get into trouble, thereby causing harm. One thing I have always learned is that no matter what I'm about to do, I need to contact the Alpha to inform him of it. I don't want to go out and cause trouble outside. I knew that what I was going to do was something dangerous, and I needed to have permission to do anything before going ahead with the plan. I knew that I might relay Alpha Otis for his protection, and then he would betray me. Chapter 74. Erica. It came as a shock to me that the Werewolf Council was involved, and I knew with no doubt that there is no way anyone would believe that. But I knew more than anyone that I can't trust anyone completely. I knew that my trust might get shattered overnight, and I decided to keep my findings secret. I knew that I didn't want to alert the culprit that I had a piece of information and would serve as bait to catch the culprit. I held and wrapped my head around what had happened, but I knew that the rogue's death would also help with everything. I will make sure that only Jerome and my beta know about my findings. I knew that if it got to the ears of the others, we might not be able to catch the culprit. I need you to dispose of the body of the rogue, I said as I linked a pack warrior to dispose of his body. I walked out of the place with blood all over my face. It all belonged to the deceased rogue. My face was stone cold, and I was a bit relieved from the stress of Jerome being in the hospital. My gaze hardened as I made my way toward my room. The thought of Jerome being in the hospital doesn't sit well with me, but there's nothing I can do about it. I walked into my bathroom and tore off the clothes I was wearing, not having it in mind to wear them again. I knew that if I kept wearing the clothes, they would keep reminding me of the incident that happened today. I sighed heavily as I let the water hit my skin softly, and after a while I took my sponge and scrubbed some soap on it. I scrubbed my body using the sponge. I sighed softly as I relaxed under the shower while trying to keep myself calm. I knew that my parents would have been waiting for me to give them feedback on what had happened, and I will tell them exactly what they need to know. They should know that a council is involved, and I know that my parents will find ways to sort things out with me. They would help me with everything I need to do. I walked out of the bathroom with a towel tied around my waist. My eyes were furrowed while thinking of Jerome's condition. I wore my clothes, and I headed toward the place where my parents had told me to meet them. I walked in immediately, and I saw all of them gathered in the room. They all turned to look at me with a pitiful look on their faces, which I deem unnecessary. I groaned with a hint of anger, as I cowled and scanned the pitiful look in their eyes. "Are you all right?" my mom asked, and I fumbled with the tip of my lips. "As you can see, I'm fine. Let's just get straight to the point. Is this the reason you requested a meeting at the inn?" I said arrogantly, not meaning my words, but what had happened made me act like that. I feel bad about the tone I used when I was talking to her, but I'm not in the right state of mind, and my parents seem to understand. And the same goes for my beta. The inn is made for private issues that we don't want anyone hearing about, or prying into the inn is somewhere private that only the beta and alpha know about. The inn isn't somewhere known to everyone, and its building can't be seen by anybody since it was built under the ground like a dungeon. There was a room that could be used to access the room, but the room was hidden behind a cupboard that had weird writing on its wall. One would have to do everything required for everything to open up, and it wasn't noticeable to anyone since the cupboard had books that were arranged in it. "Let's get straight to the point. I would like to know more about all that has happened," my dad said, and I nodded my head, knowing I had no choice other than to tell them all that had happened. Jerome was attacked some weeks ago by some rogues, and I was there to save him from the hands of the rogues. I didn't take that seriously, and I forgot about planning for what could happen. I did think that nothing would happen to him or that we would be attacked. I explained with a pause as I stared at them, wanting to be sure I had their undivided attention. I had tortured the rogue who was caught by me, and it turned out that he was sent by a member of the Council of the Werewolf, and the rogue killed himself without telling me the full details. I said, and I could see their eyes morph into those of a shocked person. "This is more serious than I thought. I have thought we are only after a pack of rogues who are after him, but it seems I was wrong." Samuel exclaimed, and I rolled my eyes. There is something more to it than you think. The person after Jerome knows about his powers. The person isn't after him because of you. The person wanted to hunt him down. There seems to be something between the two, my dad said first time after I arrived. I nodded my head, knowing that what he was saying was true. Are you trying to say that there is a connection between the both of them? My mom asked, and my dad nodded his head. The person is a member of the council, and that fact implies that whoever acted out of line when the duel was still going on must be the one, my dad added. And I couldn't help but think of who had acted out of line, and the person that came to my mind is Alpha Otis. I have someone I suspect, I said to them, and they stared at me curiously. The person I suspected is Alpha Otis. He seems to be working with Alpha Rider, I was saying, but I was cut short by a voice that rang into my head in a joyful state. Alpha, your mate is awake, and he requests for you. I heard the voice of the doctor who was attending to Jerome through the mind link. I felt my heart leap with joy that instant, and a smile broke on my face. I couldn't believe that such good news still exists. My eyes were filled with joy, and my parents stared at me with a questioning look plastered on their faces. My mate is awake, and I need to be by his side, I said to them, and I walked out of the inn, forgetting that I was in the middle of a meeting. I made my way toward his room with a small smile curving at the end of my lips, and I walked into his room to see him wide awake. He was staring at the ceiling, and I moved toward him with a smile on my face. I feel happy knowing that HE's back, and I couldn't contain my happiness. How are you doing? I asked him with a bright smile as I took my seat on the bed. I'm getting better, thanks to someone, he said, and I chuckled. It isn't funny the way you acted out there. Are you planning to get yourself killed? You should have let me handle them. I don't like seeing you hurt like this, I said, but I was interrupted by a mind link. A lady has been caught at the pack border with the name Mabel Temptress. She said she would be let in, the voice of the head of the guards at the border said, and I felt my heart freeze not knowing what was going on. Chapter 75. Erica, why is she here? I asked with a cold and angry look on my face. What's wrong? I looked at Jeremy, who jerked up from his bed as my loud voice alerted him. I looked at him with a puppet-like look as he glared at me with a cold look on his face. Who is here? Jerome asked, and I sighed heavily, not wanting to reveal to him that Mabel is here. I hope I didn't disturb you, I said, hoping that would be enough to make him forget about what I had said. I had planned on sending her away before he interrupted me, and I knew that this wouldn't have happened if I had kept my mouth shut. What's the cause of your exclamation? He asked, looking at me with a worried and concerned look. If there's one thing I love about him, it's the love and care he always shows me. I want to be with him for all of eternity. I was informed that Mabel is at the pack border, I said, and he looked at me with a shocked expression. He groaned out in pain as he tried to get up from the bed, showing how angry he was. Please be careful, I said as I quickly supported him and lay him back on the bed. I smiled inwardly, knowing that he didn't want to see her. With his current expression and mood, I could tell that he wasn't happy to hear about her arrival. I don't know why, but I feel happy and delighted that he doesn't want her again. What's wrong? I asked, pretending not to know. He looked for a while before clearing his throat. What's happened? He asked, and I looked at him with a confused look. Where is she? He asked again, and I soughed inwardly. She's at pack border, of course, I said, and he looked at me with a cold look. Why is she at the pack border by now? He asked, and I stared at him with a furrowed gaze. What do you mean? I asked, somehow feeling angered by his words. She should have let me in, he said, and I looked at him with a cold look. Why should she be let into the pack anyhow? What do you mean? Why can't she be allowed to join the pack? He asked, trying to sound cool even though it was obvious that he was already angry. Why is he angry? Is he angry because of her? I asked myself that question, but I couldn't get an answer to it. Thinking of her, I changed my attitude toward him. Yes, she shouldn't be let into the pack because she's an outsider, I blunted. Chess not an outsider, he said with a cold look on his face. I wonder why he was angry when I brought up Mabel's conversation. I think something is wrong. Why isn't she? You broke up with her? Right, I asked, and he nodded his head with a stern look on his face. Yes, he responded. What is she to you? Do you still have feelings for her? I asked, and he looked at me with a surprised look. It's obvious that my question caught him off guard. Why are you asking? He asked. Because I wonder why you're working yourself up, because she was kept waiting at the pack border. I said, and he looked away with a sigh. What is she to you? I asked again. This time he groaned out with a frustrated look on his face. She's my girl, he said, stopping mid-sentence as he realized what he was about to say. What do you mean? She's your what? I asked with a cold and angry tone in my voice. She's nothing to me. Okay, you can send her if you want, I don't care, he said, and made her go to sleep. I pulled him gently back to my chest. I'm sorry. Please don't be annoyed. I don't want you to be in pain, I said, and he nodded his head gently. I should go and meet her, he asked as he tried to get up. I pulled him back gently, considering his health. I wouldn't want anything to happen to him. I knew that this wasn't a good thing since he was hurt in my place, and letting him go will only endanger his life. I would have let you go, but I can't see you this way. I would go myself, don't worry about it, I said, and he nodded his head gently. Please try to be nice with her, he said, and I glared at him coldly. I replaced my expression with a smirk as a crazy idea popped into my head. Okay, I would. Bye, I said as I planted a soft kiss on his forehead. I jerked up from the bed and adjusted my clothes properly. I made my way toward the door. I pushed the door open as I twisted the knob. I made my way toward the pack's border with a frown on my face, wanting to know what would happen next. I can't believe that he would want to hurt himself because of Mabel. It hurt me to know that he still had lingering feelings for her, and I have made up my mind to find out why she was here and what she wants. I ignored the greetings of the pack warriors, and I made my way toward Mabel with an uninterested look on my face. Follow me, I said authoritatively, and she stared at me for a while before following me. I knew that I didn't want to say anything in front of the pack warriors, and as soon as we were far away from the hearings of the pack members, I struck up the conversation. Why are you here? I asked while glaring murderously at her. I came here since I heard that Jerome was attacked and he got seriously injured, she replied, and I scoffed with a frown on my face. You think I will believe that? Why are you here? I questioned her again with a serious look on my face while releasing my auras. She bowed her head involuntarily while trying to resist the force, but she had no way to resist it since she was an omega. So she finally gave in. She bowed her head, and after a while, I stopped releasing my aura. I came here to stay for some days to take care of him. I was worried about him, she said innocently, and I cowled and helped but feel like there was something she was hiding. I knew that her innocent look wasn't enough to fool me, but I knew that I had to let that slide, and I would do everything in my power to make sure that she didn't finish whatever she came here to do. I have my eyes on you, and don't you dare try to misbehave with him, I said with a threatening look on my face, and I showed her my claws before retracting them. I walked in the direction of the infirmary, and I stopped suddenly, causing her to halt. I turned to look at her while staring at her from head to toe. I can feel that something is different, but I can't place my hands on what is going on. How long do you intend on staying? I asked, eyeing her. I don't know why, but I feel worried that Jerome would be with someone like her. I knew that there was no way her intentions were clean. She had said she wanted to take care of him, and I doubt if that was her real intention. I feel like there is no way she would want to help Jerome recover as quickly as he can since he has already hurt her. I will stay for 2 days, she said, and I sighed heavily, knowing that I would have to find a place for her to sleep. I will prepare a room for you, where you will stay, I said with a frown on my face, knowing that someone like her isn't to be trusted. They are said to be green snakes under the green grass. You shouldn't misbehave, I said to her as I opened the door at his ward. and a gasp escaped her mouth as she saw him lying on the bed with bandages on his body. She rushed toward him with a worried look on her face. She seems to be genuinely concerned about him, but I knew not to believe what I saw. "Jerome, how are you doing?" Mabel asked, and I glared at her secretly, then walked to sit down beside Jerome. Today's novel features a heart-wrenching plot. Mabel, in her desire for revenge against Jerome, resorts to poisoning him. Erica discovers the truth and prepares to punish Mabel. However, Jerome's entrance creates a delicate situation. Mabel's vengeful mindset, Jerome's conflicting emotions, and Eric's angry sentiments intertwine within the story. How does this novel showcase the complexity of human nature? Let's embark on a journey through the story to find the answers. Chapter 76, Mabel. Our relationship had taken an irreversible turn, thanks to Jerome's indecisive nature and poor choices. His entanglement with Erica had set us on this tumultuous path, and now he was facing the dire consequences actions. The commanding tone Erica had used earlier had initially ignited my anger, but now that fury had transformed into a complex mixture of emotions: regret, frustration, and a fierce determination. I had initially planned to feign concern for Jerome, but as I stood there, watching his labored breathing, I realized that my feelings were far from pretense. A newfound resolve washed over me. I would genuinely care for him, showering him with the kind of affection that Erica, his supposed mate, could never provide. The head of the Werewolf Council's decision to target Jerome seemed almost serendipitous, aligning perfectly with my hidden agenda. It was as if the council leader could sense my inner turmoil and was acting on my behalf. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that Jerome's current predicament was a direct result of his infatuation with Erica. Had he heeded my words and returned home as promised, or accompanied me to the pack, this dire situation could have been avoided. As I pondered these thoughts, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. My secretive nature and manipulative tendencies had played a part in this complex web of events. Yet, seeing Jerome in this vulnerable state stirred something within me, a mixture of vengeance and protective instinct. After a prolonged silence, I finally spoke, my voice barely above a whisper. "I hope you are getting better." Jerome's eyes met mine, a sad smile playing on his lips. The regret in his gaze was palpable, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of his actions. Eric's absence from the ward she had left moments ago only amplified the intensity of our shared moment. "And getting better, how are you doing?" he asked with a sad look on his face. He seems to feel guilty for what he has done, but there is no way he would turn the hand of the clock backwards. "I'm fine," I replied, knowing that the more I thought about it, the more I would feel hurt. I knew that there was no way I would not cry if he kept on talking about our breakup. "I'm sorry I broke up with you that way," he started, and I felt my heart stop beating instantly, knowing that he regretted all his actions. But what I didn't expect was that his next word would shatter my pride. "I feel like he wanted us to get together, but I knew that wouldn't be possible since he's going to die soon and would be the cause of his death, which you don't want. I know the way I broke off the engagement may be heartless, but I have to do that. That's the only idea I have at that time. I won't want us to be enemies because of what had happened," he concluded, and I felt my anger rise to its peak. All that was on my mind was to initiate the plan, but I knew that I needed to be calm in order to get things done. "I will make sure that he pays for what he just said." I was shocked with what he said, and that was because I thought he would apologize to me for breaking up with me and say that he wants me to be his wife and mate, but that isn't what he said. I knew not to act like what was on my mind, and the only thing I should do is act along. I wasn't willing to do what I was told to do by the head of the Werewolf Council, but seeing the way he talked to me now made me want to get it done. His words are like a hot knife that was laced with wolfsbane and pierced my heart. My heart ached with pain as I stared at him while trying to conceal it. "It's fine, I'm all right. You should focus on your partner," I said with a fake smile. Thanks for understanding, I really appreciate it, he said, and I stared at him with hatred while trying to conceal it. The door soon opened, and Erica walked into the room with a smile on her face. I knew that she was up to something. You can bring your things into the room I provide for you, Eric said, and I stared at her with a smile on my face. How long will you be staying? Jerome asked weakly. 2 days. I will see you later. I need to go now, I said, and I walked out of the room with Erica, who was glaring daggers at me. This is your room, Erica said as soon as we got to a particular room. I walked inside the room without saying anything, and I plopped down on the bed with a deep sigh. I will send one of the pack members to you. You will be given a tour around the pack, Erica added and turned to leave. Thank you, I said, and she turned to look at me. She looked away almost immediately. I sighed heavily looking around the room, and I stood up after a while with the intention of putting my things in place. I jumped on the bed, and I fell asleep. It has been a tiring and emotionally long day, and I need to sleep to cool things off. Chapter 77. Mabel. I woke up with a deep sigh, knowing that this would be my last day in this pack. I have been trying to bring myself to do what I planned on doing to Jerome, but I have been finding it hard to do that. It was hard for me, but I knew I had no other choice but to do that. I don't want to lose my life for an ungrateful jerk like him. I knew that even though I found ways to sort things out between the two, there was no way he would be spared by Alpha Otis, and that was because he had developed hatred for Jerome. I don't know what Jerome did to anger someone like Alpha Otis, but that isn't my concern. All I want is to get what I was sent done today, and I will make sure nothing stops me from getting it. I will make sure I get that done at all costs. I walked into the bathroom with a towel tied around my waist. I brushed my teeth and took a bath. I walked out of the bathroom with a towel tied around my waist. Water was dripping down my hair, and I dried my body with the towel. I applied lotion on my body, and shortly I wore my clothes. After that, I walked out of my room toward the direction of the dining room. Jerome seems to have been recovering, but I knew that didn't mean anything since he would be dying soon. I knew that things wouldn't always go as I wanted them to, but I would do everything within my power to get done what I was sent to do. I have already mastered all the ways in the pack, and I was glad for that tour that I went on the pack with a maid. The maid was very polite, and she found ways to answer all my questions without any complaint, and am glad for that. I made my way into the dining hall, and I sat at the back. I could feel all eyes on me, but I didn't care. I knew that all this wouldn't matter to me anymore since I would be leaving soon. Jerome's recovery was something I didn't want to happen, but I had no choice over that. The food was soon served, and I dug in. The atmosphere was once again lively after we started eating. I couldn't help but wonder what would happen if things were to change. I knew that this place would soon be in distress or all that I have in stock. No one would be able to eat any food after tomorrow. The Alpha's mate would die, and I would be happy about that. I rushed my food with the intention of getting things done. I knew that I would have to feed Jerome a cup of tea before I put the drugs in him. I will make sure that no one suspects me after I'm done with him. I knew that I would be easily caught if things turned out to be drastic. I won't be able to escape alive. I walked out of the dining hall with a smile on my face. I knew that this will be the last time I set foot in the hall. And not only that this will be the last time I will be in this pack. I knew if it weren't for Jerome, I wouldn't have been allowed in this pack. I knew that there was nothing left for me here, and I might only come to this funeral if I was informed. I knocked on the door, and I pushed the door open after I was ushered into the room by Jerome. I made my way toward him with a smile on my face. "Good morning, Jerome," I said, and he smiled at me. "Good morning. How was your night?" he asked, staring at me, and I rolled my eyes. "It was splendid, and yours?" I asked with a raised eyebrow, and he chuckled before replying. He has been able to move his body parts and can now sit down on the bed himself. He seems to be recovering fast, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was because he was a highly ranked werewolf. "Have you eaten?" I asked, and he shook his head sideways. I was told by Erica that you would be bringing my food, he said, and I smiled at him before replying. I will go get your food, but I have something to say to you, I said with a pause, and I stared at him, making sure that he was listening to me with rapt attention. I will be leaving soon, I said to him, and he stared at me with shock, not believing my words. What? He exclaimed, and I rolled my eyes. Wait, this section by Dwaytmate. Do you forget so soon? I asked, staring at him with a smile on my face. No, I didn't. How can I forget about that? I thought you would be leaving in the evening, he said, and I chuckled. I can't leave in the evening. I will have to do a lot of things at home. I was only given 2 days off, and I was expected to come back early this morning. I lied, and he nodded his head understandingly. You don't have to be sad. I will give you a gift, and I will bring it with your food, I said, and his eyes lit up with joy. I knew he was happy that I would be giving him something before leaving. We have been close these days, and I can tell that he trusts me so much, unlike his mate, who seems to be jealous of us every second. And I was happy with the attention I was getting from his mate. I will be back soon, I said, and I walked out of the room with a smirk on my face. My eyes glinted with mischief as I walked toward the direction of the kitchen. I knew the way to the Pack's kitchen, and it's all thanks to the maid who gave me a tour around the place. I have been the one who always takes his food to his room since I arrived, and I have been doing all jobs that have to do with Jerome. I would be the one to wash his clothes, and his mate would feed him. I'm not interested in feeding him, and any time he is hungry, I will tell his mate, and she will come to feed him. But it has been different now. He had been eating himself, and not only that, he had been the one taking care of himself. But I still insist on being the one who takes care of his food. I walked into the kitchen, and I put some water in the pot for heating. I prepared the ingredients for the coffee in a cup, and I added the remaining poison after looking left and right to make sure no one was around. I have been adding some to his food, and I made sure it was not noticeable, which is why I have Erica feed him, and she also eats from the food sometimes. I knew that if anything was to happen, it would happen to both of them, and I would be happy with that. I was done making the coffee, and after that, I poured it into a cup and put it inside a bag. Where's the alphas mate food? I asked the maid, who was about to enter the kitchen. I have always referred Jerome to it. I knew it would be disrespectful of me to call Jerome by his name, even though I might call him that when we are alone. I knew that the medicine would take effect today, and I needed to be away from this pack by then. I carried the bag. I left the kitchen. I walked toward the ward Jerome was in. I gave him the food, and I indicated that the coffee was his gift. I left the room and packed my things, ready to go back to my pack. I was feeling worried that things might go south since I poisoned his drink. I feel worried about the whole thing, but I tried hard to conceal it. I carried my things to Jerome's room, and I walked out of his room after telling him that I was going to inform Erica about my departure. I told Erica that I would be leaving now, and she was surprised about it, but she gave orders to the guards at the border to let me go. I will be leaving now, I said to Jerome, and a tear escaped my eyes knowing that he would be no more. I knew that he thought I was crying because I would miss him, but that's a big lie. I will miss you, he said as he cleaned the tears that rolled down my eyes. Bye, I will come by later, I said as I hugged him briefly before walking out of the room. I walked away hurriedly after I was out of the pack. Chapter 78 Erica. It was hard for me to accept Mabel into the pack, but I had no choice but to do that. I noticed that something suspicious was going on with Mabel, but there is nothing I can do to justify that. I know that Jerome won't believe me if I say it, but I have no choice but to keep it to myself. Although Mabel has been helping me these days, I couldn't help but feel worried that something was going to happen. I shrugged it off my mind with the intention that I may be hallucinating about the whole thing. Here I am in my office, trying to focus on the paperwork that is in front of me, and am finding it hard to concentrate. My eyes were furrowed as a frown was plastered on my face. I felt the need and urge to visit Jerome, which I have been trying to ignore. It has been hard for me to know that his ex-fiancé is here with the pack and that he approves of her joining it. It was hard for me to let her stay in the pack, and not only that, for her to tend to him. I have been limiting the way the two of them interact with each other. I have been the one feeding Jerome instead of her. I don't trust her to be calm after their breakup, but now that she is gone, I finally have peace of mind. Alpha, something is wrong with your mate. I'd heard the distressing voice of one of the pack nurses. I stood up immediately, and I dashed out of the room with a frown on my face. I do not understand why I was feeling worried earlier. A new wave of panic rushed into my veins as I rushed toward the direction of the pack's infirmary. My whole body was filled with worriedness as I scaled the stairs and rushed into Jerome's ward. What the hell is going on? I yelled immediately after I got in. I look up and see Jerome groaning in pain, and I can't help but wonder what's going on. I felt my eyes getting teary as I stared at him. I couldn't help but wonder what was going on. There seems to be something wrong, and I knew with no doubt that he was going through a lot. Alpha, he had been poisoned, the pack's doctor said, and my eyes bulged out with shock, not knowing what to say or do. It came as a shock to me, and I couldn't help but wonder what was going on. It wasn't what I wanted, and I couldn't help but wonder who had poisoned him. What do you mean by saying he was poisoned? I asked, staring at the pack's doctor. He was poisoned days ago, and he was also poisoned today, she explained, and I stared at her, not knowing what to say. I looked at him, and he was unconscious, but he couldn't stop groaning in pain, and I could see blood oozing out of his nostrils. I felt my eyes turn red, and all I wanted at that moment was to kill the person who caused it all. What is the cause of his poisoning? I asked as I tried hard to keep my wolf from taking over my body. I knew things would be distracting if my wolf were to take over my body. Food poisoning, she replied, and I knew with no doubt that the person responsible is Mabel, but I tried hard not to think of it. I knew that it wouldn't be good if I accused her falsely without any proof. I knew that Jerome wouldn't be happy with that. I swore to make the person responsible for it pay dearly for it. There seems to be nothing in my mind other than to kill the person who had wanted to kill my mate. The person would be killed for treason. I will make sure the person suffers before dying. I will make sure the person regrets all that he or she has done. I knew that the person might be one of the maids in this pack. Do you have any clue on what he ate today that was poisoned? I asked as I stared at the pack's doctor intently with a killing intent on my face. You might want to check this out, the pack doctor said, and she handed me a cup that had a small quantity of coffee inside. I knew instantly who was responsible for this. No one except Mabel prepared coffee for him in this pack except Mabel. She had always been preparing that for him in their old pack when they were still dating, but she did it in this pack too. Jerome didn't inform me about his liking for coffee, and I know about it from Mabel. I knew that she must have used the poison on him for two reasons. The first is because he broke up with her, and the other might be because she was sent by the council member who was responsible for all that. I now know the reason she left the pack early today. She seems to be in a hurry. I clenched my fist angrily, and my knuckles turned white. I clenched my teeth together, making a creaking sound. I have made up my mind to bring her back to the pack with pain. I will make sure she regrets what she has done. Have you found a way to get that out of his system? I asked, staring at her with a worried look on my face. Yes, I have found a way, but I decided to inform you before any commencement, she said. And with that, I walked out of the ward for them to start with the treatment. I want 5 of you to assemble the horses, and 4 of you will be following me, I said as I hurriedly walked toward the direction of the pack's border. I climbed onto the horse, which was tied to a tree, and with that, I took off, not wanting for those that I had told to follow me. Bring a rope along with you, I said to them, and with that, I took off with great speed. Chapter 79. Mabel. I wasn't expecting Erica to know about me being the one so soon, but I was expecting this. I knew sooner or I would be caught by her, but I wasn't expecting it to be this soon. I could hear the sound of a horse approaching from a distance, and I knew that there was no way to escape anymore. I felt adrenaline pumping through my veins. So I increased my speed. I ran through the thick bush with fear evident in my eyes. I ducked down under a branch of a tree with great speed that I didn't know I possessed. My eyes were filled with tears, and I was sweating. I knew that there was no way I would be able to escape from Erica and her cohorts. I knew this would be the end of me, but I was glad that Jerome would be coming with me. I will not bat an eye at him after life. He made me do all this, and now his mate is after me. What was I even expecting? I have made a great mistake by poisoning him, but I am glad for that. I will make sure I pay him back in full for what he has done to me, and now I'm content that I was able to make that come true. I knew that there was no way I would be able to escape from Erica, and I don't have a chance to outrun her in human form. I decided to drop my bag and shift into my wolf form, not caring about it. I knew that there was no way I would be able to go back since Erica knew I was behind everything, and there was no way the alpha of my pack would allow me back into the pack after learning of what I had done. I knew that hurting Jerome had warranted Eric as anger, but I don't care, all I want is revenge, and I have finally gotten it. I knew for sure that there was no way the poison would have been extracted from his veins. I knew that I would be caught up with, but I won't give it to you. I won't give Erica the chance to bully me again. Not anymore. She bullied me with her position as an alpha, and she used that as a leverage to get Jerome in her clutches. But I have gotten him back and he belongs to me again. Jerome's life belongs to me, and I have decided to take it, and I won't let her have a slight chance of victory. I ran through the bush as fast as I could while dodging trees at intervals, taking turns not knowing where I was headed. I haven't been confused in my entire life like I am now. I knew that this would catch up with me, but I don't expect it to be soon. I knew that I would die if I got caught by Erica, but I still went on with the plan. I knew that I was feeling confident about the whole thing before, but now I feel scared. I feel scared that I might lose my life. I feel scared that things will go differently from what I have always wished for. I knew it wouldn't be easy to get things back to the way they were before. There is no way I can undo things. Soon I ran to a dead end, and I cowled and helped but sigh heavily seeing the cliff in front of me. My body went cold instantly. I took a peek over the cliff. I cowled and helped but sigh sadly knowing that I had been caught up with. I knew that things would be disastrous. I could hear the sound of the horse getting closer, and I closed my eyes, waiting for the next thing to happen. My eyes were closed as I waited for what would happen next. You have nowhere to run now. Mabel, shift, I heard Erica say in a cold voice, with dangerous aura emitting from her body, adding to her demeanor. You have made a grave mistake by trying to kill Jerome. You will be killed just like the law of treason, I heard her say, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine imagining the scenario. I tried hard to mask the fear I have, and I chuckled with a satisfied smile on my face. That doesn't scare me. I know that you're going to do that. I knew what the law of treason is, and that's death by hanging, but I'm not fazed by that. I muttered with a strong look on my face. I'm glad it doesn't. Go get her. Tie her to the rope, and give me the end of the rope, she said, and I stared at her with a shocked look on my face. I wasn't expecting this from her, and I knew what she was trying to do. She was going to have to be tied to a rope, and then she would ride on the horse. She would drag me back all the way to her pack. My blood went cold at the thought of what she was about to do. My eyes were filled with unshed tears, but I managed to bottle it all in. Jerome caused everything from the start. He shouldn't have fallen in love with her at the beginning. All this could have been avoided. He wouldn't have been wanted dead, but now he is going to die. He was wanted dead by the head of the Werewolf Council. I knew that Erica would want to torture me into telling her who sent me, but I have made up my mind to keep my mouth shut. I won't give her any chance to know about the person who wanted Jerome dead. I have a feeling that Jerome is not dead, but I plan on finding that out. I will find out that soon. Chapter 80. Erica. I ride the horse faster than before, filled with anger, not caring if I am hurting her. I had the rope in my hand, and I kept dragging it with my hands. I knew that she would be in a lot of pain because my hands were hurting, which was caused by the force I was using to drag him. She kept screaming with pain as I dragged her toward my pack, and I didn't bat an eyelash at her screaming of pain. I knew that she was ruthless in trying to kill Jerome. And not only that she was confident, she doesn't seem to reject the person who told her to poison him. Where I had caught up with her was far from my pack. And that made me more happy because she would be in a lot of pain before we went to my pack. I knew that there was no way she wouldn't feel the pains that were being inflicted on her by the road. "Are you all right?" I heard Victoria's voice ask in the mind, Link, with worriedness etched in her tone. I knew that she had heard about the whole thing and was worried about me. But what does she take me for? "Will you be all right if your mate was poisoned?" I replied coldly, not caring about her feelings. "I don't want you to do something you will regret later. Erica, don't do something stupid. You should calm yourself down right hard to control your anger," she said again through the mind, Link. And I groaned angrily, not stopping for once. "You don't tell me what to do as an alpha," I replied coldly again, and I blocked the mind, Link. I turned to look at her for a second, and I could see blood gushing out of her body. She was in a lot of pain, but I didn't care about all that, and I was satisfied with her groans of pain. Her groans and pain didn't satisfy me like I wanted they cowed and help fill the anger that I have toward her in my heart. My eyes were filled with anger, and there was nothing I could hear that would make me stop myself from killing her. I knew that Jerome wouldn't want me to kill her, but I have no choice but to do that. My eyes were filled with evil intent toward Mabel, and so was my heart. There was nothing else that I wanted other than to make her cry and make her plead for her life before killing her. I will make sure that she pays dearly for causing Jerome pain. Soon we arrived at the pack, and I climbed down from the horse, still clenching onto the rope that was tied to Mabel. I knew that there was no way I was letting things slide by anymore. I will make sure she is punished in front of the whole pack to serve as a warning to them if they want to do something similar to what she has done. I knew that I would have to gather the whole pack at the pack square. "I want every member of this pack to be assembled at the pack square," I said through the mind, Link with a firm tone. I knew that my parents must have heard about the whole thing since my betas were already aware of all this. I couldn't help but wonder why my parents haven't mind linked me to talk about what happened. I knew that there was no way I would listen to them, and I would brush them off coldly, with an interested look in my eyes. I felt like something was amiss with me for not hearing them show their concern for Jerome. It felt like I had been abandoned by them, and thinking about it hurt me. There was nothing that I felt now other than anger, which was directed toward Mabel. I felt like this was caused by Jerome. He wouldn't have been poisoned if he didn't trust her. I told him that I wouldn't be letting her into this pack, but he ignored me. He made me look like a fool, and now this is the cause. Things had changed dramatically, and it was all caused by Jerome. He wouldn't have been hurt if he hadn't placed his trust in her. I felt my anger suddenly getting multiplied, and I walked toward Mabel with a killing intent on my face. I grabbed her by her collar, and I started punching her face. I kept on punching her face while making sure that there was no other person there with me. I wanted to find out who sent her, and I didn't want anyone to know that I knew about a member of the council who was responsible for all that had happened. "Who sent you?" I asked coldly as I stared at her with a frown on my face. "You don't have to know," she replied coyly, and I stared at her for a while, not knowing what to say. I knew that she wouldn't want to tell me who sent her unless I approached her in another way. "Do you want revenge on him because he left me for you?" I asked, staring at her, wanting to take note of her expression. But she didn't change it, and I knew that she was the one with the idea to poison him. But she later agreed to everything. I knew that someone like her was to be trusted, but I felt like this was nothing but the truth. Or perhaps it was because you and I were sent by someone and you agreed to it to be able to get revenge, I said, and I could see the shocked look that was changing on her face. "You must be sent by a member of the Werewolf Council," I said, a smirk dancing on my lips as I whispered that into her ear. "How do you know?" she asked with a quivering voice. "I was told by him that he had set you up. He wanted you dead, and he had told me beforehand. He gave me the antidote. He wanted you to be used as a sacrificial lamb. He wanted you out of the way for the two of us to be together." I muttered slowly, making sure that my words sank into her ears. The look on her face turned Turner red with anger immediately after knowing that she had been tricked. I knew there was no way she would believe my words. I felt angry knowing that she was sent by the council member, but I had to keep my cool to be able to extort the information that I needed from her. How dare Alpha Otis? How dare he? He is such a despicable son of a bitch, she said, and my eyes went agape, not knowing what to do or say. Chapter 81 Erica. It came as a huge shock to me to know that it was Alpha Otis that was behind it all. I knew that I should have been expecting all this before, but I didn't see it coming. I knew that I would be shocked if I found out who was responsible, but I was way more shocked than I thought. I knew that I had a hunch that he might be the one, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. I had thought that since he was the head of the council, he wouldn't be the one. I stared at Mabel with my mouth wide open, not knowing what to do or say to her. I knew that things didn't go as I wanted and that they might continue this way. I knew that he was the only one who would be after Jerome. I knew that he would have some of the council members and some of the alphas backing him up. I felt like there was something hidden from both of us, and I knew that there would have to be a secret behind what the head of the council was doing. I knew that there would have to be a secret regarding Jerome being attacked constantly by the head of the council. I knew that there was no way he would be attacked without any reason. I knew that the reason might be connected to his being. I knew that the council leader would know who he might be, and how powerful he might be, which would endanger Jerome's life. I knew that things weren't going smoothly after I discovered that the head council was responsible for all that had been happening. My eyes were filled with different emotions, not knowing what to say or do. You don't have to worry, I will do just as he wants. You should not have taken it upon yourself to hurt my mate. You have made a terrible mistake by doing that, I said as I stared at her bitterly and angrily. I still wasn't able to wrap my head around what had been recently. It was like things were getting dirtier than I thought. I feel like the council leader has something to do with Jerome's inability to regain his memory. I knew that I would have to take things slowly, and that's what I'm going to do. I will make sure that things don't get out of hand. I knew that I would have to focus on one thing at a time. I will have to do things equally and then worry about what will happen next. I knew that I would have to come up with a new strategy. I stared at Mabel, knowing that she was being used as a pawn and a sacrifice. I knew that the head of the council knew about this, but he decided to go ahead with it. I sighed heavily as I stared at her, knowing that there was nothing I could do to help or save her. I knew that she had chosen her path and would have to pay for it. She will pay for every attempt to hurt Jerome. I will make sure that the leader of the Werewolf Council also pays dearly for that. I will make sure things don't happen like that anymore. I carried her off the ground, ignoring the emotions I was feeling. I knew that I would have to continue with what the head of the Werewolf Council wanted, which was to make him think I was aware. I will make sure that no harm befalls Jerome. I will make sure that he is kept safe forever. I knew that I wouldn't be able to bear losing him. I tried hard to focus on what was going on right now. I tried hard to make things right, and I knew that I would have to use Mabel as a pawn in my own game. I will make sure the head of the Werewolf Council doesn't have a slight chance of knowing that everything was known to me already. I knew that would force him to change his plans, which I don't want. I carried her to the pack square, and I could see the pack members aligned there. They were all waiting patiently for me to come up the podium. My parents and my beta were there also. They were all standing on the podium waiting for what I would do next. I mind-linked the guard to chain her down, and they did. I knew that there was no way she would be able to escape, even without the chain. Her head was turned upside down, and she was staring directly into the eyes of those who were present. I knew that it would be hard for her to be like this, and I knew that I wouldn't be able to torture her in front of the whole pack. But I knew they would see the evidence of my torture on her. My whole body was covered with blood, and it was that of Mabel. I knew that those who were present would know that they would be tortured and killed like I would do to Mabel. You all are here to witness the trail of a betrayal. She attacked my mate and will suffer the wrath. She had poisoned my friend, and she will pay for it. The punishment for treason is death. This is to warn those out there who have it in mind to attack my mate. I said with a cold look on my face, knowing that there will still be more of them who want to hurt him. This should serve as a warning to you all who want to hurt him. You will end up like her if you try to hurt my mate, I said, and I took a sword from a guard who was standing on the podium. I walked toward her with a straight face, wanting nothing other than to kill him that minute. I wanted nothing other than revenge. And I knew that people wouldn't have wanted to kill her so soon. I would have wanted to torture her and do more damage to her. I raised my sword up to stab her, but I stopped after I smelled the scent of blood, and I could feel my heart stop beating. I noticed that the scent of the blood wasn't that of Mabel but that of Jerome. "Stop," I heard Jerome's voice say, and I froze in shock immediately. Chapter 80 to Jerome. It came as a huge shock to me to know that I had been poisoned by Mabel. I knew that she had poisoned me due to the fact that I had broken her heart to be with Erica. I knew I was at fault for that, but I didn't expect her to be this extreme. I had thought that she was just like every other normal person. She had masked her true character all this while, and now she had made everything known to me. I knew that there was nothing I could do about it other than accept all this. I knew that this could have been avoided if I didn't try to be with Erica, but I have no choice but to be with my mate. I knew that she might think I was doing all this because of Erica's status in the pack, but I'm not. I loved her genuinely, and I will do everything for her. I have never felt this way toward anyone before, but now I do. I knew that all this was nothing compared to the feelings I will have toward Erica after I had marked her. I felt my heart ache as I groaned in pain while rolling on the bed, not knowing what to do or say. My throat was dry, and all I could think of was drinking water. I knew that she was the one who poisoned me, and that was because of the way she behaved earlier today. I could feel my heart beating rapidly. I stared around the room, trying to figure out where the water was. I knew that there was no way I would be left alone without water. I could feel the state of my body, and I knew that my body was weak. I feel like I want to apologize to Mabel for what I have done. I feel like this was my own punishment for breaking up with her. I knew that I was at fault because I had reassured her that nothing would happen to me, but that changed. I knew that she was here to get revenge for that. My eyes were filled with an unknown emotion as I stared at the white ceilings. I could still remember the scenario when she was about to leave. She told me that she has no choice, and when I asked her about it, she replied that she has no choice but to leave early. I now know what she was trying to say, and I feel myself getting sad about the whole thing. I knew that she had placed her trust in me, but I betrayed it. I knew that if I were her, I would have strangled the person who had promised me all that. But she poisoned me, and here I am still alive with nothing wrong with me. I knew that things wouldn't be good, but I have no choice other than to get things done myself. I feel like things will change soon, and I can feel that something is wrong. I looked around the room, trying to spot the cup of water, and I sighed in relief as soon as I saw it. I felt happy, and I carried the bottle with a shaky hand, and while I was doing that, my hand hit the glass cup that was beside it, falling it down. I knew with no doubt that there would be someone here within minutes to come and check what was going on. But nevertheless, I grabbed the bottle and opened it with shaky hands. I drank the water from the bottle, and within seconds I was done drinking the entire content of the bottle. I belched as I sighed weakly, wanting to know why anyone was here. I feel like all this has a reason for happening. I knew that the whole infirmary was deserted, and I knew that there was no one here. I feel like they all went somewhere. I staggered up with a deep groan, and I made my way toward the door. I tripped and fell, hitting my head on the iron that was used to hold the bed. I could feel blood seeping out of my head, and I sighed heavily while staring around the room. I was looking for a bandage and a spirit to take care of the wound on my head. I walked toward the first aid box that was in the room and was hanging on the wall. I leaned up as I took the things I would need. I tend to bandage the wound on my head gently, and I was about to do so when I heard the voice of Mabel through the mind link. "Please help me, I'm sorry for what I did to you. It wasn't intentional," she said through the mind link with a voice filled with panic. My body jolted up hearing her voice, and I felt my heart melt. And all I could think of doing at that moment was to help her. I'm willing to do anything to save her from whatever was happening. "Please come to the pack where Erica is about to kill me," she added in a distressful voice, and I felt my heart stop beating instantly. I didn't know that Erica would find out what was going on. I had thought that she wouldn't be aware of it. I felt my breath hitch immediately, knowing what Erica was capable of. The pains I was feeling in my body disappeared that instant, and all I could think of was saving her from Erica. I knew that Erica had wanted to kill her due to the fact that she had poisoned me. I will be there in a jiffy, you don't have to worry. I will try all my possible best to save you from her. I muttered back, "Good," as I made my way out of the room while writhing in pain. Panic shot through my body as I knew that the longer I stalled while trying to get there, the more she would be in danger. I knew that she would be killed soon, and I might be the only one to stop her from killing him. I rushed to the packed square, not minding the pain that shot through my body. "Stop," I shouted with horror as I watched the scene unfold itself. I couldn't believe that she was about to be killed. Erica had raised the sword to kill her, but I was there to stop her just in time. I could see blood dripping down Mabel's body as her body was torn. I felt my heart squeeze with pain, not knowing what to say or do. Chapter 83. Mabel. I knew that the only person I could rely on right now was Jerome. I knew that he was the only one who could save me right now. There is no way I won't be killed by Erica, but I knew that she might want to reconsider her actions if Jerome were here. I knew that calling him out might not be the best option, but that's the only thing I can resort to right now. He is the only one who can save me. I knew that there was no way Alpha Otis would want to get involved in all of this. I knew that he had warned me not to get caught, and getting caught is dangerous. I have no idea that Erica knew about the whole thing all along, and she had the idea that I would drug him. I feel like she was being too extreme on me after they had set me up. I knew that if I was to escape from all this, I would have to use Jerome as help. He is the only one that can be of help to me right now. I knew that if I was to trust or believe in Alpha Otis, then things might get scarier than I thought. I knew that he had told me that he might save me or might not, but seeing the change in the look of things, I knew there was no way he would be saving me. I knew that it would be hard for him to save him, especially because he had set me up. I don't know why I still had some faith in him that he might save me, but I knew that was all a lie since he set me up. I knew that even if I was killed by Erica, then those who were present would kill me, and I was scared about it, but I tried hard to hide it. "Jerome, you need to be fast." I urged him to come as quickly as he could so that I wouldn't be killed. I was scared, and sweat kept dripping down my body as my body shook vigorously. I was shocked at how my body was reacting, but I knew that nothing could stop it from reacting like that. It was my intention to be caught, but there is nothing I can do about it anymore. "Stop," I heard Jerome's voice say. I just felt the tip of the sword touch my skin. I felt my body freeze with shock as I opened my eyes. I could see my blood at the tip of the sword, and I couldn't help but feel sad about the whole thing. I was glad that he came just in time to stop her from decapitating my head. I was glad he came into that picture at the right time, but I still suffered some minor injuries from the sword, and I knew I would be healed completely within an hour. I knew that I might have somehow managed to cheat death now, but I knew that wouldn't be possible forever. I knew that Erica wouldn't want to let me live like this, as she would want to go by her principles. I knew that I should not be afraid of death anymore, but I am. It felt like things were turning against me, and I knew that if not for Jerome, I would have been dead by now and everything would have turned to history. I was glad that he still managed to stand up for me even after everything. I was glad that he didn't change like others would have done. I knew that I had wanted to kill him earlier, but he didn't wish me death in the same way I had wanted him dead. I knew that I had a chance to turn myself in, but I was too blinded with anger to know about that. I knew that it wouldn't be easy to get things done for everyone, but I also knew that if I managed to escape from here, I would work my butt off to repay the favors of the person who had saved me. I knew that the person most likely to save me is none other than Jerome. I knew that he would be considerate enough of me to let me off the hook. I will be glad for that, but I knew that might be impossible. I knew that if it was to be Jerome alone, then I would live, but seeing Erica, who wanted me dead, made me fearful. I knew that the head of the Werewolf Council wouldn't be here to help me since I was about to be killed. It is late already, and I might get killed any minute from now. I knew that there was little Jerome could do to save me. I knew that it would be hard for him to save me alone, and it would have been easy if Alpha Otis would appear right now, but I knew that he wouldn't be showing up. I don't know why I decided to accept Alpha Otis's offer. I knew that I would still be in the MH pack, living peacefully. If Alpha Otis didn't come into the picture. We need to talk, Erica said, and she gave the sword to one of the guards. I felt my seized breath that I don't know I had been holding in for a while now leave my nostril peacefully. I knew that Erica was going to talk him into letting her kill me. I knew that if I were Erica, I would have killed her by now. I knew that there was no way I would allow someone who had poisoned my friend to go freely, and that's what Erica was going to do. I knew that he would be talked into killing me, and even though I knew that might not be true, I knew it might come through. I don't want something like that to happen. After what seemed like hours but was only a few minutes, Erica walked out of the house they had both walked into, and she walked up to me with a smirk on her face. I will continue from where I stopped, I heard her say, and I felt my body freeze with shock. Not knowing what to do, Erica collected the sword from the guard. I knew that there was no way I'm cheating death this time, and that I closed my eyes waiting impatiently for her to kill me. Chapter 84 Jerome. I was shocked to know that Erica has the guts to kill Mabel even after I have told her not to. I was angry with her, and I have promised myself not to forgive her again. I knew that there was no way I would be with the killer of my best friend. I knew that there was no way I would be able to live peacefully with her. Mabel had mind linked me with the hope that I would save her. But no, I didn't. I was sad that I wasn't reliable. And when I was needed by my best friend, I was there. I was happy with all that. But there was nothing I could do or say about it. I knew that she had used her alpha position on me, and this had put me in a vulnerable position. It hurt me to know that I am not as powerful as she is. She had made me look like a fool. I had promised Mabel that I would save her, but instead I did nothing. I watched as she killed him with a sad look on my face. I knew that she would continue using her alpha powers over me. I knew that her being the alpha of the pack put her in a position where I could not make any decisions. I knew that if I relied on my Lycan's power, things would change, but I'm not ready for that. I knew that it would only make things look like I was no different from her. I knew that I could have been able to stop her if I had been able to control my wolf side like I should have. It hurt me to know that I'm nothing compared to her and that she will do anything she likes or anything she wants with me. I knew that it was not a favorable condition, but I have nothing to do to stop that. I was close to tears as I watched her kill Mabel from afar. I knew that I should leave the place because I wouldn't be able to bear to watch the scene, but I knew not to leave. I knew that all I needed to do was find a way to go back to my pack. I knew that things wouldn't be easy and that Erica would keep taking advantage of me. I knew that me being her mate doesn't change anything, and that really hurt me. It doesn't sit well with me to know that my mate doesn't want anything to do with me, and she doesn't want me to have anything with her pack. I staggered back to my room, not bothering to go back to the hospital. My mind was in shock, and I couldn't comprehend what had just happened a few minutes ago. It hurt me to know that I couldn't complete my promise to her. I knew that she had been promised many things by me, but I couldn't get any of them done. I had thought that I would be able to get what I had promised her done, but I couldn't. It hurt me, but I knew it would be hard for me to gather myself back. I knew that I had been attached to Erica more than I have ever been to anyone else, and I knew that was why it was hard for me to believe that she would do such a thing. I knew that I wouldn't be able to let her go easily, and I also knew that she had done nothing wrong. I knew that she must have killed her for some reason that is best known to her. I knew that there should be no reason for her to kill her, but I strongly believe there must be a reason. I sighed heavily as I made my way toward the bathroom to have my bath. I had a bath, and I took my time in the bathroom. I washed all the blood stains that were on my body away, and after that, I walked out of the bathroom with a frown on my face. My head was pounding heavily, and all I could think of was doing something to make it all stop. I knew that it wouldn't be easy with things around, but I will have to do something. I sat on my bed with my hand on my chin. I was lost in thoughts, and I knew that it would take a while for me to get rid of the image that was popping up in my head. I heard a knock on the door, and I knew that Erica must be the one who was at the door. I was going to let her in. I'm going to let her feel the pain of being ignored. I'm going to make her pay for that. I knew that since she was my mate. I wouldn't be able to hold grudges against her for long. I knew that I would be affected by the romantic bond, which would make me forgive her easily. I knew that it would also be harder for me since I have accepted her as my mate. Erica opened the door after seeing that I wasn't answering her. She walked into the room, and she shut the door behind her. She walked toward me with an unexplainable expression, and I was angry to even notice that. I don't care about all that. And all I wanted at that moment was to scold her for doing what she did today. Why are you here? You want to talk to me after you killed my best friend, I said as I stared at her angrily while glaring daggers at her. I came here to talk to you about Mabel. She started, and I stared at her angrily, not believing that she would come here to taunt me about killing my best friend. You want to taunt me about killing my best friend? I said as I stood up from where I was sitting while glaring murderously at her. She will have died anyway if I don't kill her. She consumed more poison than you do, Erica said, and I stared at her with confusion, not knowing what to do or say. She knew she would be caught, and she begged me to kill her. She wanted to pin everything on me after knowing that you are alive. She wanted to make it look like I killed her, Erica added as I stared at her. You are lying, I retorted angrily. I'm not. She was sent by a member of the council. She knew that she would die in the hands of the werewolf council member at the end. She knew that you both would be dead at the end, and that's why she chose to do that. I have the identity of the werewolf council member who sent her, Erica explained. Chapter 85. Erica flashback. You think things are working the way you want, right? You don't have to worry. I have consumed some poison. Even if you don't kill me, I will die eventually. You should take killing me as an opportunity for you to get back at me, Mabel said to me with a smirk on her face. What do you know? All this would happen and you still proceeded with the plan. You want to hurt the person that you have been with for long without battling an eyelash, I said, staring at her in disbelief, and she chuckled. He hurt me by not considering my feelings. He will pay for that, and you should worry less also, because I will make him turn his back at you, Mabel said to me, and I stared at her confused. I was shocked to know that even after everything she doesn't feel remorseful about all that she had done. I was happy with that, but I knew that there was no way I would be able to get my revenge on her. She had everything planned out. She knew there was no way I'm not going to kill her today. She knew that I would have no choice but to go as she had planned. I knew that there was no way I would be able to stop myself from killing her. I will kill you and your plans won't work, I said with a stern look on my face as I stared at her. Flashback ended. She was only trying to wedge a breakup between the both of us. She wanted us to be apart for the person who sent her to kill you to be able to take you down, I said to Jerome, and he stared at me with a shocked look on his face. No, that can't be true. Mabel can't do such a thing. She would never do that. She isn't possibly do that. You are only trying to find an excuse for your behavior, Jerome said as he stared at me with a surprised look on his face. I knew for a fact that he wouldn't believe me, but I knew not to push him further. I knew that Mabel had won him over and that he wouldn't believe any word of mine. Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? You can believe what you want, but that won't change the truth. It won't change the truth that Mabel almost had you killed and that SHS was only doing what she was doing. She wanted you dead, I said with grimace. You don't think that will make me believe you? Jerome replied, and I chuckled. I knew that there was no way he was going to believe me, and I knew that things won't end up the way I want. I don't care whether you believe me or not, but that is the truth. You can't hide from the truth, I said to him, and with that I walked out of his room. You said you have known the identity of the person who was after me all this while I heard him ask when I got to the door. I stopped walking and I turned to look at him with a small smile on my face. I had thought that it would take me a while to be able to get him back to his old self, but I was shocked to know that he would believe me easily. I knew that the mate bond must be the one responsible for that, and I was glad for it. The person is Alpha Otis, the man who had directed the dualized eyebrow. That explains why she came to me before the duel could go further. She told me to quit, but I told her I can't. She must have been sent by him, Jerome explained, and I nodded my head as I started thinking of what to do. She must have been informed by him to come get you to stop fighting in the duel, I said to him, and he nodded his head slowly. I knew that it must be hard for him to know he was betrayed by his best friend who he had once considered his lover. I knew that I should be happy about all that was happening since Mabel is no more, but am not. I was happy with the fact that my mate was almost killed by his best friend. Things would be better now since we have known our enemy. All we need to do now is to find a perfect plan to outrun our enemy. We won't alert him that we know of his identity already, I said, to Jerome, who nodded his head. I will do everything needed so you don't have to worry. We will be going on a trip in 2 weeks' time, I sighed to him, and he stared at me with a raised eyebrow. I knew that he was confused about what we were going to do. I knew that he might find it hard to trust me, but I was hoping that the mate bond we shared would make that possible. We will be going there undercover. Alpha Otis would think that was a perfect plan to abduct me, and that is because I will send him a letter with another person's identity, I started, and I could see the look of disbelief on his face. I will send him a letter with the identity of an alpha to him. I would make him believe that I'm in love with Alpha Erica me, and I will propose we work together. He would agree. I will feed him some information, and you will have to get caught in others for the plan to work. I will then come to the place where you are being held hostage after I had killed all the guards there, replacing them with my men. He will wait for me at the place, and then I will kill him for abducting you, I said at me with a shocked expression on his face. I won't be going with your plans. I won't let you kill me. You want to get me killed with your stupid plan, and you think I will go with your plan, Jerome voiced out as he stood up from where he was seated with an angry look on his face. I knew that he wouldn't want to trust me on this, and I was hoping that it wouldn't take him long. I knew that I can't just attack the leader of the Werewolf Council based on what Mabel had said. Hi everyone. Today's novel focuses on the temptation and cost of power. Otis, in his quest to seize the leadership of the Werewolf Council, spares no heed in killing friends and betraying family. Yet, his ambition draws the combined counterattack of Jerome and Erica. As Jerome seeks revenge, he gradually comprehends his father's past choices, and Erica is willing to do anything to protect Jerome, who will triumph in this power struggle. Let's explore the truths behind this power together. Chapter I Texas Otis. The news of Mabel's demise reached my ears, just as I had anticipated. Her role as a pawn in my intricate game was always destined to end this way. I felt a sense of relief wash over me, knowing that she had taken my secrets to her grave, leaving Erica blissfully unaware of my machinations. Had Erica discovered my involvement, her fierce temperament and hatred for betrayal would have undoubtedly led to a confrontation. I continued to shadow her movements, ensuring my clandestine operations remained hidden from her keen senses. Mabel's unwavering loyalty and flawless execution of her duties brought a smile to my face. Her discretion had preserved the integrity of my plans, allowing me to proceed to the next phase of my strategy. As I contemplated my next move, I recalled the unexpected arrival of a new pawn in my intricate web of deceit, one who had willingly entangled himself in my schemes. Titus, an ambitious alpha with an insatiable thirst for power and authority, had been corresponding with me about his desire to eliminate Jerome and claim Erica as his own. His pack's potential merger with Erica's would create a formidable force, a prospect I found utterly unacceptable. I silently vowed to thwart his plans and ultimately dispose of him once he had served his purpose in my grand design. The Alpha had proven to be a valuable source of intelligence, informing me of his surveillance on Jerome and Erica. He revealed their impending journey to a neighboring pack in today's time, where his men lay in wait to ambush them. Titus proposed a rendezvous at my hideout the following day to finalize our strategy. As I pondered this meeting, I couldn't help but marvel at the intricate dance of manipulation and betrayal that was unfolding before me, each player unwittingly contributing to my ultimate goal. I will go with everything he has planned out, but I will make sure I get everything ready to kill him. I knew that I couldn't trust someone like him. I don't know how he got the information that I was the one who sent those men after Jerome. I knew that since his sources were strong, then I will use him before wasting him. I can't let someone like him be with Erica. I knew that I might have been trying to hurt Jerome, but I don't have any intentions of hurting Erica. I was seated in my office sorting out the paperwork, and I finished it off as soon as I could. I knew that I can't let my ambitions get in the way of my pack. I still need to take care of my pack. I was going to find a perfect plan in place where I can take Jerome to. I can't wait to see the shocked expression on Jerome's face when he noticed that I was the one who was responsible for it all. I will explain everything to him, and after that I will kill him. Get to my office, I said authoritatively into the mind link. We'll be there in a jiffy. My beta replied, and I rolled my eyes. Good afternoon, Alpha, I heard my beta voice greet me and I raised my head to see him in the hallway leading to my door. He opened the door almost immediately, and he bowed his head immediately as he got to an MH table. I want you to find one of the best warehouses that I have outside the pack. I want you to make it much more comfortable because I will be using it soon. You should make a cellar where it can hold a powerful lichen. You should make sure that the place is heavily guarded, I said to him, and he nodded his head. I will do just like you have said, Alpha, he said with his head bowed. You can leave, I said with the corner of my lips curving into a smirk. I was excited that things would be just like I have always wanted in days' time. I will be sure to get rid of the person who is a threat to me being the leader of the Werewolf Council. I sighed heavily as I stared at the blank paper that was on my table. I was trying to figure out a plan on how to kill the man who had been giving me information. I knew that I would have to use the help of guards there. I knew that the man might also have those who are backing him up, and it might be dangerous. I know that I will have to be ready for whatever is coming. I knew that the man might try to snitch on me if I was to let him go. I will make sure that he doesn't have the chance to snitch on me. I mapped out the plan that I will use in getting rid of the man, and I made sure that no one would know about it. I knew that anyone in my pack might be one of his men, and with that way I knew he was up to no good. I knew that the only one that is currently a threat to me will soon be gone, and the only person left would be the mysterious Alpha who had been trying to help me. I smiled happily as I stood up from where I was seated and I walked out of my office with the intention of going to my house. I knew that the Omega I called to be in my room would have been there already. I knew that she would definitely help me in blowing some steam up. I opened the door to my house and I was met with the sight of the Omega who had her clothes on. And she was under the duvet. I flicked the duvet away from her body and it landed on the floor beside the bed. I towered over her and I could see the clothes she wore. She wore a sexy nightgown, and I knew with no doubt that she wore the clothes for me. I gently placed my lips on her and we battled with our tongues while fighting for dominance. After a while, I bit her lips and she moaned out in my mouth, giving me the opportunity to slide my tongue into her mouth. I removed her clothes with my hands and one of my hands went to her breast to take off her brassiere, but I found none. I used my hands to fondle her breast. I pulled away from the kiss and my mouth went to her nipples. I took her nipples into my mouth while pleasuring her. And I didn't forget about the other because I started fingering her breast. I changed my mouth and also did the same to her other breast. The Omega was busy moaning out loud. And with that I trailed kisses over her body till my mouth was close to her pussy. She wore transparent and sexy pants and I brought my nose close to her pussy, inhaling her scent, and I could feel a tingle of excitement run down her spine. I tore her pants within seconds and I started pleasuring her pussy with my tongue while sucking and nibbling her pussy. Soon she came really hard and I licked her pussy juices off her. I removed my dick, which was now hard, and I brought it close to her pussy before inserting it in her well-lubricated pussy. I kept on thrusting into her with a slow pace while taking my time to reach her limit, and I could feel my dick hitting her womb. I was also pleasuring her body at that time also, and after what seemed like hours to them, but barely an hour, we both cummed hard. I was happy about the whole thing, knowing that I will soon be accomplishing my dream. I knew that I would have gotten that done before, but if not because I took pity on him. Chapter 87. Erica, we are on our way to the fake trip, which is to he used as a bait. I have told him everything he need to do and he had already agreed to do everything. I was not happy that I will be using him as a bait. I hated the fact that he might end up getting hurt at the end, but I knew that this was our only resort. I didn't tell anybody about the plan. The plan was only known to Jerome and me only. I knew that any of those who are my pack members might be spies. I knew that I can't trust any of them because they might want to betray me. I have learned it in a hard way not to trust people easily. I could see how Jerome was betrayed by his best friend. And I knew that might also happen with me if I'm not careful, so I be to be vigilante and mind-conscious. I looked at Jerome, who seems to be lost in his world of thoughts. I don't know what he's thinking, but I'm certain that it is about the new plan. It's a thing to think about. I reached out to his hand, attracting his attention to me. He looked at me with his face filled with concern and worries. I wonder why he's worried. I'm supposed to be worried instead. What's wrong? I questioned, looking at him with a worried look on my face. He smiled gently at me, masking his worried expression even though it all written on his face. Nothing is wrong. I'm fine. You would be alone after I get captured. he whispered as he leaned closer to me. I glared at him with a glimpse of sadness in my eyes. Not like him going to leave you in that place for so long. I'm going to come for you. You know that, right? I asked, and he nodded his head gently. We made sure to talk in silent and whisper that no one could hear our conversation. I wouldn't risk our plan being leaked out to Otis, because I can't trust anyone, but even my family. Yes, you're right. That's the reason why I love you, he said, and slammed his lips on mine. I would what I can do without you, I said before reciprocating to the kiss. We stopped the kiss abruptly as we heard the grunting sound of the horse. We've arrived. Alpha. I looked up with a confused look on my face. So soon. I questioned no one in particular. You don't expect us to stay here forever, he said, and I nodded my head gently with a smile. I stood up from the chair and I walked over to him with a sad look on my face. I think it's high time we leave. We don't want to miss today, or he might find out that something weird was going on, I said to him, and he nodded. I leaned in closer to him and he kissed my lips lightly. I have been close to Jerome now, and things are now starting to work out between us. He now understands why I had killed his best friend. I knew that we won't have gotten this far with everything if she didn't die. I won't be able to tell it to his face that his best friend died, because I wanted things to go the way I want. I knew that I will have to kill her even if she isn't to be used as bait. I knew that she would not be able to get away. She had did an unforgivable sin, and the only resort to that is killing the person who was responsible. I knew that it might sound cruel, but she had decided to do something more cruel. We walked out of his room and we headed toward the PAX border where everything was ready. We both entered the place and I knew that it was time for me to know the status of the men I had informed to stay at the place where we will be fought. I had told some of my pack warriors who weren't known. They have always worked underground without anyone knowing. I knew that they were the ones who would be perfect for the job since no one knows about them, and they can also act like those alphas Titus sent. I knew that choosing a name like Titus isn't cool, but I'm not using it to let him know that it's me. What the hell is going on? I thought I told you guys to sabotage us, but why didn't you do that? I mind, Link, the head of those that I have sent to attack us. We were attacked and we were forced to retreat. And I had thought this was all part of your plan. The person responsible is your opponent. You should be ready because you might be attacked any moment from now, I heard him say, and I sighed heavily knowing that he had thought that I was going to betray him. I knew that he might have been aware of me being the other person and that we were only led into a trap that was set by Otis. There is a change of plans. My men won't be the one who would be attacking, but Alpha Otis men would do the job, I said to him, and he sighed heavily before nodding his head softly. Everything will be good, I said to Jerome, who didn't alter a word. I knew that he was happy with everything, but he knew that this needed to be done for things to start going smoothly. We arrived at the pack shortly, and I sighed heavily, not knowing what to say or do. I knew that all what I had wanted to do will be done by someone else, and not only that, but he will be attacking in a different time. I knew that we would be attacked when we were on our way back to our pack. I knew that everything wouldn't be pleasant. Chapter 88, Jerome. I was starting to get scared about the whole thing, thinking that Alpha Otis knew about our plans. I knew that it wouldn't be easy for me to scale through if he had known about our plans. I knew that it wouldn't be an easy thing to do. I knew that it would be hard for me to know if he had any idea about all this. I was starting to feel my eyes bore holes into the chariot, which was made out of wood. I was soon lost in my own thoughts, a frown on my face, not knowing what to do or say. We are under attack, I heard Dereka's voice say with a screeching look on her face that held a hint of fear. She tried hard to hide her emotions, but they were all over the place before she knew it. We can do this, I muttered to her while trying to act bold while hiding all my true emotions behind. I was scared about the whole thing, and I don't want her to be afraid after knowing that I'm not happy about the whole thing. I knew she might end up hating me, but I don't want that to happen. I was going to do things the way I wanted and make sure that nothing bad happened. I knew not to scare Erica further. I knew that everything would either go as planned or go wrong. I knew that it was confirmed that I would be able to live a normal life like others. I knew that I might be stuck with everything that had to do with myself. I knew that there must be something that the head of the Werewolf Council was trying to hide from others by trying to kill me. I knew that whatever he was keeping was going to be something dangerous. I knew that it would be hard for me to get everything done easily. We need to act according to the plan, I said to her, and she nodded her head tearfully as she leaned in to kiss me. I took her lips and kissed her deeply. Our tongues fight for dominance, not bothering about what was going on at that moment. It was like we were the only ones in the world. It seemed like the whole world had stopped. But I knew that couldn't happen. I knew that I couldn't escape from all this and that the head of the Werewolf Council would come after me. I knew that it would be hard for him to do all this. And I knew that he would have bigger plans for me since he knew of my Lycan's abilities. We were lost in the kiss, and we only broke it after knowing that the rogues were catching up on us. The warriors who were driving the chariot had been killed, and I could sense that our chariot had been surrounded. I stood up, and I opened the chariot to be me with a lot of rogues. I knew that the rogues were many and that even Erica would get hurt. I don't have any intentions of hurting her, but I knew that there was nothing I could do about it. I knew that we would need to push everything through. Charge, I heard a man say among the countless rogues that were standing in front of us. I knew that the person must have been their leader to be able to control them. They all charged at us, and we wasted no time in trying to fight them off. I knew that there was no way we would be able to fight them easily. I knew that we wouldn't be able to fight and win against all the rogues. I knew that this was what the head of the council had wanted. I knew that he wanted Erica not to be able to save me. Soon before I knew it, we were badly injured and Erica was bleeding. And I felt a new surge of power and felt myself wanting to lose control. But I knew not to let that happen. I knew that I would have to stay put, just like I am now, for the head of the Werewolf Council to believe that all this was real. I knew that he would feel like something was suspicious if I tried to fight back with my Lycan's power. I knew that he would know that I had been holding back all this time. I knew that things might be worse if he found out about that. Erica, leave. I won't want you to get injured. You can always come back for me. You don't have to worry, I muttered while staring at her with pleading eyes. I knew for a fact that all this was just like I have always memorized. I have always memorized what I will say before I get caught. But now it seems to be slightly different. I now understand why it won't be possible for me to see her get hurt. I knew that I wouldn't have the mental capacity to watch the scene. I knew that I would blame myself if anything happened to her. And now she is badly injured. And it's all because of me. She tried helping, but she got hurt. I knew all this might be fake, but I won't let it get in the way of my expressing my emotions. I can't leave you here alone. You have no idea what you meant to me, she said with a sad look on her face, and it looked like tears would streaming down her face. We can't believe the almighty person who had been trying hard to get our attention is now in our grasp. I heard them say taunting lie, and I wanted to flaunt it to them that everything is all right with me, but I knew that would only ruin our plans. I knew we had gone too far for all this. I knew that it would be hard for us to get a tangible reason to do so in evidence. I knew that since he is the head of the council and he can easily buy his way through everything, I would end up getting hurt myself and also get punished. Chapter 89. Notice I knew that I might end up being betrayed by the so-called Alpha Titus. I knew that it might be a set-up plan from someone unknown, and I knew I would have to be cautious. I knew that things might get worse with me wanting to get everything ready. I knew that I would have to use a new strategy. I knew that if the so-called Alpha didn't retaliate after everything I was going to do, he was really in it for the long it. I knew that if he really wants to be with Erica, then he will have to keep his calm after all that I have done. I knew that it wouldn't be good if I jumped into business with an unknown person. I knew that I might end up being betrayed by him. I knew that I had betrayed a lot of people, that I had let things go as I planned, and that it would be easy for me to get what I wanted in that way. I knew that there wouldn't be such a thing happening to me. I knew that I wouldn't be able to trust people easily since they are after me because of what they are going to get. They might want to betray me in the future, and I want to avoid all that. I knew not to trust people easily since I have done a lot of shady things for them and for myself. I have just decided to send some of my men to go after Alpha Titus men. I knew that I should get rid of them and replace them with my men's. I knew that the Alpha might have a mission aside from wanting Erica to be his mate. I knew that anyone to whom I didn't send a request to join my team, but who wanted to be a member of the Werewolf Council, was the only one who knew what I wanted. I knew that there was no way word would have gotten out about me being the one who wanted Jerome dead. I knew that things weren't adding up. And I knew that he might want to help me but instead want me to do something for him. I was glad that everything was starting to get better. I was happy when I heard the voice of the leader of those I sent to get rid of the alpha-Titus men. I was told that the matches couldn't be helped. I knew that there was no way to get things done like this. I knew that I would need the rogues to act as the man who had been killed by my men. I knew that I would have to find a way to get things done myself. And I knew the only thing I could do was find ways to kill Jerome. I know that I shouldn't trust anybody to get that done. I knew that I might be promised that they would do just as I have said. But in reality, they were only trying to act to get closer to me. I know that I don't need fake friends right now. And all I want are friends who will stay with me till the end. I will make adjustments. I knew that I would have to find friends who were content with working for me. I knew not to betray the trust of those who had always been my loyal men. I will make sure I appreciate a lot of things. How are the plans for the place I asked for? I said through the mind link that I wanted to know how things were going. Everything had been ready, and the guards you requested to guard the place are there already. I heard my beta reply, and I smiled with a contented smile on my face. I cut off the mind link, and with that, I left my office. I walked toward the direction of the underground cell, which had a pack of rogues who were being held by me. I have decided to use them as pawns instead of making alpha-Titus men do it. I knew that alpha-Titus was to be trusted since he had nothing to offer me. I knew that I would have to strike a deal with the pack of rogues for me to be able to do what I wanted. Alpha, the men have been killed, I heard the voice of a warrior say, and I smiled with satisfaction. I was staring at the door of the cell that was holding the rogues. You did a great job, I commented to the warriors before cutting off the mind link. I knew that things were now working in my favor. I knew that it would only take me a day to put my plans into action. I can't help but feel happy that I will soon be killing the boy whom I should have killed years ago but spared because of the pity I had for him. I knew that if I hadn't shown an atom of pity, then all this would have been avoided. I shrugged all the thoughts out of my head and focused on what was in front of me. I knew that I would have to take it one step at a time and that I didn't need to rush myself through it. I knew that there were a lot of things that I needed to do, but I would have to get them done quickly. I walked into the cellar, and I walked in with a cold look on my face. I knew that I would have to change my emotions to hide my happy face from them. I knew that there was a time for everything. I knew that there was still time for me to rejoice. And I will do that later. I smirked heavily as I saw the rogue's attention turned on me. And that is because I caught a pack of them. They had been trying to be discreet by trying to create their pack before they got caught by me. I walked towards the cell that was holding the man who seemed to be the alpha of the rogues. I knew that I would have to strike a deal with him for him to agree to work with me. I want you to help me. I started, and I saw a smile curve on the lips of the rogue's alpha, who seemed to be amused by that. You must be joking, you think that I will help you. I can't help you, the alpha of the rogue said, and I rolled my eyes at him. You will, because I'm going to give you freedom. And not only that, but you will have your own pack. I said to him, and I saw his face lighten up with joy and spark with so much excitement. I heard him say the word I had been willing to hear. I will work for you. Chapter 90 Jerome. After I was taken away by the rogues, I was taken to a place in the woods, and I couldn't help but feel scared about the whole thing. My eyes were filled with the fear of the unknown. My lips gave way as a small whimper escaped my mouth. I felt my body freeze as I was being dragged into a place that looked more like a cave. My breath was seized instantly, and I was in a daze. My eyes gazed all over the place with a tingling of fear rushing down my spine. My gaze was moving to and fro, not knowing what to do. My eyes were closed as I ruminated on what to do. I knew that the best option was to wait for Erica to come save me, but I could feel myself wanting to test out my powers. And I knew not to do that because any wrong move I took might put me in danger. I knew I would have to wait patiently for Erica to come, and if she doesn't come in the next 2 days, then I will do things my way. I will make sure things go smoothly, like I have always wanted. My eyes were fixed on the wall of the cell that I was put in. I knew that things would not go as I wanted because I could feel something wrong. I knew that the head of the Werewolf Council must have been testing the so called Alpha Titus. I knew that he wanted to know what his expression would be to know if he could trust him. I knew that he was only trying to play games with him to know if he was after something else. I knew that there was no way he would have suspected things. I knew that all this would be over soon, and that is because I knew he would not want me to be killed easily. He will want to let Alpha Titus be here before that. I knew that the only way to catch him was to make Eric act according to the plan. I knew that anything aside from Erica coming to save me just as planned would fail. I knew that there was no other way any other strategy would work in this situation. I knew that I would have to get ready for tomorrow. I knew that it wouldn't be as easy as I had thought. I was locked up in the cell without food, and I could feel my stomach aching. I knew that this was the right time for me to feel hungry and all sorts of things, but I do. My gaze was furrowed, not knowing what to do. I knew that I should have been prepared for this, but I wasn't. I cowled in sleep due to the fact that this room is filled with a lot of wolfsbane, which was weakening me. I could see the silver that was used to make the cell, which made me shiver. I knew that I cowled an escape from this place, and I could only wait for Erica to initiate our plan. I was sitting on the ground while trying to be cautious of my environment. I knew not to lie for a moment. I knew how dangerous it could be if anything is let slide by without any action by me. I was lost in my thoughts, thinking of things that could possibly happen, when all of a sudden I heard the sound of things crashing against the walls of the place. I was filled with fear, which was starting to make me feel sweaty all of a sudden. I don't know what was going on, but I pray it will be Erica's men, whom she told me about. She told me her men will break in here, killing all the guards silently, before they are able to contact Alpha Otis. I knew that I might end up being disappointed because the men might not be that of Erica. I knew that they might just be rogues who are snooping. I walked toward the cell door holding it, not minding the burning sensation that traveled all over my body. I tried hard to keep up with everything while peeping to make sure that things were going as we had planned. "Alpha, are you all right?" I heard a voice ask, and it turned out to be one of the men who was sent here by Erica. I breathed a sigh of relief and released my hold on the cell bars. "I'm fine. How is everything going? Hope there are no flaws in the plan," I asked with a curious look on my face, forgetting about feeling hungry. I knew that this was more important than that. "Everything is going as planned, you don't have to worry. My men are cleaning up the place so as not to leave any trails behind for it not to be spotted by the so-called Alpha Otis," I heard the man say, and I was able to breathe a sigh of relief. And once again I felt my stomach crumble, and I felt my stomach hurt. "I'm hungry," I muttered with an embarrassed look on my face, and he smiled at me before removing a food flask from a bag that I hadn't seen when he first entered. "Here you go," he said as he handed the flask to me with a genuine smile on his face. I ate the food without any questions. I finished the food off within minutes, and I handed the flask to him after I was done, and I drank some water that he gave me along with the water. My hands burned as I returned the glass of coffee to him, and he seemed to notice it. He stared at me with a worried look on his face, and he held the cell bars. He winced in pain after noticing that the bars were laced with wolfsbane. "Are you hurt?" he asked me as he took his hands off the bar of the cell with a questioning look on his face. I knew that he was probably scared because of what he had just noticed. "I'm fine," I muttered, not wanting him to be more worried about me. It feels weird to know that someone is worried about me. "I will change the cell bars," I heard him say, and my eyes widened with shock. I knew it wouldn't be good if he changed it, and it would easily give me out. I knew that Alpha Otis would feel that something was amiss as soon as he got here. "You don't have to do that, it will all be known to the Alpha, and I won't want that," I said to him, and he smiled. The look on his face made me think that he had a way out of it. "He would not feel anything of the sort. He will be wearing a glove when he comes tomorrow," I heard him say, and I breathed a sigh of relief. "You can go ahead with that," I said to him, and he bowed his head before leaving to make preparations for the change of the cell bars. I knew that it would only take them a couple of hours before they would be done with it, and I'm happy about it. I knew there was no way things wouldn't go according to plan if everyone fulfilled their part. I smiled as I stared around the place after they were done with it. They made sure that there were no flaws left behind, and I'm glad that they were cautious. I knew that any mistake would put me in grave danger, and I don't want to die now. I knew that there were still a lot of things to do with Erica. I knew that it was too early for me to die without fulfilling any of my dreams. I woke up due to the rays of sun that penetrated the cellar through the small windows of a cell room. I groaned as I sat upright. My head was pounding heavily, and I couldn't help but groan. I felt my body aching for Erica's touch, and I knew it would only be a matter of time before she got here. I knew that after that, everything would be settled. "Good morning, Alpha. Here is your food," I heard the man's voice say as he handed me a flask and a cup of water. I ate the food, and I gave the water back to the man. I was waiting patiently, knowing that I would have to face a trial. I knew that the head of the Werewolf Council would be here soon, and not only that Erica would be here also. "The head of the Werewolf Council is here," I heard the men whisper, as Erica had told them to disguise themselves. "Look who we have here, if not the Lycan Prince," I heard the man say immediately after he entered. I was trying to act shocked to see him, but when I heard his words, I was truly shocked. Chapter 91. Oh, I was glad that things had worked out my way, and I woke up early in the morning just like I had planned. I sent a letter to Alpha Titus the previous night, telling him the location where we would be meeting to kill Jerome. I was glad that the Alpha meant business since he understood my fear, and I was glad that he still wanted to proceed with the plan. I make my way out of my pack with a look of happiness morphed on my face. Anyone who sets his or her eyes on me will notice the vibrant smile that is on my face. I was glad that my plans had fallen into place, and I don't have any reason to panic anymore. I was glad that all this had happened, and I knew I wouldn't have made progress if not for the help of Alpha Titus. I had made up my mind to make his pack flourish more, and that means helping me eliminate Jerome. I walked toward the direction of the cave in which Jerome is being held. With anyone following me, I knew that there was no way I would be harmed, and that was because I am the fourth strongest wolf in the whole country. No alpha can take me on alone, and it will take the help of 2 to 3 alphas to take me down. I knew that I was the strongest wolf if Jerome was still alive. I knew that I was nothing compared to him. He had everything it took to be the leader of the Werewolf Council, but I'm not giving in. I will make sure that things go smoothly. "Good morning, Alpha," I heard the voice of the guards, whom I told to look over Jerome in the cellar where he had been taken. I ignored them and I walked in almost immediately, and I saw a shocked look on Jerome's face as he saw it was me. He looked more terrified than scared. His body turned pale with fear as he stared at me with an unbelievable look on his face. "You," Jerome muttered as he stared at me with shock. I moved toward his cellar, and he moved backward with fear etched on his face. "Alpha, put this on for you not to get burned by the bars of the cell," one of the guards said as he stared at me with a concerned look on his face, and he stretched his hand, which had a glove in it, toward me. "You must be wondering why I'm here," I said with a smug look on my face as I wore the gloves and walked closer to the cell bars. I touched it with my gloved hands, and I played with it for a while, loving the look on his face. I started with a small smile on my face, and I can see the look of confusion in his eyes. "I should have killed you when I killed your parents," I said again, and I could see the look on his face change. He had a killer look on his face, and I chuckled. "It all started like this. I was your father's best friend, and he was the leader of the council. We both shared everything. We were best friends, and he made me the second in power after him. And I have always been jealous of him. I have been jealous of him from the onset, and it surprised me to know he had no idea about it," I said with a pause while staring at him to make sure he was still listening to me. "I killed him after finding his weakness. He was the only Lycan who was trained by a mage. He had it all: power, fame, and every other thing. I was satisfied with that. I want to be like him, and there is no way I can do that without killing him. He had found his mate while I didn't. He didn't care about me, and instead he focused his attention on you and your mother. I found a way to kill him, and that's by killing his mate. He was vulnerable when your mother was killed by me, I made sure that no one knew that I was responsible. And after that, I poisoned him slowly, and I stabbed his heart when the poison was taking effect. I said with a sarcastic laugh, "How dare you?" I heard him say, and I chuckled with a smug look on my face. "I wanted to spare you, so I took you to the Blood Moon Pack. I sealed off your powers, and I made you a human. I knew your powers would be unleashed, and I wanted you to stay in your old pack. But you didn't. I tried killing you every chance I got, but you were always saved by Erica," I said with a disdainful look on my face. "I didn't have any intentions of killing you before, but now I do. I was going to give you the opportunity to live a normal life like every other person. I don't want you to be with Erica because of your powers. I was afraid that she would find out about you. And she did. I have always loved Erica like a daughter, and I don't want you to harm her. I would have killed her if I didn't love her like the daughter I never had," I said as I stared at him with a truthful look on my face. "You did all that you did because of fame and wealth," I heard him say bitterly, the tears dripping down his eyes. He doesn't have the surprised look on his face anymore, but he had a sad look on his face. "You would have been dead a long time ago if not for Erica to save you. Erica won't be here to save you anymore, and she won't know any of this," I said with a coaxed smile on my face. "You are wrong. I will be here to save him again," I heard a voice say behind me, and I instantly knew that the voice belonged to Erica. My body froze with shock, not knowing what to say or do. Chapter 90 to Erica. I woke up as quickly as I could, ignoring everyone. I knew that they all thought that I was still grieving over Jerome's disappearance, but I'm not. I knew exactly what was going on, and there was nothing anyone would say to me that would make me talk to them. Everybody was extremely worried about me and how I'm faring without Jerome being kidnapped. I didn't eat last night because I didn't know how Jerome was faring wherever he was. I was glad to know that the men I had sent to go after him were with him. I had a new sense of security. I walked toward the direction of the place where Jerome was. I shifted into my wolves from after I noticed that I still had a lot of distance to cover. I shifted back into my human from after I had gotten to the place, and the guards who were there bowed their heads immediately when they saw me. They all wore smiles on their faces, which makes me believe that Alpha Otis hasn't done anything to him. I knew that they wouldn't be as calm as they are now if he were hurt. They all make sure not to talk because I might be noticed by Alpha Otis. I could hear what was being said in the place, and I felt my heart take after hearing what Jerome was being told by Alpha Otis. My heart broke into a million pieces. I knew that it was time for me to make an entrance, as I had wanted to enter. I heard what Alpha Otis said, and I knew I should use that as an entrance. Alpha Otis seemed shocked to see me there, and I can see him shiver slightly. I was filled with anger at that moment. "What the hell are you doing here?" I heard him ask while staring at me confused, and I glared at him hatefully. I had always doubted that he was the one who was responsible for all that had happened, but I now know the truth. I knew that there was nothing left to be done other than face the harsh truth. It hurt to know the person I had trusted had betrayed me. I had thought that Mabel was only bluffing when she told me, but now I can see it. There is nothing in my mind other than to kill him immediately. You broke my trust, and now you are asking me what I'm doing here," I said as I stared at him with a pained look on my face, not wanting to believe all this. I had always thought that Mabel was trying to pull everything on him for some reason, but now I know he was the one behind it all. "How do you know this place?" Alpha Otis asked as he stuttered slightly because he was afraid. He doesn't seem to want me to be aware of everything going on, but I eventually became aware of it. I knew that this was an unexpected turn of events, and it still doesn't stop to amaze me. I knew that my intuition was right. I shouldn't trust anyone because any one of them might be the enemy. I knew that I wasn't expecting someone like him to be my true enemy, but now it turned out that he was. "I knew this place through you. You talked to me about it," I said to him, and he stared at me with a raised eyebrow. He seems to be less concerned about the whole thing, and he is starting to feel relaxed. "How do you know this place through me? I don't remember telling you anything like that," he said as he stared at me, his cold gaze penetrating into my body. "I have been sending letters to you through a bird. Does the name Alpha Titus ring a bell?" I asked him as I stared at him angrily. I wanted him to be aware of all the things he had said to me, and I wanted him to regret them all. I knew that this was the only defeat I could say I had, even after killing him. I knew that killing him didn't mean that I had won or gotten back at him. I knew that from the look on his face when he realized that he had been tricked enough. I knew that this would only make me have the upper hand before killing him. You are nothing but a despicable bitch. You think you can come here and leave scot-free. You won't leave to tell the tale, he said with a stern look on his face. And I chuckled knowing that he was thinking that Idon had everything under control. He thought I would come here without being prepared, but he is wrong. Guards, kill her, I heard him yell, and the guards stood there rooted to the ground without moving a muscle. He seemed shocked to know you have everything under control. His mouth was agape as he stared at me with an unknown emotion swirling through his eyes. He had a defeated look on his face, and I feel happy about it all. I feel happy that I was able to defeat him in his own game. I was happy that I would be able to get revenge on the man who had killed my friend's parents. I have always wanted to get to the button of Jerome and find whatever was being hidden, and now I feel fulfilled to know that we were able to get to the button. I knew that it might not have been an easy thing to know all of this, but the betrayal of people made us strong. First we were betrayed by Mabel, and now we have the so-called leader of the Werewolf Council, whose goal was to kill my mate. I don't know if I will be able to get a mate like Jerome if he happens to have been killed, Settle. I knew that it must have been hard for Jerome to live his life after knowing that his memories were wiped by the evil council leader. Chapter 93 Otis. It came as a huge shock to me to know that all this was a plan from Erica. She made me look like a fool. She had outrun me and found ways to protect her mate at all cost, and I felt myself wanting nothing other than to kill her. My eyes turned red as I tried hard not to kill her immediately. I knew that there would be no words of all this to anyone out there if they are both dead. I knew that I had to kill Erica and Jerome, and I had been trying to avoid that as well. It hurt me to know that I will have to kill someone like Erica someday, but I knew there was nothing I could do to escape that. I knew that I would end up killing her today to make sure everything that happens here stays a secret. I knew that I would also have chances acquiring Eric as pack for myself. I knew that it would make my pack more broody than it is. I was happy that I would finally be gaining a new pack for myself. I knew that it wouldn't be easy for me to take on Erica since she is a strong alpha herself. But I knew there was no way she could defeat me. I know that I have years of experience when it comes to duels, and Erica is just a kid beside me. I knew that there would be nothing that she could do for herself if she were to fight me. I knew that since I was already determined to kill her, no one should be able to stop me from achieving my goals. I knew that it was only a matter of time before Erica would be killed, and as much as I hate to do this, I have no choice. I knew that I would have to kill her, not because she had done something bad, but because she knew what I had done. I knew that there was no way that she would be able to forgive me and also let things slide. I'm not going to give you a minute to live. You will be killed by me soon. And note that you brought this upon yourself. You forced me into killing you. You should have stayed in your pack and enjoyed it. But instead you came to this place because of your mate. You will be unable to do a thing when I'm going to kill your mate. You will have been dead by then, and you will have no reason to hate yourself about his death. You will have the chance to feel guilty that you can't do a thing while he is being killed, but I can't say that will be the case for the two of you. You will feel the pain of watching a loved one be killed in front of you, I said with a creepy smile on my face, and I could see her move back in comfortably. You won't be able to do that. You won't live to tell the tale. You will regret ever messing with me, Jerome threatened as he got a hold of the cell bars, but he retreated his hands almost immediately with a frown on his face. He glared venomous lie at me, and I smirked while staring at him. I knew that it was almost time for me to get Erica killed. She had been staring at me for a while with a killing intent on her face, and I couldn't help but chuckle. I knew that she thought she would be able to take me up on it. I knew that she wouldn't be able to take any steps herself to stop me, not to mention kill me. I will stop you, and I will make sure I feed your flesh to the vultures. I heard Derek's voice snap me out of my thoughts, and I stared at her with an amused look on my face. I knew that she had disregarded me as a person who wasn't up to her status. I knew that she might think that I could not kill her because she is so full of herself. I know that her being a young and vibrant person doesn't mean that she has what it takes to take on me alone. She must have downgraded me to an omega, which she can take on. I knew that she wouldn't have thought like that if she had seen me in action before. I knew that she would end up regretting ever thinking of killing me. "I will make sure I kill you," she said, and I rolled my eyes, knowing that all she had been saying wouldn't happen since I was as she had thought. I knew she wouldn't be able to hurt one of my strands, and I was confident about it. I knew that it wouldn't be easy for me to take on Jerome, but I would be able to do that if he was weakened. Erica charged at me blindly with hatred written on her face. She had a determined look on her face, and she swung her hand, which she had wanted to use to punch me in the face, but I dodged it. I grabbed her arms and yanked them forward so that she was in front of me. She was so close to me that one would think that we were being intimate. I knew that I should waste less time while fighting with her, and I was going to do that. I punched her stomach, and she groaned in pain as she moved backward. She held her stomach with an unbelievable look on her face. I knew that she was expecting me to be weak, but she was wrong. She had been underestimating me since we started the fight. She had let me hit her deliberately, but what she doesn't know is that I'm not weak just like she had portrayed me. I knew that I should finish her now and that it would be a great defeat for her since she was not expecting all this. I started punching her as fast as I could all over her body. She kept groaning at intervals, and Jerome kept on screaming for me to leave her alone, which I did after I saw what he did. Chapter 94 Jerome. I was angry with all that was going on, and there was nothing I could do about it. My face was frowned with anger as I watched the so-called Alpha tell me all that he had done to my parents. I was angry, and I would have destroyed the whole place if not for the fact that I don't want to go away from the plan. I knew that my doing that would jeopardize why this plan was set in the first place. I now understand why Erica told me that anyone can betray me, and that will put me in danger. I knew that the man would be after nothing but to kill me. All the words he said to me about my parents made me so angry that I was almost losing my cool. My eyes were filled with hatred toward the man who was responsible for all that had happened. I could now understand why I never had a wolf in the first place, and it was all because of him. I knew that he was a threat to everyone and that he only wanted me to end him at that moment. I was glad that Erica came in at the right moment when I was about to lose control of my anger, and I knew that it wouldn't have ended well if things had gone south. I was glad that Erica came in, and I couldn't help but feel happy about the whole thing. And I feel even happier with the way Erica handled the so-called leader of the council. It came as a huge shock to me that the killer of my parents had come after me. I can now understand why Mabel betrayed me. It runs through my blood. My father was betrayed by his best friend, and now I am. I knew that it would make no difference if any of this happened again. I can now understand what a fool I was for not believing Erica. She had told me that I should trust no one even before all this, and I now understand why she didn't tell anyone about our plan. I knew she was also afraid of getting betrayed. She had been betrayed by Alpha Otis, and she doesn't want any more surprises from anyone. I watched restlessly as Erica battled Alpha Otis with a worried look on my face. I could feel the color on my face turning pale as I watched as she was being trashed around by him. I felt my heart ache as I stared from afar, not knowing what to do. All I wanted at that moment was to find ways to save Erica from him. It hurt me to know that I was unable to do anything while my mate was being trashed around by an alpha who had always been kind to her. I watched as she was being punched to the ground as she lay lifelessly on the floor, and I felt my anger grow as I stared at the scene in front of me. I felt my eyes turn cold after seeing the way she was being treated. My eyes felt heavy, and I could feel myself losing control over my anger. My vision had turned dark, and all I wanted at that moment was to kill the person who was about to kill my mate. He had raised his hand to kill my friend when the unexpected happened. My eyes glowed brightly red, and I felt a howl escape my mouth. Hair was starting to grow on my body, and my hands suddenly snapped from their original place, and I groaned in pain. My hands were too heavy for me to carry, and at that moment all I could think of was killing Alpha Otis. My vision turned red, and I could see dark spots appearing on my eyeballs, and I knew this must have been the Lycan's transformation. I stood tall on the ground, and I felt my legs snap from their original place. My ears grew longer, and I felt an excruciating pain passing through my veins. I screamed out in pain, which sounded more like a howl. I suddenly felt all my senses heightened. I could perceive the smell of Erica, which filled my nose, and I let out an angry growl after perceiving the smell of Erica's blood, which filled my nose. I felt my body shake vigorously as I felt anger building up in me. I stood tall, not like every other wolf, but like a lichen. I felt my eyes pierce through the body of the leader of the Werewolf Council, who was shivering with fear. My eyes flickered from normal to red, and I could read the fear on his face. His emotions were all over the place, but I don't care about them. All I wanted at that moment was to kill him. I dashed toward him in my manly form, but I was being hindered by the roof of the cave, so I punched it away, scattering it in the process. My eyes turned to look at Erica, whose body was lying lifelessly on the floor. My eyes were filled with shock, and for a split second, I was able to regain my senses. I could see the cave wall wanting to crash at any second from now on, and it was going to fall in Erica's direction. I knew that she would be hurt, and I felt the need to protect her. I pushed the wall in the opposite direction, and soon I was met with nothing but the dust that filled the whole place, but I could still see clearly despite the atmosphere. I spotted the alpha trying to run away through the door, but I dashed toward the direction where he was, grabbed him by the neck, and pinned him to the ground with my huge hand. He struggles to break himself free from me, but his strength is nothing compared to mine. I separated his head from his body, and blood spilled on my body, but I cared less. I sighed with happiness after I was done killing him, and I made my way toward where Erica was laying on the ground almost lifelessly, without feeling remorseful for killing someone. I ran toward the direction of the pack with Erica in my hands. Chapter 95, Writer's POV. It has been days since the incident happened and everything has been going smoothly. It was just as if nothing had happened the past few days because Jerome and Erica had decided to move on with their lives. They have decided that they won't live for the past, but for the present. They knew not to brood on it, and it was an amazing thing. They have decided to have their mating ceremony and also the coronation. They all have a smile on their faces as they prepare for the coronation, which will be commencing at noon. Guests were everywhere and the pack was filled with a bustling energy. The pack was filled with noises as the people chatter over the event that will be taking place in the evening. Everyone seems to love Erica and Jerome after the incident that happened. Everyone now knew what had happened, and it wasn't a secret anymore that the leader of the Werewolf Council wasn't as good as he had portrayed himself. Everyone now knows the truth that Jerome's father was the deceased lichen who was also the leader of the Werewolf Council before. Everyone loved the deceased lichen, and after they were aware that Jerome was his son, they loved him. Everyone had been trying to find ways to make him forgive them for all that they had done to him, because they knew he could get them killed. Everyone now fears him, most especially because he likens powers permanently. And it wouldn't have been like that if he had stalled off time. He wouldn't have been able to get his liken's power if he was at age at which the his liken's power would be sealed off permanently. Although the people feared him, they loved him. They loved the authority that he had, and even though he hated the fact that he had so much attention like that he can do nothing about it all. He didn't want something like that, and it was because he wanted a normal life where he would be able to live peacefully without the authority over the people, and he was looking forward to that. The pack was bustling with activities as people moved to and fro trying to get everything prepared for their mating and coronation ceremony. Everybody was happy and they all wanted to witness everything as it will happen. The people ranged from alphas, lunas, betas, and different high-ranked werewolves. They all wore a happy smile on their faces as they couldn't wait to witness two powerful wolves mating ceremonies. It was something that no one would want to miss. Time flew past and it was noon. Jerome and Erica could be seen standing opposite each other with their eyes on each other. They both had a great smile on their face as they couldn't wait to get with the ceremony. It was like every process should be skipped. They wanted everything to be perfect, but still they wanted everything to go by as soon as possible. Seconds passed and it turned into minutes and into hours. The coronation was done, and same with the mating ceremony. Everyone was congratulating them when all of a sudden the assistant council leader walked up to stage with a megaphone in his hand. He cleared his throat, and he started as we all have known. The rightful heir of the Werewolf Council is Jerome, and we all have concluded that we will let him take over as the leader of the Werewolf Council, and he will be taking over all what belongs to his father Alpha Brian, who happens to be the assistant leader of the Werewolf Council, said, and a shocked look was morphed on everyone's faces. No one was expecting this, but Jerome knew that he will have to continue the legacy and that he won't want to let his father down. He agreed to take on the legacy, and he was crowned as the werewolf leader that instant. Everything had been planned by the Werewolf Council member and Erica. They were all happy to see the heir of the throne. Skip time. Erica walked out of the bathroom after having a cold shower. She was exhausted from the ceremony, but she then decided not to let her tiredness get in the way. She had planned everything out and she was ready to make things happen. She had taken her shower first and she spent a lot of time in the bathroom. She had decided to give Jerome her virginity since they had done their mating ceremony and all sorts. She knew it was right for her to give it to him as a gift to him on their first night. She had wore sexy lingerie that fitted her body, showing off her cleavages. She had taken another set of clothes to wear, and she wore it over the sexy lingerie she had. She doesn't want Jerome to be aware yet. Aren't you going to have your shower? Eric asked as she stared at Jerome before jumping on the bed. She lay down on the bed with a frown on her face. She knew that there was no way she would be able to open and remove the pajamas that she put on if he was in there. And just like she had wanted, he walked into the bathroom and she quickly stripped herself and she got under and lay down on the bed back almost immediately. Erica. Jerome entered the room almost immediately. I quickly pretended to be engrossed and I did not know when he got beside me, and he slowly sat beside, roaming all over my body. His body tensed a bit and he suddenly rubbed his hands on my body, sending this hot and unknown sensation traveling in my body. I could feel myself wanting more, and with that I grabbed his other hand and I used it to rub my body gently. I felt hurt and I could feel my body reacting to his each touch. All I could do at that moment was watch, unable to do anything. I had my eyes closed and it snapped open after I felt him stop. And just as I was about to talk, he kissed me, sliding his tongue into my mouth. My eyes wide and with shock, and I soon responded to the kiss. He roamed his hands all over my body. He tore my lingerie with his claws and he kissed me softly down to my stomach before proceeding toward PSSY. I felt my breath seize immediately. I felt his hot breath on my PSSY. I breathed heavily as I felt his tongue on my PSSY, and I can't but moan in pleasure. He kept lapping my PSSY with his tongue at intervals while using his hand to finger me. He slid in his finger slowly and he removed it. And he did again and he added another finger in. I felt my eyes shut with pain as he did that. And I cowled and helped but wonder what would happen if we were having sex. I knew that this was only his fingers and it got me so worked up like this. He kept his pace as he fingered me slowly while using his other finger to rub me. I felt a bit of sensation building up in me, and I suddenly felt the need to go to the toilet. Impeen. I said with a sad look on my face that I had just peed on the bed, but to my amazement what Jerome said next shocked me. You didn't pee. You had your first organism, he said as he stared at me as I breathed heavily. Oh, I muttered to her and she smiled. We should probably move to the next step. Jerome said as he brought out his DCK. I closed my eyes with my palm and he chuckled before he aligned himself at my PSSY entrance. I could feel his DCK poking me. If you feel any pain, inform me, Jerome said as she pushed his DCK into me slowly, and I shut my eyes close with pain as I tried to endure it. Soon he pushed his whole length into me without any restrictions, and soon he started thrusting in and out of me at a fast pace. After what seemed like minutes, I could feel the burning sensation in my stomach and I felt something graze over my neck, and I knew, with no doubt, that they were Jerome's fangs. He sank his fangs into the crook of my neck after nibbling on my neck for a while. I felt an excruciating pain shot through my body, but it was soon replaced with enjoyment. I did the same to him and we could feel a bond forming between the both of us. And Jerome didn't stop thrusting in and out of me with his DCK. We both have our organism within minutes after we have marked ourselves, and I fall asleep almost immediately. And thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.